I like that. Like that. I like that. Like that. I like that. Like that.
Hello, hello. How is everyone? Hey up. Okay, sorry, got a message there. Earth, Melissa, how are you? Hey Laura. Hey Okie. Go Bulldogs. Mark W. Good to see ya. How you doing? Hey Grandma Sherry. Yeah, Granny. Hey, by the way, I can't believe the recent gossip of poor Audrey. I agree. That video shocked me. That shocked me from who it was coming from. But we're gonna get into that. Hey K Braze. How's it going? Hey Tracy. Oh my goodness. Amax in the house. Georgia Peach, how are you? Bacaser. Sarah Mealy, #1 OG. Love you, girl. Perfectly. She says it perfectly every time. Hey, I'm a baffled. How's it going? Felicia, hello. Hope Tennessee's doing good. Hey, Pixie. Fake PI hates all. Well, okay. Hey, Rockabitche. You guys gonna get me through the last hour of work? Hopefully, we'll see. So, what I plan on doing, it's been a while since I've had like one of these community thoughts lives. It's honestly been a while since I've gone live because I'm just so freaking exhausted. So, by the time I come home and think, oh, I could do a live on this, I really just bask in the glory of being in my home and don't do anything. Well, I do stuff, just not pertaining to YouTube. So, but here we are. I think this will be a good topic. Hey, church, stains on the other streets. Hey, Allie. Let's see here. Hey, little Deb. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hope you're well. Eliza, Electro, and SoFlo. I saw somebody comment the other day, like, I hate it when they have to say hi to everyone. Oh well. Click in later, I guess. I saw Nancy Grace on Audrey. I usually like her, but wow, she was raging bee, interrupts Tim Miller and re-victimizes her all over. Ooh, Aaron, I wasn't aware of that. I don't typically watch Nancy Grace unless someone that I like is streaming her, or which maybe was it Titanium Built did a Nancy Grace? So you might have caught it there. I think somebody else streamed her covering Audrey as well. So I don't know. That was just insane. Can you guys see the first poll I put up? Because, oh, yeah, you can see it. Okay. So, first off, I want to mention that this is not about any creator in particular. This portion isn't. I love it when we do these polls. They generally lead, I have like 5 or 6 questions I'm going to ask, but they generally lead into a bigger topic of discussion, more questions, and it goes from there. This time I am going to go ahead and do some polls, We're speaking generally here about all creators. This isn't about anyone in particular. But then later, I'm going to go ahead and open the panel. If we want to have like more targeted discussions, we absolutely can. I think it'll be good. Let's see. Well, welcome, Stacy P. We're glad you're here. I also do need to if you are a member, I still donate 100% of my memberships, and keep an eye out for the membership community tab. In the next couple days, I'll have receipts of our donation to that. My husband actually told me, he's like, "Hey, you actually got a deposit." And I was like, "Oh, crap, I need to do that." And I haven't yet. So I will keep an eye out on the members community tab. Hi, Melissa Bell. I feel like it's about you taking. I'm just saying, like, my questions here are not specifically about anyone in particular. Obviously, you guys are going to be having people in mind when you comment, question, etc. Hey, Gavel Geeks. I know. Is everybody having a good Friday? Okay, to the bottom, finally. I hope everybody is having an amazing Friday. I got the best news last night. I've talked about my bonus kiddos before. So my um my kids are so close in age that a lot of their friends ended up just becoming intertwined, and they became one big friends group, with the big majority of them joining the military. We have every branch covered except for the Coast Guard. There's no one in their group in the Coast Guard. But, one of my kids' closest friends, I would say I mean, he lived with us for a small time. He's went on multiple vacations with us. He's like he'd be like my 3rd son. Um, he's a Marine, and he has been in California as well as deployed, but a couple different times. So I haven't seen him in over a year, I think it was. He was here. Oh my goodness, it might be a year and a half now. He was here last Christmas, but we were gone. We were down in Florida on vacation. We were supposed to be back the day that he was leaving, but our flights got delayed, and so we spent Christmas in Florida, unfortunately. But, so we missed him, and it just hasn't worked out to see him, and I got a text, and he got married. This little mother trucker went off and got married on all of us. I'm not his mom, but I'm really, really good friends with his mom, and she was so frustrated, but they have met her, she's a doll, and so he messaged me last night that he is in town, so I get to see him and his wife, get to meet her. So excited. Sorry about that little side note. Your son was stationed when he was in the Navy. Yeah, so I'm really happy. I love it when the kids are home. We've got one. I say they're not mine. When I say the kids, those aren't mine. I only have one airman, one in the Air Force, but we got a Marine, we got one in the Navy. We have 2 Marines, one in the Navy, Marshall's in the Air Force, 2 in the Army. We had one in Space Force, but not anymore. I was trying to think. I just love it when they're home and they come in. I know, like, and I wish I could. She has a YouTube channel, and she's the cutest thing ever. Oh my gosh, she is so adorable. So, like, I actually communicate with her on there and stuff, and we talk on, in text and whatnot, but I'm so excited to meet her. I wish I could share her with you guys, but you guys know this place, so I won't. Hey, Kraken asses. I almost said axes. Kraken axes. Hey, Johnson. Catch me if you can. Good to see you. Shazzy. That's going to be a mouthful for me. I'm just going to call you Snazzy. Hey, Be Real. Yanni Yanni. I'm so proud of all of them. They are such great. And one girl. And so they're all amazing. I call them kiddos, but they're in their mid-20s. If the shoe fits, that's right. Okay. That's kind of what it was like. We were all so shocked. Oh my goodness. It was good though. Hey, Irish. Kelsey. Okay. So my first question, pretty simple. I think everybody gets it. We're like, do you think some true crime creators prioritize sensationalism over respecting the victims and their families? I mean, 90s, I don't know who the 4% of you were that said no. I do think that some. I mean, it's pretty general. That question was definitely very general. Because I do think that there are a lot that prioritize that. I know, I'm so excited. They have actually had one miscarriage already, so it's pretty sad, but she actually had to have one of her, fallopian tubes removed, so that's really sad, so keep them in their prayers, they're still trying. Let me see. Saucy Sue. I am well. Exhausted, but well. I know, I can't wait. We have another one, I think he's close to getting married too. Forever Army, good to see you guys. Alright, enough with the chit chat. Oh, Team Brittany. Hey, love. Good to see you. I hope you're well. I hope all is good. I think I need to email you back. Alright, so let me add in the next one I have. This one's pretty easy too. But I promise these are all build up to more targeted questions, more targeted polls. And I know the chat generally helps that as well. Let's see here. My laptop's like, "Oh, you wanna use me today?" I can hear it straining. Can you guys hear it running? Okay, should YouTube have stricter guidelines for those exploiting real traumas? And a question that I have, and I can't really put it in a poll form. Hang on, I need to s Oh my gosh, I just had a sneezing fit, like 4 sneezes in a row. Holy cow. Anyway, um, the question I have, and I can't put it into a poll form, is what is exploiting victims and their families look like to you? Because what kind of spawned this live is I've had, conversations with several creators. I've gotten some emails and even some comments, discussing this sort of topic about various creators across the platform. And it just has me thinking we all have very different definitions of what exploiting a true crime case looks like. So I'm curious what you guys think exploiting victims looks like. No, I was just sneezing. That was my fault. I tried to get out. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze real quick before I'm muted, but I don't think I did. I need to fold the 9 bathroom towels. And let me guess, Grandma Sherry, they were all wadded up in a ball in the corner. Now they're all mildy and musky or whatever. Boys are so ornery. I tell you what, boys are so ornery, but they love deep. They love their mamas and their grandmamas deep. Oh, crème brûlée. Thank you. I will tell them. I'm so sorry for you. Mm. I love how some true crime creators think victims of tragedies' lives are open for speculation and discussion, but don't dare even mention their YouTube behavior. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, it was 4 of them. It was intense. He is doing well. I was trying to send myself a picture of him in that. Oh, did it come through? It might have came through. I'll see if I can load this while you guys are commenting and talking. In the little shirt that I made him for Valentine's Day since I had shown it to you guys. Let me see here. Well, Stink is so cute. I knew I should have stole Morgan's computer before I came here. I used hers the last time I streamed when I was at their house. It was smooth like butter. This one's like it's like an old dinosaur laptop. Like, oh, you want to use me today? Let me heat up and overheat and blah blah blah. I'm just adding these pictures to my downloads so that I can add them to StreamYard for you. I can't believe I get to be this little guy's Nana. Oh, so lucky. Let's see here. Oh, yay, it's loading. Okay. Then I'll go through the comments real quick. So if you guys remember on my last stream, I had showed you the punch needle. Oh my gosh, I have been so big into punch needling lately. It's not even funny. But here he is in his little lover voice onesie I made him. I can't take it. It's so much. And then just another cute little Valentine's Day picture we did. He's doing so good. We just love him to pieces. Okay. Let's see here. I voted yes because there are some that go too far. That's going to be a question I have later, Melissa Bell. But for the most part, YouTube creators aren't any different than big news stations and other media, in my opinion. I would agree with that. There is a lot of media, whether it be real journalists, mainstream media, investigative journalists, independent journalism, or what do we call that? Citizen journalists that are doing a lot of the exact same things. So I would agree with that. Yep, Plunder. Big Plunder was such a disappointment, y'all. But it's going to be a question later too. I think exploiting is running with back to back to back lives without really having info, new info, and everything labeled breaking news. Okay. So you think just doing a stream over and over on the same topic with no new information and putting breaking news in it is considered exploiting to you? False accusations can actually hurt a case more than help sometimes. Yeah, K-Braze, I agree with that. It really, really can. Having more streams on the topic than days have passed, invading their privacy like Facebook, Google, mapping their homes. See, I disagree there, which is fine. You're allowed to have your opinion. Y'all are allowed to have your own opinions. Just don't be hateful and nasty. Um, I think it's part of sleuthing when you do mapping and stuff and dig into their Facebook. However, I agree with you that some creators go too far and they'll show like, say you're digging into the Elijah Vu case is new and hot, and you were digging into the mom to see what you could find out about the mom and her past charges and all of that. And I think that's all completely normal. If you then started whatever. Anyway, and then you go on to your live and you start showing her second cousin's brother's child. You've gone too far, in my opinion. Like, just you don't need to do all that extra stuff. Using their name and tagging them and then not even speaking on them for only a minute out of an hours of a live. That would be exploiting someone. Yep. Asking for money for your personal life while you cover a case. Also, rumors and open panels. Can it depend because and open panels, can it depends because those spin out of control. Right. And they do. They can. We've had them happen here too, where a panel spins out of control and you're way off base and completely separate from what you originally planned to talk about. But I think, the host could shut it down too. Is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, we don't know that for a fact, or this is just you could make clarifying statements as to what you're discussing. Oh, shambles. They grow up so quick. They grow up so quick. If you can't afford to go and cover a case, you shouldn't do it. Hmm. Inserting themselves into the case, spreading rumors, and too many coverage videos with no new information. So, Felicia, you kind of agree with what Tracy was saying. Brulee says it's the conspiracies for her. Yeah, they get to be a lot. When they lie about people and make assumptions, honesty goes a long way. Okay, you have a good one, Earth. Enjoy that, goddaughter. Talking to suspects in open cases, that's actually going to be one of our questions later. Having monetary goals while covering the tragedy, prying into victims' lives is bothersome. It is a little bothersome. One creator just told me any attention to the case is good. I disagree with that. I disagree as well. Any attention should put the well-being of the families of the missing first. I agree. I agree. Using sensationalism, clickbait, and outlandish speculation and information. Yeah, clickbait's huge. It is huge. Not correcting it, but blaming others. Uh, can a creator should never choose a side on who is guilty or not without any real evidence. But they can have their opinions, right? I think that's fair. Like, I can't. I know a hot topic right now is the Karen Reed trial, and Jenny and I are working hard on putting more stuff together for that. But you can say like, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Here's all the facts that we have. We can lay out all the facts. We can discuss all the facts. But then we can, talk about theories and speculate based on those facts. I think that's fine and I think that's healthy. But I think that you have to be careful because you can cross a line and it gets very easy and the line gets very blurred. And I think that's what happens a lot of times. Covering cases with no new info to go over for the 66th time. She did, didn't she? I can say I've covered more than 70 different cases, and the one that took hold and put me on the verge of exploiting was Summer. I would agree with that, Tracy. Involving yourselves directly with those involved. I would agree with that. Didn't even know I was I'm glad you got up. Summer was when everyone wanted to talk about constantly, and that was okay, but it can quickly turn into something else that isn't really information. Right, and that's what I'm talking about, that blurred line or that line can become blurry, and you can cross it, kinda like Plunder did, in my opinion. In my opinion, I always looked at Plunder as a stand-up creator who stuck as close to the facts as she possibly could, and in that video, that doesn't mean I think she's a horrible creator, I don't think that at all. I think that she crossed that line. And thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, and using the case to paint themselves as the real victim. That's an interesting one, Felicia. I don't know that I've seen anyone do that, but that would be horrible. He is so big. It's the first time oh, he's such a doll baby. Thank you, guys. Crouton. Yeah, he's our little crouton. Oh, he's got more kisses than you have in a while. Okay, back to work. Being asked to leave them alone, then going and messaging a different family member, causing more trauma to the family. That would be troublesome. Not gonna lie, I came home once with lipstick on and kissed my cat all over. Your cat? It must have been a white cat. That's so true. I haven't seen what yeah, I'm not gonna replay it. She speculated that Audrey may have been a certain type of way, and the way that she speculated it, in my opinion, it wasn't just I don't even know how to put into words what she did. The difference between YouTube creators and big news stations is they don't scream their Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Right, but they are getting paid. So let's make no mistakes about that because, they are getting paid as well, and they don't have it flashing on the screen. There's a lot of differences, in my opinion. Was a no for me a while ago. Oh, no. If there's nothing new at all, it becomes something other than information. It becomes a strange thing. It does. It kinda becomes this, like, warped reality, this whole other world, and when you try to explain it to others, you can't. It takes on a life of its own, and it's very weird. If someone has a good way of describing what it becomes, please let me know because it does. It becomes something different, and it's crazy. I know exactly what you mean. The misinformation, disinformation, and straight up lies are where I get upset. It causes such a problem. It does. I'm not too comfy with that because you might expose another person that you didn't mean to. You have to be very careful, very careful, very careful. I don't think it has one definition, just like tragedy pimp. I agree with you. I don't think it's a definition. I think it's just something you feel. You know it when you see it, but you can't define it. Hmm. I think that's fair. Showing that there's children who aren't involved is very reckless. Trev, yes. Why are we doing that, y'all? We don't need to be doing that. I did when I covered Athena Brownfield. Do y'all remember her? Which, by the way, there's some updates into that case. Anyway, her sister, I took the time to go through and mark out even her siblings' face, the, family that it was her aunt that was taking care of her, Athena's were, mark out the aunt's children, like, we don't have to. Just the simple fact that we're having these conversations is gonna be hard for them to later hear because they might stumble across it in the future. It takes a few seconds for us to not involve others' children's or even the other children. I apologize if I heard the name yeah. I don't come on here much now, but I do there's always breaking news about summer, and it's absolutely nothing. Yeah, there is always breaking news, and the breaking news is there is no new news. When they pretend to have an inside scoop and state things as fact. Yeah. That's rough. Okay, let's see where our poll is before I go further down. You guys know I'm 5 minutes behind. It's just gonna be a given. Let's see here. So we have yeah, 92%. I figured that would be a pretty hardcore yes. They need stricter guidelines. I agree with that completely. Now this one's just gonna be a personal opinion. Well, I guess they all are personal opinions. Do you think that hang on, where'd it go? My pull box moved on me. There it is. Why is it not letting me sorry, it's not letting me post it. Oh, my question's too long. Oh, let me shorten this. Oh, let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna read you guys what the end of this poll should be, so listen closely because this poll is cut off at dramatize. I can't add any more to it. Do you think true crime creators should focus more on providing educational content rather than dramatizing real life tragedies? So after dramatizing, it would just say real life tragedies. And I'm like, I can't think of how to shorten that. Everyone is going to have their own opinion. Just have your facts straight. Yeah, and we can have our own opinions on cases. It doesn't mean we have to hate on each other. It doesn't mean it has to turn nasty or ugly. I've watched a couple of creators who are really good at, allowing various forms of opinions in their chats and speculation without hating on one another. It is possible. Just because you say a thing doesn't mean it's ethical to say a thing. Misty Day, I agree. I have issues with folks that use social media platforms for despairing photos of victims in compromising positions and language and thumbnails for clickbait, dramatics, clicks, views, and theatrics. I think a lot of people do money moves. How I see it, as if I'm passionate and I'm going to actually help a case, I personally wouldn't broadcast it. Mm. Like, if you were gonna do, boots on the ground, real life stuff, you're gonna keep that part to yourself, right? Shouldn't be sleuthing, discussing, spreading awareness on the case, but not well, sleuthing doesn't necessarily mean they're doing like, I want it's almost like you're mixing up sleuthing for, like, interfering. When what I th and so maybe people have a different opinion of this. When I think of sleuthing, I think of, okay, so we find and I'm gonna use Elijah Vu as an example here because it's just the last case I've been looking into. We see this, Amber Alert go out, and we hear little bits and pieces of the story. To properly share that as a content creator, we need to know more. We need to know facts. We have to cross-reference what mainstream media is telling us about the case, and we have to, um, look into and make sure what we're going to be putting out is accurate. That's what I consider sleuthing. I'm Now then I guess there are maybe different forms too when you dig deeper and you go in and, you're, looking up Venmo accounts to see if they've chatted anyone and or, cash or oh my gosh, why can't I speak? See if they sent money to anyone and if it relates and, like, looking up clues and things like that would be a more extreme form of sleuthing. Many of the victims are kids, clickbait is kinda gross. I don't think YouTubers or TikTokers should be having personal relationships with any of the family. Ooh. Going so far as to claim they are the case. What? Someone do that? Bringing up cases that are forgotten about, but being honest and not calling it an update or anything is okay. I agree, Trev. I know a couple families who feel their child's case is forgotten. I do as well. You can start with a strong opinion and change it later. In all cases, you have to remember we don't know it all until police let us know or until a case goes to trial. Right. Like we can even take this is something we talked about on Tracy's channel the other night. We can even take all the information the prosecution has given us and all the information that the defense has given us until we hear it in trial, until we hear the experts in those fields talk about the evidence that was actually found because make no mistake, sometimes you hear a lot more outside that doesn't even make it to trial. Sometimes new things come up in trial that were never mentioned outside. So a lot of it can get messy. Thank you perfectly. I have no problem with opinions. It would be cool though if people's opinions were based on facts, but can't control that, right? I agree. Compensating suspects for interviews by payments and displaying cash apps. That would be exploiting, I think. I agree. I agree. I hate when people disparage LE because they feel they are entitled to information and active right, we're not owed anything. We're not owed anything. They don't have to tell us anything. Hey, Jude. Half the people around Summer's case claim to be victims themselves. Getting close to family, acting like they are covering the case, but actually don't know half the fact. I've seen that a few times, Shanny. Hey, Sassy Ann. There's been a lot of people who have been missing way too long. I hope you're on your best behavior in here today, Rapper. I unsubbed from Plunder when she posted bikini pics. Oh, I didn't know she did that. I missed that. uh, all I can say is YouTube needs to apply rules and terms of service among everyone, no matter how large. We start coming here to get info because there is no new info. So creators tend to start making a topic from nothing at all. Boom, you crushed it right there, Tracy. That happens all too often. All too often. There's nothing new. So they start adding little tidbits. Shouldn't have to worry about vetting their info. They should, but they don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to, like law enforcement has to. Calling them corrupt without proof, insisting the suspect is innocent despite them showing probable cause and charging them. true crime got lucky the last few weeks. Multiple trials to monitor, multiple new cases arose and were resolved quickly. There was new info daily to talk about, but usually true crime gets stale and weird quick. A great many creators and chatters are on YouTube way too much and it's become their real world. And they get too emotional and defensive. Right. And I agree with that, Nikki, but I think that we forget that. And I say we because I think all subscribers forget that from time to time. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up. Using a missing child's case in order to rant about your own personal and domestic problems. Ugh, that is messy. Oh, messy, messy, messy. Many people of these real devastating ordeals do not even want their stuff all over YouTube. Well, enjoy your lunch, Anna. Enjoy your lunch. I like the word creators. In my mind, there's only one creator, and he ain't on YouTube. Oh, they're content creators. I don't know what else to call them. That's going to be one of my questions as well. Los Mures is all I got out of that. Clicking in to hear updates and or speculate on a missing child, but instead hearing a creator's financial woes. Yeah. Pushing narratives based on gossip and speculation and presenting it as factual. Right. I'm okay with healthy speculation if your speculation is coming from facts, but when you're just making up things, yeah, that's, hey, Sean P., that's just too far. Too far. Let's see. Just because I could say it doesn't mean I should. Right. What did Audacity say? I missed what Audacity said, and everyone's like, "Oh, news stations, etc., do get paid, but a set amount." That's true. So they're not out there, they don't have to pump it up for their pay, right? They don't get to emotionally manipulate subscribers. Say I need more because blah blah blah. Yep, that's true. Hey, Grain. Open and active cases flow. Info comes out slowly. Your thoughts today may change next month. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know what happened. My computer was just like glitched on me. Have a problem is when showing a trial and minors are witnesses, allowing their info to be broadcast during the trial, then use it on other videos and titles. I think that honestly, Amethyst, that would fall into something that would be worth, talking to, getting a law passed. Something that if a minor's a witness, they should, that part should be what's the word I'm thinking of? Y'all know the word. 2 words. Why will it not come out of my mouth? Come on, someone help me here. What is the word? What is the word? Nobody? Nobody? Oh, well. It'll come to me later. But yeah, they shouldn't have that. Creators are keeping up where their subscribers go to listen to different creators. It makes subscribers feel like, yeah, I agree. I got an email because I was chatting in someone's chat last night, and I'm like, "Wait, I'm providing factual information in that chat. I don't care that you don't like them." Actually, it was 2 nights ago. Like, I've done videos on that person and called them out before. But if there's a question asked and nobody else was talking about a case I was interested in, I'm gonna provide those actual facts. So, it was weird. There was a creator that said, "I am the Idaho." What? I need to know who that is. That's insane. Okay, let me see where our poll is. Uh, yes, yes, yes. Most people say yes. All right. Okay, this one's pretty easy, and it's just curiosity. I should probably set a timer so that I'm not like staying on one poll too long. Have you ever unsubbed from a channel because they continued to spread misinformation? Ah, Jude, you're talking about the one I was talking about. Yeah, like, I just don't get it, like, but it is what it is. Why people get mad about silly things like that. Like maybe falling on a solid side, then arguing with other YouTubers over your view may say something about your ethics and morals, but having an opinion on a true crime case that you aren't a part of? No. I could never be a true crime creator. I can't even figure out the case files board game. I think the biggest thing to being a true crime creator is that you shouldn't be so dead set that you're right. Because chances are more information's going to come out and you might be wrong. How about a wife and an officer writing updates not known to the public and LE not wanting known to the public on a small Facebook page, then being blasted to thousands on here? Yeah. Yeah. I don't like doing. No, you don't, Gavel, but we drag you into them. Disregarding facts that don't fit into their theory and continuing to talk about such a theory. Yeah. Hey, Mark. I like to follow a case from day one through the trial and sentencing. Sentencing. The science is presented at trial, so I just come for the facts. Thank you for the reminder. Perfectly. White knighting for a named suspect or a charged suspect is gross. Couldn't be. Yep. It's a shame all the time spent on misinformation and hate isn't spent working together. Right. That is another thing. Like, I'll get to it in a second. Mm, right. They are very fluid. They are. I think when there is no news on a case, it's okay to keep the name and face out by doing a video to remember the missing person. I think it's even okay to go live and talk about it. I had a mother ask that her daughter's case not be mentioned on YouTube because of the drama. Oh my goodness. That is such a shame. That's a big fear. That's a big fear for a lot of creators. Like, please don't do that. Mm. See, I don't think that's ridiculous. That's what Gavel and I are preparing to do with John O'Keefe's case because the thing is people come into our live streams and into our topics on cases at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end. And oftentimes, well, and another thing that happens is you don't hear about a case until it becomes huge and popular in the media. Well, there was sometimes years before that that took place. So it can be very beneficial to go back to the beginning to lay out all the facts in order and together as a small little community right up until the trial. And I think there are benefits of it. That's just my opinion. Some people say creators are white knighting when they're only correcting bad info, especially when said creator corrects bad info on all people and topics where they can. I know you've been blamed for that before. It's like, no, she's just correcting the information. That's not white knighting. Uh, I've seen creators accuse people only to find out they were wrong and they laugh about it and they don't take down the misinformation videos. Yeah. I've unsubbed from everyone except a couple. I don't want their shit filling my YouTube feed right now is all yarn stuff. It's crazy. It's so funny. I'm Piggy. Takes me a while to sub, but yes, I unsubbed due to speculation and dramatics. Yeah. Please always keep that in mind. I'm trying. I just like to read every last one. A question I try to go by now is how would the victim react if they came home the next day and watched your video on the Trev, that is a great reminder. That's a great way to go into cases, I think. People who I'm the opposite. I'm jumping up and down and shouting wild Final Destination theories as they come to. Well, that can be bother or troublesome if you do. Yes, Tim. I honestly had thought about doing a live a while back, one of these, talking about, like, what is community? Who is your community? Your community might be Tim's community might be completely different than Deet's community, might be completely different than Wild or Sexy Wild Thing Carol freaking Papa Elvis Claus community. Hi, by the way, I'm not saying your name again, that's a mouthful. Carol, you have the longest name. Might might be completely different from Trish Green Eye's community. We all have different communities on here, but true crime as a whole, have they solved some cases? Yeah, they have. I just watched a really interesting documentary on, it was a hiker. He was found dead, mostly harmless, I think was what the name of the hiker was. But anyway, this Facebook group worked together, worked with other hikers because there's the hiking community, and people had seen him on the Appalachian Trail and worked hard together to figure out who he was, and they did. It took them years, but they finally the people, the citizen sleuths in that case figured out who that hiker was, and then unfortunately found out he wasn't such a good dude, but yeah. And there's other cases as well. That one's just fresh on my mind because I just watched that documentary. Just shut down the channel, don't tell anybody and run. Right. I think Casey Anthony is innocent on of the actual crime of her own hands, but I'm a total hypocrite when it comes to other cases. It's hard being crazy. Okay, Mrs. Peacock. Uh, 5 different creators were doing summer with no new information. I purged them. I think a lot of people have done that. I think a lot of people have. You can tell who's doing it for genuine purposes and who's doing it because there's no new headlines. Yeah. Yeah, and there are new subs on your channel that benefit from going back to the beginning, absolutely. He does, Sarah Me, he does. Oh, good. Good, good. Hey, Bob, you already know my thoughts and feelings. It is incredibly disrespectful what much of social media does with these cases. It's self-serving rather than victim-focused. I agree. And going back to the beginning and unsolved cases can be helpful, especially for people that may not have been following the whole time, right? The scam. And then played it. Oh, when we were yeah, I was like, "No, this is a scam." See how easy it is? It's like it just pops up. I'm like, "No, no, no, that's a scams and misinformation." That's why you gotta take the time to vet it, and that was happening in real time, but yeah. That's a very good point. Very, very good point. That we have people refreshing the facts of a case every once in a while, especially where so much bad info exists around a case. I think it is great when a creator says they got something wrong, and it makes me be more respectful to that creator. I agree. I agree. If they mention their Cash App and other links when getting started, I run. Yeah. Social media is a double-edged sword, Brandy Neal says. It can be a helpful tool getting loved ones' information out, but also very destructive to a family. I agree. I agree. It can be a double-edged sword, and that reminds me another, like, even though I'm super busy, I think of like, "Oh, I could do a live on this," but then never do. Another one was gonna be like, iron sharpens iron. Like, is it our job to which we might lead into some of these questions here in a bit. Like, since YouTube is not regulating some of this stuff, whose job is it then to say, like, hey, wait, you went too far. You crossed that line. You're getting it wrong. And in my opinion, iron sharpens iron. So why shouldn't we address some of those things? Right. And I love that she's always been very upfront with her family's boundaries because boundaries are important and they're healthy. And saying to, like Mallory that one day, like, look, please, you can have your opinion, you can have your thoughts, you can have your theories, but please take my son's name and picture hashtag off of that because I don't want people finding that when they go to search for him. And I think that's great. Mm. Right. So a lot of people will do that. They have to be first. They're so adamant about being a lot of creators, I gotta be the first one. And then unfortunately they end up getting it wrong, which happens. I mean, we've seen that with Betty and JLR down in Idaho when they put the wrong name out when it was Koberger that was arrested. Okay, so 96%, well, 95% of you have unsubbed from a channel because they continue to spread misinformation. That question's mainly for us creators. Like, we definitely need to be more aware of what we are putting out. And this is kind of touched on what I just was talking about with the iron sharpening iron. Is it right? Hang on, I keep going back and forth. Let me paste it and then I will post the whole thing. Is it right to call out channels that are exploiting victims, their families, and trauma? Because YouTube's not doing anything about this. TikTok's not doing anything. Facebook's not doing a whole lot. I mean, they have their terms of service on each of those platforms, but they don't care if, I get up here and say, this person's guilty and this is why, without any facts, without having anything correct whatsoever. They're not going to come and shut that down. When I first got into true crime, I was dead set on being correct. Man, did that make me an idiot. It is, Trev. It's definitely a learning experience, and humility goes a long way for all of us. Your viewers should not hear about your financial troubles or financial goals. I can agree with that, unless you're a finance channel. Always expected, never appreciated. I sent you an email. Okay, I will check that in a bit. Gag order. That's what I couldn't think of earlier. Oh my god, no one else thought of it. Yes, maybe there should be laws put into place where if a minor is a witness and they're testifying on the trial, that portion be under a gag order. I actually found that scam search program and it's smaller but seems well, I've seen it on several missing cases and I when you go and you research missing cases frequently, you'll find that exact thing pop up on almost every single one of them. That's how I knew it was a scam right away. I think that's a good idea, church. If the creator is starting from the beginning of the case, absolutely. I don't think so either. If my kids went missing, I'm not sure I would let anyone on YouTube know for sure. True crime is about the crime. Crama is about the people talking about the crime and their dramas. Yeah. I think the fake CPS report regarding minor children was one of the worst things I've seen done. That happened before I got to YouTube, but I heard about it afterwards. That was something. They helped with it. Yeah, that's another one. "Hey, Mal, how are you, love? If I consider you a friend, I expect that you will be my iron." Right. I would hope that if I crossed the line, I'd be told and we discuss it. Yeah. You don't believe what anyone else says unless it comes from Ellie, the court, and the family themselves. I wish more people were like that, but unfortunately, I mean, I will see sometimes, and this is no shade or hate on anyone, not the creator, not the subs, but I just something I notice happening. Like I'll see people come into one chat on stream A and totally derail the creator who's talking and throw out misinformation. And then another creator on stream B, they'll go live a couple hours later. And now everybody in that chat in stream B is now sharing out the misinformation that was stated over in stream A as if it's a fact. And it just, you can watch it spread in real time. It's wild, wild observation. I agree with that, Jenny. As I said, like, I don't agree with what he did. It's not illegal. Um, I think that the courts will determine if the extent of his harassment was illegal or not. Um, but yeah, it's very similar to what Heels on the Ground did, and it was gross and wrong. But we see that around here a lot where we're calling out creator A, like heels on the ground type creators, we're calling them out for doing this. We're trying to sharpen the iron and saying, "Hey, don't do that." And then you see the creators you like doing it and putting out wild videos like we saw today. It's it kind of just becomes like this, carousel that you can't get off of. I agree perfectly. There's absolutely a thin line between calling them out, reporting on it, and bullying. I don't know that calling them out makes one bit of difference. People clearly want that type of content. You are absolutely correct. You hit the nail on the head there. I was talking with another creator just yesterday, maybe the day before, about what people on this platform want. They want the shit show. They want the drama. They want the back and forth. And they want the speculation in these cases. And I think that's evident. I don't need to give any specific examples. You guys can think of your own, dozens where, we'll have good creators that have worked hard all day long, took the time and dug into and did their due diligence and got the misinformation out of their content, and they go live and they'll have 50 people in there, and then you'll have another channel that goes live and they're just spewing things that were leaked to them by someone on the ground as a fact, and they'll have 1,000. So I think it is obvious what people want, or at least what they tune into, and then later claim they don't want. It is gout. That's yeah, I agree. We have an issue much deeper than an internet issue or a YouTube issue. We have a humanity issue. We do. We have a broken world. Compassion has been overtaken by compensation. Boy, Trev is just nailing them. That's happened too. That's absolutely happened too. Calling them out is good. Unsubbing definitely idea, but I don't think channels that make their content solely around calling out others and profiting from are okay. So that's actually a question I have coming up. That thank you, Haley. Um, yeah. I'm surprised you're saying that. That's wild. Let's see. Unfortunately, the numbers can play a significant role on whether or not they listen to reason. who feels like they're doing good? Can I just say I think it's disturbing we even need to have conversations like this. It's how people don't have morals, respect, or empathy for others going through tragedy. I know. But I think these conversations are good because I think it helps us to understand one another better. And like we were talking about earlier, these little micro communities around cases become a completely different beast. And sometimes it's hard to understand them. Mm. Common sense and common decency are not so common these days. I agree. That doesn't mean creators should cater to those base needs. No, you're right. They shouldn't. I don't think calling it out works, but be the change you want to see. Jenlu, I'm kind of coming to that reality. Like, what's it matter if I could come here and give and say, "Oh, nope, creator A is 100% wrong, and here's all the proof of why creator A is 100% wrong." I don't think it matters a lot of the times, unfortunately. So you just have to, you know, cover it the way that you want to cover it with your ethics, your morals, your beliefs, and move forward in that. And some of the change we have seen, albeit tiny, is from being called out and grace shown when the change started. Okay, that's actually my next question. Let's see where this one was. All right, so we've got, yeah, 88% think that, yeah, you should call them out. Um, this was going to be my last question, but I'll put it here now because we're kind of there on that topic. Can creators take it too far for calling out these problems or begin to be a part of the problem themselves? Mm, I gotta delete themselves, but that's no big deal. You guys still get the gist of that poll. And they only give you like 100 characters. I'm too wordy for that. Too wordy, man. Okay. Hakam, Hakam. Oh, and Shay Benet. Haven't seen you, lovely. Hope you're well. Chef Time, his voice is soothing. I was listening to one of his lives before I went to bed the other day. It's very soothing voice. He does. When does call out become worse than the initial behavior needing called out? I don't think we ever address these issues and discussions directly. Well, that's why I decided these are absolutely just general. They're not specific, but I am going to drop the link after I'm done with the questions. And if people want to come up and talk about specific things, then we absolutely can. As long as we don't get nasty or hateful or all the things. Yeah, we do, Gavel. And I've done that before. I've applauded someone before, and then I'm like, "Oh, I can't believe I did that." I noticed that, Granny. Like, I don't give that dude any grace. Not any more than I did before. The same amount of grace that I gave him before, but he's still not someone I would go to for factual information. My policy is try not to be a dick. If you're a dick, apologize and do better. That's the only rule we have here. Just be cool. Don't be uncool. It's like life is So easy. I do not have a co-host. Would you like to come be my co-host, Cordy? People need to stop pretending they work in LE, period. Nothing wrong with telling a story. Annalise is a good example, but digging into people's lives and having them up on your channel is. I think it is wrong. It can be. People saw him getting thousands in chat and then started restreaming him. A community labeled Tragedy Pimp was suddenly accepted as good. Ooh. Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing well. I heard you weren't feeling well. And calling out specific things is important, but making it a whole channel and the only content made is too much. It can be because then you're just like hating on one thing. Don't watch and that's what hurts them the most. Yeah. I'm in the true crime community. I spend hours, days getting facts on cases. I think speculation built on a foundation of facts are okay. I agree. If specified. Most support creators who do little to no research though. Yeah. Cordy, I don't know what you're doing here, but this is my community right now. This is my conversation. So I would appreciate it if you didn't do whatever it is that you're doing because it's messed up. Okay. So on this, we have can creators take it too far calling out these problems and begin to be a part of the problem? 92% of you said yes. Yeah, well, go be mad in his chat, not mine. He's not a co-host. He has nothing to do with my channel. He has came on my panel and platform before, but the issues that you have with him are with him, not me. So, and it's not part of this conversation. Okay, here's this one. Are we becoming desensitized to going too far in these cases? Because that's one thing that I think that I see happening everywhere, not just here on YouTube, but like in on TV, in mainstream media, etc. That like we are getting desensitized to so much, so much. Hey, Rachel Oakes. Oh, snap gender. Uh, well, you could put on a cape and be super mad. Most play other videos with their hands out. What is it when a creator titles a live breaking news in case of Audrey Cunningham arrest made when that arrest was known to not be in regards to that case? I would say that I mean, it's clickbait for sure. If they especially if they knew that the arrest had nothing to do with Audrey, but it would borderline on exploiting, absolutely. Just don't be a dick. It's so easy. As this though I have watched the creator call out ish usually becomes what they started calling out, only a little worse. Mm-mm. Oh, that's a good point, Sarah. That's one I hadn't thought of. See, that's why these are so interesting because there are some things that you guys, other countries are blocked out from, so they don't get it. Not everyone sees the news in the US, so for some it is breaking news. Not sure. Like someone waiting till the end of the night and just going over everyone's lives, that seems ridiculous to me. Like when a creator does like commentary over a live? Is that what you're saying? Breaking news gets the views, that's why it's overused in titles. Salty C, love you girl, hope you're well. Have some humanity, know what you're covering is a real human being who is loved. It's so simple. So simple. It's becoming a sensationalized story and leaving out the fact that these are real people with real emotions actually right. And after this, after the clicks, after the views, after the live after live after live, or video after video after video goes away, those people still carry on. They still live it. They still go through it in some of the worst ways imaginable. Anna Morris, I think you kinda nailed it there is I think that a lot of people who are into true crime or partake in it have gone through some sort of trauma of their own. Of course, nowadays that could be about so many. Be cool. Don't be uncool. I don't think one sense right and wrong can be desensitized. Oh, one sense of right and wrong can be desensitized. That's it shouldn't be. Listen to more music and take more breaks from the sadness. Or watch more yarn holes. I don't know why they're so interesting right now, but they are. And people mow people's lawns for free. Stare at me, girl after my own heart. Trying to sneak into the lawn care community. I tell you what, I gotta keep you crazy people out of it. Out of it. Let's see here. I don't understand why it's common now for YouTubers to talk to family involved in these cases. It can get really ugly too. Like that woman who was found in the woods, sort of. Or, yeah, Debbie Collier. Yeah, can be. Did anyone watch? No, I didn't. Shay Renee, welcome to the streets, love. But nobody knows how you feel because you're not using your words, Cordy. You're just saying, I'm mad, I'm mad. And then you're throwing out snarky comments. So nobody knows what the heck's going on. But if you want to have a conversation on it like an adult, I'm more than happy to. Yeah, well, love my nerdy gavel. Uh, why does this keep popping to the bottom for me? My life is lawns. I don't like when creators use their experiences in life as a I know because, and it becomes about their own situation. Yeah. I see a lot of hypocrites in this chat alone, including some of the mods who say be cool, don't be uncool, including myself. We should all be better. Well, yeah, it happens. We can all be hypocritical at times. That's absolutely a fact. That's not me saying I'm a hypocrite. I'm just saying we can all have those tendencies. Okay. I'm stomping my foot and saying I'm angry. Well, unless we know what and how to make it better, I don't know what else to say. Like when we don't know the issue, it can't be addressed. You know what I mean, Cordy? No, I think Cordy has an issue, and that's okay. Oh, Beaver, why are you having a terrible day? I hate to hear that. The cult watching community. Some of theirs get crazy. Be real, you're the second person to say that. I did not hear what she said, but I heard it was pretty bad. Not everyone on the internet has good intentions. Misinformation can go horribly wrong in these very real cases. Yes, you're a hypocrite perfectly. I'm sorry. I wish I could too. Mm, it's all good though. Everybody gets mad from time to time. Let's see what our poll did. Yeah. Well, 18% of you don't think you're becoming, have become desensitized. So that's kind of surprising, actually. I figured it would be quite a bit higher, but I do think so. Okay. And then this is my last one, unless there's any more we should do. And then, okay. Let me put it over here because I know I'm going to have to cut it off because I only get 100 characters. YouTube, do better. Okay, this was gonna be a lot longer. So this one says, do you think that it is exploiting a true crime case if a creator does zero research and just shares news clips? And it was also going to have or other people's content, other people's information. Do you think that that is a form of exploiting? Now I'm mad. Everybody's mad. Everybody gets a cape. I'm mad that Q is mad and I think he's mad at me. I'm confused. Everybody's mad. But nobody knows why we're mad. We're just mad. Boy, that does that not sum up society today in general? Everybody's mad, but nobody knows why they're mad. Just mad. It's okay, mama. I've even felt a certain way about what Tim Miller said on Auntie Grace about, I think you meant Audrey, and what oh no. I'm gonna have to listen to this, aren't I? Yes, I don't typically click links. Someone sent me like I guess their YouTube videos. I'll look at them in a minute, I guess. Okay. If you want to come up when I drop the link and explain that, you can, because that's a lot, but I will read it later. Humans are hypocritical by nature, which is annoying and frustrating, but these conversations help hold everyone accountable and keep it fair. I agree. Nancy was more graphic than people would have liked, but I appreciate her asking the hard questions and using the proper language. She can be dramatic. I mean, I absolutely agree she can be. The flipping cr aw, I'm praying for you, Bieber. I honestly wish more factual creators would call out the BS. I don't know. I think it kinda gets up to a point where you, like, hit a wall and you're like, "What's the point?" But so that's kinda like what Jen Liu was saying earlier, like, she doesn't see a point in it. Wouldn't it not just be better to keep doing your thing and pushing your facts, when you do have creators that are willing to do the time, put in the effort, get the facts, and push that out no matter how many may or may not be watching to keep focused on that? Which one would be better? You guys let me know. Call out the BS and correct the misinformation, or just keep putting out good information? Which I can make that a poll, actually. Yeah, we know who Cordy is. Well, we don't know who Cordy is. Let me say that before I Google it. Yes, Cordy's been around quite a bit. You're mad if your favorite creator is mad, that's the rules. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Oh, what did Shay said? Nobody is perfect, nailed it. But having some self-awareness and compassion can go a long way to improve oneself. Start looking inward instead of blaming everyone else around you. Shay nailed it. I prefers news clips than made up gross theories. I do think it depends. Learning about a case with your audience has a place here. I agree, Jenny. I guess it would be a slightly different genre, though. Not all news clips state truth. That's true. I'm not mad at all. I can't be mad when I get to go hang out with this little guy, dude. Psh, who has time to be mad? I became a super hypocrite when I had kids. My kids would never. That's like one rule I learned at a very young age. Never say never. I don't think she sounds different. Probably about the same, just louder. Well, no, that's not true. She does get more of her Boston accent. You're right. So yes, she does sound different. But are you assuming? I don't know. One of my biggest issues, and this is just for me personally, doesn't speak for anyone else, is when people take sides in a case and turn it into a game. It's not a fucking game. That's somebody's real life. That's somebody's trauma. And we're not like, it should not be my side's right and I'm going to be right at all costs, no matter who you think is guilty or innocent. And when it turns into these over dramatized back and forths and sides and weirdness like that, it makes it to where nobody wants to talk about it because you don't want to be a part of that shit show. Nobody does. And I think that's gross and it's wrong. If factual creators call it out, then they turn into drama. Yeah. Calling out bad info creator puts a target on your back. It does, Nicole B. It does. I didn't even see what they said. Yeah, Perry, I'm not gonna highlight it because I agree with why Perfectly said they deleted it, but I agree 100% putting any type of claim I'll just say it like this, putting any type of sexual claim on another individual without any proof whatsoever is wrong. It's just dead wrong. But then especially to do it to a minor, you have to wonder, like, where the hell is your head? Where is your head on that? Even when you're a creator, I like, that's just ugh. Not to call it out because then the focus becomes the call out and not the case, right? Kinda like I was saying earlier, like, so much of the focus becomes the drama surrounding the case and not the case itself. A lot of people have fallen out this week, so I'm a bit sad I've taken it to heart, but oh, I didn't know that there was a ton of fallouts. I hate to hear that. I have not taken a side. I don't know why you keep saying that, Cordy. I have not taken a side. I have continued to speak on what we know from both the prosecution and the defense. If I've taken a side, it's John O'Keefe's side. And if you wanna be mad about that, that's okay. You can be mad about it. You never know who is truly at fault, even if you think you do. Not until court. Exactly. That's what we've been saying this whole time. Whole time. Trivializing true crime cases is bad, bad stuff. In my opinion, these are real people, missing people who are missing out on their families, their birthdays, holidays, friendships, life in general. Right, Hiko. Fighting over whose side is right or wrong, that's when it gets too much. Like the people who think, "Yep," versus the ones who think she's innocent. And it's a whole crap show over there. It's a whole crap show over there. When a creator says they have a similar trauma to gain trust from a family just to specifically spread their narrative, it's disgusting. That is horrible, Brandy. That is absolutely horrible. Well, I guess you didn't clarify if they were lying or not, but if you found out they were lying to you to gain your trust and to spread misinformation, that would be horrible. I don't know anymore. I don't know. Uh, but you get the but you know things get twisted on these streets, they sure do. Those who don't use clickbait titles and give factual info get a fraction of the view. Right, Haley, you've done that yourself, put out factual information, and it's horrible. Versus those whose panel have done the research or haven't. They're there to eat and get money, but people support that. Larger channels will grow after new smaller channels they see as competition too. They attack, accuse, smear, drag, slander. We all lose good content when that happens. Theorizing and going down rabbit holes is fun to me, but not at the cost of going real life with the information. People take things too far and go real life, right? If you don't pick a side and cover both sides, state versus defense, you get called a flip-flopper. Yeah. Yeah. I've been called that before as well when I say that, like, my job, which it's not a job, but my purpose is not to tell you what to think about this case. What I like to do is give you the facts of it, and you can decide for yourself. And your decision might be completely different than mine. And my decision might change as we get closer to trial and as more and more information comes out. And then it might change again once we get into trial. I know Gavel and I have talked about that as, in reference to the Murdoch case. Like, we changed our opinions like 15 times on that. As more and more information comes out, as more and more facts come out, as more and more evidence is shown, especially during the trial phase, your opinion can change. And that doesn't mean you're a flip flopper. Not at all. Right. I think she wandered off, but that's just my thought. During a tragedy, family members are so vulnerable, it's disgusting to exploit that vulnerability. Yeah, it really is. Hey, tragedy, I hope you're doing good. What did Mal say? Hang on, I'm scrolling back up. Well, now I get it. I called the park and the park. Okay, I don't know what I must have missed what their conversation was, or I missed one of her comments. I have a creator that does that, and the person he sent it to, his spiel about how they should come on the show, and that person sent it back to me, and it was disgusting. Ugh. It's hard in some cases to remain unbiased. Absolutely, it is. I have tried to have an open mind to Kayla Montgomery's testimony. I failed, and I owned it. I love that about you. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves in here, I would say that most of the people in here, 95% or higher, were definitely biased against Adam Montgomery going into that trial. I thought the dude was guilty of sin and they should lock him up and throw away the key. And I thought that without knowing a fraction of the information that they put out in trial. So I absolutely was biased in that situation. A lot of this plays on morals. People can feel attacked when others don't agree on a case. It becomes a bit of an existential issue at that point. We should be able to disagree and have respect. Right, Jenny. I love to go, I listen to Michelle After Dark and Criminality for the Delphi content. And I started doing that when I took a break. Gosh, when was that? August, September was when I started following the Delphi case and like sneaking into their community. I don't ever speak, but I just started following and listening to more and more of those creators over there. And it was very eye opening just being like an outside observer of that community. They're so set. So many of them, I shouldn't say all of them, but so many of them are so dead set on what they believe. And it doesn't matter if new information comes out and it goes against what they believe, then they're going to create something to make that new information fit into their narrative. Does that make sense? Because it's so deep and so, it's gone on for so long for them. It's completely different issue. So that's one of the main reasons I don't chit chat in that community a whole lot. I don't understand the huge issue with John O'Keefe. I won't touch that case because it's crazy. It is crazy how people are about it. Absolutely. Mhm. You're gonna have to be specific with the "you guys" in that statement because I know for me and the people that have covered it with me, we have said repeatedly, it is not right to harass innocent witnesses. who have nothing put on them by law enforcement. These are real people living real life nightmares. It would be great if creators could remember that and remember the internet is forever, and these kids may see this trash. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's QWERTY. I got my raised garden. Uh, I know I was trying to see what you said that, but I couldn't find it. Everybody's crap except for John, and he is that's what I say, Bieber. I've said it since the beginning. It's one of the big things that frustrate me. Like, it even frustrates me when people call it the Karen Reed case because it's John O'Keefe's case. But I get it's her. She's on trial. But when there are issues, it's hard to have a productive convo when you only have 150. We do, and we need GIFs on YouTube. Yes. Ah, I agree. Hey, BL. I love when I disagree with someone on a case and we can have a cordial, respectful debate on it. I do too. I was definitely biased against both of them, still am. I don't necessarily remain unbiased in my coverage. I don't know if that's my goal. It would probably be best, but I also like to keep it real. Absolutely. Okay, let me look at the poll. My husband messaged me. Oh, he may have found a new house. Ooh, this one's cute. We're still looking for a house closer to our daughter. Okay, I'm digging this one. Does it have a basement? I don't see a basement. No. Let me ask him that real quick. Seems like everyone we find, there's like one or two things that is not on our must-have list. Okay. So this poll was, do you think it is exploiting if a creator does zero research? 61% say yes and 40% say no. So that's pretty close to even on that one. Pretty close. Where did that happen? I would like to know where that happened. I like a space to discuss facts, dispel rumors, and touch on small speculation. Outside of that, I'm not a fan, but I get it. It's different for everyone. Yeah. And it's okay to touch on the speculation if you're using the facts. There is a difference there. If you are using the facts of the case and you're theorizing, I mean, we've seen big creators do this all the time. Hell, I don't agree with Gray Hughes' theories on the Delphi, but in his opinion, he's using the facts that he's garnered to come to those theories. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, Chair Bullies. It is, but you're not asking questions, Cordy. You're throwing out accusations. I asked a question though. Um, where did we push out theories versus on innocent people? I'd like to know where that happened, please, ma'am or sir. I know, Bieber. That is heartbreaking. Like, I so wish they would have gotten her on something, anything. Your job. Oh, it's Cordy's job to throw out accusations without any. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know that. He's never insinuated anything nefarious about me. I know it is. It is. I'm gonna stop addressing it. It's too much. Um, I love to learn and try to be oops, I didn't mean to do that. I love to learn and try to be open-minded, but facts do matter. Far-reaching speculation without material evidence to back it up can cause chaos. I agree. I agree. I don't think Horty ever takes a link. But I will go ahead and post it, unless there's some more questions that you guys want pulled on exploiting misinformation and clout chasing. That was one we did not touch on. Um, what do you guys think the difference between what am I doing? I hit the wrong button. What do you guys think the difference between clout chasing and networking is as it pertains to true crime cases on YouTube? I hate that the stinking heart thing is always in the way. Come on. There we go. Okay. The English lady with the dog. Yes, Michelle After Dark was convinced that there are dog bites. And Melanie Little had this really interesting expert. Like, he's testified as an expert in multiple trials. And I mean, you just got to go check out the dude. He has the credentials to back it up. And he did as well. But the facts still remain that the medical examiner stated that they have no idea what the abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm came from. That's just the facts. That's where it is. Your okay. When you're suddenly on a panel you've never on simply because they have a large audience, when you're going live twice a day on a missing child, you're clout chasing. And 99% of the people I talk about Summer Wells too don't think my opinions are right either. Yeah. It's in the name YouTube. Most report yes. And generally that coverage or feeling on the case lean to one side. Yes. You think they go hand in hand? I actually looked up what the difference is. And I was curious if anyone in here would hit on it. Because this question was posed to me specifically about, I think it was in the context of a smaller creator going into a much, much larger creator's live stream with, 2,000 people in the live and sending a super chat. And so, the question was, would you consider that clout chasing or channel building? And so I'm curious if others would find it to be so, and what the difference between clout chasing and networking means to you. Is there really a difference anymore? I think I think there is. I think when you are networking or friendly with others, you're building them up, they're building you up. It's a mutual intention, right? Yeah, lots of I've seen experts on TV that have theorized that. Yeah. I think you can turn off the interaction. Oh, can you? Oh, it's not in StreamYard. It's when I pop over to do the polls that they get in my way. When you're super chatting, I don't know if it's the same one I'm talking about. It's I think Lawyer is where they were, or a super chat was sent by Crime Curious. I think that's the one I'm talking about. Ryan Upchurch. Anyone over here bringing now? But see, if I talk about Ryan Upchurch, True Texan, and call out his misinformation and his bad behavior, you'll accuse me of doing it just to get views when I'm just doing it to call him out for what he's saying and doing. If he's not talking misinformation on a true crime case or claiming that a victim isn't real, I got no reason to talk about the dude. I don't care what anybody does or what panels they go on as long as they're not spreading bad info. Gavel's the info gal. Love it. Right. The medical examiner says blunt force trauma. Um, they can't tell you what caused the blunt force trauma, and that's what the medical it's been misrepresented by the prosecution. They're like, "The medical examiner didn't say this or said this did not come from a dog." That's not what the medical examiner said. They said, "I can't tell you what it came from. I can tell you what it is. I can't tell you what it ain't." Hey, Melissa Jade, hope you're well. Leave Chloe alone. Even the bite marks from the arm used in yeah. No, he has the medical examiner said that all they can tell you about the arm is they are abrasions. They can't tell you what caused the abrasions. How about asking for money for bills while covering active cases with the victims tagged? Is that tragedy pumping? I think a lot of people that agree that yes, it is. I thought the test came back negative for dog DNA. It was yes, in the report they tested the shirt, n- not his skin, and there is no dog DNA according to the prosecution. Yep. How about those who's named their dog for a missing child and then use said dog in search content? Do people think that is exploitation of the missing child? See, I like it when creators support each other. But I did think that it would have a certain way on it. And so that's why I don't like if I truly, truly support a channel, I'm gonna go under my original YouTube account and be a member on their platform through that account to show my way of supporting them. There's a lot of, the Deets ones are just turned on and I can't figure out how to turn it off. So those are all gifted. But I support them that way, and I also support them, like, through their personal pay links because I don't wanna be accused of things later, because that's what happens on this platform. People then accuse you of channel building. "Oh, no. My computer froze. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. What the heck? What the heck? Hang on, let me check my phone. This is crazy. What is that?" Okay, you guys can hear me, but my whole computer is frozen. Do I have okay, can someone hop is there anybody free to hop up here so I can restart my computer? Oh my gosh. Well, actually, that's not gonna work. That won't work because won't see you hop up here because it's frozen. Alright, let me just read from my phone here. Why is there a problem? Someone has looked at the evidence and all info they can have formed an opinion slanted to one side if they state it's their opinion. Right, perfectly. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, I heard somebody try to come up here, but I can't see it because My screen is frozen. And I think if I restart my computer, what's it say? But I can't accept myself on my phone because it won't like, nothing comes up here. Oh. Whew, that does not work. The live will continue if I restart. Okay. Alright. Chat amongst yourselves. Let's see. If not, I'll see you guys on the next one. We're back. Are we back? No, I could not see it, Nanya, but there we go. I think we are back in business. Holy cow. I can't believe you all stayed too. That's impressive. Oh my goodness. It just like locked up. It wouldn't let me do anything. Oh my. Yeah, I am sorry you're upset, Cordy, and I'm sorry that you feel that we have somehow wronged you pertaining to Karen Reed's case. Um, but I'm allowed to have my opinions on it as well. Alex does have a great channel. And Burden, Melissa, there's so many. Tracy, there's a lot of amazing channels on here. Bieber, if she ever gets back to creating. Granny, Nanya. Cutting Campbell. All right, where were we? Where were we? It was real. What the hell is a V-Buck? Oh, I don't know what a V-Bucks is. Hey, Laundry. I'm just catching back up. I see everyone. Yeah, I did too, Danya. I thought, oh, well, if you come up, then someone. No, it didn't matter. It just like, oh, wait, I couldn't click to. I could hear that like someone was there, but now Jones in. You have been in this chat being disrespectful to Deets and Tracy. No one is forcing you to be here. Maybe step away before regretting something. There was a lot of accusations earlier of like, oh, I see people for who they are. Well, a lot of us do. So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. Hide this stuff. Mom's home. Chocolate covered fruit. Did it, Cammy? Like, I don't know. It just like completely froze. I've never had it happen before, but this thing's a dinosaur. Apparently, year and a half, 2 years is a dino in tech time. All right. I did kind of mention one of the specific cases I was talking about, which was one of the things sent to me about when I was asking, about clout chasing versus networking, was the image that was sent to me about Crime Curious super chatting. I think it was Lawyer who they super chatted. That was a specific situation I was talking on. I just wanted to be clear in that. I can't imagine doing trial recaps and telling my audience I can't watch the trial during those recaps, but I have seen this happen too. Yeah. Hey, AF. Nothing. We were just kind of going through what everybody thought. Oh, and my computer froze. They break up and get back together weekly, so I'm just. Oh, who are you talking about? Oh, Cordy and chasing? No. Your coverage of a case consists of playing other people's coverage of a case. Is it wrong? Is that wrong? Because honestly, and this is just my thought, trying to play devil's advocate, chances are, unless you have the direct link to the trial, you're playing it from somebody else's stream too as well, or whether it be from Court TV or from the pool media on the trial, whatnot. I think I get what you're saying though, when your commentary on a case is just talking about the other talking points that were given to you by another creator instead of watching it for yourself and coming up with your own talking points. Is that what you're saying? had no clue what V-Bucks are. Hey, Belly. Fortnite money. Chase is on the case. It's a different place around here. It's definitely a different place, a different beast, different world. Just put a virgin on coming. If your only content consists of other people's, well, it jumped on me. Where'd it go? I'm telling you, this thing is ticking me off. Okay, if your only content consists of other people's work, it's wrong. I'm talking about recaps and factual information, right? Not once in a while needing to play something. I figured that's what you were talking about once I started going into it. Yeah, when you are just regurgitating what another creator came up with after they spent the time and energy digging into it, is that tragedy pimping, exploiting, bad acting? What would you call that? Someone's brand new video they just released and taking those views from them. I've seen that happen a lot. I've had that happen to me as well. For me, it doesn't bug me because I'm not here to make money. But if the content creator is, and they put a lot of time and effort into that, I get where it's frustrating. I do. And I completely understand. I would say it's taken advantage of another creator for sure. You're gonna type to the chat, Cordy? What about tagging deceased victims in drama content and not once mentioning the case? That's definitely exploiting the case, in my opinion. She was in the courtroom. I don't see that as clout chasing. Many of trial channels have people, especially creators, who go to the courtroom on their channel to give a perspective. Thank you, KDB. See, I think this was before the trial, though. I don't know. I'd have to look. Hang on, let me see. Hey, Tia. I saw you as I was leaving. Trying to remember. Let me see when the picture was from. I don't know. It could have been from before the trial. I just get like accused of not talking about specific people. That's because these are all just general questions. But that one was about a specific situation. So I wanted to clarify that it was. Dude, now I'm like really scrolling. Scrolling. It was before the trial. I'm traveling from KC to NH for the Montgomery trial. I would be happy to serve as your on-site correspondence. Would you consider that tragedy pimping? Is my question. There's no right or wrong answer. Hey, Allie.
Hello.
I can barely hear you.
Oh no.
Hang on, let me
Can
turn
you
you
hear
up.
me now?
Let me turn you up. It might be me. You there?
Yeah. What about now?
Yeah, a little bit. I probably need to put my headphones in. That's probably the issue. Hang on.
Well, I wonder if the chat can hear me because maybe it's my headphones.
Can you guys in chat hear? Oh yeah, they say we both sound good, so it's probably just me.
Okay.
Okay, yep, I hear you great. I just needed to put headphones in. No big deal.
Okay, awesome. Well, I came up. I'm pretty biased on that specific creator you just mentioned, so I won't go
Right.
into that too much. But I wanted to ask you, for me, it's when money gets involved. I think that's I don't know. That's when it always starts to feel icky. But what about
Mhm.
like the breaking news, like those, like the clickbait, or for instance, the what happened with Plunder? And I really had a lot of I do have a lot of respect for Plunder,
Same.
but that just shocked me.
It was too far in my opinion. She crossed that line. There was a I don't think there's a blurry line, but I do think that she pole vaulted over that line when she came out with what she came out with. And what do
I
we
do
do
too.
about it, you know? Is there something we should even be doing about it is the question.
Well, I don't think there's really anything we can do, but I'm so glad you mentioned the blurry line because I was thinking this in chat, but I didn't have a way I could write it, like, to make it
Mhm.
clear. So I remember when Zav did that with Gannon's autopsy photos. And I
Right.
remember at the time, like, talking to creators, and some creators were like, I may have, if I would have got the case file, I may have shown the photos. Not that they would have, like, paid, done this, pay for them and that kind of thing, but they're like,
Right.
I wouldn't have thought about it and how wrong it was. So I think sometimes those lines do get blurred for people. They almost get too desensitized and forget that they're talking about, real people out there, because these are really good-hearted, amazing creators, even who said that. Even Teresa,
Right.
she was one, but Melissa, a couple creators were like, they thought they could see where it was wrong, but they also, like, the lines get a little, we get desensitized.
Well, I think if when you're into true crime, and this is just my opinion, if you've been into, uh finding out about true crime for a long time, like, I remember back in high school, I was reading books on serial killers and things like that, just always been interested in true crime, and I think for the vast majority of the people here who always, have had an interest in true crime for whatever reasons. I think people have different reasons for what they are. We've seen stuff like that before too, and so even though I would never
Yeah.
show those things, I've seen them on documentaries, I've seen them in books, I've seen them on others' podcasts and stuff, and it's like, wait, that kinda goes back to becoming desensitized to this stuff, like, are we becoming desensitized to it that we completely lose, respect for a minor boy and think that it's acceptable? Respect for a minor
I think
girl who
that,
just was found murdered and throw out, a crazy accusation. Now, if there's any fact to it, if that accusation against Audrey turns out to be true, then that might be something to have a conversation on. But to do it
right.
beforehand without any proof whatsoever, I think you're I think we're going too far. I think we're going too far in those
Yeah.
cases.
And for me, I took it as, I almost thought it was like, because they were talking about the cause of death when I first saw the thumbnail, I thought, whoa, did this come back like from a medical exam? I don't know. It's just like, that's what made
Mhm.
me think of it, is like, because also we have creators that do like the breaking news. Summer Wells case has breaking news all the time. It's just never any news that ever makes it anywhere past YouTube.
Yeah. I agree with Haley here. She says, the ones that will cover a case and say, yeah, there are like 100 pages of documents and I don't have time to read that, then proceed to cover the case incorrectly. And subs don't get bothered. It irks you. I think the reason that subs don't get bothered from that, Haley, is because they don't know. They don't know that that creator is covering it incorrectly because they haven't taken the time either, and I don't blame them. It's a lot. It goes when you're which is why I don't fully cover true crime on my channel, because to cover true crime properly, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of research. I've been for the past 2 weeks
Yeah.
editing, like, some true crime videos, and it's just so time consuming to do so. Allie and I were just talking the other day about all the things that she did before she hit that go live button when it came to a case she was covering that day. Hours and hours and hours of research. And it takes a lot to put out factual information. And
With the
unfortunately,
Doberman hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, a lot of people would rather be the first to talk about it than to do the due diligence it deserves. Because I think that's the thing that we forget is that we're covering it's not a reality TV show, it's not a sitcom or a soap opera. We're covering someone's real life and what they're going through in that moment.
Yeah, their worst
Putting in the
moments
effort.
probably of their life.
Right? And then they're out there for the entire world. The entire world.
Hey, David. Oh, hey, Belly Ray.
Crazy. When a
Belly
tragedy
Ray's
pimp
in here
covers
as well.
another tragedy pimp while saying they're not a tragedy pimp. Oh, who did that? Let me read that again. When a tragedy pimp covers another tragedy pimp while saying they're not a tragedy pimp. Okay. I'm behind. Okay.
You have some amazing creators in your chat, though. I had seen Belly
I
Ray in here
know.
earlier, but he's out there on this for out in Oregon on the streets. Like his coverage has been just so awesome out there, and been just so many awesome ones. And Crime Sleuth, and you're right. You do have to sometimes you have to hold, but you might know something and you can't put it on YouTube because it could. I don't know. I just
Mhm.
so many people though will not hold back information. They'll put it out immediately if it will help their channel, and that's unfortunate.
Mhm. And Jen Lou, what you're saying, like, I love it. I have no problem when people disagree with me on a case if they come at me with a fact in a disagreement, because then it helps us to learn more about that case and to understand it better and to understand the things that are going on with it. Which is kinda like what, I've talked about it before when, Gavel and I or Tracy and I are talking about a case, we'll say, "Okay, now argue the other side for me. Argue that. Tell me the facts of that side." Because it just kinda gives you insight into both sides of the situation.
Yeah.
So, oh so people I don't know if anybody answered what Plunder did because you guys know me, I'm behind. She made a accusation against Audrey. Well, she put out a video where she repeated something she read on Reddit, and it was a claim against Audrey Cunningham, who was an 11-year-old little girl, and it was a claim that had zero proof, zero facts backing it up. It was just a per individual on Reddit who made this accusation. And I think Plunder's point, because see, when I first started watching the video, I thought her point was going to be like, I did all this sleuthing and found all these documents and research, and this person's accusation is wrong. But she didn't do that. She ended up saying, "No, I found everything else that this person wrote ended up being true. So this could be a real thing." And the
Yeah.
accusation on Audrey is one of a comes from a sexual nature, and there's absolutely nothing out there to back it up. And I'm not going to repeat it, but it was just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was graphic, and I'm glad you're not repeating it. It just because then that'll
Mm-mm.
just spread it
It
more
just
because that's the
perpetuates
thing.
it,
Like,
yeah.
yes, when you cover these things, you can almost just make it reach more people that, if it's something you don't want people to see, that's probably not the goal either. Also, Deets, what about with Savannah Soto when they were trying to like zoom in on the car and see her and, she was pregnant and see her and Michael inside and or the unblurring of Kylie Rodney, like those kind of things. Oh my God, it's infuriating.
Yeah. Yeah, I did add that's which was funny because that was one of the emails I got the other night was that I was chatting and Justin's like, "Why? I don't hate anyone." And I'm over there giving factual information. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. And they're like, "But he spreads misinformation." And I've called him out on that before. And when he did that with Kylie Rodney's body, I called it out. Like, I don't know.
Right.
It's just wild what some people will accuse you of, and then it's also wild what some are okay with.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. But
I
you
don't know
having
when we
these
get too far.
discussions is so important, I think, because it holds us all accountable. I know, like I've said it a million times, but I've definitely had coverage that I regret, and specifically of the Wells case, because I was
Mhm.
kind of tough on the parents at first, and I had no place doing that. And look, here we are. They're not arrested still. And you live and you learn, but you have to be able to hold yourself accountable, and you have to be able to like kind of hold each other accountable to a degree.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to. That's what I said. We have to. Iron sharpens iron. That's the only thing I can think of because it's like if we're not going to say to one another, "You've gone too far. That's wrong." Who's going to? YouTube's not going to. TikTok's not going to. Facebook's
No.
not going to. It took me over a month to do a 45. Right, that long one I did on JLR took me a long time as well. It takes a long time.
Then I
Mm.
start to ask myself, though, like, but who am I to have like my opinions of other people, like of all these other channels, right? Because some of them I'm kind
Mhm.
of biased about, some of them I'm not. But if the viewers accept it, but hell, they may not know any better. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. I've seen one time, I don't know if Chronicles of the Shady is still in here or not, but there was a question thrown out by another creator one time, and I don't remember who it was, or I'd state it about like why do these hate channels keep you know rehashing this stuff or putting it out over and over? And I think it was Shady who said, and I completely agree with them, that because there's new people coming into these cases every single day. New people, like, we've seen family members and friends in Audrey's case hop up on these panels and such. And we saw, Betty's coverage of it and whatnot. And they're just now learning of all of these creators through these new cases, and they don't know any of the backstory. So a lot of these channels will continue to drop even some older behaviors because it lets a new person who's, brand new here to find out this information know what that creator is up to. And I thought that was a very interesting point. I thought it was completely valid. I can't wait for Melissa. Yeah. Enjoy the debate between.
It is valid. Sorry, I was muted trying to join the chat on this. I'm using the StreamYard guest app. Have you used that yet? Like, it's a little different, but you have to every single
Yeah.
time connect your YouTube. Yeah. So,
Yes, and it's annoying. It's completely
yeah.
annoying. Welcome to the streets, Mel. Mal's another great her and Burden of
Yes.
Proof. They're not getting the viewers that they should, and that breaks my heart because they are putting out actual information.
Oh, absolutely. Mal, her whole heart and soul is in it, and that
Mhm.
she's digging for the truth. Not just some of these creators, they'll go live and won't even know what they're
Mhm.
going to talk about. They'll go live and be like, "You tell me what's going on with this case," or you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with that too. Same with Burden. Like she's, and you and even Tracy, like when you put so much time into researching a true crime case, it takes a lot of work, and then you find out there's others that are just, spreading misinformation and speculation, and it kind of makes you wonder. I know for those of you that do it consistently day after day, it has to make you wonder, is it worth it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey Tracy.
Well, you
Hey,
there?
Alex. I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm just getting too frustrated in the chat. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of there. I'm taking over Deep's full chat. Me and
It's all
Cordy
good.
arguing.
I
Oh
know. I
God.
don't get it, but I get it. Nanya, it was said on Reddish. The same thing might have been said on Nancy Grace's panel as well, but the thing that Plunder shared, she was going off of a Reddit thread in the video I watched anyway. Oh my god, if you say
Um, so I think what Nancy said was that she said something I didn't see it all, but I was reading like it was along a similar line, but it wasn't exactly the same. Like I think she was saying her clothes were found beside the water and some other things like that. Um, but not like both probably inappropriate, but not necessarily the same.
Yeah. Graceless is trash. I'm just trying to skim through and get to the bottom.
Well, Cordy said that we are spreading misinformation in
Okay,
the Karen Reed case, which is 1,000,000% untrue. When the three of us, Gavel Geeks, Dietz, and I, began covering the case, I mentioned it way back in Gannon's. After I mentioned it, the Glarer picked up on it, and he was covering it on his own independently. The three of us decided to get together and do the documents. Dietz spent about 1,000,000,000 years creating PowerPoint slides, 50 of them, just giving the specific information from the actual documents, the court documents. We'd stop, give our own opinions, which those two at the time didn't really have too much of an opinion. Me, being a dog owner, felt like his arm looked like it could have possibly been scratched or bitten by a dog. We were only using, in that moment, the information in the actual case files, not news articles or speculation or whatever. We're using what we had at the time. A whole town is divided over this case. The actual town of Canton is completely divided. The internet is also divided. So it's not anything on YouTube, or it didn't start that way. What it's turned into now is this creator believes this, and this creator believes that, and this creator doesn't like that creator. So they just talk shit about the other creator that is covering the case. We have nothing to do with that. What we did was try to keep it factual, but sure, we gave our opinions. We're not allowed to have opinions, and absolutely, how dare you, Cordy, even attempt to insinuate that we put out misinformation and support bullies. I've seen your comments recently, sir, ma'am. As a friend of mine, clearly everybody knows who you're talking about. Okay, so that was extremely hurtful in the first place. In the second place, you're listening and commenting while people are bullying other people in that chat. Saw it myself. So if you don't want me behaving like that and you're saying that I'm supporting that, you're supporting that while talking about a friend. So what kind of shit is that? And then I've tried to reason with you in the chat, and clearly that's not working. And you keep saying that we're the bad people now. We were supposed to be good people. When did we become bad? Or when did I become bad? Like, I'm asking you specifically, and you're like, oh, I'm not referring to you. Well, who else is covering the Karen Reed case? What are you talking about then? Who's covering it that's sitting in this chat that I'm confused about? Clearly you're talking to me. Like, I'm not an idiot. I'm sorry, Deeps. I'm so
No, you're fine. I
upset
get
and
it. You're
aggravated about this.
frustrated. You're frustrated, and I completely
And I
understand.
wouldn't be.
And one of
If
the
it wasn't Cordy, I
accusations,
wouldn't be.
I
You've
know,
seen me get shit talked by people. I'm like, who gives a fuck? I don't care what they think about me at all. I don't care. But with Cordy, that's different.
Yeah.
And I told you guys that today in Discord. Like, we talk behind the scenes. We email about stuff that's not YouTube. And I really do respect what they have to say. So to straight up say that, like, I'm putting out misinformation, or because my slant is something else, I stand on my opinion and still do. And still do. I feel how I feel until there's more information. So what? Who cares? I don't exploit cases. I don't bully people. I don't make fun of anybody. Like, you're not going to keep putting that stuff in the chat and not expect me to feel a certain kind of way. It's fucked up. Stop. I mean, you know, if you got to go, go. You know, you keep saying, well, I need to go because you were supposed to be the good people. Okay.
Go. Yeah.
I mean, apparently we're shit, and the way we've covered it compared to the other people on here has been shit. Okay, all right.
And one of the accusations that I don't know if it was you or Jenny had posted was that like all the information came from Sleuthie's documents. No, the timeline I built is actually quite different than hers because she didn't use things that came from both the prosecution and the defense, where I did. I used things that came from both sides, both documents. If you go through those slides that I ended up sending Tracy, that was, gosh, back when Morgan was still pregnant. That was before Crouton was even here. Over half of them, 60%, come from the Commonwealth case statement. So I was kind
Right.
of rude to say that, like, oh, it's just the defense's slant. Like, no, most of it came from the Commonwealth, but okay.
Yeah, they got statements for witnesses that we read.
Mhm.
Like, I don't understand any of that. And did I just get an LOL from Cordy in the chat? Like, I really
Mhm.
can't at this point. I cannot at this point.
Mm.
Okay, that I didn't want to keep disrupting your chat, but this is probably worse. So I'm gonna hop down
That's
and I'm
all
gonna go
right.
make candles because I gotta create pretty shit. Because I'm gonna end up saying something that I don't want to fucking say.
Yeah,
Really.
I don't wanna
And
And
good
then to
smelling
read
shit.
that we do bully people? Who? You're really pissing me the fuck off. Truly. So I'm gonna hop down. I love you so much. And sorry for derailing your chat for the last 2 hours, but there's that.
It's all good. I mean, sometimes these things need to come out and they need to be talked about. And if that's Courtney, if that's how you truly feel about me, then please
I
find
mean,
your
you'd hope
way
that
out.
Cordy
Like,
would. You would
that's
hope that Cordy
frustrating.
would just email and be like, "What the hell are you thinking? Like,
Mhm.
let's discuss this. What do you think about
Courtney
Karen's
emailed and
case? Like, what is
asked,
this?"
right, you asked about the phone records, and I told you, like, I wasn't even 100% sure on the 220, like, I couldn't properly explain it. So I spent 2.5 days researching that
Mhm.
and came back with my answer, but, oh, I guess that's probably just me being slanted, but okay.
I didn't have
That's
any
two and
answer
a
on
half
that, so I
days of
couldn't
my
answer
fucking
it.
life
I'm like, this
wasted
is
for someone to come in here and say I'm bullying others. Fuck that.
no. I don't understand the celebrate data fully. And if I haven't even had the chance to sit down and do a full live on it, because I haven't had the chance to read it more, I want to read the whole document again, plus that 300 and something page that just come out. That's a big document. I'm not just going to go live and off the cuff read it all. Then my position would probably be all over the damn place. I think reading them and understanding them before you go live is better, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what is going on. And
Well,
I
I
don't
mean, you
know
should be able
why
to
Cordy would
read.
do that. I don't understand it at all. I'm so baffled. People were literally asking me, is that really Cordy? And I looked, I'm like, wow, yeah, okay, it is Cordy. That's so weird. I didn't, I'm like, okay, is, and I'm used to saying it's my QWERTY, right? Because that's the first place I ever saw QWERTY. But I have to get over that. That's not my QWERTY. QWERTY's their own person. Whoever they are, they're their own person. They can have whatever opinion they want to have. But I felt we had a different kind of friendship where, like you've been saying, iron sharpens iron. That's the kind of person QWERTY is to me. Like, I don't know. I don't agree with you, but let's talk about it. Not trying to call me out in chats. Like, you don't want this kind of YouTube. You think this kind of YouTube is bad. But for the last hour, that's exactly what you've done. Tried to put us on the spot and make us seem like bad people. And that's so far from the fucking truth. If I was a bad person, why'd you stick around my chat the last 2 years? Why did you feel like I was one of the good people and now I'm one of the bad people because we disagree on the Karen Reed case? Is that real fucking shit? I have an opinion on how I feel it might have went down, so I'm a bad person now. What? That's bizarre to me. I don't understand it at all.
I don't
And it
either.
shouldn't be brutal. Cordy. You just called me out for an hour and a half.
I
What?
just
I mean, what is this? I don't understand it.
it's okay, Allie. I also think that, like, the comments here have just been so confusing, and so you're not clarifying, and nobody's understanding what you're saying, but you're throwing out just enough that it's just a hot
Right.
mess. It's just a hot mess. But
It shows our morals because no, we don't support harassment.
that's what I asked you earlier, like, where is one spot any of us have supported harassment? Did you lose audio, Tracy, or is it you sound like me and my sister sometimes. I know, I feel bad. Oh, she gone. Okay. Yeah, you should be able to agree or disagree and maintain the love. Absolutely. We can have completely separate, like I said, we can have completely separate opinions in a case, but we can't go accusing each other of stuff that it's not happening unless you have proof that it's actually happening. And it just, yeah, I know this is not at all what this was supposed to be about, but we roll with it. It is what it is sometimes, and we figure out as we go. We do all have bad days. I thought I'd been crystal clear, Jenny, but maybe not. Welcome back, welcome back.
Sorry, my phone rang.
Mm. That's
That's where
alright.
we were harassment. No, we don't support harassment. No. Who supports harassment? Why do you think that we support harassment? Karen Reed's case is one case. Turtle Boy's case is a different case.
Yeah, I don't
How many
follow
times do I
Turtle
have to,
Boys, yeah.
yeah, how many times do I have to talk about what Turtle Boy did to my friend before people understand that I told you guys he was a prick and gonna be in people's faces and never gonna stop, even if he's arrested? Same thing that I've said the entire time. Never did I say, I support him, he's right, everybody else is wrong, fuck that. No, no, he's a complete prick and he's not gonna stop. It's what he does. He's like a little Terminator, and that's it. He's going to keep going. Even today, he's freed. He'll keep going. Guarantee you that, because that's who he is. Uh, what does that mean? That has nothing to do with Karen's case. The innocence or guilt I feel for her, I mean. What's happened beyond that, his protesting and all of that, sure, absolutely. It's all tied in. And we know now that they were communicating. And that looks really bad for her to approve that he was doing this stuff and she was cool with it. That doesn't look good at all. And we went over that on the live the other day. So Captain Obvious is sitting on her hands. Yeah, Zoe, a lot has been said in here. A lot has been said today. I've been straining my throat.
I know. I don't think that Cordy would come up, and that's fine. I just would hope that they would email Tracy and get it worked out there, because it's frustrating seeing some of the things. But please be
Yeah, I
kind.
mean,
Please be
I've fought
kind.
against other creators for harassing the Wells. Since when would I be like, yeah, that's cool. That's all right.
Never.
No, never. Nope. Mm-mm. Now, if two groups of people show up to court and they're both antagonizing each other, please stop thinking we live in fairyland. This is Canton, Massachusetts. If you've watched some of the videos of the people, they'll literally walk right up to you and call your mother a whore. Sorry, that's just the way that it is. If they're antagonizing each other, that's their business. If they're talking shit to each other, and I've seen the witnesses harassing people on Facebook, harassing people on Twitter, leaving messages for Turtle Boy supporters. It's all out there. They're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They're adults. That has nothing to do with me. I don't approve of it. You want to act how you act? Go ahead. Do whatever you want to do. Does that mean that Karen Reed did a 3-point turn and backed her car into somebody? What does one thing have to do with the other? It doesn't. It doesn't.
People on here
Ah,
speak against harassment and then harass. Okay, so we're
not me.
speaking against the harassment, but who have we harassed? That's where I'm
Nobody.
so confused. Hey, Jenny.
Mm-mm. I've never
Hello.
harassed a damn soul, period, and
No.
never would. Not even the lady who's involved in the
Nope.
Summer Wells case who keeps implicating me and harassing her
Oh
where
my
there's
God.
no proof. Damn it all. I've never harassed anybody. And if you're talking about the Glera, let's just put all that out there because I saw that message too, Cordy, by the way. Sitting in a people's chat stating facts. Facts on Massachusetts corruption? Absolute facts. And I have documentation to back that up. That state's corrupt from the head up down. It's corrupt. I'm sorry. I lived there almost my entire life. Go just Google it. There's a lot of corruption. Not to say everybody's bad, but shit, there's a lot of corruption. And when I say facts, that's what I'm talking about. The corruption in Massachusetts. And you know that. Like you've been around us. Why? I don't understand. Like you've been around us. You know us better than that. Or well, I thought you knew us better than that. I'm baffled. Like if it was some person in the chat, I'd just be like, okay, well, they think that we're this, I guess. I don't know. But QWERTY, of all people, no, I wouldn't. I couldn't even know. It's really surprising. It is. I'm gonna shut the fuck up, though. I really am, for real.
Who accused innocent people? Who up here on this panel accused innocent people?
I just came up here to stand with my friends.
Look.
I love you.
No, you do, Johnny.
Oh,
Yeah, no, none of us. And like, didn't we just have a detailed conversation about this the other night on my live stream?
we
Like
did.
what we believe and
Because
where
he
we are
accused
with
me
it.
of blaming the dog. And I'm like, I don't think the dog did anything. Like,
And there were people in the chat on our second live talking about the minor, and we thought he was like 16 or 17. It turns out he was like 19 or 20 or whatever.
oh my God, I
And
yelled
we
at
said,
that person and I
even
like him.
so, yeah, even if he's not a minor, you still don't do that. Clear as day, those were the words. Even if, you still don't do that. Come on, you don't. Even if that kid's a punk, you still don't. When did we accuse an innocent person? I said, it looks like fucking dog bites. 'Cause it does. I'm sorry that it does. It does. And do I think cops would cover for each other? I do. I've seen it. So yeah, I do think that they would. Does that necessarily mean they did? No, it doesn't. But could they? Sure. Same with the Wells case. I don't think they did anything. Could they have? Sure.
Wait,
But it's
hang
okay
on.
if I'm standing up for the Wells, but it's not okay if I'm standing up for there being, saying that there could be corruption. How does that work?
How could we have pushed Turtle Boy's theory when Jenny and I didn't know his theory? So how are we pushing his theory?
Nope. They didn't even know who he was. They had no idea who that person was at all. When I
At that
mentioned the
point, I
Karen
had
Reed
read
case,
3 blog posts. That's it, 3.
yep.
No pushing of his theory. Because
No.
if you find it's like if you think Karen might be innocent, somehow that means you are a turtle rider. What? Doesn't even make sense. Because the
No.
call is at 2:27. It shows up in the prosecution documents. I
Hmm.
showed you that in the email, where it shows up in the prosecution's documents from
Hmm.
the expert Hyde. She could not pinpoint where it came from because the difference between the cash and the wall, and that part I do not understand, and it's going to take a big, huge expert to get that
Hmm.
information and explain it properly, and I hope they do. But then you see, even if it didn't come at 2:27, it came sometime prior to 6:23 because the 6:23 or 6:24 search says that it's a recent search. It generated from a recent search, meaning that that was searched prior, sometime prior.
And let me be clear, I follow all the Boston news. My whole family still lives there, minus Uncle Jimmy. I follow all of that. When the first time I heard about Karen Reed was not through Turtle Boy. I didn't follow Turtle Boy. As a matter of fact, I've been really clear that I hated Turtle Boy because what he did. Okay? So nobody was pushing Turtle Boy's theory. Now, did Turtle Boy expose documents that before Sleuthy got all of the other documents? Yes, he put documents on his website that we were reading, that I was reading. They didn't even know who he was or that there was such a thing as the Turtle Boy thing. They didn't know. I just said this case looks crazy. They're saying that this woman killed him, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense yet, but they're saying she backed into him and killed him. That was way back in Gannon's. Way back. Before this Turtle Boy thing became anything. And Celebrate might testify. And that'll be good if they
Mhm.
can show that
Explain it.
information.
Mhm. And my question would be to you, was the Celebrite expert asked to interpret all of the data, or were they asked to confirm the 6:23 and 6:24 searches? But I'm happy to hear from whoever the experts are
Harassment
on
is
either
harassment.
side and finds out what it is. But you're okay, you keep changing things. So we believe a
I
phone
know.
call or a search happened at 2:27. How is that harassing anyone innocent?
It's not. There are a lot of inconsistencies on the
A
side
lot
of
more.
what happened that night. Those are inconsistencies, whether we like it or not. Now, where's
Mm.
Karen been inconsistent? In the very beginning, where she said that she could have hit him, then saying, no, she didn't. Okay, sure, that's inconsistent. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you look at everything else, I'm still completely unsure of what the hell could have happened. What happened to this man? It doesn't feel to me that she did all this backing up and boom and banged into him and flew him across the lawn. I- It just doesn't feel like that. Now, might that change? I mean, today when I saw the DNA on the glass on his clothes, I was like, "Ooh, this is bad for Karen. This is not good."
The same could be said about you, Cordy. The same could
Yeah,
be said.
the company I keep, they're on
Wow.
this panel.
Exactly. These
Hey,
are
what?
these are the girls I talk to. These are my peeps, like, day in,
Yeah,
day out, all freaking day long.
period. And there's
What the
about
heck?
5 more of us, and those are the people we talk to, in addition to the Bettys, the Cordys, the Dinas, the Kim Holmes, the people in the chat that are there no matter if I'm talking about a fish or a candle or a true crime case. Those people, those are the iron people that I expect to hold me accountable and talk to me. The people who've been around since day one, Queen Ashley, all of those people are the people I expect to hit me up and say, hey, you evil queen right there, Melissa, all the same people, Melissa Bell, yep, Queen Bella. Those are my people. The people I talk to about this case and the company that I keep off of this platform are sitting on this panel. I don't keep company with people who harass. I don't. You go for coverage. Go where for coverage? Go where? Are you being serious right now?
Wait,
Oh, no, I don't.
what,
Exactly. Patty right there. Mm-mm. You
Cordy?
crazy. Go back to those chats. Tell me about it. Go back. I want proof because I don't and I never have. Don't accuse me of something that ain't true. That's what's pissing me the fuck off. You can say, well, I think your opinion's wrong, Chasing, and the way that you're handling this, you're being biased. Oh, that's one thing. I don't stand for harassment. I never have. That's what my whole platform has been. What are you talking about right now? That's bullshit, and you know it's bullshit. It's just because you don't like the person. You see? That's what I'm talking about. You don't like that person. So for whatever reason, you want to lump me in with the same person? No, you're tripping. That's not going to happen. Mm-mm. No. Captain Obvious, of course. I'm naming them quick, honey. I'm just
I'm
baffled.
I'm kind of confused, like how this happens because I've seen this happen a handful of times, right? You're like everything's fine. You're like talking about a case with people, or you're
Mhm.
dealing with people, and then all of a sudden they have like all this like super anger at you for something they can't even tell you what it is. And it ends up being this big, huge, blown up thing. And I'm like really getting sick of it because
Mama, I love you too.
it distracts from the reason that we're here. We
Yeah,
were having a
I know.
conversation about things in our community that matter a lot, and this has turned
Chasing
into you.
supports harassing people. Do you see that? Do you
you
see that? Cordy, I best not see you no more. If you really believe that and you think I'm good with it, okay. We've gone quite far enough, you and I, then. If you believe that, if you think that I'm good with that and I support when people are harassed, then I don't even know. I'm a fucking moron then for thinking you were who you were. Because I'm truly baffled if you would believe that. I mean, I know you've been trying to leave for a long time, Curdy. I get it, but I thought that was always a joke. I really did until right this minute. Yeah, I'm baffled right now. Like, seriously shocked.
Well, he sounds like an ex-neighbor right now to me. Sorry.
I'm just so surprised. I don't even know what to say.
Just randomly
It
accusing
is,
people of
Gemini.
stuff without proof. There's no evidence. You can't answer any questions. This is completely unfair.
It was a joke, but I don't like bullies. And you cannot like bullies. But I can't. I don't even know. And it's not like I can get Cordy on the phone. So this is the most bizarre. And I know this was supposed to be about community issues, but this is a huge community issue. It really is. It
This
isn't
happens
just
all the
Cordy.
time.
Yeah, these
Mhm.
things happen constantly in this community. And it's like pitting people against each other. And it's so strange that we all can't have an opinion. But like, if my opinion and Glara's opinion are different, are Glara and I gonna insult and hate each other over it? No. If my opinion and deets are different, me and Gray Hughes, 2017 to this day, never have we agreed on one case. Not one. And never have we called each other names or gone after each other or made live streams on each other or insulted each other. It's
Jenny
never
and I
happened.
are often on opposite sides of a case when we're talking
Hmm.
about 'em, and we can get very passionate when we're talking about them too, in private, not in public, but,
Yeah,
we've
But we don't
never
get
been
mad at each other.
nasty. No, never been nasty to one another over it. That's
never.
bizarre, just because you have a different opinion, because then you are taking it to a sides thing instead of listening to someone.
Gemini Slacker,
It's
sadly, it's a real time example of what happens in the community. It is.
yeah.
Because you can be totally good with people and understand that their opinion's just their opinion. If I was coming on and giving my opinion and being like, anybody who isn't supporting that Karen was okay with Turtle Boy doing this is a fucking idiot. Like, I can't even fucking believe that they don't see all of this. Are you fucking kidding, you morons? That's the coverage I've seen of people who think because you have an opinion on a case that they should talk about you. I don't do that. Jenny doesn't do that. Dietz doesn't do that. I'm just like, well, that's what I believe. I don't know. I mean, it could be true on the other side. I don't know really. We're gonna find out though.
So Corey, I mean, I think all of us feel for innocent people too. I don't know of anybody. I mean, the only when it was asked like who would what innocent person, you gave the dog that the dog was an innocent person, and that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. I don't think. I mean, it's a dog. It's a dog. They're not calculated in that way, right? But I, I, I don't think any of these people I don't know who's guilty or who's innocent because we don't have all the information.
Mm-mm. We
We
don't.
don't. We read documents and we discussed what we thought of what was in the documents. There's
Well,
nothing
no.
wrong with
Yeah.
that. And if it's something that people can't handle, they need to not watch those lives because that's
Yeah.
about as tame as it gets.
I know. Like our lives have been, and this is truth. My porch lives are more exciting than us sitting there reading documents.
Oh, for
Most people don't want
sure.
to hear that.
We're not delusioned by that whatsoever, that there's, like, nobody
It's not
showing up to
entertainment.
it.
Right.
No, it's
No.
not entertaining at all. We're going through the boring, meticulous stuff. It's not a show, it's not an exploitation of anyone in that case, and it's
Mm-mm.
definitely not harassing any witnesses of that case, dog or human.
But
No.
I
That's
just
why
want to
this
say
is so wild.
the
No.
garbage that we've been through on this platform in the past year and a half from crap like this where people just make accusations with no backup and no evidence because they don't agree or they're not getting something that they want. It is asinine and I'm sick of it.
Fact.
And I love you, Cordy. This is ridiculous. What you did today was so cruel. Absolutely cruel. And I don't understand it at all. You could have just talked to Tracy.
It doesn't make sense to me. My perception is not your perception. I'm sure you feel you covered it. Maybe it doesn't appear that way. Sure. Yeah. I can totally see that. But as we're clarifying it today, as we go, I said what I said. I'm not gonna. I try to be very careful on my live streams. I still right now feel as though that arm looks like bites. I have enough dogs, I've been bit enough times to know what the hell a dog bite looks like. Now, could it have been something on the car? Could it have been the glass shattering into a million pieces that cut his arm? Yeah, it could have been. Was there glass in the wounds? We don't know that. I don't know. The case is open and ongoing. I don't know. But what I'm addressing is that I'm being biased, I'm harassing, I'm supporting harassment of people that we used to be good and now we're bad. All of that. No, I'm not just going to take that and be like, oh, okay, that's true. No, it isn't true. And if that's your perception of me, I want to either talk it out, correct it, or move on. I'm not just going to let that stand from somebody that I gave a shit about. I'm not. But you didn't say that. No, I said it looks like a dog bite because that's what it looks like. Now, when did we find out that there was glass on his clothing? Today?
This weekend.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
I just
Yeah.
found out today. I
Yesterday,
just
I
saw
think
it
it
on
was
my
dropped.
Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, all these people that were claiming it before, I want to know, which it comes from two main sources. It's like, okay, where did you get that? Because we just got that information yesterday. Yesterday.
Right.
And we have not, and this is just a fact, we haven't seen the proof of it, the evidence of it. All of these current documents that are now dropping are just the prosecution and the defense going back and forth without any facts to back them up right now. I'm not saying
Right.
they're not going to share something that is factual to back it up in trial. Probably will, but take it into account.
Again, we got into Murdoch and found out that the prosecution was full of shit.
Yeah, and that was wild
Okay?
because we both really liked the prosecution.
Still do. But
Yeah.
the stuff that they said they had, they did not have.
Mm-mm.
And I don't necessarily think it was their fault, but yeah. I mean, so just because it's in a document now doesn't mean it's fact.
Yeah.
It means it's fact. It was stated, right? And so our the first one that we
True.
did was
Yeah.
witness statements, right? That's not bias. Those are statements. The witnesses can be biased, but reading those statements and discussing that, hey, this one's different than this one, that's not bias, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm. No, I mean, I was pretty surprised. There I am scrolling through the Instagram, and Boston 25 has that little thing that I put on my community wall. I was like, ooh, oh. I went and read it, and was like, wow, okay, well, that's an interesting new development, isn't it? I want to know, was there glass in his wounds? I want to know all of that. You can't make an informed decision. You can only state your opinions on the information you have.
It's very weird statements like that.
Who's
You
yelling?
can yell. I don't know that anybody's yelling at you. Um,
I was
you're
yelling at him.
the oh well, okay. You're not the but you are the problem of this live because this whole conversation that we are now derailed to was absolutely not the focus of this, but it happily can be now. But you've made several accusations in here, Cordy, towards someone who thinks very highly of you. And so I think it's worth solving.
Yeah.
So you are the problem in this situation because you're making a lot of accusations without
Lisa, no, I'm
describing
not a
it.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm not a dude.
Oh
I
my
just sound like a dude.
gosh.
Punch you in your neck like a dude. Oh, I forgot. We're not supposed to say things like punching or I'll hit you or anything like that. Sorry.
I'll say what I
Sorry
want.
about that. That was an interesting one. I'm always kicking somebody in the neck or, you know,
Yeah.
all of those
Well,
things. When I
I'm
saw
really
that, I'm like, oh, another dig towards me.
and
Okay.
this
Like, how
applies.
many more will there be today?
Well, this applies to the entire community too. I'm tired of people making up rules.
Yeah. I'm
I'm,
old. I live by my own motherfucking rules. That's it. I do what I want. I say what I want, and I try not to hurt anybody in the process. That's it. I do sound like a dude. Sometimes I look like a dude, but I do
If
sound
you're
like a dude.
trying to understand Why are you not explaining or clarifying what you're asking? Because every time we answer, you come back with something else that's different. Like, who were we harassing? The dog. Okay. Jenny goes through and explains all that. And we're still wrong. Where's the clarity? I just trying to figure it out.
Is this because Tracy had nice things to say about Turtle Boy? Because
When?
um
Bitch, when?
the first one. So because I mean there are, like I said, there's good things and bad things about every single person on the
The only
planet,
good thing I've
right?
ever said about Turtle Boy is he made a lot of noise for the Karen Reed case, and that was in the
Right.
very first live stream. That was about as nice as I could get.
Right.
He
And then he looked
harassed
at
my friend's family to the point of I can't even explain. Okay? So that was about as I just want to be real clear. The nicest thing I can say about him is he brought a lot of attention to a town where they were ignoring this. He did bring that attention. Things he's done since then, as far as the witness intimidation and whatever else is going on with his case and that lady and all of that shit, is his case. Now, Karen might be wrapped up in some of that, but his case is different than Karen's case, in my opinion. He wasn't there that night. He had nothing to do with that.
right. And so now there, unfortunately, there's crossover, but there's also
Hmm.
a discussion point in his case, which is why is this being done? Right? Why are they doing this? Why is this? I know he broke the law, but and he should pay for that. But this is,
Hmm.
there's a lot there, right? And so I'm curious about that too. Doesn't mean I like them.
Well,
What do you mean, you
by
guys, Shorty?
spewing
You keep saying that.
misinformation, where, where, when,
I'm so sick of this.
that's bullshit. You know it. You're way smarter than me. Like, why am I having to explain this to you, Cordy? You're way smarter than me. Nobody spewed any misinformation. We read from the documents. That's it. And we've only done 3 live streams. Go talk to the people covering every move that they make over there. Okay? How about that? How about you talk to the people who go live every single time something happens? Because that ain't us. We aren't doing that. We're not. My opinion is not misinformation. I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm not a forensic fucking nothing. I'm not a detective. Me saying that looks like dog bites doesn't make me a fucking veterinarian. It makes me a mother of 8 dogs and
Okay,
probably 50
hold
over
on,
the years.
hold on. What innuendos and what was the spin? Like, I'm open
Mm.
to that because I tried very hard to be.
But we need
I
very
don't. I mean,
direct
I don't have an
examples here.
opinion, so I
Yeah,
don't know
you don't.
why you guys did this. You guys did. I don't even have an opinion about it.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
and
And
my opinion is that she's going to, if it goes to trial, she's going to get off because of reasonable doubt. There's just so much reasonable doubt. But that's not saying she did something or didn't do something. I'm hoping there'll be more evidence and more experts fully laying it out for us. So, and I've stood on that since jump. Jenny stood on her position since jump. So I just don't understand. You're
And you
not
can't
giving
keep saying that.
anything specific at all.
Earlier it wasn't about me, but then it became about me. Like I specifically asked you, you're like, no, this isn't about you. Now it's not about Gavel. Is it about Deets? Like, who is this about then?
Yeah,
Because
like you're
we've done our
talking in
lives
circles.
together. The 3 of us have been together on our live
Our
streams about
spin was
this.
that it was a cover up. I've
And it could
never
be.
spun that.
I feel like it could be a cover up. I feel like 2 police officers could cover up for each other. I do feel like that. That's an
yeah,
opinion.
that's not
That isn't a
spin.
fact or a spin. That's the 2 sides of Canton right now. Did somebody cover this up? Or did Karen hit John? Those are the two sides. Is there a cover up, or did she commit, in my opinion, involuntary manslaughter, but they're calling it murder?
Yeah.
There are only two sides to be had.
I do rock a bit. I do go over to Glares. I just don't. I don't go over there all the time, and we disagree about stuff. But I've never really spoken to him very much. I mean, in chats and stuff to say hey, but I don't. We disagree. You can tell the difference. I think it's good to have different opinions
Yeah.
What
on
is
stuff
so wrong with
represented.
that?
We have
I really
totally
do.
different opinions. The three of us have completely different theories and opinions on Summer's case.
But we're
And you
not
know what
pushing a
we've done
side.
together? We've gone on land, feet on the ground, together as a unit with three completely different opinions on that case. And that's why we work well
Yeah,
together, because none of us agree on anything ever.
yeah. And I don't even like that case that we've worked on for years. That we've been
Hmm.
involved in it for years. I've never had and don't have a suspect that I think
Right.
did something.
Mm-mm.
I don't have a theory
Mm-mm.
And
because
my
there's not
theory
enough
is that there's
information.
no suspect. Uh, so I don't know.
That's right. That's
I
right.
just, and my theory is I just want people to leave the parents alone until somebody puts cuffs on them.
But you're
Courtney,
not
your
giving
opinion's
us your
fine.
opinion. Yeah.
Okay, look, look, an opinion is saying, I think this is what happened. What
Hmm.
But
you
you're
did is made accusations against, like hurtful accusations against really all three of us because you kept saying, you guys, you guys, you guys. That includes me too.
Yeah, shame on you guys. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. My thoughts and opinions aren't putting a spin. My thoughts and opinions on the Wells, I stand in front of them. So am I wrong for that? Or am I right because you agree with me?
And Tracy, well, she will stand on that opinion,
Mm,
hell or high water,
period.
because it's how she feels and it's the right thing to do. And that's why we love her. It's one of the reasons why we love her. It's because she
And they
stands
don't
up for what
stand for
she
the
believes in.
Wells.
I don't.
No, we get
I, d-
into it. My
I
feelings
don't.
get hurt too.
I don't
But I'm
support
like,
harassing
mm,
them. I don't think people should
no.
harass them. I don't know that they had anything to do with anything, but I'm not supportive. Like as far as like,
Cordy, the McCabe's and other families being harassed. There's a whole town involved in this, Cordy, outside of YouTube. There's an actual
you know,
town of people where, if you read the articles, people have stopped talking to each other because of the relationships that they have. They go to their kids' games, and where they used to sit with each other, they don't anymore because they're concerned and they don't know what to believe. These are people who know these people. We don't know them.
and Tracy
I
We don't know
did
them.
not. None of us supported what he's done with those families. Not one of
No.
us.
He
I
did it
That
to
we
also
all
my
agree on.
friend's family. He did it to my friend's family. And now she's dead. And I'm sure he would have covered that if he knew about it, right? So I get who he is. The only piece that I thought was good out of all of it was his mouth standing on the court steps, bringing attention to her case so that if there's a fucking cover up, it's going to be exposed because people aren't going to stop looking. It's no longer just Turtle Boy. It's the people who are listening, whether they like him or not. And there's plenty of people in that free Karen Reed group that can't stand his ass, but they're there to debate the facts and to understand what's going on. That's what this is. You listen to other people, you weigh everything out, you read the documents, you try to make up your mind. That's all you can do.
And
Who
you
are we
discuss
supposed
it.
to be here? Yeah, you have discussions about it.
Three intelligent people discussing it from different perspectives. I think that's a beautiful thing.
no, we're harassing. Oh my god. This is just ridiculous. This
Bullhorn Betty
it's
is,
insane.
oh my God. Bullhorn Betty is putting out information. So, okay. Bullhorn
She
Betty has a
said
channel.
that a person was found when they weren't found for another 2 days. 2 days.
She has said that Summer Wells has been molested and Ard, that she was being sold from a shed. She has played
So much
and been there to
misinformation.
play Quentin Simons in front of their house, a baby crying. Turtle Boy's saying, in all his bravado that he has, I think these motherfuckers did so and so. It is then up to the town of Canton to make up their minds on how they feel, what side they're going to fall on, or are they going to wait for the facts? Jenny and
So
Deets are like, we're waiting. And I'm like, I'm waiting, but I don't feel like she's guilty. We're not standing here
yeah.
with fucking Turtle Boy t shirts on. None of that. So, how the hell can you even compare us saying Karen Reed could be innocent, and that's just my opinion, to what Bullhorn Betty does? Nobody here supports Turtle Boy. I don't know
Yeah.
how fucking what language to say that in.
I couldn't
Nobody
even pronounce
supports
his
Turtle
name
Boy.
right. I couldn't even say his name right on your live. I think if we supported the dude, we'd know his dang name.
Oh,
Come
yeah, that's right. That's
on.
right. Well,
Ain't
so
nobody supporting him.
a
Mm-mm, no,
more
ma'am.
accurate a more accurate comparison in my mind, to a Bullhorn Betty or a JLR or those kind of people that I wouldn't normally watch, right? As far as for content, and that's just my personal opinion. I have nothing against them, really. But i- if JLR is has content that nobody else has, if he has documents that nobody else has,
Hmm.
if he is on scene where nobody else is, if Bullhorn Betty has documents, I'm going to go and watch that because it's part of the case.
Yeah,
I don't care what they say about it, but I'm going to
me
watch
either.
it. The same with Turtle Boy or anybody else. If there's information, I'm not going to not look at that information because I don't like the person putting it out.
Yeah, I haven't watched his live streams, Turtle Boys. I think I got through part of
Uh,
two of them. Was like, no, I
no.
can't. Once
Mm-mm.
Sleuthy come out with all the documents, I was like, there you go, that's it.
What if
What
the
if the
mother?
mother killed Quentin? If it was
I
wrong
don't
then,
even.
it's wrong. What? And she didn't say, also, Bullhorn yelled, what if the Wells killed Summer? That isn't what she said. They said, sorry, your baby's dead. Sorry, you don't have a soul. That's what
Yeah.
they said.
But Cordy, it is the same thing, and we note that it's the same thing.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
not
just
different.
explained how it's the same thing. We're not disagreeing about that.
Most people in Massachusetts do, Captain Obvious. They know who Turtle Boy is, and some love him and some despise him. And he has nothing to do with how I determine how I feel on something. Give me a break. If that's the case, wouldn't all the pressure of YouTube have gotten to me over the Wells? If I was that kind of person, wouldn't all the pressure, and I've been called a P supporter and a child molester supporter and a bad parent supporter, wouldn't that have broken me down by now? And I would have just given up and been like, you're right, they're horrible, and jumped on the train? I am not easily influenced. I make up my own mind on what I believe. And if I believe it. And I'm going to say it. And that's it.
Yeah. Twin thing, BHB would have to show that proof because I've never heard Don say that he was not at work that day. Just as an aside, I've never heard that.
Never. What's hypocrisy? Supporting which hypocrisy? And I know who you're talking about already. I want you to go back to the lives. I think I've been in a total of 4 of them. How many have been done? A lot. A lot. But if I haven't read all the documents, I can't go in and fully understand what's going on. And I still haven't read all the documents. So,
Skeeter. Sorry.
mm,
Skeeter's up.
and there's another one, iron, right there.
Yep, yep. I thought so too, Perry, but I've never heard that. Yeah, she would need to show proof of that
Hmm.
because that's weird. And that's why I mean
Is
people just say things. I don't. I don't get it, and I think it's fine for people to feel however they feel or have whatever opinion they want, but to accuse is a different level, a different step, and it's
Yeah.
not fair.
If it's okay for Turtle Boy maybe uncovering wrongs, then don't talk about Betty. Betty's not uncovering wrongs. Where are
I
the
don't talk
documents in the
about Betty.
Wells case? Where are the documents in the Wells case that she's uncovering? Where's the proof? Where's the emails? Where's the forensics? Where's the data? Where's the research? Where's the FOIAs? I'll wait because none of those things are there. She's just yelling in people's faces because she wants an interview for her channel. Tell me what
Wait,
she
wait.
did in Quentin's. None of that happened.
I think they're both wrong. So what's the point of this argument? I think Betty and Turtle Boy are both wrong.
If Turtle Boy is sitting
What the
there
heck?
doing FOIA requests or whatever he's doing, whatever he was doing in the very beginning, like where the fuck did he get these documents? That's one thing. Once the harassment started and the fighting and the bullshit, that's different. Betty, what? It's constant harassment in any case, in every case. So it
What?
isn't the same.
Cordy, what wrongs did she uncover in Quentin's case? I'm going to need you to tell me specifically what she uncovered in Quentin's case. Name one.
Facts. Please.
One.
True, Clara. We all knew the mother killed the kid.
Everybody
What?
knew that. Law enforcement came out and told us she's our prime suspect.
Exactly.
She didn't
That's what they
uncover
said.
that.
Cordy, are you just like joking? Are you pulling our leg?
Are you
Because
just trying to get
this
us
is
to all
weird.
break up, like with you, or what? Because you hate this community for real and you just want to leave and you want us to go crazy and start yelling like crazy women? Is that what you're asking for? Because I don't know what you're doing right now. If she uncovered that,
She didn't uncover it, she said it.
Law
That's a
enforcement
different.
uncovered right. Law enforcement uncovered that. She didn't uncover
Wow.
anything.
and you know what I did? You know what
Okay,
I
that
did,
tells me all I
Cordy?
need to
I
know.
stood in front of that family until law enforcement come out to say that because that's what you do. Even if you believe, you protect the victims and their families until law enforcement says otherwise because that's what you're supposed to do.
And she put
You
out
know
a
who the
lot of
victim in
bad
this is?
information.
John O'Keefe. There ain't no metaphor there. Betty. My goodness gracious. Betty. Give me somebody else. Because that can't be it, bro.
Yeah, a pixie thinks there's mercury in the Gatorade. Where did that song go? That retrograde song, D.
Oh, yeah, I still got it.
I love it. Yeah,
Oh
Pix said
my
there's mercury
goodness.
in the Gatorade.
She didn't uncover anything. She put out wrong info, couldn't even get it right that it was a third party custody agreement that's wildly different from what she claims to this day. And she
And she
continued to
attacked
accuse
Hadley.
law enforcement, yep, make
Poor Hadley.
wild
Gosh.
accusations.
Yeah. Who's the victim in all of this? Not Turtle Boy. Not Karen. Only John. Only John. And it's become a case of, excuse my language, Deets, whose dick is bigger. And at the end of the day, you're all giving me small dick energy. I'm sorry. It's creator after creator after creator after creator. No. We don't know anything until documents come out. That's why they're important. That's why I still protect the Wells. There's been nothing to implicate them in this.
Yes,
Nothing.
that is the same, which is why we don't agree with it. I don't know how to make that any clearer to you. Saying they killed John O'Keefe with no proof is wrong.
And
Well,
saying
the
Karen Reed
police
did
can.
with no
Go
proof
ahead.
is wrong.
Yeah, saying Karen Reed did this with no proof, upgrading it to murder, like she planned to murder this man. What? What? I'm not okay with that either. No way. And as things come out, she might have. Who knows? We don't know. The DNA made me shake my head today. Okay.
Cordy, how are we supposed to protect the McCabe? Like, what do you expect? What's your
The
expectation
McCabe's
that we
aren't a
did not
victim.
fulfill?
They're not
But
victims in this.
well, I mean,
They're witnesses.
they've been harassed.
Sure, they have the police to protect them. They are
Yeah.
witnesses, for sure. I want to know why somebody laid on that lawn and his friends didn't come out to help him. I'd like to know that. That doesn't give me good fuzzy butterfly feelings about them. Sorry.
Yeah, Cordy, a grand jury indictment does not mean that someone is guilty or that they
Oh,
deserve to
come
be.
on. You can
That's
indict a
not right.
ham sandwich, and everybody knows that. Like, the a grand jury is just the prosecution stating their side of the argument. They don't even have to present evidence to back it up in grand jury.
Again, let me
Mhm,
say, since the grand jury indictment, they've changed their theory more than
Twice.
once.
Yep,
mhm.
twice. Those are
We
just
We
will
facts. That's not
absolutely.
harassment. That's facts.
that we want to know what happened to John and for justice to occur. If it's Karen, then it's Karen. But if it's not,
Mhm.
then the focus does not need to solely be on one person,
No. Same with Summer. We want justice for Summer Wells. If it was somebody on
not just
110
somebody in
that
jail.
day,
Yeah.
yeah. If it was her parents, if it was people on that road, if it was a stranger, it's all the same. I will protect them until the day that law enforcement says they are directly our suspects. Okay. That's the day that I step back and say, well, let's see what law enforcement has.
And I agree with you, Patty. I have so many questions about the information that we have, the information that's newly coming out, and what will actually become evidence in the case. But having
Mm.
questions isn't wrong.
Oh,
It's
that's what
not
we
wrong
do
at
here.
all.
I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Having questions about certain things? Not, I mean, I know I can see if we were constantly going live and pushing a narrative, but we're not.
Yeah. No, I don't even think I've done anything on my channel about the case.
I
Oh
haven't done
no, Gavel
anything.
hasn't. And we've been on Tracy's
I hadn't
3
even been
times?
live. I
Yeah,
haven't been
3
live in it.
times in 6 months? That's not pushing a narrative.
Yeah, we went live about Summer's case, and it was strictly the facts that were put out by law enforcement. There was no speculation. There was no talking about
I'm
victims.
sure
There was
nobody saw
nothing.
that though, Gavel, because it
Of course
wasn't,
not.
you
Of course
accusing,
not.
900 different people.
Yeah, but they all did come for the us defending ourselves against the ex neighbor. So there's that. I mean, this place is what it is. People watch what they want to watch, and they have that right.
Yeah, but I really thought that we had like a solid group of people who, whether or not you're watching certain things, they, I don't know, maybe I'm delusional or something. Like I thought that they had the respect or the decency to kind of reach out and talk about it before participating in bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the very least I would expect.
And I think it's a
That's why I think I'm so floored and taken aback by the things that have been said today. Really, it's
it's
just not.
been
I just didn't
extremely
expect it.
hurtful. Extremely hurtful. For what?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and maybe that person doesn't refer to me. No, you didn't reach out. No, you didn't. It was about Celebrate data. I'm talking about today. I'm talking about what's been going on. Um, no. Mm-mm.
Sorry, we all need a little laugh.
Yeah, yeah, let's do that.
Crime
See, the
Sleuth
funny thing
says, "Is the glare in here? I blocked that ass hat so I can't see him. Tell him he still owes me an apology for drunk crashing my first live with his friend Mormon Jack."
oh god.
That was one of my first clips too, and I didn't know who any of those people were at the time, but I
Really?
knew
I
who
didn't know
Claire
anything
was. I
about
didn't
it.
know who Mormon or Crime Sleuth was, but I'm uh, just remembering that made me laugh, and I know that you might take that differently, but it was a funny moment, and your whole, like, "Tell that ass how you owes me an apology."
Well,
We
if he's
needed a
blocked, I don't know
giggle.
that you're gonna get that.
So thank you. Thank you. We needed a giggle.
I may be
Oh,
putting
goodness.
expectations on Cordy that I should not. Um, we're making the assumption that
It
Cordy and
was
I are
late.
friends, and that isn't necessarily true, right? In my mind, sure, it's true, but I don't necessarily think that's actually the truth. So I may be asking
The
for
glare.
things that just aren't even realistic here. Oh, the Glara said no. You ain't getting nothing. Crime sleuthing. Don't hold your breath.
Can you tell the new arrivals who we are right now? We are talking about Cordy's accusations against me, Jenny, but mainly Tracy, that she has seen throughout the day because Cordy decided to come in and make the whole live about those accusations again, instead of the main topic. So that's what we're discussing, which it all surrounds the John O'Keefe case where his girlfriend Karen Reed is accused of murdering him. And then there's another side case of a reporter and a citizen journalist that was covering him, who people make it more about that than John O'Keefe.
Cordy, you
Those are
can't just
my
say, well,
opinions.
I just disagree with you guys. Just disagree and be like, nah, I don't agree with that. Not
I think
throwing accusations at people, hurtful ones at that.
yeah, and
No, that's different.
I think you should go back and read some of the comments that you've made today before this one, before this
Mm,
live, and
yeah.
see some of the stuff that you said, which was not just disagreeing.
And I emailed you back multiple times about the Celebrate stuff. Like I said earlier, when I didn't have the answer the first time, I spent 2.5 days researching it and emailed you again. So it is
Mhm.
what it is.
That's what we'll
The
always do.
good Nunya.
Oh, I'm cleared. Clear the charges.
No, she ain't cleared until we're cleared because that's how we roll. Okay. So if
Cordy, you
there's
don't
still an
have.
issue with me and Deeds, Gavel got an issue. It's just she's
Yeah,
gonna be like, no, sorry.
Cordy, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just saying, if it's just that you disagree, then that's fine. Nobody cares that, I mean, nobody has a problem with you disagreeing. And we're always all open to somebody saying, "Hey, you got this wrong," in a respectful way. Seeing you do this today was extremely hurtful.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I
you
I'm
can
haven't.
hear it in Tracy's voice.
Well,
And
he's
I was
saying
with her
that
today when this started, and it's not okay.
I feel
the
bad because I
same
know
emails.
Tracy and Gavel are a lot more upset than me because I'm just kind of over all this. Like, not this conversation. I'm like, I'm used to people now throwing out wild shit that's not true on me everywhere on YouTube. So
Yeah,
I'm
tell me about it. I
overthinking
know.
someone
Well, I think
is
it's
going to be
because
honest.
we actually care about QWERTY, and
And
I think
when
that's the
I saw
that's
the
why it's
email,
upsetting.
I was asked high in candles and other things. Like I said, Cordy knows that I'm doing strategic planning at my job. So I've been crazy, crazy busy meetings, 2 to 3 meetings a day, every single day for the last month, and that's going to last. We had this whole conversation. So an email saying, hey, important before I go talk shit about you in a backhanded way that you're probably gonna know I'm talking about you, but I'm not gonna say that I am, but everybody else is gonna know that I am. Um, can we talk about this? And again, I'm probably expecting far too much. You don't need to go out of your way to do that. You don't. It was just surprising. And then it came in here, and again, it was surprising. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? When Cordy comes into a chat and doesn't even say hi to me, I know that there's an issue. Like, whoa, what's going on here? And then the backhanded comments were too much. I'm the person they say, call her name 3 times. She's going to come to your panel. Of course I can, because we're adults and we should have a conversation about it. I'm not going to let somebody talk stupid about me and me just sit there and act like I don't know you're talking about me. That's ridiculous. I could strike up live like everybody else and be like, I think you were talking about me. No. I'm going to ask you straight out. Are you fucking talking about me? Like, what's really going on?
Jones is.
I know. This made me smoke. See what you did? You made Johnson smoke an extra J.
Oh, there you go. He
Dang
said, yeah,
it.
far too much. I expected far too much. Okay,
Oh my
fair.
God. You know when the last time I heard that exact phrase was?
Yeah.
Can't, okay, and he said he can't say hi when we were fighting. Bro, you were in a fight by yourself because you didn't tell me we were in a fight. Hmm. But now I know. Okay? Now I know. And most people are probably reading this like, wow, this is nuts. They really thought we were being trolled earlier because they're like, that couldn't be the same Cordy who's in Jason's chat. It's impossible. It's not the same person.
I'm gonna have
So
to
I
make this
don't
whole
feel
life
psychotic.
private.
Yeah, I don't feel as crazy as I did, but I still feel crazy for arguing with somebody that I'm having a whole argument with somebody on YouTube. I don't even know what the fuck to say at this point. Like,
I'm just laughing because she's like, "You were fighting with yourself." That just hit me.
yeah, you was
Hit me
fighting
in
with
the
your whole
funniest.
self. I didn't even know. Like, now we all know. Exactly, Bridget. Now we all know. Great. This is like a married couple fucking not
I
knowing they're having
know.
a fight and going in a
So
restaurant
bizarre.
and fucking fist fighting. Now we all know.
But I'm that kind of mom. Like my kids came home and told me we don't like Becky anymore because she took my sippy cup at playtime. I'm like, who the fuck's Becky? I'm down. Now I have beef with
Let's
Becky.
whoop her ass. That's it. We're
Tracy
fucking
messages
Becky
me
up.
and tells me a kid down the street is bugging Jace. Guess what? Now I got beef with a 10-year-old in another state. That's how it
Exactly.
is. So you mad at Tracy and Jenny? Got You're mad at me too.
You're mad at all of us.
Is what it
We a
is.
gang. Okay? That's it.
So ridiculous. Mad
But
that
it's
we
all
covered
facts.
the
If one of
cage
us is
3
upset,
times.
mm-mm. Man, one of y'all is upset. I'm like, I gotta go make candles. I'm so beside myself right now. Like nothing even happened to me. No, if they're mad, I'm mad too. I don't even know why the fuck I'm mad, but I'm mad. I'm ready to roll. Let's go beat them up. Let's do something. Mm-mm. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
But
this
I
week was
expected far too
like,
much. Lord, have mercy. I
Me
can't even
too.
believe that was just said.
I know.
Like, I
I know.
can't.
I was like, wait, what? Ugh.
Wait, what?
Um, but we had, yeah, it's April Fool's Day. We had this particular week, one of our friends has had a very difficult multiple
Oh,
issues kind of
Oh,
week,
it's been
and
Lord.
we have
horrible.
all
Horrible.
had been with her and trying to help her through it.
Gut
Um,
wrenching.
And
this
that's
didn't
all day,
help.
all night type of deal. Like this,
Yep,
yeah, this is not helpful because if it hurts one of us, it hurts us all. And so that
yep,
person's dealing with something else. And now she's concerned that my feelings are hurt. No,
yeah, and
no.
people do that on purpose sometimes, right? They'll hit one of us because
Hmm.
they know it bothers all of us, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the tactic. But when we don't care about them, it's not as big of a deal. When we do, it is.
And Cordy, I'm
I want to
passionate about
answer
the
this.
people that I care about on the internet, my friends on my phone. Can you understand that? Can you understand that you're just not some fucking troll talking shit in a chat? Like, are you understanding where I'm coming from at all? Because I feel like I'm flapping my jaws for no reason. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Deeds.
No, I was just saying, like, your feelings aren't wrong. You're allowed to feel however you feel about it, but, like, the accusations that they showed me earlier, like, that's too far. The accusations here in my chat today, that's
Yeah,
where it's wrong and too far. I don't care how you
it's
feel about the
way too
case. You
far.
can feel however you wanna feel about the case. That doesn't offend, I don't think, any of us up here.
You
Why do you keep
gaslighting me now.
saying yeah, I guess
I
I was
guess
Accusing
gonna
I'm
the
wrong
chime in.
about my opinions. Why are you playing
accusing
with my
the no,
life?
no, you are wrong about accusing her of harassing people.
Yeah, and
That's the
being a bad person. You
that's
done
not
hit your
hard.
damn head. You fell
Oh
over,
my
bumped your fucking head,
god.
got up, and thought you was gonna talk crazy to me. You're not. You said I thought you were the good guys. What? 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 No. We can all have different opinions, Cordy, and your opinion is fine. But you're making up lies. Don't make up lies and say that
And
we harassed people, and we did not. It's not true.
I would like to disagree with the statement that you are like who you hang out with or something.
Bullshit.
That's not true at all.
You don't know who
I
we hang out with on this platform because you see us in a couple of chats here and there. That doesn't mean we're hanging out with people.
But not only
Mm-mm.
that, but I mean in my real life, I am friends with people that are not always great people sometimes. They've made mistakes, but human beings are human beings. And to just completely try to like just get rid of someone, like they're not allowed to be part of society anymore because they did something that we don't like. Dude, you can ignore it if you want, but that doesn't mean that I have to.
Thanks, Sally. Thank you for coming up earlier. I'm sorry.
I see Cordy's point, but it don't
Um,
apply. No, it does not.
wait.
It is world.
You know who we talk to on a daily basis. You know who we hang out with in our real lives. You know all
Hell
those
no, you
things.
don't.
Nope.
I can tell you exactly who I hang out with it on a daily basis. Two of them are on this panel. Skilo just left. I'm not gonna name the other ones, but none of them are here. So you don't know. It's the same group of ladies, the same group that I hit the ground with in Tennessee, and the people I trust with anything. And you don't know. Sleuthing, yeah. I mean, he knows I have a short fuse. So I'm wondering, like, am I being baited? What is happening here? Like, what is this?
Well, I thought at first maybe just, attention, a little attention, because you've been busy, but it's gone past that.
We all go into people's chats who we disagree with at times because you're listening to the content. But
I
you're
don't
not gonna
care
see
where
me in
you
a chat
go.
of somebody who, let's say that I'm in the Glarus chat, Cordy, somebody you don't like, right? And they're talking about something specifically that I know you disagree with. Do you think I'm gonna throw shots at you while I'm in there? Never. That would never happen in a million years. Like,
Oh
I
my
would
God.
stand up for you, period.
Yeah.
So to see your little slick stuff is really surprising to me. Like, where did all of that come from? Over a true crime case that none of us have any authority over. This is bizarro world. We're just a bunch of people who connect on the internet and talk to each other and become friends sometimes and sometimes don't. But to take it to the level of you think that because we're on one side or the other, we're harassing people and doing all this crazy shit? No, no,
Y'all, the
it's not
glare
that
does
deep.
not remember. He does not remember being drunk, going on crime sleepers. He's like, you're
Well,
gonna have
there's
to give
that.
me because you're gonna have to give me a title and timestamps.
Jeez, Blair. My God.
Yeah,
Weak little
harassment
man. Oh,
is
she
an
called you a
actual
weak little man. Yeah,
oh,
harassment is an action.
Rockabit, I think they've been around since, well, before I knew Tracy.
Cordy, you haven't seen anything. And if you have, you need to send it to me immediately, if not sooner, please. Because you haven't. That's a lie. Unless you've seen a troll of me. Because you definitely haven't ever, ever. Ask Larry. He's here right now. Because I know that's who you're talking about. Glara, am I a good mod for you? Because I come to maybe how many live streams? Uh, I kind of suck. I know that. But mm, so I don't know what you think you've seen. But you ain't seen nothing.
I seen it.
That's a lie. And more, that's a lie.
I know. I'm dying laughing at it, Gemini.
And the funniest part is they can't see each other.
Well, I think
Oh,
they can
shit.
because they're talking to each other, but
No, I don't think they can. They only see it if you highlight it.
I don't know.
She says
Because
she got a block. She's like, is he in here?
earlier he said, "I thought I was blocked, LOL," and so he must see it. I don't know. It's just cracking me up.
You ain't seen nothing, Cordy. Stop lying, please.
Uh,
That's the only thing that'll actually aggravate me. Don't lie about me. Don't do
I've
that.
seen enough. Yeah, I
Mm.
agree with you, Gordy.
So
I've absolutely seen enough.
it's
He's seen enough of
Friday,
me
right?
being crazy, talking crazy in a chat somewhere, doing something. That is a lie.
Oh no, you better not be up here to yell at crime sleuthing from up here. She'll come up
Oh
and yell
God.
right back.
Let me sorry, I had you on my TV, so I had to mute it. Um no, I mean, oh, and I still have my phone going. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I muted you for a second till you get your
Yes, Cordy, you
situationship
are.
under control.
Show me then. Go back to the
So
live streams, please, and copy it and send it to me in an email, and I will 100% own whatever bullshit I've done. But don't
um
accuse me of harassing people or supporting somebody who's harassing somebody. If Claire is playing somebody being harassed and I'm like, yeah, get him, then you're like, bitch, you a lie. But other than
who
that, it's never
who am
happened. So
I?
stop saying it.
Yeah, who am I harassing? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Apparently, you're my co-host now. I hope you're up for the job.
And I support you when you're harassing people or
Some
you're supporting
bullshit,
harassment
Gordy.
of people, but I'm not even in your chats because you go way too late for me. But either fucking way, you've never seen that happen. And if you
Yeah,
have,
you.
I want screenshots.
Oh my God, clever.
She
Yes.
said, "I'll click that link, baby boy." This is what I'm here for. This
Clever.
back and forth is hilarious. Y'all are funny. Don't make
We're
me do video.
oblivious.
that's okay.
Too much work. Oh,
That's
okay.
but saying that oh, you guys are oblivious, that's whatever. That's like you don't
Insulting
have
me is no work, but
there's not an
showing me where I
argument.
did wrong is too much work. Let me mute my
Well,
motherfucking self.
that's what I'm
Thank you,
saying.
Rockabit. Thank
Like
you, Rockabit.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, where's the sleuthing? Let's see the sleuthing. Show me where I'm harassing people. She just accused me of harassing people.
Oh,
So
Sleuthen did? Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
yeah, because I said I don't harass anybody. And then she goes, or I said, who's harassing someone? That's what I said in the chat. And then she's like, you do, Clara. So where am I harassing people? Show me.
Not the
Uh,
baby boy.
uh,
I'm sorry. I just need something to laugh at, and that worked.
Why do they
Um,
always call Glare a baby something?
baby gap because I wear tight t-shirts. So they
oh,
say
I
it's a
I
joke.
think that
Oh, okay.
nickname is hilarious. By the
I think
way,
so. I think it's pretty funny too.
he
Um,
went live the next morning and admitted he was so wasted he barely remembered anything except yelling "F you" 1,000 times, and he'd set that up with Morbid to troll me because I was new.
wow, because you were new. That's because that's what I do. Okay. Now
I
I'm
was
not
like,
saying
I haven't seen you do that to new channels.
I
Like
I
maybe I
yeah, and
missed
I'm
it.
not saying it didn't happen. My judgment has been questionable to say the least when it came to my days of hanging out with Morbid.
Don't
So
blame Morbid.
no, I'm not. I said my judgment was questionable to say the least, meaning my judgment in making decisions, my decision
Right.
making skills would be a better way to were extremely questionable to say the least when hanging out with Morbid. But she came at me all wrong, so that's why I'm not going to apologize. She can kiss my ass.
So there's no lost love between you two, is what I'm hearing.
No, I didn't even know who the hell she was until she brought it up right now and was talking about it. I don't even know who the hell she is.
I don't think she's lost any love either. I think
I
the
don't think
feeling's
so either.
mutual
Right,
between both
right.
of
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
Oh,
I
she's
don't
not joking? I thought she was kidding around.
yeah, she's mad, man. But
oh, I know. She was joking around too.
I mean, okay.
Uh-oh.
I make some people mad. It happens. It goes with the territory. I'm not proud or ashamed of it.
Who is Morbid, by the way?
Good question.
Mhm.
Sing it like Baby Shark, but
Mm.
baby cat doo doo doo.
Baby got the do.
Sorry. Oh, it's been an interesting live. Interesting live, that's for sure.
Yeah,
They
I got
always
here
are.
kind of late because I didn't know. I saw that Tracy Ann was upset about something, but I don't know exactly what the issue was. So I got here.
She was accused of harassing innocent victims in the Karen
What?
Reed case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Um, well, that would mean that I'm doing the same thing, which I have not done.
I think that was
Again,
implied also. Yeah.
yeah, no,
Mhm.
I have not done that. Now, I have accused people of lying because the evidence dictates that it's perfectly a valid opinion to believe that people are lying when there's inconsistency in those statements, inconsistencies in reports versus statements. Somebody's lying, you know.
Somebody is lying.
Right. And the thing is the evidence dictates that well, the evidence fails to dictate that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime so far.
Mhm.
I'm still not completely dismissing the possibility that she's guilty.
Right.
I'm very public about that. I say that all the time. And I don't have a
People
theory
only
as
hear what
to
they want to hear, though,
right
and you
because
support Turtle Boy allegedly, so there's that.
I do. Well, I support Turtle Boy as a in his position of this. I don't know anything about Turtle Boy prior to the Karen Reed John O'Keefe case. But I don't think that he when you look at the circumstances in which he was locked up for,
Mm.
my issue with that is that there was a law that was applied to lock him up that is unconstitutional to me, and free speech is a big deal to me. So that's why I support Turtle Boy as far as what he's going through. But I don't know Turtle Boy. I don't know anything about him. I don't care to know anything about him personally, if I'm being honest. Um, but the bottom line is that he's directly involved in this case for a few reasons, but one of those reasons that can't be overlooked is that he is solely responsible for a lot of the information that is causing all of us to ask questions in regards to this case. He's responsible for doing that sleuthing and digging, uh, and uh, and even some of his discoveries are being used by the defense. And since that's being used by the defense, now he's being accused of jury tampering, I guess, with Karen Reed, even though there is no jury yet. So I don't even know how that works. But apparently, it's somehow illegal for him and her to have discussions and speak to each other. She's a source. He's a journalist. It is what it is. So um, all of these uh, these charges that he's facing are, in my opinion, just trumped up, absolutely trumped up, and designed to keep him quiet, uh, B, to shit, I'm sorry, I got distracted by chat. Um,
It happens.
um, yeah, I sorry, brain fart. Yeah, I don't think that there's any crimes that he's actually committed. Um, so I think that the things that Bullhorn Betty has done, namely since she came up as a comparison to him, I think that um, you know what's funny about that and ironic is people are like, well, you say this stuff about Bullhorn Betty and you've done all this coverage on Bullhorn Betty. If you watched those streams carefully, I have defended and always have defended and always will defend Bullhorn Betty's right to free speech. If she were to have gotten arrested for simply yelling through a bullhorn, I would have laughed about it. But at the same time, I would have supported her if she was wrongly jailed because I think that she has the right to do what she's doing. I just think it sucks. So I had stated many times, I support her First Amendment right, but I am exercising my First Amendment right to say how much I think she sucks. I've said that many, many times when I cover her. So I don't get why people don't seem to understand this difference. I don't. when it boils down to what's going on in Massachusetts, in Canton, namely, or generally Norfolk County, what's going on there is so bad, and the people there are so uh, distraught as to what's going on there, where they are attending these town select board meetings just to be heard because they're just simply not satisfied with the police work that's taking place there. Because if you
Yeah, have you
look
guys heard those town select board meetings? That's the people of Canton and how they feel,
right,
and they're not pleased.
right, and I am if I am a supporter of anyone, it is them.
Yeah, because this is their town. This
Right.
is
This
affecting them, and they
the
feel like something's going on.
this is why you have been upset and slung these things around at Tracy all day. Where has she harassed or supported harassment of witnesses?
Well, crime sleuth, and you're saying free speech doesn't give you the right to interfere with cases or hurt families. Okay, well, the problem with that is I normally would agree with you. I normally would agree with you, absolutely. In theory, just if you're just making this statement as general, sure, I totally agree with you. The problem with this case. This case is very, very special circumstances. We're talking about a possibly very corrupt system. How else was Turtle Boy to get the answers that he got? How else was he supposed to uncover the things that he uncovered than by being in your face with a phone saying, "Hey, why did this happen? Why did you Google this and what happened here?" And I'm just saying anybody who he's supposedly harassed. Um, so well, and or intimidated. You're going to tell me that he intimidated police officers? How can you intimidate people? The only thing that I've seen him intimidate anyone with is the truth, making them face facts, the truth, by asking them questions that they seem to be avoiding. So I don't think that that's a crime. I think that the people of Canton specifically, as well as the rest of us, but the people specifically, the people of Canton deserve those answers because they're living in what they believe to be a corrupt system.
Debbie Doodles, I think that was harassment. I do. I think that he absolutely went too far going to those kids' games and some of the statements he made on the phone. But Jenny was explaining to us what he's being charged with, the intimidation charge. I don't know if it fits that charge, but it absolutely was harassment in my opinion. But Cordy, your whole argument here now is not the one you've been making though. You've been you say
Yeah.
your shows have been slanted. Yeah, okay, you feel that way about him, but you've been making accusations against Tracy all freaking day, apparently. Like,
What do you
that's
mean
where
by
the argument is. Where was her show slanted towards
Nothing.
Turtle Boy?
So,
Oh,
yeah, I don't
slanted.
have any slant towards Turtle Boy, but allegedly because I am a mod for Glera, which I've been a mod for Glera for years, and
Yeah.
he's been my mod for years. Uh, I'm guilty.
I I mean, I give wrenches for many different reasons. So I mean, just because someone has a wrench on my channel, it does not mean that uh, that we agree on everything. You know, I mean, Dietz and I don't agree right now on this, but she has a wrench on my
Nope.
channel.
Yeah, I
You
know
know,
he feels differently
I,
about the Turtle Boy
I'm not
situation. I think it's wrong.
right.
I don't know.
Because we're adults and we can disagree. It's perfectly okay.
I don't know how to
It
be
just
any more clear that we all have different opinions on different things, and it doesn't mean that we're harassing anyone. This is wild.
the good
You
Nunya.
meant Chasing show was slanted. Oh,
Let me answer good Nunya here because I really I respect good Nunya and it's a fair question. What do you feel the differences between BHB and Turtle Boy are? Well, first of all, Turtle Boy actually does investigative journalism. He actually does the investigating. He actually he actually does research. He actually uh, you know puts in the work. Uh, he basically does what BHB claims to do and promises her audience that she's going to do or does, and she just never does it. He actually does these things.
Sorry, I've been cooking, but I am paying attention. I meant Chasing show was slanted. The very first show, the very first one, and none since then? Months ago, you mean? Is that what you're talking about? Or the one where recently you were arguing with me on it, where we were just reading documents? Which one?
Hey, what's up, Allie? It's good to see you. Yeah, and I
I
followed
mean,
Allie.
that's why I apologized, and Dietz said, no, it's fine. But, I
no, I
apologized and
get
was
it
going to hop
because
down.
I know that you truly, truly do care about Cordy. And that's the only reason we're still having this conversation because
I
this
know.
isn't a like person in chat to creator up on my panel thing. They had a friendship.
Yeah, I don't know that
And
now. Honestly, I don't.
Oh,
I
you use past
know,
tense.
I know.
I
But
don't. I mean,
that's
I
the
am
only
saying that
reason.
based on the responses I've gotten, um, and I'm not being, oh, woe is me. I'm saying I don't know that we did. I'm, you know, this seems very weird. I don't know where it's all coming from. And at this point, if you're talking about the stream I did forever ago, if you just blindly believed my slanting because I was a good guy, then that's on you. That's not on me. Do the
Not
research
yet.
for yourself. And if you
The good.
have and
There
you
you
think that
go.
I slanted it, whatever. I don't know what to tell you. But the subsequent two lives have been literal documents.
I think that that's
So
oversimplifying it, good Nunya, and I get it, and it's a fair opinion. It totally is. You're saying, would you say Turtle Boy and BHB are the same in their tactics of how to bully their way into getting answers? My opinion, and I know this is not going to be very popular, but my opinion is that in this case, the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, in this case, I think that Turtle Boy's tactics were arguably necessary, considering the circumstances, considering the fact that he's trying to uncover corruption, starting from the district attorney down.
And if you know
So
Massachusetts, you'd understand that. And I'm not
Well,
saying because they're better or they're different or they're whatever, but when you're fighting against people who are in powers of position in a state where you've already been involved in that, like in the overtime cover up, which is a whole real thing, then it becomes, it's going to be covered up. You don't fight the Commonwealth. You don't,
right,
because
right.
you're going to get your ass handed to you and they're going to figure out a way to do it. They
So
are.
what? Right.
well,
So what's Turtle Boy supposed to do? Just be nice? You know what
can
I
I ask a
mean?
question though? My issue is not with him not being nice, right? My issue is with him going to a lacrosse game
Right. Everybody has that
Mine
issue.
too. Mine
I
too.
get it.
and things like that. I think that was not
And I
Yep.
think
necessary,
we
in
all
my
have that
opinion.
issue,
Yeah,
right? I
I
Mhm.
think
mean,
so too. I
everybody,
just want to be clear about what
yeah,
we're
for
talking
sure.
about. So
Yeah, his opinions are absolutely freedom of speech. I'm not even mad at the rolling rallies. That's a part of his
right,
constitutional right. If they are against Canton's law, then yeah, he's going to deal with that. But um, going to that lacrosse game and accusing Colin of murder, flat out accusing him of murder.
Yeah.
I take issues with those two things. Yep,
now
absolutely.
I
now
just know
I
you're not
abs-
going to be able to get away with accusing them of a cover up. And let's imagine there really is one. Just imagine that there is. You're not going to get away with that. You're not. Yeah, I mean, not poor Aiden. Oh, he's not going to get away with that. No, you're not going to get away with that. And he knows how big his mouth would have to be to get all eyes on him in case something does happen to him, which I wouldn't put past anybody
Right.
because he's got a big ass mouth
um
I mean,
and he doesn't.
can I say to you,
Sorry.
I wanted no. I just want to say because I don't want it to go away. Crime Sleuth said that tragedy pimps, which is a term that made up term in the 90s, right? But
Yeah,
tragedy pimps aren't on a spectrum, and I disagree tremendously with that. There are some that are way worse than others.
sure.
And some people are called that just because they have a YouTube channel, even if they're not monetized. But
Yeah,
anybody
even
who's
if they're
anyone
covering a
who's
case, they're a
monetized,
tragedy pimp. Like,
right?
yeah,
Anyone who's
it,
monetized and covers a true crime case and makes money off of it to some degree is it's fair to say that they're a tragedy pimp to some degree. Um, I mean, it just is what it
does
is.
that mean like their prostitutes are willing though? Is that how that? Like, is that the difference?
I
Like,
mean, I don't even know. At this
I mean,
point,
I
I
would,
mean, if we're using
I wouldn't,
tragedies to bring
I wouldn't.
awareness, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter if you're doing it in a loving manner with respect or if you're doing it like a bullhorn Betty, because a tragedy is a tragedy. I may cover Quentin, she may cover Quentin. The people who want a shit show are going to go over there. They may financially support that.
hmm
The people who don't want to see that are going to come over here, but we're covering the same case. So, what is a
no.
tragedy pimp? I don't even know anymore.
right?
It's been
Yeah,
thrown around so
I,
fucking much.
I
It's
couldn't
Well,
I
it's
couldn't have said that better. I totally agree with you, Tracy. I don't even
yeah,
fucking know anymore. I have no idea.
right,
I don't. I
right.
just do what I feel is right, and then that's it. I don't know what else to do to please. You can't please everybody on here. You
Right,
can't.
Well,
right.
here's the
So,
thing though. There's nothing wrong with making money off of your channel, especially if you're putting out truthful content, right? And you also have to, I mean, it costs you money to do that, even if it's just taking time away from your candle business or
well, but you're still
your work day.
covering.
Right.
You're
There's
still
stuff.
covering a tragic event.
Right.
So,
Right, but that
There's
do
doesn't
I
make
have the
you a
right to
pimp.
do that? Do I
It
have the
doesn't make
right to
you,
do that? I don't know.
sure. See,
yeah.
I like there's certain things that I feel comfortable making money from, and things that I don't. And the things
Yeah,
that I don't feel comfortable, I don't monetize. Simple. You
right.
know, it
Right,
just
when you
is
Yeah.
that.
were, talking about Elijah View the other night, that you weren't monetized, which is one of the
No.
reasons I went ahead and hopped up there to talk about it with you, like, a lot of that
And thank you again
information,
for
I
that.
never even did a video or a live, I just throw it out on the community post because I know people have feelings on monetizing that stuff, and I don't care that people do monetize that content at all. I truly
Well,
don't.
if you don't,
You
YouTube
make
still does.
peanuts.
And I
Right.
don't have a problem
They
with
make peanuts off of it
either.
when they do that. I think what the argument was earlier, and I think what a lot of us agree on, is the begging and the throwing out misinformation while you're covering those
Right,
cases and asking for money in the process. That's what puts you into that tragedy pimp territory, is what
right.
everyone was discussing earlier.
That's how I see it anyway. Like
I just
if you're just peddling something that everyone's talking about because and you're playing off of the the passion and anger that the community has about the subject, and you're just saying whatever is going to piss them off that much more and going to blast your chat with super chats, well then yeah, you're just you suck. um but then at the same time, like if somebody were to have done what I did with the Elijah Vu case the other day, the other live, if somebody would have done the same thing I did and monetized it, I would not hold that against them at all. It's just for me personally, I didn't feel comfortable monetizing that. That's all. That doesn't mean that I'm like, oh, and if you monetize something like that, you're a piece of shit. That's not what I'm saying. uh for it's just something that I didn't feel comfortable doing. Now you have someone like Betty who is saying that
Whoa,
she
you're
is
echoing. Oh, I'm echoing.
okay. You have someone like Betty who is stating that uh that this little girl Cunningham was found before she was found in order to get more clicks. um that's not
Audrey.
okay. Yes, Audrey. I was afraid. I was afraid I was going to say Andrea, but
I
I
know.
knew there was.
I was trying to help. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just bad with names. It doesn't mean that I don't care about this little girl. Please,
Of
um,
course not.
You've
but
been fed misinformation, Cordy, or you ingested misinformation? Because I can listen to a lot of things, but I don't believe shit
Ooh, good one.
unless I go and research it myself.
Tim,
And
you have to manually turn off your super chats.
Yeah, you have to turn it all off. You'd have to turn off your membership, and actually memberships, I don't know if you can even turn those off
I
completely.
couldn't figure out how to do it. I tried. I couldn't figure
Y
out how to do
you
it.
have to manually turn off your memberships. When people talk about, like, turning the monetization off on the stream, it just means there no ad revenue is gonna be put on it, so you're not gonna earn any AdSense on it.
there will be
You
ad
you're not
revenue, but you won't earn it.
you won't earn it, no, YouTube will get everything that it
YouTube
earns.
gets it because people misunderstand that too. You're like, well, I turned off monetization. Why are there ads? Because YouTube places
Because
ads.
YouTube does, yeah. YouTube
What
puts
did
the ads in there.
what did Tim Miller say about Audrey
He
Chronicles?
paid for her, you know,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, they paid for everything. Tim
But
Miller's
disappointed. Why is
technical
she
team.
disappointed? Why is Chronicles
I haven't listened to it yet. Apparently, it was on Nancy Grace, Tim Miller, and Nancy said some stuff that was crazy.
disappointed?
Was that where it was? I
I
don't
mean,
know
it's
where it
Nancy
was.
Grace. Nancy Grace is
But
the
Tim
tragedy.
Miller, I'd be shocked if
So
Tim
would
Miller
I.
said something bad.
I think nothing but positive praises for Tim Miller. I love Tim Miller.
Cordy,
I might.
do you know Will in real life? Because I don't. Do you know Alex Erickson? Do you know Laura? Do you know Chronicles of the Shady? Do you know me? Do you know Crime Sleuthin? Because you see what people show you or what they want you to see.
Thank
Right.
you.
If
No,
there's
I don't
something I
know.
don't agree with the glarer, I just don't go in his chat.
And that's good enough for me. I don't want to know anybody here in real life. I don't. I what you guys present to me and how you want to be uh depicted is enough for me.
Should be
It's fine.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And I mean,
perfectly enough.
I didn't watch Glarer when he was with Morbid because I found Morbid deplorable. So I just didn't go in anymore. I just waited until that phase was over. Now,
Right.
if I was one of these channels, I could go back and be like, but Glarer, you said this when you were Morbid, that you did this when you were Morbid, but is that who you are? That's your morals. That's who you are. No, you were, I don't know, in some college douchebag phase for a second. And I'm like, okay. My
Well,
own husband's been a douchebag. Like, what? I'm
the
holding
only
Glare to higher standards than I. What? He's
the
a guy on
only
YouTube.
the only
Like,
defense that I can really present for myself as far as that goes is I was under the impression that Morbid had the same intentions with YouTube that I did. And when we spoke in private, it was exciting in that sense. I was like, I thought I thought I had somebody who kind of understood where I was coming from, and then I got really comfortable and got comfortable drinking live, and that just was, like I said, poor judgment and poor decision making. That's all I can say about it.
right.
um
And you know
and
what? That's all I expect you to say.
and that's what's
Okay,
cool.
done.
That's what I like about you, is because look at how you explain that. You were like, well, I couldn't stand what Glare was doing with Morbid because I think Morbid's deplorable, and then I just waited. But it in no way allowed you to affect your opinion of me that you have developed over the years of knowing me on this platform.
Years,
Right,
years of watching your content makes
right.
up to me for a month of being a dumbass.
I
And
appreciate
other
that.
people will disagree with that. They're like, oh,
That's fair.
Chasing swears too much. She's a piece of shit. She's this. But I did like her coverage on this. So I'm going to give her a chance. I
And they're
mean,
absolutely entitled to that. Like that was my doing. You know what I mean? Like once that once that toothpaste is out of the tube, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, people, once I say things or do things on this platform that piss people off, they have every right to be like, you know what? I think Glare is a piece of shit, and I don't want nothing to do with him ever again. Fuck him. And
and
that's
they have
great. That's
every right to say that.
totally,
Okay.
totally. And that's
Done.
my doing, not theirs. That's my doing. It's based on actions that they saw me engage in, behavior that I engaged in, and they formed their opinion on it, and that is perfectly fair. I could sit there and go, "That's not really me. It's not really me." That's bullshit, because you heard me say these things out of my mouth. You heard me behave this way out of my own face. So
Yes.
that's not. So you know,
I mean,
if
if you came up and said, I didn't say that, I would be
right,
like, what? Are you
right,
crazy? You did say
right.
that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't do that. I don't believe that. No, you've been like, yeah, I said it. I mean, there's people who I get along, like Laura and the Glara, they don't get along. And I'm like, okay.
Mhm.
Like Granny may not get along with this person, but I'm like, oh, I get along with that person. Or the I mean, I don't pick who I get along with because of who the fuck you get along with. That's
Right.
Right.
weird.
I
Well,
I
That is
watch a
really weird.
creator I watch a creator that I would guess 90% of you in chat hate, but I get along with him just fine. Um,
I
I
don't
do
even know
wanna
who you're
say
talking about. So now I'm
you
like,
don't, do you? And,
no.
I don't
I
know what you're
wanna
talking
say
about either. I
something
want to know.
to this. I'll put it in the no, I'm not gonna do that. But, I wanna say something to this, and then I'm gonna get a popsicle. I need a popsicle after this mess. But I was just talking to, I think it was Allie the other day actually, about this, and Cordy says that, "Unfortunately, I don't investigate myself and rely on YouTube and their news clips on cases."
I don't
Never
believe
do
that.
that. Like, I don't believe it for one, since all the research you did with the Celebrite stuff, and
And
for
you're way too
2,
smart.
I had a pastor once that I just love the way that he worded this. He's like, "Don't take my word for the things that I am telling you. Don't take anybody's words for the things that they're telling you. Go and go and read the verses, read forwards and backwards, understand the full context. But nobody is going to spoon feed you as well as you taking the time and going and doing the research yourself.
Yeah.
You
I
can
learned
think
that
that
lesson the hard way
every
on here. Whew.
Well, QWERTY, of
a
course.
lot of creators are doing their due diligence, and maybe some aren't, but you don't know that until you go and research it yourself. And I'm not speaking to just QWERTY here, I'm speaking to everyone. Unless you put in the
No,
time to go
Cordy.
and see if what the person is telling you is a fact, you won't know it. Now I'm getting a popsicle.
Cordy says you pick the people you get along with because you agree with most of their views. I can tell you again, Gray and I do not agree. That's how we
Yeah.
met. We were
Doesn't Gray
fighting
think
over a
doesn't
case.
doesn't Gray think that Kara Reed's guilty?
He thinks
I
she's
mean,
guilty. Yes.
I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely. He
and
thinks Kanika Jenkins had a tragic accident. I thought she was killed.
But
He
Gray
thinks
also
Kendrick
thinks that the
Johnson was a tragic accident. I had no idea. Me and Gray have, he thinks all that Delphi stuff with the Odinism is complete bullshit and bunk. We've never agreed on a case together ever and
Mhm.
spent time together in CrimeCon. He's one of the best people I know, and we agree on nothing.
But
Laura,
Gray
I
also
agree with
thinks that
nothing Laura says.
the 3-point turn was not like it wasn't possible. He's like Gray actually said, and he's the first person I've heard say it that no, if they did the 3-point turn, that's not the side that it would have hit her from, and that
Right.
or hit him from. And Gray also believes that her why would she scream out? Quick, Google how long to die in the cold. So even though he thinks she's
Mhm.
guilty, I like a lot of the points Gray had.
And I love that about Greg because
right. I love that
he will
about Gray too.
just keep going, into what he's trying to figure it out. And sometimes he's speaking while he's thinking,
Yeah,
and some people don't like him for that.
dude,
I I love him for that.
that's the basis of my content is I think
Mm.
out loud. That's all I
Yeah,
I
do.
love Gray.
I mean,
yeah.
Amen.
I love Gray, man. We can have our differences on a case, and it's okay. You
They
know,
weren't his
like
friends, Cordy. Some were his friends. Some didn't really know him. Karen had no idea if they were even invited to the house. It's not like they were
well,
best
Courtney,
buds for all
Karen,
these years.
Karen Reed was his girlfriend, and so what? It's wrong
Mhm.
to say to imply that they might have had something to do with his death, but it's okay to assume that she's guilty because she's being charged.
Right.
Yeah,
Come on,
because
like
exactly. That's what it comes down to is that you're okay with her being accused and all this stuff said about her because that's what law enforcement has said.
And
right,
That's what
I
you're
can
telling
respect that.
us. Yeah,
I can
yeah.
respect that
and
thinking.
and I
But
usually base my opinion on this most of the time too. I'm usually the guy that's like, well, I mean, law enforcement, they're the professionals, they know what they're doing. I usually base my opinions based on what the professionals are doing and saying, right? But the problem is is when you take this case and compare it to literally every other case that we've ever talked about on this platform, these cops did not do their jobs. To say the least, they did not do their jobs.
in Cordy,
So
the
Yeah.
autopsy photos were on. I watched them on News 25. I've seen them in the court while we're watching court cases. I
And
mean,
Cordy, you
I
should
get
check
it.
out
That's wrong, but
you
goodness,
should check out some of the wrongful conviction podcasts. And
please
so you can
do.
kind of understand why people make mistakes, including police officers. And I mean,
Oh, I
geez,
listen to
they
so
used
many.
red solo cups.
dude,
Yeah,
and the
I mean,
DA,
he's a cop.
the district attorney made a public statement lying. I mean, he wasn't mistaken. He lied like
John deserved
more
more
than once.
respect than red fucking solo cups for his
R-
evidence collection, man.
Right. Thank you.
Shit.
Right. I
He
mean,
There's
that's
deserved his
not
friends
anymore,
to run out of that house. His friends should have ran out of that house and tried to give him CPR, tried to
but
put blankets on him, anything.
there's not a 3-point turn narrative anymore, Jen Lu. That was the prosecutor's second theory on what happened. They have since changed it to just backing into him at a speed of over 24 miles per hour. Was it 24? It might be a different number, but they have changed it from that now. Now they take the 3-point turn narrative out of their argument.
what kind
I
of
mean,
popsicle did you get?
I
Stila, can you
actually
share
went
with
with
them
the
some of
ice
that?
cream bar.
Ooh, what
What?
kind?
I hope Stilo does share with Bertie some of the podcasts she shared with us
Mhm.
on all these wrongful conviction cases. They will blow your mind.
I didn't take you down. I didn't hear. Wait.
yeah,
Oh, your
it's a
comment?
long
No, I like it.
it's actually alarming how common it is for people to be wrongfully convicted, and
Mm-hmm.
cops just and cops and district attorneys just simply trying to get the win, just trying to get the conviction. It happens a lot, uh, whether we want to admit it or not. It does. Um, and the thing is it's not just John O'Keefe
Whoa,
that
whoa, whoa,
deserves.
whoa, whoa. Sorry, hang on. There are no autopsy photos out there of John O'Keefe. So I don't know why you're saying that his children had to see autopsy photos after his friends asked to please not show them. There are not any autopsy photos of John.
And I
Right.
was
Well,
referring to the pictures of him that they took with the cuts and
Oh,
the
in the
knife.
hospital? Okay. I'm like, wait, there are no autopsy photos
so
out
how are
there.
you out here talking about spreading misinformation when you're out here spreading misinformation? I mean, that's out there now. You saying that his kids saw autopsy photos. You know what I mean? Like, that's out there now because you said that. And then people have to like clean it up. So come on. Like, Jesus, man. It's so frustrating. It's really annoying.
But the picture of his arm and stuff wasn't a secret. It's been on the news. It was in court. Turtle Boy didn't go find them and give them to the Glarer so they could put them on his show.
Right. This
And I
isn't
just want to say prayers for Laura. She had her first chemo today. I'm sure that's probably kicking her in her ass, or it will tomorrow.
Oh,
So
man. If I remember, I don't know, it's probably a different type of chemo, but when my grandma did it, the first couple days were fine, but then afterwards, ugh, forget about it. Forget about it. But I hope you're doing well.
Granny said autopsy photos were shown.
No, they weren't autopsy photos. They were pictures taken of him while
At
he
the
was in
hospital.
the
Mhm.
hospital. They were
Yeah.
not autopsy photos.
Yeah.
And
There's pictures of him
how
out
do
there
you,
at the hospital, yeah.
how do you know what his kids saw and what they didn't see, bro? Like where are you getting that?
And the arm photo with the cut, so that was shown in court.
Right.
So
And honestly, I did they even like the arm photo that they showed in court wasn't even, in my opinion, the shot that would have made their argument better.
no,
wait, Cordy,
They
that's not semantics,
didn't
Cordy.
show
no.
the elbow.
It's been
That's
on
not
newspapers.
semantics.
It's been in court. It's been on the news. What? That's not
Yeah,
semantics at all.
it's not.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not semantics at all.
It's not
It's
like
all
YouTubers requested autopsy photos and put them online.
Or behind a
You
paywall. Yeah,
know,
no, that didn't happen.
right. This isn't again in Stelk
His
situation. Not
friend
even
asked
close.
Turtle Boy, it was played on his Cordy. The
Cordy,
timeline
it was
of
in
when
court.
his arm was shown, it was shown through the court and on the media before that happened. But he did, yes, he did then showed him as well.
Yeah, autopsy photos, people show those all the time, and it just seems like
Ugh,
it's
scrub.
normal when they do it, right?
Cordy, you were my live when we showed them. You didn't say nothing. When we showed his arm and the bruising on his back, you were there. You were with us. So,
Yeah, an autopsy is
are
basically
you
a post.
culpable?
It's basically a post-mortem surgery. So, like, it's very different than seeing pictures of his injuries that he sustained. It's
We don't
very different.
Center, we don't know. We just know they were taken at the hospital because you can see where he is in the photos.
Right.
Right,
I
we
mean,
all did because we didn't understand what was going on or why there was bruising on his back or his side or his arm. We didn't know what the injuries were from. Those were published. They were on the news. They were in the courtroom. So we looked at them. We didn't look at an autopsy. There's no autopsy out there with him being cut open and no. What?
yeah, it's so silly, man. It's ridiculous. Um, I mean, and it's not like he's a minor either. We're trying to get to the truth. So it makes sense to look at the evidence, and that is evidence. If you're trying to understand what happened to this person, because the fact is John O'Keefe, um, he has the right to a thorough and just and sound investigation, but so does Karen Reed. I mean, bottom line, I like it or not, this is a woman who uh, was his girlfriend. They loved each other. You know what I mean? So it's just as bad to start throwing all of these accusations at her uh, before you have any proof as it is to throw any accusations at anybody else that was inside 34 Fairview that night.
Okay,
Um,
let me clear this
Record,
up real quick here. Um, Charm One said, "Should have the hospital even allowed those out? Guess the privacy in hospitals are public now." No, the hospital did not allow these out. These photos were not leaked to anyone. They were not out there in the public before they were shown in court. They are part of the case file, and they were shown in court on what are those big things called? Um,
on that
Jimmy.
It was
whiteboard
a
thing.
board.
A big
There,
Yeah,
board.
it has a
they were holding
specific
a board.
name that those boards are called. Jinlu's in here, she might know. They were shown on that before media then showed them as well. They were shown
and then, right,
in court first. Yes.
once they're
On
shown in
TV.
court, right? Once they're shown in
Mhm.
court, then those 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 documents become available to the public,
Yep.
and that's why we
Co-
have.
Copa, I can like speak for myself. I don't necessarily think I can get at the truth. It is I like to talk about specifically court cases. Like open cases I don't normally do, but I have recently. Um, but I think we
But I don't
understand.
think we can. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can't get to the truth.
I don't get why people keep thinking that that's what YouTube people are doing.
We don't think that's our job. I would hope that we don't think we're going to
I don't think
solve
it is.
Karen Reed or Summer Wells or
Nope.
it's
We're just
it's
Right.
interested in
another
it.
medium. It's
I've,
just it's news
I've
reporting.
never
It's a
accused.
medium. It's a place to discuss. It's a community. It's for people who follow true crime cases.
I
That's
They
all.
haven't
were.
accused. I haven't accused anybody of anything except lying, because there's because there's documents that give me a valid uh, justification for having the opinion that people are lying. Certain people are lying, but I have not said that this person killed anybody or killed John O'Keefe or that person killed John O'Keefe. I haven't said anything of that nature.
Uh,
So
sorry. Go ahead.
well, I'm saying, I mean, and because I support Turtle Boy in the charges that he's facing, it doesn't mean that I agree with everything that Turtle Boy says or thinks. It's just it's silly to automatically assume that just because you have support for someone or show support for someone that you agree with everything that they say. I mean,
But
you're
that
looking at
becomes the narrative so easily, even here on YouTube in these small little tiny communities. Like, oh, just because I'm sitting up here on this panel, it means I agree with and co-sign every
Hmm.
last thing these three people have done when that couldn't be further from the truth.
right. All
I
four
don't
of us
agree with
here,
and co-sign everything they've done. That's
all
Well,
four
wild.
Leslie's
of us here,
asking
Neutral.
about
a lot of
doesn't
things.
YouTube guidelines say we can't show those photos? Photos of
Okay, hang
injuries?
on. Yeah,
Of course we can.
you can even show autopsy photos online, but I
What
wanna
about
address this. I
children?
agree with Gemini Slacker that to a certain degree. I used to agree 100% with you, and it wasn't until Skilo pointed out some things to me about why having those documents public could be beneficial, especially when it comes to wrongful convictions, because it is oftentimes in wrongful convictions other parties that go digging into things that find, you know, find the information to exonerate them, and now DNA covers a vast majority of that as well. But I did agree with that, but I still, until she explained all that to me, and then I still agree with minors' autopsy photos should absolutely be sealed, in my opinion. I
'Cause
Charmed
I
one,
agree.
I
I
agree
think
too, actually.
I think,
Charmed one, I totally, yeah. Charmed one is saying, but you said someone at that address killed him. Yes, that everyone know, of
Well,
course.
that's where he died, so he believes somebody there. It doesn't.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
gonna
know if
disintegrate.
somebody
The,
there.
the facts
Somebody killed
dictate
him.
that someone killed him. Sorry, but yeah,
Mhm.
He had bruising on his knuckles. Why? Unless maybe he worked out and his knuckles were all fucked up. I don't
right,
know. But
right,
something
Reality.
happened.
right. It's not a question of whether or not it was an accident, even at this point. Some people think that Karen did it and it was an accident and she's just being overcharged. Um, but
And that's possible.
that's totally
That is
possible, and
possible.
I'm not dismissing that as a possibility either. But I'm looking at the evidence and I form my opinion, and I want to stress that word again, opinion. I form my opinion based on the facts that are made available to me. That's it.
See, Sinner, I tend to agree with you here that there's a lot of photos that are shown in court that aren't appropriate for the media, let alone for YouTubers. However, that's your opinion. That's my opinion. That doesn't
Right,
make it illegal or wrong. Somebody else's opinion might be completely different from ours on that topic.
and
right.
the autopsy, whether an autopsy is sealed or not is up to the judge.
It is,
So
yeah.
you can take it back to whatever judge, let them be
Mm-hmm.
released.
Both Chasing and I were streaming the Letitia Stout trial when they showed Gannon's autopsy photos. I stopped video when they were showing them. Chasing didn't. That doesn't mean that I think Chasing's a piece of shit for showing them, because they served an educational purpose. I just chose because I didn't feel comfortable showing them. Period. That's it. Now, going out and foyering them and putting them behind a paywall with
That's
absolutely no
different.
educational purpose whatsoever, that's totally different.
Yeah. They came
Yeah.
on and we talked as a chat, the people who were watching, and a lot of it was blurred, but it was still on that screen. And if you chose to zoom in, you'd
Right.
see his legs or, you know, a
I
blur of
agree,
his head or
Penny.
something. But it was very rough. At the same time, we were watching Leticia's face and we wanted to know, like,
Right.
how is this all going to go down? Are you going to be heartbroken? Is the court going to break down? Like, what in the world happened to this baby? And, if the court deemed nobody should see any of it, they would have turned the TV. I mean, they had it turned enough and they edited out a lot.
Well, Kim
But
Holmes is correcting me here, and I don't want to. Am I wrong? Because I'm not. Did
we did hide it for a sec and then we
okay.
didn't. And then we had a conversation about it and we
I,
didn't know what to do.
I
And Kim
apologize.
was there. We were very concerned on what we should do. Like, so I sent people that like other chats. I'm like, well, Gray is not hiding them. And if you want to see them, go there. It was a very difficult decision. So we went back and
That's
forth.
what I did.
We
I
hid
was like,
half and we
yeah,
didn't know what to
I
do.
was like, if you want to see him, you can go see him. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to show him here. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry if I misspoke. I apologize.
No, we were just like, we were very conflicted on what to do. Yeah, they were extremely blurry on our screen, but still, it was hard. Your argument all day has been Tracy's lives. Yeah, my lives. Specifically, my live streams have been
Mhm.
disappointing.
Like, all the things you're saying them about Blair, which is fine. You can have your opinions about how he's doing it and argue with him about how he's doing it, but what brought this all up is what you've been saying about Tracy.
Yeah,
Well,
How
and I specifically, and
yeah.
because I'm his mod, it's
we're not
me.
news.
I'm
We're
clearer.
we're not news reporters, man. Like, we're allowed to have opinions. People log on. Like, if you want to know the news on a case, you watch the fucking news. Excuse me, sorry, I keep cussing, but you watch the news. Like, you watch my channel because you want to hear my opinion on the facts that are now available. Same with chasing. Same with deets. Same with any other YouTube creator that's covering a case. So I'm not going to
I'm
sit
up here
here and
too.
yeah, I mean, and Gavel, sorry,
And gavel.
I, I'm not going to sit here and
Put some respect on her name.
let you
Oh,
criticize a YouTuber for having opinions and expressing those opinions. That's why you watch the YouTube channel covering a case versus the news story. Leave that responsibility to the news. We're allowed to have opinions. You watch us for our opinions.
and I think the four of us are pretty well known. I mean, well, no, I can't even say that. I can tell you, for me, backpedaling is something that, mm, no,
No, Sinner,
I
I have no regrets whatsoever. Not
no.
even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
Say what you say and then explain it. If you have to explain it, you have to explain it. If you don't, you don't. But if I
Dude,
came out and was like, fucking go turtle boy, go turtle, and then 3 months later he's arrested and I'm like, fuck that motherfucker. That's backpedaling. That's like, ew. I
right.
thought you liked him. What happened?
Well, well,
But
no,
I
I
was
mean
just
that's the
like,
thing.
he's a dickhead and he's a little baby Terminator, and I assure you he won't stop. Nothing is going to make him stop, even
But
jail.
you're
And I
also
still
allowed to
stand on
change
that.
your mind. But you're also allowed to change your mind if you feel
If I
so
had an
Yeah,
opinion on him, sure. Yeah, I
totally.
mean, I think what he does is he goes after, the downtrodden. I mean, he went after, she did commit a crime and he did call her out for it, but he went beyond that. He didn't just call my friend out, he then dug into her life, into CPS. They got a hold of social media posts from her ex and her ex's girlfriend and the whole 9 yards. It was awful. It was awful. I can't state
Cordy.
that enough. So I know his motivation. I know what he does. I know how he is. He isn't going to stop.
No,
And it doesn't
No.
matter what it cost him. He's just going to keep going if he thinks he's right. That doesn't mean I think he's right.
right.
So, Cordy, where do you get the idea that you shouldn't have an opinion on the glare? He's not yelling at you.
Yeah.
Nobody's
No, he
telling you
should.
can't feel how you feel.
Didn't you
I've
hear me
never
actually address that directly? Like, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion about me, and probably brought it on myself. So,
I haven't done a show on the murder of John O'Keefe, so I don't know what you're talking about. I've been on Tracy's 3 times, but I haven't done one.
You haven't stated opinions, Cordy. You've clearly stated what we've done, me personally, how I did something that I'm telling you I didn't do.
right, you're stating your opinion. You're stating things that are just plain untrue and justifying it under the guise of it being an opinion. That's not an opinion. If you're stating something as fact, saying this is what you do, saying you do this and you do that on your channel when it's just plain not true, well then that's just plain not true. That's not an opinion. That
No, I
is that
never
is
said I
you
support
that is you
them
being
being harassed.
misinformed and spreading misinformation. That's what that is.
I mean, I guess I don't know. The way I looked at it with the pizza guy and, all of that, whatever the hell they were doing, I'm like, oh, Boston people crazy. Period.
Um,
I didn't like the McCabe's, and I don't. And I didn't like 134 Fairview people, none of them people. I don't like them. I don't think it
right.
was handled properly. He deserved more respect. And I still stand on that. I
Right.
said what I said. I'm
And
not going to make pretend.
let me address sinners. Sinners asking, do I feel like I have been helpful to this case? Let me explain. First off, it's not my responsibility to be helpful to any case. Now, just because I'm talking about a case doesn't mean that I'm trying to be helpful towards that case. I might be, but I'm not up here trying to be helpful to the case. But the my concern about this case, what has made me so passionate about this case, is seeing how it's affected the locals there. And those locals seem to have embraced me and appreciate the coverage that I've been giving. So, in that regard, yes, I've been helpful because they have deemed me to be helpful. I don't
Let,
consider myself helpful. but they seem to have deemed to be helpful. So I am
They
grateful,
want a place to go and talk about their opinions,
and
and
that's
the
it.
whole
Okay.
fucking town is going crazy. So
You just gotta barge in and interrupt them, Jenny. Just go, charge.
yeah, just God,
Okay.
God.
Okay. So Glow with Glow
Okay,
said, "Is anyone on YouTube really helpful to cases?" I don't think so, and that's fine
no,
if you don't think so.
I think
But
Ray is.
so hold
I
on,
really do.
social media just got a shout out
Mhm.
by the Texas law enforcement for helping them gather
Yeah.
information to find Audrey.
Yep,
Did you know that? And did you know that Gray has actually solved some cold cases?
literally.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
That's
we
the
can
that
be
case
helpful.
talking about earlier was, a
Well,
bunch of
sure.
online sleuths who dug into that hiker, um, named Mostly Harmless, I think, and they figured out some things and helped solve it, absolutely. I mean, it's rare. Do I think a lot of
right.
what goes on around here in this community is helpful
Oh
to
no,
cases?
no,
No. No,
no.
probably
No,
not.
not even
I
a
don't
little bit.
think that we approach it that way either. I don't think a lot of us come here
Mm,
thinking that we're going to help solve a case. Gray
no.
No,
does.
we
I mean,
want
he
to
has
talk about it.
mechanisms. Yeah, he has mechanisms in place to assist
Right.
in solving these cold cases. I think,
Yep.
and I've always said the same thing, I think our job as YouTubers is to bring information, have a place where there can be community for us to talk about it, and be respectful. Uh,
Yeah.
Treat the victims with respect. You don't know
What?
what these people are going through. You have no idea. That's
I've
all.
never I've never understood the whole thing where people say that you think you're going to solve the case. I've never y'all have never said you're trying to solve a
Uh,
case. Nobody up here has
nope.
ever said they're trying to solve a case. And I think that's weird and it's demeaning also
It
because
is
we're
demeaning.
here to bring like awareness in missing cases, right? I think that's a wonderful thing that social media does. I,
Right.
or can do, right? It also gets twisted sometimes, but it's a wonderful thing social media can do and to discuss cases because people are interested and they want to talk about it. They want to
Interesting.
learn
Cordy
about it.
says, what if you heard a case or a jury pool? We can't do that without you. We
Yeah.
can't do that without you.
Great point. Great
Mhm.
point. It's like I stated earlier, like the community who seems to have all of these opinions and are so outraged need to look in the mirror too, because
Yeah.
it's your bloodthirst for justice and you know, wanting puts people in handcuffs and all of this shit that's actually that I mean, Dolly wouldn't do the lives he does unless everybody logged in. I wouldn't do the lives that I
Yep.
do unless people logged in and watched. You know what I
There
mean?
is no
So
us without y'all. So,
exactly, exactly.
and the people who are breaking news, body found, da 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 da. Those chats have 1,000 people in them.
Well, nobody
Go
up
on there
here.
and
And,
just read the
and
documents. Go just read the documents, like me, Deets, and Jenny did. 200 people. So
mhm.
don't tell me about us hurting a jury pool. Don't tell me
Mhm.
about us exploiting a fucking case because that ain't happening. We don't have clickbait titles. We don't have clickbait thumbnails. We don't have any of that,
Nope.
Well,
right?
and let's just
Look around though.
look back at previous content too. Look back at Gannon's case, look back at Murdoch's case. There's so many other trials that we could turn to and see that I mean Murdoch was holy crap, that was national news on an even larger scale than what Karen's Reads is right now. I mean, there was documentaries out before they even went to trial. They still found a jury pool. They'll be able to find one on this case
We
as
have a
well.
documentary on the cyber sleuths right now. Turtle Boy was going to
Mhm.
have a documentary. Who do you think's
Mhm.
supporting this
That,
stuff? The general
that's
public. They
he said
want
today that
this.
that's still happening. He said today that that
They want it.
documentary is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Um,
And
think that big companies put out stuff that they know the
it's gonna
public
sell.
doesn't want?
Right.
yeah,
Right.
No.
and
It's
I
called
think it's
supply
fine
and
that
demand.
if
Supply and
people want to
demand.
go
Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead, Janie. Sorry.
no, you're fine. I think it's fine too if people want to sit in channels that are drama, that want to fight, that intentionally provoke arguments between creators and people who watch. I think that's fine if people want to do that, but don't pretend that that's better. than discussing
or
court
any
cases.
different. And that is bringing us back to what this Alive was originally about is, so then calling it out and talking about it and showing stuff
Yeah, is
that you're
talking shit
calling
on the
out,
glarer
how is
because of his
that
opinion better?
going to help the case at all? How does that help when you don't even know the facts of the case? You just want to call those people out. And this is the general statement that applies to several creators.
Yeah.
You know, when you're wanting to cover the bad actors and you don't even fully know what you're covering, how is that helping the case? That's
Or
hurting
is
as
it
well, isn't it?
okay, yeah, to sit in a chat and call Glare a baby gap, say that he has small dick energy, say he's a bully, say all of this because you don't like him, but you're allegedly in a chat spewing facts about the Karen Reed case? No, you're not. You're playing in
Or
the mud, boo boo. You're playing in
Right.
the fucking mud because
Right.
or
this doesn't like that and that doesn't like this, or you want to see this one and that one argue. You're there,
mhm.
you're fueling it, you're throwing a match, you've got the fucking gasoline, and then you have the balls to come to me and say, you've slanted this case.
Yeah.
For real though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Read a document and then come to me with that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, do your own research. Do your own research before you come to me with that bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just I think it's weird the way people look at things. Like they'll sit in these drama channels for hours and hours and hours, and that's fine. But then I sit like with a case that nobody cares about. Murdoch, before it got big, I sat
Mhm.
there with what 40, 50 people in my chat every night,
Yeah.
and I loved it. I enjoyed it,
It was the
and we
best
went.
conversations too.
It was, but
Cordy, only if the shoe
that's
fits,
what
boo.
that's what that's what Tracy was talking about. That it's you, right? What you choose to watch. If a whole bunch of people are going to somebody that's doing a certain thing on YouTube, then you're going to see a bunch of other channels pop up that are doing the same damn thing.
Hmm.
So don't sit there and bitch when you're the ones, not you people. I'm not talking about people here. I'm saying, but the people that complain when you're sitting in those chats, right? And you're like, oh, go tell them, get them, blah, 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 blah. When you're doing that in those chats, that means more people are going to do that. You're going to get more content like that. If you want to
Yeah,
talk
and if
about
you're,
cases, show up for Sleuth Mom, right?
mm-hmm,
Mhm.
Show
Show
up
up for
for Burden
Burden,
of
show up for
Proof.
Allie,
Yep.
mm-hmm,
Yep.
show up. There's so many. Jen
yep,
Lu, there's so many you could be showing up for if
Yep.
that's
I
what you truly want to.
right. I've been following Allie's channel for years, literally
Hmm.
years.
no,
That's
it's
okay
not
if you
about
don't
the
like the
glare.
glare.
It's very clear what this is about.
I
Okay.
mean, that's
I'm
totally
not
cool.
I'm not trying to like confuse
that's
anybody here. If you're
that's the look.
participating in an area where there is shit talking due to a case, if there's a case, okay, there's X case, and two creators don't like each other, so some of their content is just shit talking the other content creator, but the
Hmm.
facade is that it's about the fucking case, and you're fueling
Oh
that,
my God. Yeah. Hmm.
and fueling it, insinuating that I'm part of the problem, you're fueling people to talk about me. That's what you're fueling. Okay. If you keep putting out all of this slick little talk where you're not exactly saying, but everybody knows who you're talking about, I'm the next one who's going to be getting dragged for my coverage on cases. Do you know how hard I've worked on my channel? How dare you, sir?
Right.
You're
Yeah.
not, no, absolutely not. That's what I'm addressing.
Right.
And it's not right. It isn't right because I do stay far away from that stuff. If I don't agree with what Claire is saying, I just don't go in there. If I don't agree with what somebody's saying about a case, I just don't go in there. I don't
Right.
go in like, oh, did you see what Claire was saying? Did you see what he was saying? He's a fucking idiot. He's this, he's that. Da, 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 da. No.
Yeah.
But
And
if you're fueling that and you're participating in those things because of your dislike for, let's just say, the glarer, but you're doing it with a spin on my coverage, then you're fueling hatred against me. And I expected better from you. So if that shoe fits, put that motherfucker on and wear it.
To, Lily, even I want to say this real quick. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with watching drama channels if that's what you want to do. I'm just saying those are when there are people complaining that about other creators like being biased or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make sense to me at all. Like I've watched this over and over. And I've watched people complain in chats where there's drama going on, but they're complaining about other creators, and then they go, "People should just be covering the case." Right? I
Jenny, I
don't
thought you
understand
would,
that.
honey.
So
I thought you
so
would. You see
it
that?
wasn't
So funny.
Jenny?
what
So funny.
Jenny,
what?
look at the comment. Like, how in the world, after what I just explained, how in the world, instead of saying, no, that wasn't my intention, I don't think that. Like,
What biases?
am I fucking stupid right now?
No,
I
no,
think
this is
so.
weird.
It is so weird. It is so weird.
It's
Never have I seen such a strange thing. Even the people in the chat who see QWERTY talking all the time, they're like, wait, what? What is going on right now? It is baffling. There is something going on that I'm not quite clear on or that I'm not understanding. And I've felt like that now for the last 4 hours, but I'm giving up at this point. You win, I lose. I 100% support everything that Blair has ever said, done, thought, done in private when I wasn't there. What he did before I even knew who the fuck he was. All the chats that I don't go in, I also agree with all of that. Anything he's going to do in the future, I also agree with. And there you go. So, all right. Now we've solved it all because this
the
is fucking weird.
the stamp. Just get my name tattooed on your forehead. That's it.
On my fucking forehead.
Your forehead. That's it.
Everything. I agree with everything.
Signed
Right?
off. Everything I say is signed off by
It's
Tracy.
stamped. That's it. Isn't that what they say, Jenny? That the chasing stamp is on it? Isn't that what the neighbor says? And the other guy that
Yeah,
calls me truthing,
yeah.
whatever, I don't know. Yeah,
Jason's stamp of approval. She
So
period.
went and put
funny.
her stamp on it. So, like, anytime anybody speaks, it's Tracy putting her stamp on something, and it's made to sound horrible or like there was some conspiracy behind it or something. It's ridiculous. But
Hasn't
And
that's
I
what I'm
been
gotta
talking about.
say,
anybody.
People don't
me
know
per-
what they're talking about, and they say things like it's irritating. It's frustrating, and I don't know. I
let me
just
let,
like I
let me
said.
give you guys a little hack. Let me provide you guys with a little hack. Okay.
Okay.
The more, well, I'm talking to the chat. There's not really anybody here on the panel, but the more angry you get, the funnier I think it is. The
Hmm.
more angry you
That's
get at
true.
me, the funnier I think it is. Just so you
Yeah.
know, for future reference.
Okay. I'm gonna try it. Well, I do. I actually like with the neighbor that I do laugh all the time. It used to bother me. It doesn't anymore because it's so ridiculous.
Like, yeah, I mean, look
Tater.
at it. Looking at people in chat, the more pissed off they get, it's just funny to me. It's just very funny because I'm like, I don't even know you people. I, don't- I have no idea. I have no interest in knowing anything personal about you at all. And for some reason, you're just obsessed with knowing people and knowing who they are and what they're all about. Blah blah blah. It's like either you like them or you don't. Watch them or not, or don't
Well,
watch them.
that's what I don't understand. Don't watch it. Like if you have a problem, don't watch it. If you feel like someone's doing something that needs to be stopped, write up a bill and go to your congressman. I don't know what else to say. This whole
Right.
back and forth crappy, accusing people of stuff and because it's based on opinions, right? And it's ridiculous and it's a waste of time because
Right.
tonight could have been a completely different, beautiful life.
I barely
But
even talk about
Absolutely.
I barely even talk about Betty anymore. Why is that? Because when I first talked about Betty, it
pointless,
was
yeah.
it was because I was passionate about certain cases, and she was spreading misinformation and harassing people and making things really, really ugly. And
Yeah.
basically affecting investigations, which really bothered me. But the idea was to bring awareness to it. Job done. I'm not saying I was responsible for that. I'm saying that I played a hand in that. But now everyone talks about Betty. Everyone's doing Betty content. What do I need to do it for? I don't have to do it.
Built
And
up hatred towards who, Courtney?
I'm not saying I won't talk about Betty anymore. I'm just saying if you're wondering why I don't do it anymore, it's because I mean, I haven't felt the overwhelming need to do so lately. So
Is my sound gone? No, I'm back.
Yeah,
no,
you're
you're
on.
there. You're there.
I got a
Yeah.
phone call, so I
Um,
didn't know if I
yeah.
kicked my
If
butt.
you were hated, Cordy, you wouldn't be here. Right? Number one. Number two,
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
you'd have
hate
been
it.
blocked a long time ago.
Because I
Yeah.
think I have built up hatred. Not he
That's
thinks he made people hate him. He has built up hatred for who?
oh, it's the opposite. Okay. So he hates us. Okay.
Your hat, your chat took a poll, and people told you not to.
The Good Nunya is currently having choir practice. I dropped the link. Everybody that needs to get to choir practice.
No, Nicole B, you're not blocked. You're not blocked on my channel for that reason. You're blocked on my channel for other reasons that I'm not going to get into here. But there's a few of you, and you know who this little group of people is and why. And so you are not welcome in my channel for those reasons, which I'm not going to bring here. But has nothing to do with having a different opinion or interacting with other creators that I don't necessarily like. Has nothing to do with that.
Oh, we got a pioneer over here. Your hat took a poll and told you not
Your
to.
hat took a. He meant
Your
chat.
chat took a poll with 2 L's and told you not to do what?
I don't know, something. He's not sure who he hates. I'm figuring it out by a conversation.
Sinner's
Oh,
so mad.
why is Sinner mad? What's he
He's
mad
so
about?
mad. I don't
Is he
know.
mad at you? Y'all don't get along?
He's always. I don't know.
You blocked him. You blocked him and Emmy, I think.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Yeah, again, not something that I need to discuss, but clearly you could see what is driving his opinion. So
Oh, crime sleuth and young. She said, "Stop the cat." In case you
She
don't know what
did.
that means, it means you a liar. That's like street word. Gang,
what am I
gang.
lying? What am I lying about? Exactly.
Oh no.
You're wait, pause.
Somebody call
Skirt.
me out of my bullshit here, please.
Go
Somebody call me out of my
back.
bullshit.
I don't know. They're doing it fine from the chat. They'll call you out on whatever because I truly don't know what the issue is. But Cody
Right.
says,
But
I'm not sure who I hate. I'm figuring out by our conversation. You were spewing hatred towards Tracy long before this conversation and then throughout this live. So I feel like the problem was there from jump and you keep deflecting, gaslighting, and moving the goalpost on what the problem actually is.
oh,
Yeah, like
Granny's
more
watch.
than a week ago. More than a
Gra-
week ago. In
Granny's
some weird
watching.
chat.
Sorry, Granny's watching.
Interrupt me again if you want to, Glarer. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Sorry, Granny's watching. I addressed this and I apologized for it in a public post because I just simply confused you with someone else. So if you want to make it a bigger deal than that, that's between
Did you
you and you.
apologize to her?
I apologized in the public statement. I have never spoken to her privately, to my recollection.
No, I don't
So
think it was hatred word, Cordy. You were
well, if you'd
saying that
like,
I
I can
bought into
apologize.
Turtle Boy
Yeah.
too hard and I was biased. That was more than a week ago. Do you think that people aren't crazy and send me screenshots? They're like, "Is this actually Cordy?" I'm like, I don't
Wait,
know.
wait, wait. So you accused Granny of doing that, and she didn't? Is that what's going on?
I
Yes.
mistook her for someone else. I confused her with someone else who emailed me a picture that I did
Okay.
not ask for.
So
And
then,
I explained this in, I guess, the comment, not the post, whatever. But it was very public. And if you'd like me to apologize now, I will verbally apologize now. It was my mistake. I do apologize. I
I
confused you with
think she
somebody else.
wants okay, I kinda understand this. I think she wants an apology on your stream, like, because when we do
Mm,
state these things on our streams to, you know, a lot more people pay attention to our streams than they do our community posts. Is that what you're getting at, Granny? And I would agree with that.
okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. If it comes to mind, then sure, yeah, I'll make it a point
Do
to
it.
verbally apologize on my stream for Granny's watching.
I mean, that was a big mix-up. That was a big mix-up.
Yeah,
You
and
can
it was
hate
cleared up
Turtle Boy all
immediately.
day,
It was
Mhm.
Cordy.
cleared up immediately. Like,
Is Cordy no, I don't think so. I think they're genuinely upset, Carrie. I think Cordy is genuinely
Yeah,
upset. And
genuinely.
I think the only person who has me blocked is oh, it's Jenny has me. I think she has a lot of people blocked, but still has 50,000 people to watch her live. So there's that.
That's because of
I
the format she's doing it in. Can we go over that really quickly? So when you're doing your live from your phone now, it looks like a short, where the words are on your face, and people
mhm.
are scrolling through and seeing like Jody's lives, and that's why there's all those people in there. Like, how the hell did I get here? Because when you're just scrolling through like that, you can stop anywhere, and you're like, oh wow. So when you're seeing like 50,000 views now, I'm like, wait, what is going on? It's because of that format.
this is so fucking crazy, dude. People
I
are
don't like
crazy.
the stuff I'm seeing. Okay, but
So silly.
I mean, it's still weird that you're talking about me in other chats. It's very weird. It's been happening for a while, not just today. And it's odd. Like, there's no reason for that.
I just
And then
did
it's
love it.
wrong. People
I
associate
just
us as one, me and Cordy, because I profess my love for Cordy. So now people are like, oh, Cordy, what does Chasing think? And then he's like, oh, I think she's bought into the Turtle Boy and she's been swayed. None of those things are true, period. And then when I did finally go in the chat, you were like, oh, I was just in here speaking for you. And I'm like, that's okay. You can speak for me whenever you want to. Well, I didn't mean speak against me. It's kind of not what I meant.
This is like Festivus, the airing of the grievances.
the airing of the grievances. Crime sleuthing. Keep waiting. Like I said, hold that breath. That apology's coming soon. I promise. Lies. See there I'm lying. There I'm lying. So okay.
I was joking and said I'm gonna bill you all for therapy, but it was just a joke. I'm not billing anyone. Uh, Crimes Within said, I damn well do deserve a straight up apology for what you did to me, Lara. Explain why you won't. You drunk trolled and crashed my first live without any cause or reason and hurt my brand new channel.
Because you're whining. That's why I'm not going to do it. That's simply how I am. You think I'm an asshole for it all you want. I don't care. Simply because you're up here whining about it. That's why I'm not going to apologize to you. You can kiss my ass. Not doing it.
you didn't know you were gonna have to bust out a bunch of explanations and
I mean,
apologies for it. But
Granny's
I mean, I
watching.
get grannies. Yeah.
Totally deserves an apology, which I gave her, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm apologizing now again. I That's perfectly valid, absolutely. But Crime Sleuth was just being a whiny brat. I'm not interested in that.
That is his opinion.
Yeah. And to be honest, I mean, you can look at the bright side of the views you got from that in a brand new
Right,
channel.
Bex?
That's pretty good. I'm sure it got like a lot of people went to see that, right?
I
I mean,
assume things by your Turtle Boy show and statement. Who, Tracy's Turtle Boy show? Did you do a show on Turtle Boy?
She might be
Round,
addressing me. I don't know. I don't know.
round
No, he's
3.
addressing me. The first one that I did when
Ding ding
he
ding.
something was going on in the very beginning with Turtle Boy, and that was the very beginning, months and months and months and months ago. Months ago, we've been fine up until that point, until the past couple of weeks. So I'm still confused. Clearly, I'll remain confused, and that's okay.
Welcome in 867-5309. We're having therapy today and or Festivus. So if you have any grievances, let them out
Eight six
now.
seven five 309.
Aye, aye. There's also Clip Clop Choir going on over at Nunya's if you all want to
Oh,
participate in that.
I thought you meant she literally went to choir practice.
No, she's
Oh my
having it.
god. I was like, "Oh, cool. I didn't know she was in a choir."
To be fair,
Hmm.
see, this
Yeah,
is like
Corden.
so frustrating to be
I
you have
thought he
been
wasn't a
mistaken.
YouTuber.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he was a blogger. He's not a YouTuber. He was not on here doing it for that. Little did I know he had a fucking channel. See how closely I follow him and live in some bitch. Didn't even know at that point that he had a channel. To me, he was a fucking blogging fuckhead from Massachusetts, and I stated my opinions then. I was happy that he was making noise because Karen's case deserved more exposure. At that time, had he done all the things that he has done now? No. No, he hadn't. No, he had not. He was just blogging, as far as I knew. Okay? My husband doesn't even put me through this. Like, I said what the fuck I said, Scott. Don't ask me nothing else, motherfucker. I said what I said now.
This doesn't happen, and it was just so funny. This doesn't happen in
Life.
or at least like I don't deal with this stuff. Not even from the weirdos on Twitter in this case that I've been talking about. It doesn't happen. This whining and crying, it just doesn't
Well,
happen.
it's like, I feel like I had to clarify because I definitely did that live stream way in the beginning of all this. Made a few statements about Turtle Boy, and
Granny
then
said,
just did documents since then. That's it.
Granny said thank you, so I feel like we got to the bottom of one issue.
And I appreciate you accepting my
Yay.
apology, Granny.
This is
That's
a breakthrough.
I appreciate you accepting my apology, Granny. I mean, and I mean that. I'm being very sincere.
I'm so glad you did that though, because I like Granny.
I do.
Well,
So who's
the
next? Oh, you are a cactus.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I love it. I love it.
did you sleuth to get to that conclusion, or I mean, where have you been? This is not.
Weak.
It's,
That's kind of his thing.
yeah,
Did you just say I'm belittling
more
his
or
fucking
less,
thoughts?
arguably, yeah, arguably.
He said
Go
I'm
wash your
belittling his
hair.
thoughts. Do you know what I would do to Scott if he said that to me? I'd fucking kick him in the balls. Be like, get away from me right now. Like, what
She
are you
would.
even talking about?
She really
Hey,
would.
country. Battle armor's in the corner if you need some.
If Scott said what to you, Tracy?
That I was belittling his thoughts? Like, what?
Katarina.
What?
What?
What you talking about, Katarina?
Oh, I'd be mad. Like, no, you didn't
that,
come over to me and
Katarina.
act like
that
that.
that comment's right up there with drama shaming. That was my favorite. That's my all-time favorite. Drama shaming, Glairer. You're a drama shamer. What?
No,
I don't see a
drama
Katarina. What are
shaming.
you talking about?
I was looking
Katerina
at the wrong chat.
Rostarova.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
like, what are you
I was
talking
like, oh my
about?
god. I was like, what is she doing in here? This isn't really her thing.
Jenny's in here and she's all up in another chat.
No, it just I went over and was looking to see there's a live, another live, and I was looking to see what was going on,
I
and I left it up.
gotcha.
Sorry.
Wow.
We're finally
oh, that
getting
was for
somewhere.
Glera after the whining.
I
Oh no.
guess that
All
I
right.
guess that makes it more valid. I guess it's more
Well,
validity
yeah,
to
because it can't be valid. Like, you really don't know me if you thought that comment was gonna help.
it.
I'm like, wait, what? Belittle your
Dude,
thoughts. If you
I
don't put a pair
I
of pants
belittle
on right now,
I belittle people's thoughts all the time. I mean, I do.
So you looked at a cactus and thought, "I wonder what would happen if I kicked it." That could not have gone well.
you know. Mhm. Well, my work is done here today. Well, I'm glad
Sorry,
that your
we do
work's done.
not
Sheesh.
validate parking.
Um,
Oh my
I'm
god.
glad you kicked up a little chaos, Cordy. That was fun.
It was
Not
something,
at
wasn't it?
all. Yeah, I've been up all
Yeah.
day, took a nap,
I wish I
came
had
back.
my applaud track for QWERTY right now. I'm just giving her a round of
I'm
applause.
glad you don't. I'm glad you don't. I hate that
Well,
fucking sound machine.
oh, I'm sorry. Does it belittle someone's thoughts? Is that why you hate it?
It belittles your balls. I just can't stand this. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Whatever.
some people love it, some people hate it.
I know. I hate all of them though, not just yours. Literally all of them.
Yeah, no, I
Like
get it.
when Betty's claps, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Or
Yeah.
laughs. What the fuck is this?
Already, I don't think it's that you pissed everyone off. Is that you hurt people
Um,
today.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at all if that
Yeah.
matters.
I don't think Cordy cares if you're mad or
Yeah,
not.
right. That's what I said, if that
I'm
matters. I
just
mean,
saying, based on the comments, I don't think they care.
I
Yeah. I'm
I'm
gonna guess
perfectly
no.
content over here.
It was so bad. There was a bee and I was kicking my feet, and there was a cactus in my way. Yeah, super glad we were playing a game. We didn't even know it was a game. It was good times. I agree with Bieber on this. Like,
What?
what?
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
was this a game?
No. Mm-mm.
Nobody
But
corrected your thoughts. You can't do
no.
that. We're incapable of correcting somebody else's thoughts. Just like you can't police my opinions.
I think we should just
Um,
let people be themselves, and unless it's an attack on you, leave it.
Crime
Let people
Sleuthin',
be.
I'm gonna delete your comment just because I don't like people using creators' first names, like, unless I don't know, just rewrite it with yeah, because I know
Oh, I mean,
I
I
wouldn't
don't.
want I know that everybody does, but I do that for all creators. I would really, um I just like using YouTube names.
I mean, I actually
Even
pref-
though, like, I'll say, like, Tracy or Jenny or something, that's because I know them and whatnot, but,
I
um
actually prefer people to just be.
in a drama fight, I just feel we should stick
Right.
to YouTube names, but I don't have no problem with you writing what you wrote, so you can rewrite it. You passed me off, and I really am unsure why, but it's time to tag you. What?
QWERTY, I just question your ability to differentiate opinions from facts. I question your knowledge of the difference between an opinion and a fact. That's all. Nobody's saying you can't have an opinion. Everybody here has opinions, but you state things saying that's my opinion, but you state something like it's fact when it's just plain untrue. You've done that at least 3 times since I've been up here. So I mean, that's the issue here. Is I don't think that you seem to understand exactly um, the difference between an opinion and a fact. No, I didn't use anyone's name, Deets.
Okay, I just didn't know. Like I said, I'm not against it. I mean, I've called creators by their first name as well, but just arguing back and forth, I feel like we should stick to YouTube names. Least anybody be accused of going real life or something like that. I'm glad you all appreciate it with me. I don't even know what you just called him. I gotta Google it.
Well, I'm sure that's what she did. She Googled what the scientific term for a cactus was to make her to give her insult a little more pizzazz. It's cute.
Well, it is. I mean, it makes me look look it up.
Yeah, it does kind of take the piss out of it when you have to retype it though. Like, man,
Oh, it's Latin.
well, most scientific terms are.
Wait, maybe. What the heck? I'm getting a lot of different. Okay, so it's different words.
Oh, there's things that are starting to make sense now. The old Michael Long name comes up again. There we
It's
go.
white dog poo.
I don't even know what happened with that case or what you had to do with
Oh,
the
God,
case. I just
Jesus.
heard you were
I
involved
mean,
in it. So
does
now that's going to be brought up. I mean, should we?
does
How
I
long
Deets
could
have
ago
bring
was
up
the
some
Michael?
stuff,
five
crime
hours?
sleuth, and
You
like
know, that's
enough is enough.
5 hours to talk about that happened when
Wait,
Let's air it out. Let's do it now because this is we're not doing it again.
I
how long
mean
ago was that?
2 or 3 years ago. I don't even know, but literally more than 1 year ago.
Is
At
the
least
dog
2 years. At
white
least
or the
2 years
poop
ago.
or glare? That's what I want to know.
At least 2 years ago. Um, and no, guess what? If I ever get a hold of Michael Long again, I'm gonna have him on my show again, and
Oh
I'm
my
still
god,
gonna support him.
you just threw a freaking grenade
Oh
And I'm
out there by
no.
saying that, by the way.
and I'm gonna support him still, just to spite you, just to
Just
piss you off.
disclaimer, the glarer supporting someone does not reflect on chasing truth, gavel geeks, or deets on the motherfucking streets.
Too late. I don't even
Because
know about
we
the
don't
thing,
care
but
about that case, nor do we
Give me a
care
shit.
about that case. Like, we
He's
don't know
just
anything.
cursing.
So,
He's just
we're
cursing.
fucked.
just saying that's not our case. We don't know anything.
Deed said,
It,
not a fact.
it was hardly even a case. Like
What a pook.
it was hardly even a case.
Wasn't it like it was more of a custody battle gone wrong. I mean, I remember
Right,
the viral video, but I did
right.
not follow it. And so I just know that you say those words on this platform and everybody gets all riled up. So
Hey, she brought it up. She brought it up. Old crime sleuthing, and doing her sleuthing. She brought it up.
laundry, I will bring you a popsicle to make you feel better. It says a lot about us that we
Okay.
don't know anything about the Sophie Long case.
What?
Why would I know about that?
Right?
Like, it's not
Why?
actually a true crime case. It's not. Like
I
it's
spent years in the Kanika Jenkins community, and then by the time I come over here, I was on Summer Wells. Well, I don't know anything about that.
My channel name is
What?
Gavel Geeks. It refers to court cases.
what am I what am I lying about though? Like I knew him on Facebook with Annie. I have them. Okay, but I didn't know you. I didn't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know. I'm not connecting crime sleuthing with somebody who I talked on Facebook with years ago. I have no idea who the fuck you are. Sorry.
Yeah, what? What the fuck?
What
The,
happened?
the casers over there talking about bleached dog poop. I love it. This chat is wild, y'all. We got a little bit of everything in here.
When people pick
Okay,
up the
Critical
poo, it doesn't
K.
chance to bleach out white.
All
What?
right.
What is going on?
Angel says Critical K and Michael Long gave birth to Queen Bee and the Glarer. Just saying.
Gave birth to
No,
who? Nobody's
no.
birthing people around here.
I was around significantly long, well before the Michael Long thing.
The only person that gave birth to me, by the way, is my mama.
Right.
Mhm.
And it's
I
gross
just,
to think of Critical K birthing people.
Right.
ew.
And we're sold Critical K now.
Mm. Do
Patreon
you
like
guys
that.
want to hear a quick article that
Love
just
love
popped up on my
stories.
YouTube feed?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, you're not going to like it, but here we go.
All right. Might as
Uh-oh.
well. Do
All
you wanna
right, this
share
is
it or
from,
you just wanna read it?
It's got
I'm
to be
just going to
better than
read it because
Okay.
I'm on my phone, but
I'm
okay.
gonna mute and use the restroom.
The
Do
Fall
it, do it.
River Reporter, the freedom of Massachusetts journalist Turtle Boy, and the freedom of the press. The story surrounding independent journalist Aidan Turtleboy Carney and his
Wait,
recent 60
who's the author of the article?
Jess Machado.
Okay, I never heard of him. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's
It
okay.
doesn't why doesn't it say award-winning journalist?
Shut up.
In this
Okay. I haven't read it yet, but I'm going to read it to you just to break up this fucking monotony. Um, his recent 60-day stint in Norfolk County Jail isn't an easy one to understand. Aidan was released from jail this afternoon after being held since the day after Christmas. I have followed the story from the beginning, and even so, it often gets hard to comprehend. At the root of it all is something that we should all value tremendously: freedom of the press. In the time of fake news, shadow banning, and distorting algorithms, now more than ever, the freedom of the press is essential. Carney, who started his blog Turtle Boy Daily News, has always had his own style of journalism. Unconventional, often vulgar, and strongly opinionated, Carney secured a following by targeting what he considered the worst members of society in a format that was easy to consume for the average reader. Full disclosure, as the author of this article, I myself was a feature of one of Carney's blogs. We've since discussed the blog, and he then offered to take it down, but I declined. I believe in freedom of the press that much. Carney began breaking down the Karen Reed case, which has now made national headlines. Accused of murder in 2022 and the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, Reed has denied that she killed O'Keefe, and Carney has become one of her most vocal supporters. Through his series, Canton Cover Up, Carney meticulously detailed the death of O'Keefe and perhaps most notably began to expand on the theory that not only did Reed not kill O'Keefe, but that other individuals killed him, and there was an extensive cover up to frame Reed for the murder. As I write this today, the Canton Cover Up series has 297 installments, giving readers the most extensive coverage of this case than any other media outlet in the country. As Carney began to share more details of his case, his followers grew. Carney himself has shared that before he began writing about the Reed case, he had a couple hundred subscribers to his blog each month, and now he has thousands. It has become a lucrative subject for him and his company after years about writing without much success. His popularity with followers, also known as turtle riders, has critics questioning his credentials, often calling him just a blogger and attempting to discredit his work as an independent journalist. But what is a journalist? By definition, a journalist is an individual who collects and gathers information in the form of text, audio, pictures, processes it into a newsworthy form, and disseminates it to the public. Certainly, Carney fits that bill, but what sets him apart, and perhaps what landed him in jail in the first place, is breaking the third wall and leaving the written page and becoming an activist. In October, Carney was arrested and charged by a grand jury in December with 16 counts, including 8 counts of intimidation of a witness, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Those charges related to witnesses in the Karen Reed case, where Carney discussed individuals on his website and his live streams, as well as has held rallies and attempted to interview witnesses while leaving court, all of which one could say fall under the freedom of the press. Carney was out on bail for those charges when a few days after Christmas, he was charged with assault and battery and witness intimidation on an ex-girlfriend who was somehow now a witness in the case from October. It's convoluted and hard to follow, but all of it was for his ex-girlfriend, Lindsay Gattiani, who called the police and accused Carney of pushing her while at home, and his bail was then revoked, 60 days in jail. Carney denies he ever pushed her, and there were no witnesses to the allegation. Her credibility was hardly considered, from her purporting lying about a pregnancy with Carney and subsequent abortion to her communication with Special Prosecutor Ken Mello. All that matters is that Carney was out on bail, and the simple accusation was enough to revoke it. And while
Yep.
this whole sub story was taking place, The OG story, the original story of Karen Reed, the accused murderer, was still moving along. This week, the U.S. Attorney's Office shared their own findings into the case with both the Commonwealth and the defense team, although none of that information has been made public yet. Supporters of Karen and Kearney believe these documents will vindicate Reed and give credibility to Carney's claims of a cover up. The information comes just days after the next hearing in the case, days before the next hearing in the case, which is scheduled for Monday the 26th. Carney has shared he will be in the courtroom for the hearing. I met Carney for the first time today. This was from today, this article. I was in the press box during today's hearing where he was indicted on two new charges from the Commonwealth, wiretapping and another intimidation of a witness charge.
Wiretapping. I love it.
The prosecution asked for $10,000 cash bail, and they asked for a GPS device as well as additional restrictions, but the judge overseeing today's case refused to issue any of those requests. He was arraigned on two new charges and allowed to leave on his own personal recognizance. As the judge made her decision, supporters outside listening on the Zoom call exploded into cheers so loud they could be heard inside the courtroom. Carney and perhaps the freedom of the press that he stood for was actually free. I was able to stay outside the courtroom where Carney was being processed to leave the courthouse. His attorney, Timothy Bradel, as well as two members of his team, waited out in the hallway for him as his handcuffs were removed. On a live broadcast shortly after being set free, he admitted he didn't cry in jail, but he cried when his cuffs were removed today. He stepped outside of the room and hugged his team members, quiet and what I interpreted as overwhelmed. He hugged me as well and thanked me for coming. We had a few minutes while we waited for Brito. We gathered his things, and I asked him how he was feeling. He said surreal. He said he couldn't believe what happened in the courtroom, referring to no bail restriction. I should mention, with no previous criminal history, Aiden was jailed for the first time in his life for what he and others believe as an attempt to silence his freedom of press. He maintains he was a political prisoner while in jail these past 2 months. I asked him if he thought he was in danger of his bail being revoked in light of the two newest charges, and he said he wasn't sure what was going to happen. Quickly, I realized he was anxious to get outside and greet his supporters. I don't want to keep them waiting. They've waited long enough. Aiden also promised to be back on his YouTube channel for a live broadcast on Saturday night, the first time since December. As I walked down the courthouse stairwell to the first floor, Bradel told him, "Get home to your kids," and that he would connect with him later in the day. I asked Bradel for an interview, but he insisted today was not about him. Today is about Aiden. Aiden paused just before the doors to the outside and took a photo with his team, smiling but somber. 60 days were behind him. He was ready to start again. He thanked us and Bradel, opened the doors to thunderous crowd of supporters as a free man. Yeah,
That's a great article.
it was pretty good.
Like I have to say that reflects my opinions uh very accurately.
Yeah, that was a good one. That's a pretty good article.
Right. And you could relate to that too, considering because Turtle Boy wrote an article about somebody that you knew and cared about.
Yeah.
Um and yet this person apparently he did that to them too. Oh, no, that's Clover.
What are
He
you
didn't
doing
like
Clover.
to
that.
that dog?
That
Holy
is a
cow.
big old bully breed snore right there.
He's worn out.
No, he's wide awake. He just makes
Oh
these
my
noises.
god.
Yeah, he just makes these noises. Right, Clover? Right, buddy? He's just
Yeah, I
no, he's
totally can relate to what she's saying. As much as I would have prior to the whole Karen Reed thing, if I ever saw him, I would probably be like, "You piece of shit,"
yeah, right.
because of what he did. I mean, and she even addresses that.
But
He went after
I love
those
how
who were the lowest of the low in our area, and I get it. I get
right.
why he was doing that. I mean, my friend and her boyfriend got hooked really, really, really bad on drugs, and they knocked down a 90 some odd year old woman in the lobby of her elderly apartment and stole her purse. And he wrote
Wow.
about it, but he didn't stop there. He kept
Right.
going. Like he
Right.
dug and dug and dug and dug, and it was horrible. And I couldn't get behind that. I got behind the first article. I'm like, he's 100% right. She did do all of that. But when her dad, who's an associate pastor and one of the best people in the world, when he tried to reach out to Aiden and talk to him, he was so mean. Like he was just like, "Sorry, your daughter's a scumbag. You know, she hit a 90-year-old woman. Fuck your daughter and fuck you for enabling her." It was bad. It was bad. And it went on for a long time because she kept committing crimes every time she got out. So can I blame her or him or both or whatever? I don't know. It was a terrible situation.
Yeah, it
And
just sounds bad all around.
yeah, it was just bad. But that was what he was known to do, you know? If you were out there robbing elderly, if you were out there breaking in cars, breaking in people's houses and you got caught, he was putting your face on his blog. And that's just how it was. But I mean, that doesn't make it right. It just makes it,
Well, I mean, it was that article is powerful because this is someone who had these differences with him, but
mhm,
as a journalist, as an independent journalist, she's like, well, none of that matters because they're
right.
taking away his freedom, which affects me. They're robbing him of his freedom of press, his First Amendment rights, and that's not okay. And regardless of my opinions or feelings about the guy, well, you know, that
Right.
shit's not okay. Um,
No, it doesn't reflect my opinions, Cordy. I
it
came
was
up here
it
to
reflects
feed
mine.
my big dog, and Jace was on my computer. I took my computer. I see the chat on one side, and I see Facebook on the other. And as I was scrolling to see if my friend got married yet, I saw that article and clicked on it. I didn't read it because it reflects my opinions.
Well, here's something too, and a lot of people don't seem to understand this, but he wasn't in jail for harassment.
Jenny, we can't hear you over the dog.
Here, I'll mute.
Lava.
Really, you couldn't hear me?
I couldn't hear you over the dog.
Oh, one sec.
He's the snorer.
Hey, was
Okay,
that?
is that better?
Snorter.
Yes,
Hmm.
much better.
I pushed my microphone back into my headphones and forgot. Sorry.
Hmm.
But people seem to be confused about why he was in jail, and he was not in jail for harassment.
Hmm.
What was
He
he in
was
jail for?
charged with that because he was on out on bond,
Correct.
and that
And he
yeah
violated.
that lady said he did all this stuff, and then that was they pulled back his bond.
It violated the
Remote bond.
bond.
Mhm.
Hmm. So the issue seems to be between Chasing and QWERTY is that QWERTY thinks by proxy you are supporting a person who commits harassment. W-
And I don't know if that's Turtle Boy or Glarer or both.
Yes.
That still hasn't been clarified yet.
I think that would be a good clarification. His case brings up questions regarding freedom of speech. It sure does, from what I've heard of it. Um,
That's my interest in the Turtle Boy aspect of everything. That's why I'm covering him. Is should he be charged with anything? And looking at the law itself seems to be unconstitutional. How it passed is beyond me. But if you read the law, it is really, really vague, and extremely broad. Like it says, uh, being within the vicinity of potential witnesses. Anybody's a potential witness. What do you mean a potential witness? Everybody's a potential witness. Um, so you can apply that law to you can absolute excuse me, you can absolutely weaponize that law if you wanted to. And that's the issue. That's my interest in it. That's why I talk about it. Um, Otherwise, I wouldn't even talk about Turtle Boy's case as far as the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case goes.
Mm-mm. Because
But
it's not a crime case like that you would cover. It has nothing to do with anything. I mean,
well,
Yeah, and
it's
what's going on there is extremely important.
well, and the thing
The
is though,
outcome.
the
yeah.
the big question is he being charged under these based on this ridiculous law simply because they're afraid or retaliating against him for taking on and making these accusations against the Norfolk County DA's office. So that's why I'm covering it mostly. Is it whether we like it or not, it is connected to this case. He has
Well, and I disagreed with you on that for the longest time until the other night. We were going through the documents that were for the O'Keefe trial, and he's in there 350 plus times, way
yep,
more than John O'Keefe has even mentioned. So it
right,
has now crossed over into the same case.
right,
Can I
and
just
there
say Lindsay did call him last night, allegedly, according to Bradel, but anyway.
right, right. And then
What?
the judge
Yeah.
immediately shut that down because, well, Bradel in court said that the victim, so quote unquote, the alleged victim of Turtle Boys, this ex girlfriend, who has this restraining order against him, called his phone last night.
Through
Why?
Facebook Messenger
Yeah,
at
why?
1 something in the morning, 1:45
Right.
in the morning. And
And the
she said, the judge was like, well, sometimes the victims on the PPOs will reach out. Just know not to answer. Don't answer. And he's like, I didn't. Nobody talked to her. So, but still, why? What are you doing? Should you be doing that? No.
Because she has a restraining order against him, correct?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Ah. Yeah, that restraining orders, a lot of people forget they go both ways.
Yeah.
right.
Um,
But the thing is the judge was even like, well, she didn't even want to hear it. So apparently, it's not a violation of the restraining order if the victim reaches out to the person that they have the restraining order against. The
hmm.
judge
I
didn't
think
seem to
it's just
care.
one way in
Like,
Massachusetts. I think it's one way.
Oh,
I don't
Um,
know.
the
right.
I think so.
the neighbor claims that hers only works one way too. She can harass the crap out of her ex.
well,
So I
But
mean, what is that? Like,
here,
you get a restraining order filed against somebody, but you can harass them and call them and bother
well,
them
see,
all
here
you
you
want.
can't.
doesn't seem
So
right.
we have taken a restraining order out on one person, and one of the things, like when we went in, you fill out all the paperwork, then you go straight in before a judge and to get like the temporary one, and they state that here, like, no, you cannot contact the person that you're taking the restraining order out on, or it'll be revoked. So
And
they
see, I
go
think that's
both
how it
ways
should be.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Right.
how it should be. However, most restraining orders are one way. And
Are they?
so like if she contacted her ex and he accepted it, he can go to jail.
See, what is that? That
Really?
sounds like
Uh-huh.
That's
entrapment.
what that yeah, it does sound like entrapment, or it leads
Uh-huh.
into like these third party communications, if you're reaching
Yeah.
out. See, that's a big deal here too. I
Well,
can't if I
knowing
have a
he's alone
yeah.
in jail by himself, probably laying there hoping, fuck, I hope I get out tomorrow. And 1:45, your little tablet rings and you don't
Not
Yeah.
seeing
answer
his
it.
kid, not seeing his
Had
kid
he
for
answered
3 days.
it, he wouldn't have got out.
He'd have been in
Right.
big trouble, that's true.
Exactly.
But, she knows okay, so she knows all these documents have been dumped and everything has been gone through, and, like, even Karen's documents have been seized, or phones was seized to get her stuff, like, she would know people would find out about this call. Why
The
make it?
Could have
thing
been like,
is,
oh, it was an accident. I didn't know, but he did answer.
in
You
my
never know.
opinion, in my opinion, based on the evidence that I have been privy to, I do not believe that this woman is a victim. That's my opinion. Okay. And I realize that that's
And I
touchy.
don't like that. Yeah, I don't like stating things like that because we don't know.
I That's why I'm saying it is my
Yeah.
opinion. And based on the evidence that I have seen and heard, this woman is not a victim. That's my opinion. Um, and I mean, we're talking about somebody who I heard on a recording threaten to perform a self abortion in his driveway, pack her kids. This is how she painted the picture this way. She said, I'm going to take the kids, wake them up, put them in my car. She has 4 kids. I'm going to put them in my car. I'm going to drive to your house, sit in your driveway while this happens.
Mm.
And like, and he's going, what? You know. Now
And these are
he
why I don't really like cases like this, like the Sophie thing. That was a custody issue.
right,
This is uh, it's a
a
domestic
domestic,
violence, but it's a civil
yeah,
one. I know that like a lot of people were angry that people were saying that Amber Heard wasn't a victim, but then it went through trial, and that's why I prefer to just wait until the court handles that because
Absolutely.
it's messy, messy, messy.
Absolutely. I think
well,
it's
Yeah, when it was
completely unfair, by the way, that someone can claim that someone abused them and they're labeled that from then on. And
You are,
without,
yeah.
yeah, without have, that's just not fair. I mean, they
the
people should be
laws of
allowed to
math
defend
are
themselves.
big. Yeah, they're very big on the accuser without the burden of that proof. It's a woman's state overall. They'll tell you that. I mean, or it used to be anyway. It's more they side with the women because they don't want to be wrong in such a delicate situation. You don't want to say, well, he probably didn't do that based on what we have here. And then the next thing you know, he goes and harms her in some very serious way. So
right,
a lot
right.
of times you'll see that.
It's just all of the timing was way too convenient because right before that happened, she has this like the day before this incident takes place, she has a meeting with
Hey,
Mello
Jennifer.
and Tully.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's come on.
That made me
Uh,
feel some kind of way. I can't lie. I was like, whoa.
right, right. So, I mean, you want me to feel bad for this woman. I'm not saying anybody here. I'm saying generally you want me to feel bad for this woman, but give me a reason to feel bad for her that's valid. That makes me, you know what I mean? Like
Mm,
not just words that she says this is what it is, especially when I hear a recording of her being the irrational one,
Did
you
we ever
know?
find out if it was true that the pregnancy was faked based on the metadata, or is that just like that's what they said in court, but that doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean that's true.
I
Crime
haven't seen
Sleuth,
it.
Crime Sleuth, and you can Google it. It's Massachusetts that we're talking about.
is it
So you can
yeah.
Google that. You can like go back and petition the court to vacate the restraining order, but that is the way it is.
That's
Yeah,
weird. I
no,
agree,
yeah,
it's
you can't
very
get a,
weird.
yeah, you can. You can get a protective order and then contact them.
Hmm.
The judge stated it quite clearly today and said, keep in mind, she was talking directly to Aiden Carney when
Right.
his lawyer said last night or this morning at like one something in the morning, Lindsay called Aiden's Facebook Messenger. He did not pick up, he did not talk to her. And she kind of shut it down and said, well, you know that the victims of a restraining order or a protective order sometimes will reach out. Just know you cannot pick up.
Right.
And
Now,
that's out of the judge's mouth, not me. That's exactly what the judge said today.
Which is crazy, but I mean, apparently, I mean, it came from a judge. It didn't come from a cop. It didn't come from a lawyer. It came from the judge.
He
right.
said
So,
it today. Yeah.
So, do we have more than his side of the story? Do we know her side?
well,
Yeah, they
yeah,
went to court.
yeah, yeah.
There
She
was a whole
she
court case.
testified. Yeah, I covered it. I went over the court hearing.
I've just honestly been ignoring most of the Turtle Boy
Yeah, kind of.
stuff
Yeah.
until we
Oh,
read the documents on, Tracy's Live where they are now intertwined. I really just
mm,
hadn't been paying attention at all to his
Well, they've
case.
been intertwined. I wouldn't have even touched it if I didn't believe they were totally intertwined, and it was just a matter of time before the prosecution starts uh, using Turtle Boy because that was
mhm.
another reason why I believe that he was incarcerated because if if they're trying to say that Karen Reed if they're trying to lock Karen Reed up and say that she is doing things that are very well trying to mess with a jury, right? Trying to affect jury selection, right? Let's just say that it looks a lot better on a court motion when they say Aiden Carney, who is now jailed for harassing victims and intimidating witnesses. For harassing and intimidating witnesses. It looks better than just Aiden Carney, a blogger. It looks better when they say Aiden Carney, blogger, who is now in jail for intimidating and harassing witnesses. So I think that has a lot to do with why he was locked up. It was a kind of a chess move, more or less, that is going to implicate Karen Reed that much more because they know their case is going to fall apart in court. They know it.
I think
Okay,
the
so here we
I
go. I
watched it. It
found
was
it. Let
very
me
interesting.
share this real quick. Well, just so before we move on, just so that we can all see it. So here it says, can a judge issue a mutual restraining order? A mutual restraining order is where both sides seek a restraining order. In only rare cases will a judge in Massachusetts issue a mutual restraining order. In the case where a judge issues mutual restraining orders, they are required to make written findings. Mutual restraining orders are issued when both parties can convince a judge that they have suffered abuse and both need an order of protection. Ooh, so
Yeah,
yeah,
and you can play what the judge said too, Pete, if you. It's a very short
uh,
hearing, but if you forward to where
okay,
she
I'll
said
look it up.
it was pretty good.
See, I love this crime sleuthing. I mean, you're really living up to your handle there. Um, just
Um,
sleuth the issue, sleuth it yourself. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you to do. I'm not telling you. I'm not just saying things just to say them. If you go and you read the charges, um, actually, as a matter.
did he disappear? Oh, okay. I'm like, wait, where did the sound go? All right. Okay, I'm trying to pull up the hearing. I didn't Unsafe Spaces play it. Wait, oh my,
I don't
sorry.
know. I know Blair played it. Um,
Okay.
it was a
Here,
very quick hearing.
I put in the private chat his charges, not including the newest ones. But they all have timestamps. They have video titles and timestamps on them, and you can
Yeah.
look at it yourself. And I did 5 different live streams going over each one of his charges, going over those, and all of the stuff is still up. Turtle Boy never took any of these videos down. So you can go and reference each charge. You could reference where they're saying that he intimidated or harassed people. And granted, you'll see some things that are going to make you go, dude, I wouldn't fucking do that. No fucking way. No way would I do that. But the question is whether or not it's illegal. It's illegal and a jailable offense. That's the question. So you have to go and look at it yourself. So crime sleuthing, I would recommend. I shared it in the private chat. I don't have a wrench, so I can't share it here. But
You don't
or
have a wrench?
maybe I could. I'll try.
Oh, probably because hang on, I'll grab it. Here's it's a Google Doc.
Yeah.
I was trying to find the today's thing, but Tracy said it's fine. Oh, yeah, it showed up.
So I mean, you could look at it yourself. Just go through each charge and go and look up the videos that are being referenced and the timestamps.
Actually,
And
he had like tablet while he was in there. I just know that from catching a random episode
You
on
get
him.
them in Massachusetts. They've had them forever.
he could have totally taken him down. He had a tablet in jail. He was still writing blogs.
Chat. You can do all of that.
Crime sleuthing. I'm gonna need you to do some sleuthing before you talk, sweetie. Just saying.
Don't be rude.
Well, she's been rude to me this whole time. I can't defend myself.
Okay,
Come
that's
on.
You
fair.
can
Then
do
you guys
YouTube in
have me on your
jail.
back.
I have a friend named Uncle Fed. He YouTubes from jail all the time. His name's Unc Fed
Jail
from the Kanika
tablets
Jenkins
don't
community.
allow internet or YouTube access. They have messaging
Not
and
true.
reading.
His name is Unc Fed.
Reading.
UNCFED. Just look up
That's
UncFed Kanika Jenkins. You will see him doing live streams
that's not
from
true,
prison.
crime sleuthing. I mean, you're like generalizing jails too. I mean, if you say that. So, uh, um, eh,
Really living up to that handle there. Got to tell you.
yeah, I mean,
I couldn't figure out how he was doing it either. I'm like, what do they have Wi-Fi? What the fuck is going on here? But if you can do YouTube Messenger, you can do YouTube because it's the internet. You're not supposed
you
to.
can do YouTube. Okay, Fred, just a little when Fred was in jail, Ziggy was talking to him and he was watching
True.
the YouTube
True.
lives while he was talking to
Mhm.
her. So, I mean, where are we getting that you don't have access?
Jail has changed a lot. I was baffled when I first heard because my friend Christy's murderer is in jail, in prison, in Massachusetts. When I found out this fuck had a personal ad and a Facebook page. I'm like, and this is years ago. I'm like, how the hell? Like maybe somebody made it for him. And her mother told me, no, they allow them to like get on these, and that was at this time on the computers, and they can communicate. I'm like, on computers? And now they got their own tablets. It's crazy.
Well, don't they have a whole like community here on YouTube of like
Hmm.
prison people? Okay.
Yeah, now they do. Yeah.
All right. So this is the. It is short. Man, I skipped through like
You're not sharing it,
15
huh?
minutes. I'm my
You are
downstairs
now.
computer's a little slow. It's getting over there. Yeah.
Can I have counsel identify themselves starting with the Commonwealth? Certainly. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Is this my stream?
Robert
Yeah.
Novak, I'm a specialist.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be some clapping there. It's going to annoy Tracy. Sorry.
I didn't know where else to find it. And she said it was on yours, so I grabbed it.
Yeah. I do use my clapping sound effects here. So,
Oh, boo.
boo.
All right, Mr. Novak, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of Aiden Carney. Before me, Judge, in custody for the record is my client, Aiden Carney.
Good afternoon, Attorney Bradle. Mr. Carney, good afternoon. Welcome to you as well.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, so we're here. I believe we're here because the bail revocation period is up. We need to address that. Mr. Bradle, there are also 2 new indictments against your client. Do you wish to have him arraigned today?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you for
All right.
I appreciate
So
it.
let's do that first, Mr. Clerk, and then we'll deal with issues relating to bail thereafter. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bradle, does your client waive the right to a formal reading of these indictments?
Yes, we do.
1 count of intimidation of a witness, 1 count of disclosing the contents of a wiretap. Mr. King, how do you wish to plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Question of bail, both cases.
Yes, Your Honor. The
Go ahead.
Commonwealth would be requesting $10,000 in cash bail in certain conditions. The first one being that the defendant stay away from the alleged victim in the case. Secondly, that he obey all outstanding restraining orders regarding the victim. And thirdly, requesting that there be a GPS monitoring with just an exclusion zone as to the victim's home, place of work, or schools that her children may attend.
All right. There are a number of different victims in connection with both matters, correct?
Yes.
So you're asking for a stay away, no contact with all named
Yes.
victims. Okay.
Yes.
And the GPS exclusion zone would relate to all as well.
Yes, it's not required, obviously, to keep the defendant in home or just away from the particular victims in the many cases.
How many separate victims do we have? I haven't gone through and identified them.
We're like 8.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
There's like
Okay,
8.
and why is the Commonwealth
professional.
requesting cash bail as well?
The reason that we're asking for cash bail, Your Honor, is because the new charges are exceedingly troublesome. The defendant has already been charged with the multiple counts of intimidating a witness, and there is considerable. It's obviously that he has a proclivity for continuing in this conduct. If I could go over a little bit of the background of the intimidation, the new intimidation of a witness case, Your Honor. This occurred on December 23rd, of 2023 at the apartment of the alleged victim, who is Lindsay Gattani, excuse me, when the defendant came over knowing and for the purpose because she had received a summons to appear before the grand jury. When he appeared at her apartment, he told her in no uncertain terms that when she went to the grand jury, she was going to tell them that she knew nothing about the case. He further told her that he wanted to take her phone and go through it to look for and to erase any particular contacts and data that she might have regarding the matter.
Okay.
He threatened her in saying that if she didn't cooperate, he would destroy her in front of her kids by publishing old probate court records that he had acquired. The second charge under what we call, I guess, the wiretap statute is that at that same time he recorded their conversation unknown to her and without her permission. The first time she found out about that she was being recorded is when it was published on his website, and then
That's a lie.
The conversation that was published on the website was not the conversation that she had with him, that it had been altered. Since that time, the police have received a copy of a recording that does reflect what was said, which indicates that she did not consent to the recording. So, Your Honor, the reason that we're looking for bail is obviously the charges are serious. The intimidation charge is a felony. It carries up to 10 years imprisonment. The wiretap up to 5 years imprisonment. It's clear that the defendant has the proclivity for continuing with intimidation even after being charged and being on personal recognizance for this. And we think the bail and the stay away and the monitoring is necessary just to ensure the safety and protection of the witnesses, at least until the trial of Karen Reed can take place, and that to preserve justice and prevent it from being obstructed. So those are our reasons, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Novak. Attorney Bradel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just some particulars. Mr. Carney's 42 years old, Your Honor. He has 2 children, ages 6 and 8. He was an 11-year veteran of the Dudley Regional School District as a history teacher. And as you know, Mr. Carney now operates several websites and news sites that he engages in very prolifically and provides all sorts of investigative reporting to the public and to his many followers that he has. And I just would note, Judge, that he's got a courtroom full of supporters here who think very highly of him and appreciate very much all of his activism and protest and journalism. So that's his current occupation, Your Honor. With respect to these 2 charges, Judge, this case was the subject of an order from Judge Krupp on the initial bail determination of personal recognizance with no terms whatsoever. Judge Krupp obviously was confronted with the very same issues, the same Norman issues, Como versus Norman issues, and he did not do anything whatsoever with respect to any stay-away orders. In this particular case, Judge, there are complicating factors with respect to what might otherwise be an order in another case. Here you have a journalist who is practicing his craft and is protected by the First Amendment, Judge. And if the court were to adopt the government's request wholesale, there'd be a problem with respect to him being able to cover his topics, which is the Karen Reed murder case. What would happen, Judge, is that anytime any of these witnesses decided to go and attend the Karen Reed murder case, they would essentially have a veto power over Mr. Carney covering the case. So that was raised in front of Judge Krupp, and ultimately, Judge Krupp at the arraignment, not at the bail appeal, but at the arraignment, Judge Krupp erased any restrictions whatsoever.
Mr. Brado, with respect to the 8 or 9, I think it's 9 with the new indictment, Mr. Novak, witnesses that Mr. Carney is alleged to have intimidated or interfered with, are there any restraining orders in effect?
No, Judge. In fact, 2 of the complainants tried to seek a criminal harassment order in the Stoughton District Court.
I mean a 250-80?
A 250-80 order, yes, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. And they were both denied on First Amendment grounds. That was one by Judge O'Malley at the time, one by Judge Walsh.
What about Ms. Gattani, who I understand is the alleged victim in another district court matter?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. And
she has a restraining order?
She has a restraining order that's in effect for a year. And in terms of that case, Your Honor, Judge McCallum in the district court set a personal recognizance bail on that case, this new case that we're arraigning now that's been brought to Superior Court. And I know the court's well aware, just the mere fact of an indictment is not a grounds for an increase in bail, just because the government has unilaterally decided to put him in another court. It's the same case. In fact, it's actually a little bit better in the defense category. I provided one of these to the Commonwealth, and it's come to our attention that the complainant who's gone to court and gotten a restraining order saying she's afraid of Mr. Carney, doesn't want any contact with him. This morning at 1:55 a.m., she called him. She should know that he's incarcerated, and obviously he did not speak with her at all because he's incarcerated, but she called him on a Facebook Messenger video call at 1:55 a.m. No one spoke with her. We have custody of his phone, and we screenshotted and memorialized that call. So this is someone who, on the one hand, is claiming one thing, and incidentally, factually, Judge, every single factual allegation here, Mr. Carney absolutely denies 100%. And in fact, a lot of it is contradicted by the written record that will come to light, and it's been provided in the lower court. The text record where Ms. Gattani contradicts her later statement to the police is contradicted by her text record, where she invites Mr. Carney over. She uses this new case where she's received a subpoena to lure Mr. Carney over, and like moth to a flame, like a journalist to a new set of facts, he went over there to at her invitation to look at everything that had been arrayed against him. Perfectly normal human impulse to go want to see what people are saying about you, and he followed her invitation to go over there. So that's how the facts of that are going to show.
All right. Do you have a copy of that, Mr. Novak?
I did.
All right, Mr. Officer.
A copy of
Thank you. Hold on one moment, Attorney Brado.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Novak, I'm going to play the part because I know Tracy says the judge says it, but Novak wasn't the attorney on this, wasn't it?
It was Ken Mello.
Mello, yeah.
Supposedly sick and in the hospital.
Oh, okay.
But it's Ken Mello that's the regular special prosecutor on this case.
Okay. All right.
And this guy's not doing the best job himself, but he's doing significantly better than Mello does.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear this part from the judge here real quick, is where she says it.
Yeah, he's basically saying this whole thing is a sham, and we can prove it.
Oh, my honey just brought me home roses. Oh, thank you, babe. That's so beautiful.
Aw.
It's not even my birthday. Aw, what a guy. Okay, here we go.
All right. Well, as you know, counselor, sometimes persons who have restraining orders reach out to the persons who are prohibited from contacting them. Your client should be advised that notwithstanding whether or not this individual reaches out to him, he may not, under the terms of that restraining order, communicate with her. Is there anything else that you want to bring to my attention with respect to the bail the Commonwealth seeks and or the conditions of release?
Judge, I just want to note that the new case was personal recognizance with the restraining order already in place. The old case was personal recognizance with
hear that?
Mr.
She can reach
Officer?
out. He can't.
Thank you. Hold on one moment, Attorney Bradle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right. Well, as you know, counselor, sometimes persons who have restraining orders reach out to the persons who are prohibited from contacting them. Your client should be advised that notwithstanding whether or not this individual reaches out to him, he may not, under the terms of that restraining order, communicate with her.
There it is.
Is there anything else that you want to bring to my attention?
There it is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right?
Little roses are female, but yeah, they're yellow. My favorite roses.
It's like you can do all the things, but isn't that crazy that you're going to put a restraining order on somebody? I mean, her friend did testify and say that she said that he didn't hit her or that she wasn't afraid of him or whatever. But whatever.
The whole thing is such
But
a
then when
shame.
she got into court, she's like, I don't know anything. I don't know.
Right.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up that you can put a
I think
restraining order on
judge
somebody and then
seems
reach
like
out to them.
very no nonsense is kind of how I was taking her. Like, all right, guys, get to the facts.
Yeah, she's also a new judge. This is a third judge that's handled this case. It's very weird. I don't understand what's going on here. Like, and Bradle was even saying that. He was just like, well, this has gone to a different court as if it's a different case, and it's all the same case. So it's just, yeah, it's obvious. I mean, well, I guess I should just word it differently. It's my opinion that this is obviously they're railroading this man and trying to keep him in jail. I mean, wiretapping, you're seriously trying to keep a guy locked up for recording somebody without their knowledge? This happens on YouTube all the time. I'm not saying it's right. It's not cool to do that.
Wait, revenge porn's not illegal in Massachusetts?
It's not illegal in Massachusetts, no.
Holy crap, they're a backwards Commonwealth for sure.
To say the least.
Oh,
there's a lot that goes on that should be like, wait, what? That's a thing? Yeah, that's a thing.
Right, and it's where the revolution started, which is really ironic.
It's like you hear about New York cops or like LA cops, but when you're from Massachusetts and you talk about like troopers, it's a weird thing. It's almost like you're talking about the mob. Like, you don't fuck with them, period. You do not. And I know that probably sounds crazy because our police are here to protect and serve and all of that. But the bottom line is, don't fuck with the troopers. Don't fuck with the Boston police. You are going to end up paying for it. And you don't fuck with the Commonwealth. And it's like everybody knows that. It's like a thing. You just don't. You don't know what's going to happen. So you just don't do it. And for him to be pushing, it's like, oh, what's going to come out of this? I mean, the overtime thing, that big scandal that they're having where people are being indicted all over.
Yeah, that's huge.
He was part of that too. And it's huge.
I mean, there's so many weird laws. In Kennesaw, Georgia, it's actually illegal to not own a firearm. Like, I mean, it's not enforced, but it's a law.
Yeah,
right. That's what I was saying.
Oral sex is illegal in North Carolina.
But here in Illinois, you can't either. Like, if you contact the party you took a restraining order out on, you can it'll be dropped and you could be charged for harassment or engaging. I can't remember exactly what it is, but
Tony says normal people are smart enough to know not to hassle the police. There's a lot of corruption going on.
So wait, he recorded her.
They're saying
he recorded her.
They're saying that he edited the part where she consents to being recorded. But well, go back and watch it. Go look at it. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you, so I know where to look.
Is there like is it obvious? Can you hear
Very
a click
sure.
or something?
I'm curious because I have not listened to it myself since this accusation. So,
Walking backwards and chewing gum is illegal.
no,
Oh,
not
honey, sorry. In North Carolina, oral sex is illegal.
Mass, if you contact a person you have a PO against, they can go back to the court and have the PO dismissed. They were literally just in court. We just listened to it. And the judge said, keep in mind, they may contact you, but you're not allowed to reply or to contact. He could have asked for the restraining order to be dropped
Yes.
right then and there, and maybe he will, but of course you can do that when somebody
We
you
just
know,
heard.
I
I can
just
play it again. We're still right here. Let me go back a few seconds and you can hear exactly what the judge just told
I just shared it in
Bradle.
the private chat, so
Okay,
you
I'll
have the
click that in a
recording.
second. Let's hear this one more time. Sorry about my dinosaur. I think that's far enough. Let me see here.
Thank you. Hold on one moment, Attorney Bradle.
Thank you.
Yep, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Make sure I'm not set up.
All right. Well, as you know, counselor, sometimes persons who have restraining orders reach out to the persons who are prohibited from contacting them. Your client should be advised that notwithstanding whether or not this individual reaches out to him, he may not, under the terms of that restraining order, communicate with her.
Whether she reaches out to him or not, he may not reach out to her.
Right.
So, saying that, yeah, it's allowed for her to reach out to him, I guess. That's
So
crazy.
it's great that we listen, that this person who we hear on this recording that I just sent you can just
Okay.
call him whenever she wants.
I'm going
And
to try to pull this up and play it, and then I'll go check my email of what Crimes Within sent me. Do you have like is it just this whole video, or is there a timestamp of when?
it's at the beginning
Okay.
where he says that that she's being recorded and she acknowledges it. And it's hard to hear because he's, you hear ruffling and stuff like that. So it's not the best recording, obviously, but.
Okay.
I'm still recording.
Yeah, I know. I'm still recording this, Yeah, I know.
It
Is
does
that the
not
part?
sound.
right.
Yeah, that does not sound edited to me.
Well, no, it sounds
No.
like he's putting it in and out of his pocket or something. Let's hear.
Right.
Let's play it again.
I'm still recording.
Yeah, I know.
Huh? Yeah, do what? I knew it. Go be with my dad. Yeah, I called it. You stood there and you lied to my face.
Granny's watching. The court did not acknowledge that it was. The prosecution just stated it. They didn't acknowledge it. They didn't play it. They didn't. What do you mean?
I just wanted to hear a little bit more and see if that audio noise was like further in, and it is. So I don't know. I mean, if it becomes a major issue of editing or not, they'll definitely get to the bottom of it. Be easy to find out if it has been for them.
He was recording with his phone. He could have put his phone down in the room and walked somewhere else. I mean, just because he sounds distant at some point does not mean that he edited the video.
See, I didn't think that it sounded edited.
See,
I'll listen to it one more time.
What's going to happen here, though, real quick though.
They're saying the original's out there, like on Case.
So
I don't know.
it's going to be, we have to remember, this is going to be up to the prosecution to prove it. It's not, I mean, Turtle Boy doesn't have to prove that he didn't edit it. They have to prove that he did. So
the unedited is okay. So where's if someone can tell me where the unedited is, I'll happily pull it up.
Yeah, where is this unedited, Cordy?
8675. Yeah, cage match. They got to duke it out to the death. Video channel timestamp. So I mean, I'll look. What do we see? Turtle Boy,
I'd like to hear it.
unedited, Medfield woman, maybe?
They wanted cash. They asked for cash bail, Irish Heart. They asked for cash bail. And they probably could not, they probably did not have grounds to try to deny him of bail. So that's basically what it boils down to. So it's, yes, I do believe that they're trying to keep him in jail. They've kept him in jail for 60 days. I mean, to sit there and say that they're not trying to keep him in jail is kind of ridiculous.
Masshole KO.
It's a very high profile case. They have to follow the law, the rules of the law.
I can't believe I'm going to this woman's channel, but here we go.
Oh yeah, this lady. Oh God.
Oh, is that where the unedited one is?
Nothing from this channel is credible. Nothing is credible.
Well, we're gonna give it the same shape we just gave.
Yeah.
Do we know which video it is?
Is it a video or is it an edit? I did like her Cyrex stuff. I watched that. This isn't spewing one-sided. I just said I played that one, and now we're gonna go play this one.
Right.
Oh my goodness, your opinion of what one-sided is completely skewed. Yeah. How far back? Well, it must not be there on the net.
Let me see what the. Let's see. How long ago? I don't have a date. I can't see a date on this or when it was. Oh,
Yeah,
1 month ago. So 1 month ago. So check around, give or take a month.
I've got this one. Oh, maybe it was this one.
Chris Albert, when am I going to get it? Why don't you give it to me?
No, this is just her showing him. Okay.
Chris Albert's a whole nother Jesus. There's so much. There's so much to this case. That's a whole nother thing right there.
Falsified evidence for court. Okay, let's see here.
Ultimately prompted her to move out of state, although Aiden quickly located her again. Ultimately, Leah was forced to obtain a restraining order against Aiden in an attempt to free herself from his harassment. Unfortunately...
Okay, let's just show somebody's whole information. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah, this lady is something else. I mean, but Turtle Boy does the same thing. I don't.
They're both gross.
Yeah, they both do doxing that I don't. I'm not okay with doxing, but.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the audio because.
An odd choice considering much of it corroborated the witness intimidation allegations against him.
I'm not lying. I'm not gonna lie for you. I don't want you to lie. Oh yeah, that's why you're telling me that. I need to fucking side with you, and you'll protect me, and you won't put my shit out there. That's why you're blackmailing me. You're blackmailing me and threatening me. You're a fucking liar and a user. And threatening me when you want to fucking get your way, telling me to do whatever you fucking say, or else you'll release information about my children. You made the big mistake threatening my children.
The particular problem with what he submitted to court, however, is the fact that not only was it recorded illegally, but Aiden edited the audio.
So was it recorded illegally? Is it illegal?
Well, it's not illegal.
It is illegal. It's a two-party state.
It's a two-party state? Okay, that's what I was wondering.
And it's not illegal if she consented to it. So the question is whether or not he edited when she consented to it.
Oh, so they're accusing him. Okay, I think they're going into the edited portion, or what they claim is edited.
Unedited,
to create the appearance of consent.
But also,
you can hear in this version that he has dubbed in himself.
On, sorry.
You have to pay attention to how one-sided this is as well. Like if you notice, she's only highlighting her words, doesn't highlight anything he says in those in the recording. She's highlighting only her words, and apparently she's claiming it to be proof, basically her word being proof, her accusing him. And one could argue that if she knew she was being recorded, she could just be spewing things out and try to make them, if you put it out into the world, it becomes fact, right? So you blackmailed me, you did this, you did that. And then she's playing this as though it's proof because she's accusing him while she knows that she's being recorded. Now, the question is whether or not she knew she was being recorded.
Well, there's one other piece to this too, that I don't know, you may have said something, Deets. I was looking for that clip, but the other clip, but this creator and Aiden have a long, horrible history, and they have taken out. He took out and was successful getting an order of protection against her.
Against her, correct.
So just keep
I think
that
one
in
of the
mind too. It's not
issues
unbiased.
too was Lindsay was talking to her and he freaked out.
Yeah, Haley, we all live here now. Welcome to your new home. I hope your kids like it. Pick a nice house on the block. Here we go.
Saying, "I'm still recording this, to which his victim appears to respond, I know.
That's a fucking somebody.
I'm still recording this,
Yeah, I know.
Well, okay, so her version did sound a little different.
Her version sounds different, doesn't it?
It does. Let me pull up the one that you sent me, and we'll do them right back to back. But hers actually does sound clipped together, where his didn't. Okay, let's listen to hers again. I gotta pause this. Sorry, y'all. I hate that this is so slow.
So are we listening because somebody, I'm sorry because I missed a few minutes, but are we listening because somebody thinks that the call that was played first is not original and clean, that's been edited?
Yeah, somebody thinks that that the one that Turtle Boy submitted to the courts is edited, and that we are being one-sided. Yeah.
Somebody thinks that he submitted an edited call to the courts, but somebody that hates him on YouTube has the right version.
Yeah, it wasn't a call, Jenny. They were in the same room.
Sorry, yeah, that's right.
Over the house. Yeah.
Yep.
How do they?
It's okay.
How does she have the? Okay, never mind.
Right. No. I love where you were going there, Deets. I love where you were going with that, Deets. How, if Aiden was the one who was doing the recording, how did she get an original copy of it?
Yeah, how does she have the unedited version?
Right.
Because allegedly, Lindsay was in communication with Kate. So
but it's
Lindsay also had it recorded.
His video. It's his recording.
Leslie
so
was
how would
recording?
Lindsay get it? Yeah.
She was recording. Isn't that illegal too? Why is she not charged?
I don't know if
she
was recording.
Right.
Well, then how did? Okay, got it.
No, right.
I know. I was with you, Gabble. Like, how did anybody get anything? I don't know.
Exactly. So Turtle. You think Turtle Boy, this person who has this entire campaign of hatred against him, right? He's going to send her a copy or leak it to somebody that's going to give it to her? No way. No way. This guy's too thorough.
Exactly. Cordy, we don't know which is true. So that's why it's so wild to be throwing out accusations against your friend of like, oh, you're putting out one-sided info. When we're literally going through both of the things that are publicly available to us and saying, well, we don't.
Who did he, Cordy? Who did he send the unedited out to? That's the question. And why would he do that?
Send the unedited out. Turtle
To
Boy
who?
played the unedited on his channel, Betty said. Sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we're allowed to use critical thinking when discussing this, though, right?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's what we're saying. Like, how did she get it? Was the other chick recording? And if she was, why is she okay doing it, but he's not?
Right.
And I mean, there's multiple things here that make this a little shady. What is the date on that? On the one from Massel?
The one from Masshole was 2 weeks ago. Hang on, I gotta click more.
Okay, so well after the court.
February 4th.
Okay, so that's way after the hearing. Okay. So curious where she got it. Did she say where it's sourced from, or?
I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
Great questions. Great questions. Okay, let's hear this one more time.
Huh?
But Aiden wisely decided to share the original unedited recording with several people. In the original video, not only can you see the phone being concealed.
Okay, she's claiming he shared the unedited version with several people. So that's how she got it, is what her claims are. I didn't go back far enough, so I'm going to do that one more time. I didn't go back to the part that they...
Hold on. She's also saying, though, that in the unedited version you can see. So it's a video, not a voice recording. Where's the video?
What?
Why aren't we seeing the video? I'd
Right.
love to see that.
Yeah.
Great point.
Why are we not seeing this?
All right, let's see here.
Him appears to respond. I know.
That's just fucking somebody.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
See how hers does have like a glitch in it where here's his one more time and then I'll go on her video, but his doesn't have that.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
See, hear that? Like his is slightly muffled of the moving it in and out of the pocket or whatever he was doing with it. And Massholes has like you can hear a click.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So there's a slight, and let me
Right.
get back.
There seems to be a difference in the background noise.
Right. Okay. Here.
What does hers have or not have that his does? Or doesn't?
Hers.
What's the difference?
Why is my like Bluetooth?
His voice is louder in her version. It's like as if it I mean, one could argue that she edited it and enhanced his voice.
But I mean, what's the difference? She says yes in both of them, right? Yes, I know, I know.
Right. Right.
So there's the consent.
Sure.
I want the original. If they're saying that he shared the original with people, where's the original?
Right.
What's the difference?
Where he's not saying he's recording. Allegedly, that's the original. He isn't saying that he edited in. I'm still recording this, and she's like, I know.
Oh, I thought I heard that in
You
hers.
did.
Okay.
Well, yeah, right. And she says it directly before. She says Aiden edited that in. And I'm saying, okay, maybe you need to keep playing it, dudes?
Maybe, right.
Okay, because...
Yeah, okay.
I'm
sorry,
confused.
can you guys hear me? My headphones.
Maybe she was showing the edited, and then she's going to show the real one.
All right, so here's hers again. We're going to start at the beginning here of the recording.
Dubbed in himself. saying, "I'm still recording this. You know." To which his victim appears to respond, "I know. I know."
That's a fucking somebody.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
But Aiden wisely decided to share the original unedited recording with several people. In the original video, not only can you see the phone being concealed in Aiden's pocket, but you can hear him say, "All right, I've got to get going." To which the victim responds, "I know, I know."
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Bye.
Yep.
Oh,
You have my paper or no?
mhm.
Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Recording someone in Massachusetts without their knowledge and consent is a crime, as is submitting falsified or altered evidence to court. This will probably result in yet another felony charge for Aiden,
Oh,
particularly
she
because
knows
he
about
chose to.
falsifying stuff that you send to court, right?
I mean, clearly he's saying, all right, I'm out of here. And she's like, yeah, I know, I know. So he took
So,
that part out and put in, I'm still recording this.
right, what she
No,
is
no, he didn't. He
Yeah,
didn't take it out. Hold on, he didn't take it out. He had to
he
have
did.
moved it around because
Mhm.
there's extra
No.
stuff in his. So he didn't remove anything. He added something if that's the case.
Okay, pause. Hold on. The original, that the first one we heard, not the original, sorry. The first thing that we heard was
Hmm.
them talking back and forth and him saying, I'm still recording this. And she's like, yeah, I know, I know. Okay,
Hmm. And
pause.
then he says, "I got to get going."
The second part that she,
Uh, no, you can't
all right,
pause.
all right, play the first one again, please. Play the
Okay.
first one and
Can
then
I
play
tell
this
you?
one.
Okay, can I
Yeah,
tell you
tell
what
us
I'm
your
saying
thought.
though?
I think I
So the
understand what you're saying. Yeah,
okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Well, tell me your thought, because I
Well,
was fiddling with my headphones and didn't
well,
understand.
what she's claiming here is that the I know is actually a response to him leaving and not him saying that he's recording. That's what the claim is here.
Right.
So, so the issue is what I find interesting because this is 2 weeks old. He got those indictments today. So he was indicted for this charge today, yet here she is creating this situation 2 weeks ago. And if you know the history between these two, there's a theory. I don't know how sound it is, but there's a theory that she works closely with the Norfolk County DA's office. So I don't know. I don't know.
So Granny, yours says it's the exact same audio minus the I'm still recording part and flows much better than his edited version. All right, let's start over.
It's
Let's
okay. Can I say
No,
it's not the
go ahead,
exact
Jenny.
it's not the exact same recording.
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is if he added something in, it's the I'm still recording, right?
I'm
Right.
right.
But in Masshole's recording, she has the I'm leaving before the I know. In his recording, he has it after. So
Right.
that's weird too.
Right,
So we got
that's
to
changed
consider
as
all of
well.
that. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's all I'm saying is that there's nothing removed from the one Aiden had. There is
Yeah,
something
I'd want to
removed
hear
from her.
all three again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
I
Let
want
me
to
All
hear
three.
the
see.
whole, yeah, I want to hear the part on Aiden's recording where he says he's leaving because I know he says there in that recording. So I want to hear her say, I know, I know. So in that recording, in theory, in the recording that you're about to play, we could play two different parts where we have to determine if the I know are the same I knows. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So at the beginning of the video, he says, I'm still recording this. She says, I know, right? But then there's a point where he says, okay, that I'm leaving, right? So she has to. I wonder what if he altered it. He had to have at least taken that out, or the I know has to be identical to the I know in the beginning. Does that make sense? It's a little confusing, but
I get what you're saying, I think. Okay, let's see here.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Okay, so there was that part. We'll hear it one more time, and then I'm gonna look for the other where he says he's leaving.
it's right there. He just said it.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Go be with my
See, I called it. You stood there and you lied to my face. Lied to my face. Remember that. It's odd. It's fucking odd. Remember that. Fuck off. I don't need forgiveness. I didn't even fucking say a word after what you fucking did to me. For weeks. Are you kidding me? Oh, really? Let's play the videos of what you didn't do to me. Let's play them. Shall we? Fucking shall we? Let's play them. I'm gonna play them for you right now. Hold on. Let me just get to them.
What videos? What are you talking about?
You know, leaving me
I can't hear you.
after I took these pills after you lied to my face just now. You try to walk out now. You realize I'm a mandated reporter, right? You want to fuck with me with my health and make me sit here and do this alone? When all you have to do for 3 hours is to sit here? Fuck you. I'll fucking play your game, Aiden.
Mandated reporter what?
I'm not lying. I'm not gonna lie for you.
I don't want you to lie.
Oh yeah, that's why you're telling me that I need to fucking side with you and you'll protect me and you won't put my shit out there. That's why you're blackmailing me.
I'm not blackmailing.
Nice try. Nice try.
I specifically.
Nice try. You know, you blackmail me, and it doesn't have to be a direct blackmail either, or a direct threat. Do you not realize that by now? You fucking blackmail me. You said me that shit about my kids. You blackmail me and you trick me. And guess what? Guess fucking what? All you have to fucking do is you lie to me. All you have to do is sit there. But for some reason, you have to fucking get going at 3 a.m. I wonder why. Because you're a fucking liar and a user. No, you're a liar and a user. You just stood there and said, okay, I'll stay. And then as soon as I put them in my mouth, you fucking do this shit. You're a fucking psychopath, or you're deranged. There's something wrong with you. You weren't built right. You were born with something with your wiring fucking off that makes you a fucking psycho. You're psychotic. No fucking man acts this way. No man thinks his whole life is
Jesus Christ.
Like you literally think like that's the whole world. Like because you're a dweeb. Because no girl ever fucking wanted you. No girl. And guess what? The only fucking reason anyone pays any attention to you is because you're fucking stupid ass show. Otherwise, nobody will look twice. No, I fucking wasn't. And guess what? I have messages from 2 months ago. I believe Karen is 100% guilty.
Yeah, because you're
guilty. Yeah. No, because
you're
that's why I have 2 degrees. That's why I have 3 licenses.
From community college.
No, actually from real college.
Wow.
I know that. Yeah. Oh, UMass Amherst?
Oh, you went to
Zoomass?
UMass?
You went to Zoomass, dude?
Yes.
all your siblings went to a prestigious school. You go to your best. What was wrong with you? What went wrong?
So the only other part I see, at least in the transcript, where she says "I know" is coming up right here after the 6. That's what I was looking for.
I don't know. Who are you calling? What are you doing? What are you gonna try to do? Are you gonna try to frame me for something?
Frame you? Are you serious?
Are you gonna try to pull some bullshit like I hit you or something? Is that what you're trying to do right now? Who are you calling? Who are you calling? Who?
Leave me alone before it gets I fucking hope something happens to me because I'm living now. Yeah, I have a break. I have. No, you have. I haven't. No, I haven't. I have a bunch of emails for you. You fucking do it. Do it, Ethan. Do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. I knew you were gonna fucking do that. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. You just promised me if I took those. You just promised me. No, there's a fucking one fucking tiny piece came out. I fucking took the majority of them. They're all gone, and you're gonna fucking do this to me. You're gonna fucking leave me in case something happens. You're gonna fucking walk off. Are you serious?
What the fuck? What's gonna happen?
You understand? You understand what it does? Do you even fucking understand?
All right. Well, I gotta get going.
You can't fucking leave me. I'm gonna fucking like you don't understand. It's literally like giving birth. I can't be alone.
I did not sign
You told me to fucking take it.
I certainly did.
You told me.
So that's where he said I gotta get going.
He said it on 2 occasions. One
Yeah.
right
Right at the
now.
beginning. Right. I just wanted to hear the second time he said
But
it.
did
too,
he
to
say
hear
it twice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this being
Yeah,
spliced
right
out?
here. Okay, so that one was at
No,
8:13, and the
the judge
first
didn't
one was
acknowledge.
right at the beginning.
Yeah, the judge didn't acknowledge it. Love in the laundry. She hasn't heard the evidence. Not the judge that was there today.
Right, they haven't gotten to it, have they?
And
I'm gonna switch phones. I'll be right back.
there was another judge that heard all the evidence. They were there all day, but they granted the restraining order because that's all you need. You don't need proof to get a restraining order. A judge just has to be like, all right, you don't want this person near you, then okay, here you go.
Well, that's not true.
Well,
You could
no,
get a temporary like that, but then if you want to get one for longer term, it is like a case. You have to prove a case.
Yeah.
a temporary
Unless
one,
it's
right?
yeah,
temporary
unless it's
one.
ex parte, if they don't show up. Yeah.
Right. But yeah,
Does she
apparently
have a permanent? Does she have a permanent one, or is it just a temporary?
I don't know. I know that he said that he doesn't care because he doesn't want anything to do with her. So if she gets granted the permanent one, who cares? The issue is whether or not he's gonna whether or not these charges are valid because she's now supposedly a witness. So they get to use her as the reason why he's intimidating by contacting her, going over to her house, even though he has text messages where it's stating that she invited him over to the house. And this supposedly happened right after she met with Ken Mello and Tully. So the whole thing is just super shady. The bottom line is, I don't care about their personal relationship. I mean, clearly it's a toxic one. You know, my issue is whether or not he committed the crimes that he's being charged with, which is witness intimidation and harassment. That's my issue. And I don't think that that is what's going on here. That's my opinion.
Right.
I mean, he's saying that people are saying, oh, he's intimidating her, and he could have left at any time. Sure, he could have left at any time, but she is accusing him of being a dirtbag for leaving. So one could argue that he's just trying to humor her and be like, all right, fine, I'm here. What do you want me to do? You know, I'll sit here and argue with you if you want. That's fine. But she's angry because he's trying to leave.
This is the whole video, Crime Sleuthin. This is the whole video of the recording. Okay. So here's the beginning one more time. You have to really, really listen to it because it all happens like right there at the very beginning.
Yes, he's charged with wiretapping, but the question is whether or not the charge of wiretapping is valid, because the question is whether or not she knew that she was being recorded. She's claiming now that she did not know that she was being recorded. And conveniently, this specific charge is brought up by Kate Peters in her Masshole video 2 weeks ago, which I find interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I mean, because who cares about that? It seems so petty. You want to lock somebody up for recording an argument without their knowledge?
Well, I mean, if it's against the law, it's against the law.
Fair enough. But what I'm saying is, people break the law all the time. You know, it was like I got a ticket for jaywalking, but should I have gotten a ticket for jaywalking? Was it illegal to not use a crosswalk? Sure, but I mean,
Well,
should I have?
think the argument though is that if he's willing to edit that, what else was he willing to tamper with, right? That would be the argument.
Probably. That's probably where they're going with it. That's probably
they'll
where they're
have to
going with it.
prove if he did or not. He is intimidating.
But it doesn't matter as far as, because if in the grand scheme of things, it would be that they're trying to prove that he is willing to falsify the evidence that he's uncovered in the Karen Reed case. That could be the motive here to do that. But the thing is, it doesn't matter because it's not on the defense to prove their case. It's on the prosecution to prove their case against Karen Reed. But if it's enough to create doubt, it's enough to create doubt, period. I mean, even still, if the question merely exists, if just the question exists of whether or not Turtle Boy's evidence is valid, that's doubt. That right there is defined as doubt. So it doesn't matter. None of this, it's just all moot. It all seems like they're just trying to keep them, trying to scare him into staying away from the case. It all points to that direction.
Yeah, they did have 8 other witnesses before her that they are alleging he intimidated. That's correct, Granny. Okay, let's see. Let's hear this one more time, then we'll switch back to mass holes.
I'm still recording.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Okay, so there she says that I gotta get going, and she said, "Yeah, I knew you were gonna do this." Okay, so here is Kate.
Play real quick for me. Play him saying "I got to get going" one more time, because I just want to match the two "I got to get going" to see if they're the same ones. Okay, I have to get going. Okay.
Yeah, I called it. You said there.
I think you got a super chat.
Okay.
Hey, Chris.
You got a custom made with Deets.
A custom
A
made
super
what?
chat. A super
Oh.
chat song.
Oh, thank you. Awesome. Do you need a medal for this one? I haven't seen the first 4 hours. Oh, yeah. Holy crap. Yeah. That's all right. Here we are. Let's do it.
Going. To which the victim responds, I know, I know.
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, come on, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
It's not the same.
No, it's not.
You have paper or no?
Is that wait, hang on. Did you guys no one had music going, right? Did you hear the music?
Yeah, there's a TV playing in the background.
Yeah, I heard it.
TV. I think.
It wasn't on the first one, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't
But
even
it's in the
catch
second
that.
part when she's like follows
Yeah,
him.
which
You
is
know, he's walking and she follows him out, and then you can
Yeah.
hear a TV. So
Right.
she's got a different part of it that she's playing.
yeah.
Okay. Let's hear that one more time.
Oh, that was a big slip up.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
You have my paper or no? Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Recording someone in Massachusetts without their knowledge and consent is a crime, as is submitting falsified or altered evidence to court. This will probably result in yet another felony charge for Aiden, particularly because he chose to share the unedited recording with others, proving that he both did not obtain consent to record and altered the recording for court.
To breaking news now. Police have a bolo, not an arrest warrant out for the blogger known as Turtle Boy. That's according to his attorney. 25 Investigates has confirmed through sources the accusations are domestic assaults and battery and witness intimidation.
On December 24th, 2023, a bolo was put out with probable cause to arrest Aiden on domestic A&B and witness intimidation charges. This news quickly made the rounds on Twitter, and Aiden himself called into the Holden Police Department to confirm they were looking to arrest him. Once confirmed, he made the promise to turn himself in that day, but did not. Instead, he spent the following few days as, in his words, a fugitive.
Jesus Christ.
Does she play any more of the call, or is that the only part?
That's it. I mean,
Well, wait, Crime Sleuthing said there was video in this of the call, like of them talking. There was video.
Well, and somebody else in chat said that in the original or in the real audio, he says I have to get going and then doxes more people. Where's that audio then?
Yeah, I'd like to hear these without all the other shit in them. Like without all the other talking. Like one, then one, then one. Like right in a row. But I mean, I know we don't have that. But I would like to hear his original from his channel that he put out.
That's what we played.
Right? Okay. Then the first part of Kate's, then the second part of Kate's. The one that she says is edited. Does that match Aiden's original? Then the one she says was leaked to her, I guess, from whoever he gave it to.
Oh, being facetious. Okay. During the audio, there was a video. Am I at the wrong timestamp or something then? This is the text with Lindsay.
Was in the other room. He released portions of this recording on his YouTube channel and later submitted it to court. An odd choice considering.
Okay, we're at the 18-minute mark.
Much of it corroborated the witness intimidation allegations against him.
I'm
Yeah,
not
there's.
lying. I'm not gonna lie for you.
I don't want you to lie.
Oh yeah, that's why you're telling me that I need to fucking side with you and you'll protect me and you won't put my shit out there. That's why you're blackmailing me.
Oh,
You blackmail me and you threaten me. You're a fucking liar and a user. And threatening me when you want to fucking get your way, telling me to do whatever you fucking say, or else you'll release information about my children. You made the big mistake threatening my children.
The particular problem with what he submitted to court, however.
Okay, that was in his video as well.
Yeah.
So that's not edited, right? That's in his original one. So she's claiming this next part is the edited portion.
However, is the fact that not only was it recorded illegally, but Aiden edited the audio to create the appearance of consent. You can hear in this version that he has dubbed in himself, saying, "I'm still recording this, you know," to which his victim appears to respond, "I know, I know."
That's a fucking somebody.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
But Aiden wisely decided to share the original unedited recording with several people. In the original video, not only can you see the phone being concealed in Aiden's pocket, but you can hear him say, "All right, I've got to get going," to which the victim responds, "I know, I know."
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, come on here.
Yeah, I know.
Bye.
Yep.
It's all right, I'm out of here. But what's being said right before he says that, compare that to what he's saying right before that in the other video.
Okay, sorry. I did not.
Is the I know the same? Am I crazy or is that different?
I don't know. See, yeah, that's why I was trying to go through the other one.
Because I hear her. I feel like in Turtle Boy's video, she goes, I know," and then the other one she goes, I know," and more elevated the second time in the other video. So
yeah, I'm getting all screwed up here. Like, what?
I know it got me confused at first. I get it. Okay, so before his picture pops up in Masshole's thing is the edited version, and then she claims this is the unedited version that he sent around to several friends, and it shows this is the video. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's like I think that's why I missed it at first. It's so dark. It just looks like another black screen, but it's there.
What do you mean? Don't ask.
I know.
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, come on here.
Yeah, I know.
Bye.
Yep.
You have my paper or no? Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Recording someone in
Okay, so she is claiming that that is the unedited version and that he clipped in the I know from where she is saying this here and put it in on the one that he put on his channel. Am I on track so far?
Yeah, I mean the claim is that he edited in the I'm still recording this, and she says, I know.
And then yeah, she
at
says
the beginning of the video.
she says so fucked up, and then he says I'm out of here. That's correct. Okay, let's see his again.
Yeah, I think the part that's supposedly edited in is just the I'm recording this.
Mm-hmm.
But where I keep getting lost, and I was getting Jace medicine and towels and stuff, but was what are the words directly before and after? Those are the words that I wanted to hear.
Right.
And I
agree.
On his or on hers?
On both of them.
On either one, yeah, both of them.
Yeah, because she speaks in the middle, and then I'm kind of tuning out to do what I have to do, and then I'm hearing it again. So now I just stopped and I'm sitting down and trying to listen.
Okay, here's his. Listen to his. The transcript just says somebody, I'm still recording. So it starts right into it. Something, you're fucking someone? I can barely hear that. I don't know if you guys can.
We don't hear anything.
Right.
seeing.
Yeah.
It's not
We're
playing.
not hearing.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. I didn't switch y'all over. My bad. Here we go.
That's fine.
Okay, here we go.
I'm still recording this, you know.
That's so fucking fucked up. Same thing.
I'm still recording this, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Go be with my
See, I called it. You stood there and you lied to my face.
All right, pause all that and go directly to the other part
I am.
because it's so fucked up. I'm still recording this. Yeah, I know.
To which the victim responds, I know.
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, come on here.
Yeah.
So there it is. And this,
There you go. Perfect.
I'm out of there instead of I'm
Mhm.
still recording, you know.
Perfect. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I feel like that's edited.
Mm-hmm.
It very well could be.
Yeah.
It very well could be.
Let's hear it one more
I
time.
mean, I was waiting for the fucked up, the noise in his pocket, him to make whichever statement, either I'm I'm out of here, or I'm recording, and then for the I know.
But again, one could argue that Kate Peters edited this video, or somebody edited it for her for the sake of her YouTube hate campaign against Turtle Boy. Now, I'm not saying that that's
that
what
could
I
be
believe,
argued, sure, but
but
I
that's
don't
what
know.
I'm saying is that could be argued in court.
Who would have
So-
the original, though? It would be recorded on his phone that he had to turn over to his attorneys.
Right.
And they would know what the original versus the edited one is, right? And if it's edited, would they turn that into court? That would be stupid.
I'm having a hard time believing that Kate Peters got a hold of the original recording. That's my issue. Like this is his like mortal enemy. This
I
is
get
his
what.
Joker to Superman. This is his Joker to Batman. This is his mortal enemy. And so I'm curious as to how she got a hold of this so-called original video versus the alleged edited one that Turtle Boy released.
Well,
I
she's
get what.
alleging he released it to people, right? And that she somehow got a hold of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That would be idiotic on his part to release it to anybody until he put it on his channel.
It
But
doesn't
I don't
seem like
know.
something. It doesn't seem like the kind of stupid mistake that he's capable of making. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying this is why I have trouble with it. That's all.
Yeah. And hers does have a video like you're saying, Granny, but I mean, watch the video.
I know.
Not, I mean, do we know? Like that could be anything.
All right, come on here.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
You have my paper or no? Huh?
So it only has it for like a split second. I wish there was more to compare.
So I'm curious. In his, when he says, "I'm out of here" or whatever, and he says that after she says, "I know," in his recording,
Right?
And then she has a whole thing she says in response
Yep. That's not in
that
hers.
isn't in hers.
Yeah.
And that's the girl's voice.
Say that one more
Yeah.
time. Sorry.
Well, so he says, um, he says, "I'm out of here," after the I know in his version, right? He says,
Right.
"I'm out of here," and then she has a whole thing that she says after that.
Yeah. Here,
You
I'll play
always
it.
do this, blah blah, whatever.
She
But it's
says that in
not
his
in.
video. It
It's not
is.
in Kate's. It's not in Kate's.
It's not in
Oh.
Kate's video. It's in here. See? I get what
Yeah,
Jenny's
that's what I'm
saying.
saying. It's
He says, I gotta get going. I'll see you tomorrow or something like that. And then she says, yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Okay.
the TV's unbroken in Aiden's.
Right. It flows.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let me do that one more time without us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Go be with my
See, I called it. You stood there and you lied to my face.
Okay. This is where we really need Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hears things that aliens can hear, man.
Yeah.
I'm sitting over here like, what? Who's recording? Are we playing? Like, what? Where are we? Jenny's really good at that too. So I'm like, just listen really closely and let's figure this out. It's pissing me off now.
Now let's hear.
Whether or not Gray is an Earth native himself.
Let's hear
No,
if we
Cordy.
can hear what
Cordy, the
Jenny
DA press charges. The DA press charges, Cordy. We're trying to understand if a call that she put out matches the call that he has. We're not talking about the court.
All right, let's see if we can hear what Jenny picked up on.
To which the victim responds, I know.
That's a fucking somebody. So fucking fucked up.
All right, hang on here.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
You have my paper or no? Huh? I have to get going.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that.
Do what?
I knew it.
Recording someone in Massachusetts without their...
She just doesn't carry on with the recording, so we don't know if she went into the whole...
Why would she leave that out?
I don't know.
Well, because she threatens to pack her kids in a car and drive over to his house and perform a self-abortion in his driveway. That's why she left it out.
Oh, yeah.
Let's play them all backwards next. We might.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have confirmation bias, Crime Sleuthing. I actually
No,
don't
I
care for
hate
him
that.
At all.
But this
We're
is
clearly listening carefully. I've got a sick child who just came to me all of a sudden sick. We're trying to listen and understand it. For me, if somebody's talking through it like Kate, I kind of get lost. I just want to hear the recordings so that I can hear what she said.
Hey,
There's no confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Clearly, we've been fucking accused of stuff all night. Nobody wants that. Fuck.
Yeah, but you can go get your earbuds and listen to it on your laptop if that's what you prefer.
Jesus
Are you
Christ.
playing something, Deets?
No, sorry. I was just reading through the comments. I'm just...
Unreal.
Wild. Both videos play both parts. The parts you're questioning or claiming to be missing. Yes, I just played both parts. It's not missing. He ends it right there. And what Jenny was focused on was that whole tirade that the victim does after. And it ends here. This is the last of
Alleged victim.
of Kate's audio,
It's true.
but
Um,
I
so
did play it.
the issue there was that there is the part that she's claiming he moved, right? Is after in Aiden's recording is after she says, I know. She doesn't even play that part. And so I'm just wondering, like, where is that placed in the original recording? We'd like to hear the whole thing if you've got an original recording.
One of those recordings is altered. that
Or
and
they
that's
both they could
Yeah,
both be altered for all
that's
we
true
right.
too.
know.
That's true too.
At least one of those recordings is fucked with. Most
Yep.
definitely.
And we don't know which one.
Right.
But it would be nice if she had played the entire thing so that we could really actually compare it all.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Wild. It's so I don't know. I don't know if one or both or all. Hopefully they get to the bottom of it though.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've
Whatever.
avoided every sickness, cats. We've done so well avoiding everything. And Jace,
But I'm saying nobody here thinks that a grand jury indictment for a wiretapping charge over this is a little much. I mean, nobody here. I mean, whether or not it is, I get that it's illegal, but really, like, you don't. It doesn't stink.
maybe
To anybody
because
else.
maybe because of what she was talking about, how she was saying, like, you're not going to blackmail me, you're not going to make me, whatever. They looked at that as witness intimidation. Therefore, the wiretapping was stronger, like he was trying to do something to somebody in a case. To me,
Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
but if he's the
Because
one that's
otherwise, what's the
recording,
point?
right? And he's the
Right?
one he's the one that's recording. So, what other motive could there be to record the interaction unless it was to protect himself? See what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah. Yeah.
So
True. Yeah, I do get what you're saying, because if he was if he was trying to intimidate a witness, why the fuck is he
recording.
recording it?
Why would he? Why would he submit
She
himself?
would be recording to prove that he
Right.
was. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's true too. I don't know. Maybe because the relationship's been tumultuous, and he's like, "Fuck this shit." I'm recording it. She's crazy. Maybe that's how he felt. We don't know what's went on in their personal fucking relationship. So
Well, apparently, the issue is that she claimed that she was pregnant, and he thought that she was lying about it. So
right.
she allegedly texted him to come over and be with her while she took abortion pills. That's
Hmm.
that's the story. And so once he got over there, then it turned into all this that we're listening to. Whereas he's like, I don't even want to be here
Now,
in the first place. You're going to take these pills or whatever, and then
well, but didn't I hear that the people met with her the day before,
yeah.
and so she was like, "Yeah, you can come see the stuff," but they sat in the conference room. So it wasn't just about the abortion pills, right? Because they were she was showing him her phone or showing him whatever.
Once
Why
he
do
got
that though? Right.
there, yeah. But
Yeah,
I don't
like if you
I
just
don't.
met with these people, you shouldn't be even talking to him, because that's not good.
I
Now it's a
haven't
whole
seen.
mess.
I haven't seen the text messages. And supposedly, Bradel, his attorney, he spoke to Bradel, and Bradel advised him to not go over there to her house, but he
Right.
went over there. Um,
Right.
so,
So
definitely
Copa
support.
has a great question. Glare, if he edited it, if it comes out and there's proof that Aiden edited that audio, would it change his overall credibility to you?
Not his overall credibility, no. But again, my issue is whether or not he is being railroaded and why. This is all still about the Karen Reed case to me. This is all still about the murder of John O'Keefe to me. All of this. So whether or not I find him credible is pretty irrelevant. The fact is I'm worried about. I'm well, not worried, but I'm what I'm focused on is whether or not him being charged with these crimes is in some way, shape, or form a tactic for the prosecution in the Karen Reed case.
Okay.
So that's what I'm focused on. I have made it abundantly. I did a live stream just the other day about what my feelings about Turtle Boy were, which were pretty much nobody's fucking business. You know, so
Yeah.
it's not a question of yay Turtle Boy. I love Turtle Boy. It's nothing like that. It's the fact is that these cases are absolutely connected, and I found it interesting when he got charged in the first place, and then I started to really look into the charges, and then I started to see how the prosecution, or at least let's call him, say Ken Mello, the way Ken Mello worded those charging documents, and the video says something very different. So right there, I'm already thinking he's being railroaded, and then now I'm wondering if he's being railroaded, why? Why? So my issue is whether or not there's some sort of agenda besides protecting these so-called witnesses from being intimidated or harassed. So I'm not buying it so far. I just don't buy that he intimidated anyone. I don't think that he actually intimidated anyone. I think he was just loud, even a little obnoxious. But I don't think that he broke any law that should be a law. That's why I went into the whole law that they cited. There's also, you have
Is
the
it witness
Canton Nine.
intimidation? You want them to change their testimony, or
Right.
what
So
testimony do they even have? Like,
how is it?
They didn't see Karen do anything. They didn't say Karen was a murderer. So what
And
exactly do they want them to change? I don't know.
they're claiming that they're not witnesses, A, and B, the witness intimidation. I mean, the thing is these people are. The thing is what are you intimidating them? What are you doing?
witness.
Hold on, sorry, I got to get through this thought because I'll forget.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
But how can you intimidate witnesses? What are you intimidating these witnesses to do?
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know.
See what I'm saying? Are you because it sounds like he's just trying to intimidate them, if anything, to tell the truth. He's saying, okay, he's asking questions? He's getting in their face and he's going, why is this statement say this, and why did this happen, and why did this person say something completely different than that? This is what he's doing. And he's doing these rolling rallies and whatever, but what he's doing is asking questions. So what is he intimidating them to do exactly?
Yeah, I would think if he was telling them, we don't want you testifying, you better shut the fuck up.
Right.
That's definite intimidation. That's crazy shit. But
totally.
I don't understand the exact harassment. Okay. I could maybe go with that.
Right.
But witness intimidation, I don't get, because you want them to do what exactly? I don't know. What do you want them to do?
And then you look at the Canton Nine, okay? Because you look at Turtle Boy, and that's fine. You want to have your opinions of Turtle Boy. The questions are valid, whether or not what he did was considered harassment or intimidation. But why was the Canton Nine charged with the same thing just by standing across the street from a select boardman, standing across the street with signs and T-shirts, and that's all they were doing, just standing there with signs and T-shirts. There's video of it, and then there's also an audio recording of Ken Mello himself calling the Canton Police Department to send them over there and arrest them. And the Canton Police Department were like, I mean, okay, well, they're allowed to protest. What do you want us to do? And then he hangs up, and then he calls back again. And then he goes, I want you to take a look at something. Ken Mello does this. He goes, I want you to take a look at something, Sergeant. I want you to read chapter 28, this law, chapter 28, sections 13A and 13B. And then he's like basically telling them, I want you to arrest these people. I want you to charge them with a crime, with witness intimidation. So how are these people intimidating witnesses by standing there wearing free care and read shirts and holding signs?
In
Why
front
are
of a
these
selectman who's not a witness. You're not
right?
a witness.
Right. So why are they
So,
charged with the exact same crimes as Turtle Boy?
I mean, to get a good idea of who these people are, my friend, who is in Roxbury right now, and he is running for office and things like that, he picked up every fucking needle at the park where he trains his little football league. He picked them all up, and because nobody would listen, he went to the governor's fucking house and dropped them on his doorstep.
Wow.
Charges were filed. He got in trouble, like a restraining order and stuff. He didn't go to jail. And he protests in front of the house, and he protests everywhere, and he has rallies, and he stops traffic. Kids are stepping on needles, and he's like, we're not going to shut up, and nothing you can do will make us shut up. And I mean, he's going after the governor, and
right.
He keeps getting in trouble, but
yeah,
people in Boston, big mouth.
The whole thing stinks is my issue. I don't know who did what. I honestly don't. All I know is this whole thing reeks. That's my issue. So, it's not, hey, I'm taking Turtle Boy's side, this, and this, and that. I'm like, no, I'm looking at everything from, for lack of a better term, an aerial perspective. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at it all. And and everything seems to be that the Norfolk County DA's office is abusing their power. That is where I'm at. And the people of Canton think so too. I am listening to them, and I am doing everything on my channel based on how these people are affected and how they feel about what's going on. I don't know if Turtle Boy is a piece of shit or not. I don't care if Turtle Boy is a piece of shit or not. What I care about is whether or not there's validity to what he's saying because of what the Norfolk County DA's office is doing. And there is currently an open federal investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office. That's very telling as well.
Right.
So and you're right. Not everyone in Canton. You're right. Sorry, but
this is so he's being charged with intimidation of a witness. This is what they would have to prove. So you guys are intimidating a witness, and you guys can determine if he did these actions. The defendant is charged with intimidation of a witness. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant willfully, either directly or indirectly, made a threat. Did he make a threat?
That right there is super vague. It directly or indirectly. I mean, if it sounds kind of like a threat, I guess, then you must have threatened him. You know what I mean?
Attempted to cause physical injury or caused physical injury. Attempted to cause emotional injury. I think that they could probably have that. Caused emotional injury. Attempted to cause economic injury or caused it. Attempted to cause property damage or caused it. Conveyed a gift, offer, or promise of anything of value to mislead, intimidate, or harass another person. They have to prove that as the first thing. Second, if the other person was a witness or potential witness, a person who was aware of information, records, so they're defining what the other person is supposed to be, which would, this is covers everyone, a potential witness.
You see what I'm saying? It's so broad.
These are all the people which we know the people he's being charged with obviously fulfill that. Okay, and then the third element is that the defendant did so with the specific intent to impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation at any stage. Criminal proceeding of any type, civil proceeding of any type, grand jury proceeding, juvenile proceeding, or punish, harm, or otherwise retaliate against any such persons who I previously defined or such persons' family members for participating in a criminal investigation at any stage. Criminal proceeding of any type, civil proceeding, grand jury. So if their family members are engaged in that as well. To prove the defendant's intent, the Commonwealth must prove the purpose or objective of any behavior of the defendant. Obviously, it's impossible to look directly into the defendant's mind, but in our everyday affairs, we can often decide from the actions of others what their state of mind is. In this case, you may examine the defendant's actions and words and all of the surrounding circumstances to help you determine what their intent was at the time. That the defendant acted in reckless disregard that their conduct may impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation, civil proceeding, grand jury, juvenile proceeding, blah, 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 as well as against a family. To prove the third element, it is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. So they have to prove that this goes beyond just like reasonable actions and he was reckless behavior with it. The defendant acted recklessly if they knew or should have known that such actions were very likely to impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with the investigation at any stage. But they ran that risk and went ahead anyway. But it is not necessary that they intend to interfere with the proceeding. If the defendant actually realized in advance that their conduct was very likely to interfere with the proceeding and decided to run the risk, such conduct would, of course, be reckless. But even if they were not conscious of the result that was inherent in such conduct, it is still reckless conduct. If a reasonable person, under the circumstances as they were known to the defendant, would have recognized that such actions were very likely to interfere with the proceeding. If the Commonwealth has proved each of these three elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty.
So basically, I mean, everything short of breathing around someone who who may or may not be involved or could potentially be a victim, well, then you could be charged with that crime. It's ridiculous.
I'm going to need someone way above my pay grade to fully break that down.
Right. And the thing is nobody wants to touch the Turtle Boy aspect of this case. You didn't even want to do it for a long time.
I still don't. It's too messy. It's way too messy.
Melanie Little's been very clear about that. She's like, I don't even want to talk about Turtle Boy. But the problem is that the cases are connected, whether you like it or not. They are.
They have become now, absolutely, especially with seizing Karen's phones and etc. Right. Like it's definitely. Kate did a great video showing how using his own streams.
No, Dana, that's not me.
That was Clever walking around. Sorry, he's sitting down now. He's calm.
I'm just reading different articles while we're sitting here about Camden itself and how people feel. And there's so many people going to the town meetings, which they typically didn't do, not like this. is a lot, all the way till from last year on, and we just all started covering this, so this has been going on a long time.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
I reserve the right. I mean, I'm saying based on what I've seen so far, I have not seen a crime being committed, other than the fact that that law exists. My problem is that law. That's my issue. Is the law itself is unconstitutional. That's exactly what Bradel says himself too. Um, that's my issue. But if those text messages come out between him and Karen, and they're like straight up saying, I'm gonna pay you to go and make a bunch of noise, and we're gonna mess with it with jury selection so that it's harder for them to, then I'm gonna be like, well, shit, Turtle Boy absolutely totally did that shit. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna just defend the guy blindly just because I have no motive to do that. I have no cause to do that. I don't know this guy. I don't give a shit about this guy. I don't even like that I know this much about his personal life with that girl. I don't like that. It bothers me. But the fact of the matter is that now it's connected to this case, which is now connected to the Karen Reed case. And I know I prefer to say John O'Keefe, but Karen Reed's the one on trial, and that's what I mean, is the upcoming trial that may or may not happen.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you guys think we've been covering this? Like, when do you think the first for us on YouTube?
Well, no, Granny's watching. You sound like you're blindly condemning him, because I'm the only one here that's actually looked at all of the accusations and the evidence as far as Turtle
Yeah,
Boy's
I have not. That's why
Mhm.
I don't really put a whole lot of input into the stuff as it pertains to Turtle Boy, because I've purposely avoided that because it's just too messy in my opinion. So I'm not gonna
So
say
don't say
yay or nay.
you can't sit there having not read any of these documents or gone over the videos yourself and gone over the charging documents and say that I'm blindly following him when you are condemning him and you haven't looked at any of the evidence. So you can't say that about me,
What
Granny's
I
watching.
what I saw when I first heard him, I was like, "Oh, dude's messy. He's yelling." It's not someone I would typically watch. And then based on what I have seen, things like that, I do think he's guilty, but it's not fair of me to say that without going over everything. Like
Well,
digging
Granny's
into it,
watching
finding it out.
based on your comments, I can tell that you haven't done a deep dive into Turtle Boy's case. That's all I'm saying, based on your comments. So if you have, great. we can discuss it if you'd like. I'm open to discussing this with anybody who's willing to have a discussion about it. I tried this with B Tim, and what did B Tim do? He came on my channel and he was combative from the very start and didn't put up any argument whatsoever. He only argued just for the sake of arguing,
But
and
that
that's all.
wasn't supposed to be about Turtle Boy. That was supposed to be about the trial, right?
And it was, and it was. Well,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be, but I am willing to have a conversation with anyone about this. I am not on anyone's side here. Do I support Turtle Boy as of now? Yes, because I think he's being railroaded as of now. Now, when more evidence comes out and it dictates otherwise, then I'll be like, okay. But until that happens, I'm basing my opinion on the evidence that I've reviewed. Period.
I'm just going back to like how far people have been divided, and it's literally since the beginning. Since the beginning of the case, they've really been arguing, and it was out on Reddit, it's on articles.
Right, they seem to be very split on so many things.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
how Irish Heart, how am I supposed to have a conversation with you when you make comments like that? Of course, I'm just going to ignore you and I'm going to treat you like a jerk would treat you, because you do nothing but sit there and whine and insult. So if you have a valid argument, then we can have
Blair has been pretty, listening and talking and listening and talking, no problem. And he's been called rude names in the chat, insulted several times, and he's let it go. So when he says something like you're being whiny or you're a jerk, people are going to be like, see, he doesn't know how to have a normal conversation.
Right.
No, look at what's going on. Like, cut the shit already. You
It's
can't
not.
keep saying, like, it's crazy to me. Stop. Don't insult somebody, and then when they fucking come back at you, you're like, oh, well, no.
See? See?
He's a dickhead.
Right.
Well,
Like,
you were calling
So
him a dickhead while he
so
was still trying to be nice, though.
back
So
on track
stop.
though, I agree with Haley. Take the audio out of it. Let's just take that completely off. We don't know if it's edited, if it's not edited. They'll get to the bottom of it, hopefully. You take that off. What we just read that constitutes intimidation, that applies to other things he's done. So I that's where I'm like, without knowing the full details, I agree with Haley here that, like, yeah, he committed those intimidation. So
well, again, I would encourage you, especially you, Dietz, because I know how thorough you are. I would encourage you to read the charging documents that I sent you and do your own deep dive. And then you tell me whether or not these things that he's being accused of in the charging documents are accurate, the way that they're explaining in the charging documents. I'm not saying based on your opinion.
holy cow, 70 pages?
I'm saying, yeah, 5 live streams. It took me 5 live streams to go over that. 5 of
Jeez
them.
Louise.
That's a lot.
Right, right. But I assure you, that should tell you that I did an absolute deep dive into Turtle Boy's charges.
We read some of these that these are also in the new documents in John and Karen's case. So that's where I was like,
So they've combined them all. You know, we didn't make this. They've combined all of this together. And it's
Right.
like, how do you get rid of that now? You can't.
See, this is the logic I'm dealing with too. Like Tony Martinez is like, charging documents, wait for the trial. What do you think they're going to use at the trial,
Yeah.
dude? Like, that's
Charging documents.
Charging documents. That's the evidence that they're going to present, homie. Like, use your brain.
That's why they submit them to the court.
Right. Exactly. Like, I need you to
And
think.
then we get to read them and go over them as a community.
Please think before you insult me. Please. Just please. That's all I ask. Think before you insult me.
Ooh, see, this is where, like, things like this are gonna kick him in the butt. Like, I'm just skimming through them, sorry. At this point, my night's freaking shot, and here we are. So I'm skimming through it, and I'm like, on a YouTube video posted on October 2nd, I'm gonna say his name wrong. I want to say Kearney, but it's Carney, right?
It's Carney,
Carney
yeah.
acknowledged it is illegal to obtain information about the registered owner of a vehicle and discussed why it should be illegal. So he did that. He did that thing. Like, it's illegal to obtain the information about the registered owner of a vehicle, and he obtained the information. So it's like, that's where I think, like, when I see little things like this, it's like, oh boy.
But again, the argument to that, Dietz, is that he obtained information through a source.
Mm-hmm.
He's a journalist, and he obtained this information through a source. That would be a violation.
Which is kind of unfair, but he can easily say
it would be a violation of his First Amendment rights to charge him for a crime against that.
Is it legal for a?
No, she got in.
She was in trouble for what she did.
Right. My question though, is it legal for a journalist to obtain? Like, if I had information on the registered owner of, say, my neighbor or whatever, and I send that into Fox, whatever, to a journalist, is that what that journalist did, obtaining that information from me, illegal?
What he did was he had a dispatcher who worked for Avon get Jennifer McCabe's license tag information. And so once they did that, now this is what's interesting though. Now, whether that's illegal or not, fine. Okay. But it should be noted that evidence is now being used in the Karen Reed trial, upcoming
Right, that's what we
trial,
picked up on.
because because she Jennifer McCabe, that proved that Jennifer McCabe has a personal relationship with the Proctors, which is the lead investigator in the John O'Keefe murder. So I mean, that is something that could exonerate a potentially innocent woman. So was it illegal? Technically, maybe. Okay. But was it unethical? Was it wrong to do that in the grand scheme of things? We have to find out. We have to wait and see. But I mean, dude, you know, again, these tactics, although they seem extreme and are technically illegal, were they necessary to prove Karen Reed's innocence if she is in fact innocent? That's the question.
Oh, so I'm just reading through this. He asked Webb to run several plates.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh.
But it absolutely led to the fact that DA Morrissey lied on that video public statement that the Proctors did not have a personal relationship with the McCabe's. Because he said that
running their plate prove that, though. How did that? I don't even know.
Because here, sorry, I guess I could show this what I'm looking at. It proves it because those vehicles were at
the Proctor's home. Why is a witness at the?
How would they know?
Because he ran the plates. So he received a
Okay,
picture.
but I don't.
He received a picture, and it's pretty blurry, so we're not showing any personal information. He received a picture of Jen McCabe's Jeep outside of the Proctor house on 9. Well, he posted this on 9/25/23, and ended up requesting this person to run 3 separate plates. I think I was reading.
Yikes. Okay.
No, Haunting Haley is making good points. Haunting Haley's making excellent points. My issue and Turtle Boy's issue and his attorney's issue is the law that was applied to charge him with these crimes is unconstitutional. That's the argument. The law itself is unconstitutional. That's the argument. So nobody's disputing whether or not he committed a crime. He absolutely did. According to that law, for sure. According to Chapter 28, Sections 13A and 13B, Turtle Boy absolutely broke the law. According to that. But
I'm sorry, this is completely.
And the law is you can't. What the law about running people's plates, or what was the law?
The law states basically any even somewhat vague contact with anybody who might be a potential witness, you're breaking that law. She just went over the law.
A part of the
read the whole
press?
law. And it's
sorry, I was taking care of Jace when she was reading that.
Where I read like all the things that the Commonwealth has to prove he did to consider it intimidating a witness.
And that wasn't a jab. Yeah, that wasn't a jab chasing.
No.
She went over the whole thing, and I was just thinking out loud, like how insanely broad it is. Basically, you could charge anybody.
Yeah, I would think that's really crazy, though. He's if we're calling him a journalist, and they accept that as his profession, they're saying that he can't have contact with
that's
any witness in any case. I mean, that's a little much there.
That's his attorney's argument right there. You just basically gave, in a nutshell, Bradle's argument to the court. Like, he is a journalist. It is his job. This is what he does. So,
but to be fair, they're not claiming that he can't be a journalist. Like, if he just randomly received the information from Webb, like if Webb just sent like, hey, here's this picture, and hey, I know for a fact because I've done, ran the reports, and it is Jen McCabe and Elizabeth Proctor, yada, yada, yada. So they're together at this house. He just received that info. But what he did is he messaged Webb and requested her or him, I guess. I don't know. I think it's a her. Yeah. Requested that she run the registration of the vehicle.
She got charged.
There you go.
I think that's where it turns into intimidation. Like he goes out of his way to seek that information.
But here's the thing: is she got charged and fired, but I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that her charges got dropped. So why did her charges get dropped? She's the one who actually obtained the information. She's the one who actually abused her position, right? So why did her charges get dropped?
Yeah. No.
That's interesting.
I'm sorry, I'm just skimming through it. Right here is a bold-faced lie. I interviewed Jennifer McCabe regarding the incident. She stated she had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023. Well, we know that's not true because she had an interview with Michael Proctor in 22, but whatever. That's a silly thing.
It's like everybody, there's so much.
Yeah.
It's just.
Right. I'm telling you, Deets,
And
go
the thing though is this is gonna be 70 pages here. This is gonna drag out for probably well over a year. Well over a year. The current trial will be done over with, and people will have forgotten it before this goes to trial.
Right.
For sure.
Now,
they're not going to let this shit go.
No, they're hot under the collar for sure.
Somehow, and I don't know what the reasoning for this is, but Turtle Boy believes that once Karen Reed is exonerated, that will get him exonerated at some point. I don't know under what grounds he's claiming that, but he seems to believe that. I don't know what the issue. I don't have an explanation for it though.
Well, because the murder of a Boston police officer is a big situation, and he's interfering. He's getting under their skin, and he's aggravating them right now.
Right.
So, he's going to pay for that on one hand, but if Karen's goes to court and they get a conviction, I don't think that they're so hard on Aiden that they're going to be like, oh yeah, we still got to convict him. He'll get a big fine. Maybe he'll do another 6 months or something. Who knows? I don't know.
And then the question is,
he could do a hell of a lot of time. He's looking at some serious time.
Depends on the judge, sure. Now, the issue with the issue comes of Ken Mello now, right? He's the special prosecutor assigned to Turtle Boy's case. Now, he's a special prosecutor, right? A special prosecutor assigned to Turtle Boy's case. And the reason why, according to him, in a interview to a magazine or newspaper or whatever, an online blog or something, Ken Mello stated himself that the reason why he was appointed as a special prosecutor was because he did not have to answer to the Norfolk County DA. He could just do things. That's what a special prosecutor gets to do. He doesn't have to answer to the Norfolk County DA. So he can do things and without the Norfolk County DA's stamp of approval, right? Which I find kind of weird because, who else? Isn't that who's prosecuting him ultimately? But he basically bragged in this interview. Now, if you also look at Ken Mello has at least 2 reprimands from the Massachusetts bar, right?
Oh yeah.
He has at least 2 reprimands. On top of that, he also has if you Google him, if you try to find him, there's nothing. There's not a review. There's nothing. He's a ghost.
Yeah, I have looked into that. My question is though, so even though he asked a person to run these plates, are you trying to tell me that no journalist has ever done that to verify their information? That's
Right.
I mean,
So
I would
now
assume they have, and I would
now you're
assume it's known, but
So it's not the running of the plates, it's what he then did with it afterwards, more so than the actual running of the plates.
he used it to go against the Commonwealth in their case. You're
Well,
not
or against
getting away with
witnesses.
that.
Yeah.
he proved District Attorney Michael Morrissey, to be a liar. He proved it.
Yeah,
That's what he
not
did.
good.
So they're
In
pissed.
that call something in that call that Morrissey did, he stated 4 times
Yeah.
that caller was not in the house, and I was like, "Ooh, that didn't look good after the grand jury."
I
Anyway.
mean, that's what, like a fucking 6-minute video where this guy's going, anything other than that said is a lie. It's a lie. Like, I mean, he said these things with his
Yeah.
chest. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
Turtle Boy is facing more time than Karen, and they're alleging Karen killed a Boston police officer with some intent. That's
With intent, that's big.
with intent, yeah. I mean,
somehow this doesn't stink to high heaven to some people. Is mind blowing to me.
that's a lot.
See,
I
these
mean,
are
if you
things
think about
here
that,
that
that's a lot.
I think these statements are weird. Like, I don't see where this is intimidation. I said from the beginning, I don't want this to go to trial. That's a very, like, it's not like he's saying he's going to put it into it. He's just saying, I don't want it to go to trial because I think she's innocent, right?
Right. They're clearly reaching. They're watch.
And who
And I'm
cares
telling
what he wants? Who's
and
he supposed to be?
they share videos and timestamps, so you can actually see it yourself. You can watch him say these things yourself, and you could hear some of it is misquoted, some of it is exaggerated. It's like the whole thing stinks of just him being railroaded. The whole thing, you know, which is fascinating to me because, like, if I was somebody who hated Turtle Boy, that would piss me off, you know, because if I'm somebody who follows true crime the way that, like, Deets you do, and Tracy Ann you do, and Gavel Geeks you do, if I were somebody who follows true crime and I hated Turtle Boy and I was following the facts, this would make me so mad because I'm be like, dude, you have an opportunity to shut this guy up, and you're doing it in the most sloppy, irresponsible way. You clearly, how am I not supposed to think you're weaponizing this bullshit law to keep him quiet? How am I not supposed to think that? You're only giving his supporters more fuel.
Yeah, and that's another thing is because a lot of his supporters are so boisterous and not afraid of voicing their support and yelling and screaming.
Right.
The more craziness that happens with his case, the louder they're getting, you know, and they're just going to get louder. And sometimes I feel like that's a detriment to Karen. But then reading the documents the other night with Deets and Jenny, I'm like, okay, so they were communicating. So she's fully aware of what he's doing. And her attorney must be aware. So where does that leave all of them? If they're all aware of what the other hand is doing and they're not saying to him, hey, you're hurting this, pull back. Or you might be breaking the law here, dude. Chill the fuck out. What is really going on? Like, did they just know how close he could get to the edge before it was too much? The attorneys had to have known.
Well,
Karen's phone and communications would be looked at. They already had Aiden's, so they knew it was going to come out that those two were communicating.
Right. So what's the play here? It feels like a total Hail Mary. It feels like a total Hail Mary seizing Karen Reed's phones. A desperation attempt. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
Like it just feels like desperation. The whole thing feels like desperation. Everything that the Commonwealth has been doing, at least since I started following this case, feels like desperation.
I
Yeah, I
do
mean,
feel
because
like
he
at
wasn't
a lot of
there.
times they are trying to drag it out, and I wonder why.
Yeah, because I mean,
why aren't they sharing discovery?
Yeah.
And then we find out the most recent thing that I read, because the motion to dismiss just became public, or at least the motion to disqualify. It was the motion to dismiss, I think. That just became public. They somehow, the iPhone that was used to collect crime scene photographs, the crime scene photographs of John O'Keefe's death, somehow disappeared. They just don't have it.
Yeah.
So the crime scene photos are gone, Tracy.
The photos are gone. You didn't know that?
No, when did that happen?
It came out this past week.
Yeah.
I've literally been up to my eyes in candle wax. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you serious right now?
Dead serious. I could pull it, I think, if I could find it. Do you have that
yeah. Let me see if I can.
And we've also been dealing with something else.
Definitely more interested in than the Turtle Boy stuff is that things like that. It's just wild
The
that the
crime scene photos, they took them with an iPhone.
They took them with an
not
iPhone,
with like a camera
with
and
the
kept
iPhone.
on an SD or anything like that.
You're repeating me in my live 2 nights ago, right now.
I didn't hear it. I swear on my children, I did not hear your live.
What police department has an iPhone?
Right.
I'm so confused right now. I'm like, I don't even believe you. You're gonna have to show me documentation. Like, I don't even believe you right now.
Hold on. No, I don't blame you.
Their iPhone didn't even backed up to the cloud.
You're a little low, Jenny, again. No, apparently not.
What?
Apparently they are gone.
I'm low?
Oh, he emailed it to me.
Yeah,
Hold
let
on.
me turn you up.
Okay.
Let me turn you up.
No, you don't have to.
With what he's
I've
saying
just been
about what, Purdy?
I've just been listening because I can't.
I
tried a couple of times to say something. I can't.
I'm sorry. I mean, we've been over 100 different things so far. Like, agree with what he's saying. I don't agree that the crime scene photos are lost. Like, that's got to be an exaggeration. That cannot actually be true. I don't believe it. Red Solo cups and now all the crime scene photos are gone. Your mother's a whore. That's a lie. I refuse to believe you. I don't believe it. Nope. You have to show me.
Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss and that's okay. Never mind. That's not what I'm looking for.
What you got, Jenny?
I just don't. I don't understand why that wasn't backed up or downloaded or anything.
I know.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Deets, you know about this, Deets?
Yeah. The
you didn't tell us?
crime scene photos. Well, I've been hella busy, y'all. Like, this is my first day
we all have
with
this week.
nothing to do. And I've been
Yeah,
on
this
here
week
for
has
8
been
hours
crazy.
now.
Yeah, it's been a rough week for all of us.
And
Yeah,
then,
this whole
as
week's
you
been crazy.
mentioned earlier, our friend had that stuff going on. So no, I didn't.
Yeah,
It just wasn't
we were
something
very focused on that.
Where's my forward on?
What did they charge him for the license plates? What was the charge?
Conspiracy,
Okay.
and something else.
Okay.
It's in there. I just don't remember off
here,
the top of my head.
Do we have this document?
Yeah, here, I'll send it to you. It's in the, I think you
Okay.
put it in the back chat, but I will put it again in case you missed it.
Thank you.
Do you still need me to send you the defense motion document?
Yeah, if you've got that one off, if not, I can go digging for it.
Well, I'm looking.
But here, this is the one that's on the screen. If you all want to check it out on your own, where it says all this stuff about his charges and their proof, everything, the statement of facts. If you guys want to read it on your own.
I'm emailing it to you right now.
Okay, let me pull up my Proton.
That's the only. I can't. It's not a link. It's a file. So.
Okay. Let me see here.
Yeah, Granny, that's what I'm saying. Who said they lost it? Where's it at, though? Are there copies? Did we make photocopies? Did we?
The Commonwealth's What is it? What page is it on? Let me see real quick. Because it's totally insane.
I don't even believe it yet. So there's that.
He numbered it like 1 through. Okay, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh yeah, I am looking at the wrong thing.
Said it should be over around 9. Is what
It's gonna be on Twitter.
Oh, maybe I sent you. I think I might have sent you the wrong thing, Deets. Hold on. I think I might have sent you the wrong thing.
Okay. Sorry, I'm muted for a second. I'm just talking to Luke real quick.
Well, no,
Luke got
I
a
mean
deep boy.
it should be in there.
He does. Say hi, honey.
There's a
hey.
There should be 2 files in there. Should be
in what you sent me.
Yeah, check and make sure there's 2 files. Make sure there's the Commonwealth and then the defense.
Okay, let me.
Casey says, I believe the DA said it was the original digital photos lost, but they have them in another format. So the original crime scene photographs are now lost. The format that they would have them in are what would be ripped from the iPhone. So if you ever take a picture with an iPhone and you upload it to like a Google Drive or you try to save it, it doesn't save in like a JPEG or a PNG format. It saves in like this TFF weird fucking format.
Right.
And you got to go get something to open it up. Right? What is it called?
Are you
I
looking
don't
at
know.
the
Luke's just making funny faces at you when you're talking, Tracy. He's like, when you said weird fucking format, he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sorry, Luke.
That's
just laughing.
That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong one. The one that's on
This
the
is the
screen
wrong
right
one. Okay.
now. That's the Commonwealth's. I'm looking for. It's in the same email, so I don't understand why you didn't. I just forwarded the email to you, so I don't
Okay,
understand.
let me go back and check. My bad. Let's see.
It should be the defense's motion to dismiss, as well as the Commonwealth's opposition for the motion to disqualify. But you don't. But you want the defense's motion, not
the defense's motion. Let's see here. So it's loading for some reason. This just has, the Commonwealth opposition to motion to dismiss.
There's that, and then there should be another file of defense's motion.
The other one didn't attach. Maybe send it again separately. Yeah.
All right, let me.
Only one file attached.
God, it's so annoying. Hold on. Let me see if
Motherfuck.
Maybe I could just email that to you directly, the file itself, maybe. But it's not giving me the option to do that either, which is really annoying. And maybe I just can't.
Can you share your screen?
Maybe I can't.
Well, right now it's just on my email, so I don't know that you want to see that.
I just want to say where the fuck it says they lost them.
It's the Commonwealth opposition to motion to dismiss. Is that the document?
No, no.
No, that's the one I have.
The defense.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Granny's watching said good job with the roses.
Oh my God.
Very good.
No, I didn't. They're very pretty. What a
Nicole.
What a guy. Well, Luke, what do you think? Do you think Karen Reed's guilty or innocent?
What did he say?
He said too soon to say. He doesn't know who I'm talking about.
Good answer, Luke. Good answer.
Yeah, I don't know why it's only showing the one. Hold on. It's so weird.
Can't you just go to Sleuthy's fucking document and download it? Mother of Jesus.
Let me see. Does she have it on there?
No, I don't.
She must. Oh my God.
I don't see it. I just looked. That's why I asked. About the So we addressed that. How can you judge BHB, Dolly, JRL for their behavior, but find this creator's breaking of laws and closest to a case acceptable? And I think we all answered that for ourselves.
Yeah.
I'd still, if JLR has, if he's on scene and he's got footage that other people don't have, I'm going to watch JLR for that. Same with Dolly or BHB. If they have a document that other people don't have yet, I will go there to get it.
Right.
That's
I
how I feel
probably
about
ain't
this.
though. I
That's how I
probably
feel
ain't
about this.
though.
You'll just get it from me after I get it, yeah. But
Fact,
that's
because I can't do it.
but I can't be that bitter, like that bitter of a person that I'm not that Tracy is. I'm sorry, that sounded terrible.
I'm
I
bitter.
can't
I
I can't
am. I am bitter.
I can't be that.
Maybe.
Everybody has something to offer,
hmm
Yeah.
I
right?
mean, I guess you're right, Jenny. You are right, but you know me. I'm just
No,
like,
no,
mm.
I'm not trying to. I just this whole like shutting people down completely because they do a certain thing in a certain way that we don't like. I think doesn't benefit us at all.
All right, I
No,
got you, D.
I'm glad that Jonathan's doing better. He seems to be doing better
I
and
think
being
so.
more respectful and stuff. So I mean, that's great.
But
You
if they
know,
have good
that's.
information, they have good information. Period.
I
And
wouldn't know if Betty would ever have good information because I just can't trust the things that she said. And
no,
it
I don't
isn't
mean
just the things she's done, it's her words. I can't
yeah.
trust them. So I'm like, I don't know. I can't do
I
this.
I don't
Okay,
trust I don't trust anybody's words.
Deets, you should
But
be
hmm
getting it now. You should be
Oh,
getting it
okay.
now.
Okay.
yeah, I don't trust anybody's words. I mean, if they have
Mm-mm.
information that we can't get elsewhere, right? Like when that guy escaped from prison or jail and he
hmm
crawled up the wall and escaped,
hmm
Kamikaze.
JLR was the one that was out there. There was no other
Yeah.
option. Do you see what
Sure.
I'm
Yeah.
saying?
He was
And
So
there.
so
you just
Yeah.
you weren't trusting his words, you were trusting what you witnessed with your own eyes, which was the area.
correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
Which
I
makes
think
sense. Yeah.
if we don't like something, we should probably just stay away from it or try to get a law enacted to prevent it if we think that that's the right way to go. But just fussing about people all the time isn't helping anybody, and it's distracting tremendously from everything.
I
So
agree. You know, I don't know enough on Dolly's complete coverage of cases. I know that most things say breaking news, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not down. So I don't know.
Yeah. Nope.
well,
I mean,
do you
he's
know
been getting more organized though. Ever since, I mean, I think this PJ person is behind the scenes
hmm
doing a lot of help for him, and he's getting more organized. I'll
Which
give
is
him that.
good.
Yeah, I'll give him that. And it's helping his channel grow. Problem is
hmm
well
that he doesn't care about spreading misinformation.
yeah, and if people want to complain about them, I don't care about that either. That's fine. I'm just saying
Right.
for me, I care about one particular thing at a time, and not at a time, but if I'm looking at one particular thing, if Don Wells is on Dolly's talking to him, I am still grabbing that because
Oh,
his daughter is
hmm
missing.
hmm
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I'm still going to, regardless of whether I like the creator or not. Believe
Because
me,
you
because I
still
got
want
a
to
whole
hear
bunch
it.
of yeah, and because I've got a whole
hmm
bunch of stuff that don't normally watch that creator, but they had somebody from a case I was following up there to do an interview. So I don't care who they are. I want to hear I want to hear what this person has to say. I want to hear the
right,
interview.
I don't
right.
think it's
I mean,
okay for any creator to commit crimes. No. I
No,
am
not at all.
I'm distrustful of
right.
words that I know to be false myself. Like if I personally know that XYZ happened and you're telling me ABC happened, if I have personal knowledge and I know, then I can't trust you anymore. And that's my
Yeah.
experience with just BHB, Molly, that type of thing. I don't know JLR that well, but his antics are something altogether different. Um, you know,
Well,
and again, I don't know Dolly.
for me, there's a second piece to this too. I don't trust what Aiden says either.
No.
Right.
Right.
I need proof,
That's why we
just
just
like
went
I
over
do
the
from them.
recordings because we don't trust it. You
Well,
don't
So the
know.
yeah,
I don't know.
the comparison with I know with me and Tracy and Deets, and I don't know how the Glare feels about that, so I don't want to speak for him. But I know for us, we're not buying anybody straight up, and we'll
Mm-mm.
go where we need to go to get the information we need to get. So the comparison there, we treat them exactly the same way.
And we do that day in and day out, every single day, in private, every single day. The only difference you're not seeing is us coming out here calling everybody out on their shit constantly. We don't do that. But we know.
Right.
We know.
Yeah, we just do it in private. We talk about things in private.
Well, not with
Because
me.
we get
I have
lost.
to, for the record, exclude myself from this private circle conversation.
Right.
I'm not
Exactly. That's what I'm
included.
saying. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I know how we've been doing things, and it's not. Well,
Mhm.
Aiden said it, so
You got it, babe.
never. That would never happen.
Jenny would never allow it either, even if I'm like, yeah, but he sounds like, because that's usually me, but it
Everyone say
sounds
good
like
night,
they're
Luke.
telling the truth.
I can't hear over Tracy's mouth. I said,
Oh,
everyone say good night,
shut.
Luke.
Good night, Luke.
This is the most that we've conversated on this case ever.
Ever.
The most.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My computer's just going through this so slow. I'm reading as I go through it to try to find it for you all, but it's for some reason any document I do
Go
it
to
goes
like
slowly.
go to closer to the 20s, the higher 20s, closer to
Let me
the
go
Or
to
do
the last.
Control F and find the word photos.
Dude, no. Just go when they
Mm.
start to get numbered. It'll say 1. It has a section that's like these are the reasons. These are the things that the reasons why this office should be disqualified. Go to like go through 1 through God knows how, whatever. It's like number 2, I think, or something. But they're all valid reasons, all reasons that some you already knew about, but others that you're going to be like, wait, what?
Okay, here we go. I think it might have been. Wait.
Like they number a list.
This motivation to win is evidence, not just in the egregiously improper video statement, not just in that.
Oh no, they're not numbered. I'm sorry, they're not numbered.
In fact, the Norfolk County District Attorney has slow walked the provision of discovery since the date of Miss Reed's initial arraignment in Stoughton District Court and throughout the prosecution in Superior Court. Examples of discovery material requested by the defense, but only provided by the Norfolk District Attorney after many months. Is it this part?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. Digital crime scene photographs from January 29th and February 4th. The defense's motion to compel digital versions of these photographs was allowed by this court on October 5th, 2022. And thereafter, ignoring multiple emails and other requests for compliance, the district attorney's office finally notified the defense on May 3rd, 2023, that the iPhone used to take the January 29th and February 4th photos no longer existed.
Gone.
To this date, no metadata from these photos has ever been provided.
No metadata even. Crime scene photos.
What?
Okay, hold on. This is the
Go,
defense
Jenny.
motion. This is the defense
Mhm.
motion. We
Right.
don't know what the other side of that is yet.
Fair enough.
We do not. We do not.
Fair enough. Because I say the
Well,
same
they're
thing.
saying the DA's office finally notified the defense on May 3rd, 2023, that the iPhone used to take the January 29th and February 4th photos no longer existed. To this date, no metadata. So can he say that as a statement of fact, or can he make up stuff
He
and
can't
say
really
that the
now,
DA told
can
him that?
misinterpret what he was told, but he can't just make it up.
I can almost guarantee that this conversation that is being referenced here was done via email. So I doubt that they would make a statement like this in a motion to file to the court without being able to prove it.
Yeah, because you can't misrepresent to the court. You can't flat out tell the court X and it be something to like, oh, well, sorry, Your Honor. I did write this in my motion, but what I meant to say was they sent it to us in a different format. You can't say that.
Well,
now,
I want to hear what Jenny has to say. She's trying to bust in,
Go ahead,
y'all.
Jenny.
But this here, it says no metadata from those photos have ever been provided. That part is definitely interesting.
The fucked up
back,
part
Jenny.
that doesn't surprise me. That's the fucked up part. Go ahead. That doesn't shock me at this point.
No, I'm not saying that this is not true. I'm just saying we had to be kind of careful about, because, like I said again, Murdoch, they had motions and documents about his shirt, about the tarp that he wrapped stuff in, that turned out not to be the case. And a lot of that was handled in motions before the trial even. And because the defense said, "Wait a minute, that's not at all. That you destroyed the shirt. You destroyed the." Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so we
Mhm.
have to hear both sides to really know what's going on,
Absolutely.
because the way that it's worded, they're only saying no metadata has been provided. Well, metadata is different from photographs.
Right. So he's stating, yeah, they haven't, but
They haven't gotten the
I get
metadata.
what you're saying, but there's also saying like, but he says here, um, saying that the
I see what you're
iPhone used
saying.
to take the photos no longer existed, but it's still the fact that even today, when we are 2 weeks out from trial, which I don't think it's gonna happen in 2 weeks, but technically we are 2 weeks out from trial, 2 or 3, and they haven't received this, that's insane. Whether they're
Right.
completely gone altogether, or they have, copies, like you said, they have the data or whatnot, the fact that they still have not received them, that's
Right.
insane.
And I
Yeah,
agree with
So
that. I totally agree.
did the Commonwealth respond to any of this stuff?
that's what they're saying is the Commonwealth. Well, no. Yeah,
Not
yeah.
yet.
The Commonwealth. No, the Commonwealth did actually. The Commonwealth
Yeah.
did put out an
Okay.
opposition.
See,
Okay.
I didn't know
What'd they
that. I
say?
don't
Well,
Opposition to dismiss and to disqualify, and it's all about Turtle Boy.
Oh, the 300-page one that we were reading the other night?
Yeah. That's it.
so
That's
it's in
that's
there.
no. Well, it should be, but it's not.
Oh, I gotcha. They didn't say anything, is what you're saying.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that what we just read, does it say that the photographs no longer exist
It says the iPhone
and the metadata?
used to take the photos no longer existed. To this date, no metadata from these photos has ever been provided. Those
Okay,
their exact words.
so they have photos, but they can't prove those are the photos that were taken that night.
That's a
Is what they're saying.
possibility. That's one way you
Okay,
could interpret it for
Sure,
sure.
sure.
Defense iPhone used no into the okay.
And here we go.
So let's think about that, as Jenny just said.
Okay, wait, yeah,
So
right
the
there what Jenny's saying.
photos
It
The
says right
photos
here
might
to
exist,
Mhm.
but we don't know when they were taken because there's no metadata because there's no iPhone, right?
right.
So
So
they're
were those photos from those days?
So the defense's motion is they're compelling the digital versions of these photographs. So they have physical photographs, but they're
Oh, okay. So
asking,
they
the
can't
defense is
verify.
asking for digital versions of the photographs. That was,
Gotcha.
and so
Oh
there's the
man, am I
iPhone no
speaking
longer
like
exists and there's no metadata.
am I
See,
speaking
So
like
that
a different language? Like I
No, you're right.
no, sometimes it just takes a minute. And the way that you
I got
said it made me
Mhm.
think digital versus physical, right? Because I wasn't focused on the word digital. I'm like, okay, so that's interesting. Digital versions, metadata. What the hell are they trying to say? And I think the reason they would say this is because aren't they alleging that they went back later and did some nefarious things
well,
on
yeah,
different
the
days? Yeah.
defense is definitely
Okay.
alleging that. I mean, we're talking about 5 undocumented searches where these pieces of taillights were found by Proctor,
Right.
right?
Right. That's
So
why I'm
and
wondering, is that why they want the metadata? Okay. Okay.
right, that's how I'm reading it now. Thanks to Jenny. Thank you for that, by the
Thank you,
way.
Jenny.
Because that was, I have been totally, yeah, I needed that because I was totally looking at that as the way I was explaining it before we pulled it up. So, so yeah, I mean, the fact that what we were just talking about as far as the tail light pieces and how that was collected, it's a drop in the bucket. You guys have looked into this case enough to know that that's just a drop in the bucket with what was wrong with this investigation. So yeah,
Yeah.
Tracy, I'm agreeing with you. The wanting the metadata is probably just because they're like, you guys are dirty.
Right.
You've been dirty this whole time. So we want to make sure that those photographs are even valid, or they're even real. We want the metadata.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is that's exactly what they're trying to say, right? Digital metadata. We want to know, when did you take these? So that is interesting to know that the iPhone used isn't there, but maybe they just haven't turned over
Yeah.
the metadata,
Deets,
because in
Deets,
order to get the
you're
physical
backstage.
photos,
What?
Why didn't they do it?
Do you
Why
see you're
didn't?
backstage, Deets?
No, I'm sorry. I'm over here on this page.
that's just me and Morbid going back and forth. Don't worry about it. We're talking about puppies and turtles. It's all good. Ignore the backstage there, Larry.
I'm
Anyway,
not.
Jenny, isn't
Don't
that
even go in
weird
there.
though that that they haven't turned over? How does that work with, chain of custody if they just have the actual photographs versus like proof of where they came from?
That's where I was going. Yeah. If you have the physical photographs, they came from the digital photographs. So
Copies of
where's
the
the information? Yeah, because if you take a picture right now and you
It's on the
upload it
phone.
to your secure evidence cloud,
So
there's
they would have had to,
metadata.
they would have had to have printed it from the phone in order to not have metadata.
Right. For example,
Oh,
Turtle
okay,
Boy's
Jenny.
Turtle Boy's claiming that this woman was faking her pregnancy because he checked metadata of a photograph, or I guess a sonogram. He checked the metadata of the photograph that was sent to him, and it turned out to be from months and months before.
Like May or some.
Yeah, some crazy shit
allegedly.
like that. Right. So this is why they want the metadata, is because it can prove when these pictures were taken, at least when the pictures were taken. I
Well,
don't even know what else.
it might prove if there's some missing from the physical copies they had or not. Like,
Right.
I just think there would be that was my
Yeah.
whole question to Jenny, is like,
exculpatory evidence.
exculpatory, right? Because you're being handed, this is just me throwing out a number, you're being handed a set of 100 crime scene photos, but how do you know that that's all there were unless you have the
There could have been
entire
250 here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That is weird that they have not turned any of that over. And the court ordered it. The judge ordered this to happen on October 5th of 2022.
And the judge didn't do anything about it with not happening, right? So that's also questionable. And this is a list. This is one section here. This is a list of reasons why they're trying to get the trying to get the Norfolk County DA's office off of this case, because they just will not share discovery. It's the craziest thing in the world. No matter, even if a judge orders them to share it, they still don't do it. They don't comply. And then Bev doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I am curious why she hasn't ordered them to do this.
Dude, the whole thing stinks so bad. Like, it's not. I would be the first one to criticize someone for conspiracy theories, but this is in your face.
See, I haven't read any of this one yet at all.
The defense's accident reconstructionist Carrie Alavino traveled to Middleborough on May 27th, 2022. We're going all the way back to 2022, y'all, to inspect the vehicle and to examine the taillight and housing, among other items. When Miss Alavino arrived, however, she learned that the taillight and housing had not only been removed from the vehicle, but were not produced for her inspection at all. Therefore, the defense filed a motion to compel this inspection, which was allowed by this court on August 12th, 2022. After access continued to be denied, the defense followed up with further email and other requests. In addition to further motions to compel, it was not until December 1st, 2023 that the defense team was finally able to inspect the taillight. That is insane. A year and a half later?
Like, aren't you supposed to listen to the judge when they say you're supposed to do? Like, they're the judge.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
They
You
make the
just go down
rules.
all you got to do is go down this list, and you're like, dude. I mean, they clearly have grounds to file this motion to sanction and dismiss.
I would be so frustrated. Honestly, if anybody involved in this case, I would be so frustrated by this, the delays in it all.
Right.
I'd like to know about the clothes since yesterday came out that there was glass from the,
Here's I was just reading this part here.
But
It says,
I mean, does that have any does that hold any validity to you, Tracy? If it's true
well,
that there's glass in the clothes, really, at this point in the investigation and what you know?
if they've tested
Uh-huh.
it, I think it's interesting for sure.
Sure, it's interesting, but the
If
thing is,
taillight glass was in the clothing
that was on the floor in the hospital
that
without
was on
being
phone,
that was not properly handled. That was not through chain of custody, was not properly handled already. Right there. That puts doubt in that evidence. Right there.
Well, my doubt came from when they said that pieces of the taillight were found, 4 or 5 days later, and all of that bothered me. But I would, I don't know. I need more information on that. I read the article today and was just like, what the hell?
This whole thing is like a fictional movie. It's insane.
Yeah. It is.
Right, they did at one point, Nanya. They had the physical phone at one point. They had it long enough to print it, but not long enough to provide the metadata. That is insane. Losing the phone is irresponsible, no matter what.
Now they state here. I'm sorry, Jenny,
You broke
go ahead.
up there, Jenny.
No, I was just saying there's definitely stuff to question here. And if you're not questioning, maybe step back and think about why. And not that Turtle Boy's good or Karen Reed didn't do it, but questioning why that would be missing. If that's the case, that's a big question. That's a big deal.
Again, Jenny, that's a drop in the bucket. You know what I mean? Just that missing, that's just the newest thing. And they even reference at the beginning of this motion, at some point, I think it was, I only read this once, but it was on I think near the beginning of the motion, where they're saying that the prosecution simply wants to win. They are not interested in justice. And they go into explaining exactly why the bar tells you that you have to be absolutely in pursuit of justice, not the win. And they're absolutely accusing the prosecution of doing whatever it takes to win the case. And they believe that the reason why is because their office is under federal investigation. And if they go to trial and win, and Karen Reed is found guilty, well, then it makes the entire investigation, the federal investigation into that office, it makes it moot. It makes it invalid. Means that it basically justifies everything that they've done. That's
Isn't the investigation in regards to this specific case?
Absolutely right. So if
which is
they believe
okay.
What they're accusing in this motion, what the defense is, what Yannetti and Jackson are accusing Michael Morrissey of and Lolly of in this motion, is that they are doing anything it takes to win the case, because if Karen Reed is found guilty, they believe that it will make everything that they've done and being investigated for validated, justified. And that's why they want the win. That's what they're accusing them of in this motion.
Yeah, this is another year and a half later, not quite a year and a half later, but before they actually got the clothing to inspect.
How am I assuming too much? I'm reading a document. It's what it says in this document that she's going through right now. Everything that I just said is in that document.
On September 15th, 2022, the defense filed a motion to compel production of the ring videos from John O'Keefe's home at One Meadows Avenue in Canton. And Melanie Little brought up a great point last night that I had forgotten about, even though I had just pulled it Jenny, when did I reach out to you? Like a week and a half ago about going back and
Yeah.
getting everything in order. So I had just pulled an old version of this. It's a clip because the original version from the news isn't there anymore. But the news came out and said they had Ring footage of Karen doing this. And then that was quickly changed, of course. So that was, I was thankful she reminded us of that. But anyway, this says they filed a motion compelled production of the Ring videos from John O'Keefe's home at One Meadows Avenue in Canton. That motion was allowed by this court on October 5th, I'm assuming 22, for all videos through January 2nd, 2022. After ignoring that court order and 2 follow-up emails from the defense. I don't know why Lolly wonders why they're investigating him, okay? After ignoring the court order and 2 follow-up emails, the district attorney's office finally notified the defense for the first time on January 5th, 2023. So, I mean, that one's not super long, that the investigators had actually obtained a search warrant for the missing Ring videos. When the district attorney's office finally produced the search warrant, however, it was dated January 26th, 2023. 21 days, 3 weeks later. After the district attorney's office had told the defense that the search warrant already existed. In February... Wow. So the district attorney's office had told the defense that, yes, we have the search warrant, but the search warrant comes out. And when it's finally produced, it was dated 3 weeks after the DA's office tells them that they had already had it. That's crazy. In February 2023, the district attorney's office produced a February 10th, 2022 email allegedly from subpoenas at ring.com stating that the Ring videos had been deleted from the Dropbox after 90 days. To this date, the defense has not received the missing Ring videos.
Come on, man.
This is sloppy.
I love chasing dude. Like
This is so
Fuck.
sloppy.
hear her.
I'm reading ahead too, and I'm just waiting for a pause because I'm like, motherfucker. Because I read fast as hell, so I'm like, oh hell no! What did they do?
I can hear her wheels turning. I can hear them. Like it's
Yeah.
great.
All 911 calls, including the complete recording of the call made by Jennifer McCabe on February 2nd, 2022, at Miss Reed's arraignment in the Staunton District Court. The defense filed a motion for preservation of all 911 recordings. The DA's office produced an incomplete 911 recording on June 10th, 2022. The defense followed up with a motion to compel production of the complete recording, which was allowed by this court on October 5th, 2022. It was only after multiple emails and other requests over several months that the full 911 recording was finally shared with the defense on February 8th, 2023. Why would they send them an incomplete 911?
I don't know, but that was my birthday.
Aw, don't dox yourself.
Oh.
But
I was born in 2023.
Yep. Okay. Identification of an unnamed female witness at 34 Fairview. This was interesting. I caught this. On September 15th, 2022, the defense filed a motion to compel the DA's office to reveal the identity of that female witness. That motion was allowed by this court on October 5th, 2022, after the district attorneys proceed to ignore that court order for more than a month. The defense followed up with an email on November 14th, 22, asking for compliance. The district attorney finally revealed on November 21st that Sarah Levinson was the female's name. You guys know who she is, right? You remember who Sarah is?
Vaguely.
Sarah Levinson is the EMT 911 first responder that gave the statement that Karen yelled.
Oh, yeah, I hit him.
Oh my God, I hit him. So
Pause. Wait, go back up. What?
Yeah. Hold on. Give us a recap of everything right now, because I'm
Say that one more time.
Right.
So, the identification of an unnamed female witness at 34 Fairview. Let me double check. I'm
So wait,
90%
is that
sure I'm
implying
right
that
on
she was
that.
there the night of?
Let me make sure I'm 100. Let me pull up my who's who.
Please, if you're right, I'm just gonna go to bed because I don't know.
Let me pull up my who's who.
No.
Just to be
No, man.
1000%
This
for
is
sure.
not the rabbit hole to go under after being live for 8 hours. That is
No, she better be like the girlfriend of a brother's girlfriend's ex-friend's brother or something.
Bro.
Because if she's the fucking EMT who gave the statement, I am done. I refuse it. In the name of Jesus.
I rebuke
Is
you.
anybody in chat saying differently? I gotta scroll way back. Holy crap, I did that a
Let me
long
look.
time
Hold
ago.
on. In the name
So-
of Jesus.
And yeah, friend
No.
of Julie Nagel.
Friend of Julie Nagel.
Julie Nagel was, yeah.
Or Julie Albert. Is
Casey
it Julie
says.
Albert or Julie Nagel? There's two Julies. Julie Albert. Okay,
But is
Nagel. Okay, Nagel.
Is it the one that gave the statement? And is it an EMT person or something?
Hang on, I'm getting back to my who's who.
Yeah, I have that right in front of me too. Jesus, I'm stupid. Hold on.
What?
Who's who? Nicole B. Sweet baby Jesus.
If it's not the same one, the EMT is named Sarah. So good thing we're
Different
checking
person.
ourselves here.
Casey says different person.
Different. Okay.
Sarah Levinson's in our who's who, but there's no information.
Hang on, I got a deeper one here. Da, 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 da. Julie Nagel. Oh, Katie McLaughlin. Okay, Katie was the first responder. So
Thank you,
backtrack what I
Lord.
just said.
I couldn't take much more. Mm-mm.
I totally got that wrong. This is why we double check ourselves. This is why I don't read this stuff live too. Well, who is Sarah? I've heard her before. Like you said, Jenny, she's in our who's who, but who is she?
Yeah, it's Brian
She's a
Nicole.
nurse, isn't she?
It's just that she recalled Jennifer McCabe saying someone else was coming, but that person never arrived. She was at the waterfall. She got there later in the evening.
Yes. Okay. She is a nurse. That's where I got her mixed up with the EMT. She's a nurse.
Gotcha.
And she is a friend of Brian Albert Jr.'s, Collins, and Julie's. Why did they
There you
leave
go.
her
Okay.
out for so long?
Maybe she just didn't want her name said or something.
Well, but it doesn't. I mean, if you're a witness, you're a witness. They can't, especially if she was in the home at the time. That's bizarre. But anyway, sorry about that, y'all. Thank you for sharpening my iron there. Preservations of samples from John O'Keefe's arm for independent testing. On February 2nd, the defense filed an emergency motion in the Stoughton District Court for the preservation of evidence, including DNA, blood, saliva, and other bodily fluids. That motion was allowed by the court on that same date. Oh, sorry. I heard that and I didn't know if that was. Did you hear that Sarah is not the ambulance?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my bad. I just want to make sure everybody's crystal clear on that. Not. She's just a nurse. Okay.
Good to know.
And it's Stoughton.
It's Stoughton. We have a town here.
Stoughton.
Like that, and we call it Staunton. But okay, Stoughton District Court for the preservation of evidence, including DNA, blood, saliva, and other bodily fluids. That motion was allowed by the court on that same date, so February 2nd, 22. After numerous email requests and further motions to compel, the DA's office finally revealed in July of 23 that no tissue samples from John O'Keefe's arm were ever taken or preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's.
I was
That's
really
a-
wondering about his arm too when I read about the DNA this yesterday. Because I'm like, well, if they've got tissue samples from his arm,
Nope.
maybe there was glass or something, or
Right. Take
no
the
tissue
dog
samples.
out of it. I can't believe they didn't take tissue samples to prove like the tail light or the
Right.
ground or something like that to fit in with their theory,
Right.
That's bizarre. Canton Town Library surveillance footage in its original format. This one is crazy. We've known this one for a while. On June 10th, 22, the DA's office produced video footage from the Canton Town Library, but key time periods were excised and or missing from the footage. Thereafter, hang on, my thing's freezing. The defense demanded access to the footage in its original format as received by the prosecution. So they weren't asking for too much. They just said, hey, we want exactly what you got, how it was given to you, which was apparently via share file. On April 26th of 23, the district attorney's office announced in court that it did not have the surveillance videos in any other format other than the DVD produced for the defense. The key time periods remain missing to this date. Okay. Lexus Infotainment and Telematics Systems. Miss Reed's Lexus was seized by investigators on January 29th of 22. When a defense accident reconstructionist, Carrie Elavino again, was sent to inspect the vehicle on May 27th, 22, she learned only when she arrived that the infotainment and telematics systems had been removed from the vehicle. Those systems were not produced for Miss Alavino's inspection on that date. After several email requests from the defense, the DA's office only made those systems available for inspection by the defense on December 1st of 23. All police reports and notes. This is huge here. This is wild. On February 2nd of 22, the defense filed a motion in the Stoughton District Court for the preservation of all police reports and notes. The DA's office did not produce any notes until September 29th of 23. Those notes were portions from the Massachusetts State Police. The DA's office then revealed that notes from the Canton Police and the CERT team do not exist.
No
notes. Oh, okay. How are there no notes, though?
What is it going to take, people?
How are there no notes? That's impossible. Of course they exist. Where are they?
For you to open your eyes, people who are skeptical that this case is complete and utter shit.
Look at that, though. It says portions. The notes were portions from the Massachusetts State Police. So they didn't even receive the full documentation. And then Canton had and the CERT team. That's the huge one right there. The CERT team, they do not exist. That is
so strange.
blowing my mind.
Right. It's insane. I've never seen.
Those are the first things you're seeing, the first things that you're writing down in your reports and your information. That's like right then and there, and who you're talking to, and all of the.
If you're not recording it, you know what I mean? Like, where are the recordings?
And Jim and I agree. And this one thing, like Jenny and I have talked about in court cases, it happens on both sides. Like they put, like we've talked about this earlier in the stream, that, the things that they put out before we get to the actual trial, not just the defense, but also the prosecution, are things that sometimes are things we don't even end up seeing in the trial at all. But they can't just put complete and utter lies and fabrications. Now, Lolly could come back and say, they misinterpreted that. That's not what we meant by that. Or, they misunderstood what we said, something like that. But they can't just throw in there, like,
All of this
these
can be
notes don't
verified
exist
via email.
whatsoever.
Yeah, all of these can be verified via email. Most of it, anyway. I would assume. I mean, I am just assuming, but I mean, I can't imagine them filing this official court document with these
Correct.
types of allegations without being able to back it up with data.
I just can't believe that, one, it took them so, but what this screams to me, like, and that's where I'm with you, Casey, like, I don't know if she's innocent or not, but
Well,
everything I have seen,
it
even
does.
before this, just shows me that there's so much reasonable doubt
In the
in
eyes
this.
of the law, the very law that everybody wants to say throws Turtle Boy and makes him guilty and makes him this bad person, under the eyes of those very laws, a poor investigation absolutely equals innocent if a jury finds her innocent or if the case is dismissed. Period. She is innocent. By definition, that makes her innocent. The people charged with the responsibility to get John O'Keefe justice failed. That's on them. That's on them.
States is pretty similar. I mean, like, the states is 300 pages long, so I'm not gonna read through that, but I can drop the link of it for you guys. But I wouldn't say it's standard in every case, and
No,
again, they're not just
It's
going
not.
to put
I've
in.
never seen anything
Yeah,
like this in my life,
it's
dude. Get
not at
real.
all.
It's
Get
a
real.
it's a big deal to not turn things over. I mean, a huge
Huge.
freaking
That's
deal.
honestly.
So
Sorry,
this is
Jen.
not standard.
This is
Mm-mm.
the furthest thing from standard. This is what, but it's the entire reason I'm so fascinated with this, because I can't
I would
believe
hope
I've
it's not standard.
never
Sure.
seen anything like this, and it's in your face. They're not even trying to hide it. It's really weird. It's
I mean,
bizarre.
we're looking at, so you may be, yeah, we still haven't got this from the prosecutor. You may hear that in hearings leading up to trials, but not like this list. You're talking about Verizon and Google data, DNA test results, um, metadata for photographs, so you can't even prove when they were taken. If this is true, right? If this is true, but generally, this is not a list like this is not standard by any stretch.
No.
Mm-mm.
And Crimeslithan, I'm telling you, I did look at both sides because the opposition to this was public before this was.
It was, yeah, and that's what
So
we were. Do you have that link, Tracy? I have all this stuff over on Morgan's computer
Yeah.
now, but, I just transferred it over and then came home without her computer because hers runs so much faster than mine, so I've been using it for YouTube stuff, but
The
forgot
link of the documents.
the huge document from the Commonwealth that we were reading through the other night on your channel.
I've got it
Did I put it in my
here.
description? I'm pretty sure I
Jenny's
did.
got it.
Yeah.
Jenny's got it open.
There you go.
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Like I said, I'm not gonna read through it, but if people want to go to it and check it out, it's so long.
yeah, but they don't address any of this stuff. That's what's really funny. It's the opposition to this actual motion, and they barely address any of it at all. Fascinating.
No, it is unusual, completely unusual to have. I mean, I'm really curious to know what we're gonna find out in 2
Well,
days.
yeah, that's going to be the
me
hearing
too.
that determines these motions.
And
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
If you've been watching the trials, if you have been watching the court hearings and everything, you know that they have been requesting these repeatedly on almost every one. So I don't feel like it's fabricated at all. And Lolly has been continually giving excuses to this one or to that one, or and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Melanie Little is an attorney, and she's been covering it, and she's really
done a
good.
great job
She's
covering it.
interesting too. I think
think
everybody crime sleuthing,
Yeah.
you should look into it. Everybody should look into it
Yeah,
for sure.
lawyer
Using the
did a
documents as a
really
guide.
great streams
That's
on
all.
it. Mm-hmm.
Yep, Blair's had a ton of them. Other people
Oh,
who are on the other opposite end of it.
I am
Even Greg
so
Hughes did.
Yeah, I'm so engaged in this case. It's not even funny. Like
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe nothing goes by that I can't believe what I'm seeing, and it's to the point where I'm just expecting another thing to come to light that I'm like, wow, and I'm not even
Yeah.
shocked by it anymore. I'm not even surprised by it anymore. This experience is unlike any other true crime experience I've ever had in looking into a case. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. I remember when I first mentioned it, and you're like, what?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
What
I mean,
kind of shit?
it was
I'm
enough
like,
to.
yeah, this doesn't sound right. This sounds weird. I don't know what's going on here, but we've got to cover this, guys. And
Yeah.
then it just took a life of its own.
And I was
It
like,
is a crazy one.
Yeah,
It is
because nobody was interested at first. You guys were kind of
you
like,
cannot
what?
put it down.
Yeah, we were on Laura's panel, I think, and then you guys told me about it, and I was like,
Yeah.
all right. And then just for
Yeah.
something to go live about, I decided to just start looking into it live instead of doing it
Mm-hmm.
behind the scenes. I did it live, and here we are.
Oh, I can show you the prosecution opposition. What, Jenny?
I'm sharing if you want to.
Oh, are you? Let me come back.
The
Are you
prosecution.
sharing the prosecution's opposition? Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
No,
Sorry,
I'm
I
sharing
didn't
the
know
300. I'm sharing the 300
Yeah,
page.
that's the 300 page
Well, there's a
one.
49-page one
Here, let me send it to
as
her.
well.
I'll send it to you, Jenny,
Yeah,
because you're gonna go
Yeah,
faster than me.
It's the 49
Yeah,
page one. Yeah. Oh man, I yawned.
I
I'm sorry.
downloaded. I thought we were going to get through at least a good portion of the 300-page. We got through shit, but I
then
downloaded all of them that came out the other day.
we were gonna go
Like,
live and try to finish it, and this week seriously just like exploded for everybody.
this week was rough. Yeah.
Yeah, MJ sent me a message. And she's like, "What time are y'all going live?" And I saw it like the day after, and I was like,
No, we have to be here for a friend. We're not going live. Sorry. Anything could happen at any time right now. Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I can't send it to let me forward you this email, Jenny.
Okay.
I thought I put it in my description of my live stream, the 3 different documents that I have, but I might not have.
I have it if it's the one we're going over.
Yeah. Yep. The 49. Mm-hmm.
What was it
one.
called? What's it called?
It's the prosecution's opposition.
Commonwealth opposition.
Commonwealth's
Hang on.
opposition to defendant's motion for sanctions.
Wait. The
Yeah.
prosecution opposition is what the Commonwealth opposition.
Yes.
Commonwealth.
49 pages. Okay, got it. 1 second.
You got it. Good deal.
Opposition of the opposition of the opposition, and yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I think that would open somewhere else. Damn it, don't open somewhere else.
I mean, it's a lot of pages, man. This is and it's basically a rant. Like, don't look over here. You look at the defense, though. Look what they're doing. Karen Reed is working with Turtle Boy, and they didn't. I mean, it's supposed to be an opposition. Why wouldn't they defend the claims against them? Why wouldn't they defend their position on all of the things listed in the defendant's motion?
Oh, see, that's what I wanted to hear about. Like, because we only got through like 20 pages of the 300. We didn't even get to the 49er yet.
It won't. Okay.
Yeah, you got to stop sharing and then share that one, right?
Well, it won't even open.
Is that how it works?
It's weird.
Hmm.
It wouldn't even open into the PDF. So hold on a second. Hey, there we go.
No,
Well, hang on.
Clubber's
Before you
asleep
get
for the
into
night.
that, Jenny, so Crime Sleuth said same thing's happening in the Idaho 4 case where something. Oh, you stopped sharing, Jenny. Where something the state's conspiring and hiding things, etc., when it really is very typical in cases to hold off handing things over to the last minute. I don't believe that's true. And right now, the Idaho 4 case is still in the very beginning stages. It's
Yeah.
going to be quite some time before
Yeah.
Now, granted, they will wait to turn things over, but
Right,
most
correct.
judges will be like, "No, we're not doing this."
And the fact that all of these stated when the judge said yes.
Yep.
You know, the defense filed the motion to compel it, and the judge said, "Yes, send it."
And
it
then
was
the cherry on top
still
of that
a
is
year
that
after that. That's crazy.
yeah, and then the cherry on top of that is the judge still hasn't done anything about it. The judge seems to just think this is okay. Her order is just being blown off.
Okay, what am I looking for? iPhone?
The response to that, yeah, do iPhone or do crime scene or something.
Okay.
Or metadata. Something.
What am I? Was it Granny that said it was up there? What's a good keyword, Granny? I think it was
I think it
Granny.
was Casey. I think it was
Oh,
Casey.
Casey. I'm sorry, Casey.
Yeah. Yeah, what would the best keyword be? They are waiting for the last piece of discovery to be complete. Defense says everything else. Well, if they're responding to the defense's motion, wouldn't they address the defense claims?
I mean, dude,
so look for any of those keywords.
Crime sleuthing, like pushing the boundaries and deadlines is one thing, but we're talking about just straight up blowing off judges' orders time after time after time to produce discovery. And they haven't done it. They've just blown off the judge. So it's a little different than pushing the boundaries of deadlines. It's been 2 years.
Right.
The
And I'm not
deadline-
an expert by any means at all when it comes to legal stuff. Not whatsoever. So what I do is take experts' advice and commentary. And when you have, defense lawyers like Melanie Little and Defense Diaries and the lawyer saying, yeah, that and even the lawyer father who has done it for so long, reading stuff like that, saying that's wrong and way too far. So when they're giving those opinions, I take note of that for sure.
Yep. Yeah. Can't argue with that at all.
I get the case he's saying nothing else is outstanding. I'm asking because I haven't read the document. Do they address those issues in this document?
Yeah, this is yeah. I mean, we've been
I don't know why they're putting a statement of the case in there. We already know what the case is, so forget that.
How many
We're
cases?
talking about
how many cases have you watched and followed through trial? Tracy?
a lot.
Right.
Oh God.
Have you seen anything like this?
100. No, I
seen
have not. No.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything quite like this where
I have a spreadsheet.
it really feels like a pissing contest between the two sides here.
Yeah.
And it's pretty petty at this point.
Jenny has
the back
watched
and forth.
It makes no sense. With
Yeah,
what
Jenny is like a trial nut.
It makes no sense. Willing to go to trial and spend millions of dollars on a trial that there's no way they can win. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I have a spreadsheet of all the trials I've watched, and it was well over 300.
Wow.
They don't call it Gavel Geeks for nothing.
Yeah, we've done this for
If
years.
anyone has a link to this case court online they'd want to share, I appreciate it. Oh, you're gonna do a debate. If you're gonna read all the documents, you're gonna need a little bit longer than 4 days. Just saying.
Yeah.
The documents in this case are insane.
Oh, I straight up was like, I'm not doing that. When it came to like 300
4 days.
documents,
But here's let me ask a
Does she
question
mean
though.
4 days without sleeping?
I told
Because
my
there's
whole
so many documents.
I told my
Somebody
whole
send her Sleuthy's file right now.
So I have a question though. Um, you haven't read any of the documents, but you know you could debate him.
Who said that?
Is that what she said? She hasn't read the documents. She needs 4 days, but then she could win a debate.
Yes. She said,
Oh,
I'll
let
be
me
ready to win a debate in a week.
But you don't know what the documents say yet.
see what you see the mindset though. This is very telling. Look at the mindset of that statement because it wasn't.
Yeah.
We could have a discussion.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. But just
in her
And
comment,
I'm
right?
not even being an asshole. When
She's
I
not.
first started, I
She's
was
not
like, this
familiar
is
with.
going to take months to read.
Well,
Months.
look at the language in the comment. Look at the language in the
Yeah.
comment. I haven't familiarized with myself with the case, but I'm ready to familiarize myself to debate the glare. Instead of
Well,
I
she
went
said
ahead.
earlier, too, I haven't dug into this case or looked at it, but now I'm intrigued. Well, if you haven't, why have you been arguing this whole time?
Right.
What is that about?
Right. So, I mean, the problem is you. You have a problem. I'm willing to have a discussion with anyone about the case. What I'm not willing to do is go into it with the premeditated notion of having an argument. I'm not going to do that. I'm an adult. So,
And that's what we've been talking about literally all day, is that creators want to argue about this case.
right.
Why? Because you don't like somebody, so you automatically want to take the opposite side? It's like, no. You and
insane.
Clara may end up agreeing on the facts in this particular case. And you may dislike each other on a personal level or whatever, but you may agree. You don't know.
I don't know enough about her to have an opinion about her yet.
Right.
I know that she just wants to argue, but I'm sorry, I just can't oblige. I'm just not going to oblige you, especially when you just admitted to me that you don't know anything about the case.
That is true, Casey. They finally after and like you said, like, yeah, I get that they hold it off for a while, but after the court has compelled you to turn it over and it still takes you a year plus to turn it over after being compelled, that's crazy. But yeah, they're just waiting on the Verizon data, and when they get that, then they're giving the defense 2 days to look over it.
Okay, yeah,
Country says, wow, 9-hour live. 9 hours was totally normal for us in the Kanika community. Completely like 9 hours, whatever. It's went on forever.
Okay, Casey, you said there. Casey put a link in the chat. It won't let you put a link in, unfortunately.
If you click the StreamYard link, Casey, I won't add you, but you can drop it up here in the private chat.
Yeah, so there's that, but I have the document. But
Yeah, that's
what we're
what you
looking for is where in the document it is, because I'm not seeing them even responding to that part.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to know from Casey, because she was the one with the comment in the beginning saying, you know, they've got everything. Well, where's their response to it?
Right.
And what is the last? You said they're waiting for the last piece of discovery to be completed. Defense has everything else. What is
well,
that piece?
So they don't have the Verizon. That's the last piece that they're waiting on. But what the documents that we just, read was that, okay, but so much of it is missing. Like, you've given us these, physical pictures, but you haven't given us this or that, and now you're claiming it's gone.
And their response was like, does not exist.
Yeah. That's wild.
That's not.
I actually think that, like, if you did debate, I think that would be hella interesting. We were talking about it. I wish more. I would love to grab someone extremely well versed in the case and put them up against, with two opposing opinions and seriously debate it, not just attack and go at each other
Not
and get
argue.
sassy or anything, but like truly debate. Like, okay, we have this, and this is what I believe, and then hear somebody else say, okay, no, this is what I believe, and this is why. Like back and forth, like
Mhm.
that would be. I think it'd be hella interesting.
Exactly, Bieber. Traditional debate style, which is always so good and so interesting. But, I always hope for that when something starts as a conversation on here. I don't expect it to be a traditional debate style, but I always hope that it's going to be a
Mhm.
decent conversation. And sometimes it is, but a lot of times it just turns into like arguments and insults and bullshit. And it's so like, forget it. Pie in the sky wishing here.
I would never be good at debating. I just don't think I would be, but I would love to moderate a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
and
was
it's just
watching like there is a debate community here on YouTube, and I was watching some of their content for a little while over the summer. It's really interesting, truly.
It
it's
is.
it's
Yeah, I
just
used to. Go ahead.
sorry, I was just gonna say it's just so silly to create these sides on a situation that has nothing to do with any of us personally. I mean, it's
Right.
really weird. And then we end up like doxing each other and doing this and that. And it's like,
It's
dude,
insane.
why? I don't know these people, dude. I'm interested in the story. I'm interested in what's going on, but I don't know these people. Why do you and I have to fight? Like
Right.
literally fight. That is crazy.
And that's such an important topic right there, Clara. That's so crazy to me. What's happened to this community that could do so much good?
Right.
We've brought it exactly to that point. And we were stating this earlier. I might agree with something, and because somebody doesn't like Glarer and they want to make fun of him because of the fact that I'm his mod, I'm getting shots thrown at me. And we all know what that leads to in this community. We can say it doesn't lead there. We can pretend that we're
Right.
better than we really are, but we're not. And it turns into a battle between Dietz versus Jenny. Not really, but I'm just using
Right.
that as an example,
Right.
and it's bullshit.
So
And it happens in this community because it ends up being dirty
right.
and it's wrong.
Well, and Haley nailed it too. Like it's very hard to have a civil debate when people are personally involved because and not just in the matter of what they're debating, but like personally involved in past baggage and BS and grudges and things like that. Hey Pearl, good to see
Yeah.
you, love.
Pearl.
Um,
I love it.
so I'm just scanning through the 49-page document. This is the response to the motion to dismiss, and it doesn't have anything to do with the um discovery that I can tell.
No.
It so why were we directed here?
But isn't it directly in response to
It's supposed to be.
their motion?
It's supposed to be, but they don't
But
really address any of the things unless I
because
missed it.
that's a
But
different yeah, I don't yeah, I
Is
don't see
this
it.
the motion, Jenny? Are they responding to the motion to dismiss
right.
Because of the
The
grand jury.
Norfolk?
Two motions from the
Oh,
defense to dismiss and to disqualify the Norfolk County DA's office from the case. There's two motions. I
hmm,
only saw the motion to disqualify. That's what we read was the motion to disqualify them from the case. Um, the 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 Commonwealth though wrote a motion to oppose both motions, but I've only seen, as far as I remember, I think I've only seen the motion to to sanction the Commonwealth. Well, not the Commonwealth, but
Oh,
the DA's office.
this
hmm,
is a response to them telling the prosecution telling the grand jury that um, he was murdered because he wanted to end their relationship.
okay.
I don't.
Mhm.
What is the
I wondered how
second?
they had a motion this long or a reply this long that was
This is the
filed so
49.
quickly. I'm like, did they both come out at the same time? Like, how did they
Right.
reply in a day? Like, this is kind of weird, but okay.
So that was the 49 page one that we were directed to. We were at the 301. We haven't looked through it yet.
Okay.
Okay, so the 49 pager is not a response
Correct.
to what we just read.
It doesn't
So
appear to
why are
be.
we
I mean,
being
The 300
criticized by
pages
people
one.
in the chat for being biased and not doing all of the things, and then this isn't even the fucking response to what we were reading? Mother. Oh.
hey, the
She
Commonwealth
said
diligently
motherfucker.
investigated.
I mean,
Dude,
It's
it's
like you're
yeah.
gonna
They
be like, oh,
diligently
it's not fair that you're
investigated
just reading
what?
one side. Come on, bro. Ugh,
They
so
what'd you read,
aggravating.
Jenny?
Sorry, Jenny. Oh
no,
God,
you're fine.
What'd you
I
say?
done
I didn't
aggravated
I'm
myself now.
I'm used to it. Yeah.
She is.
I don't mean it in a
Happens all
bad
the
way, but
time in Discord.
like
Sorry,
That's
Jenny.
because
when you're friends with someone and you discuss things with them, you learn how each other
Mhm.
are in discussions, and you just that's what I mean by I'm used to it. Not that it's a bad thing.
That's because
I'm just
Jenny is
used to
so
how it works.
polite and she will not
She
interrupt
is.
whatsoever. And so it's like
And
I'm
then you
always
got
like,
me
"Wait."
like like a little chihuahua in the background. But I mean, what? So we're reading one part here, and we're like, oh, let's see if they read the response to the Commonwealth. Probably not. It's like, oh, well, okay, because we suck. We probably wouldn't read that. What should we read? Well, it's 49 pages. Okay, let's go read it. We go read it, and it ain't even the fucking document. So we're the assholes, right? Like, we're the assholes over here. It ain't even the right fucking document. Mother of Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Let me just fucking mute. God bless America.
Go, Jenny, go, quick.
I'm looking. I'm trying.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something. I'm like, come in, no,
No,
Jenny.
no. I was gonna read a
And if
piece
it
that was
is the
funny, and I'm
document, I'm
waiting.
sorry. Go ahead, Jenny. Because if it is the fucking document, now I said all that crazy shit. It better not be the fucking document, Jenny. You better be
No,
rare.
listen, Casey said, "You know what? I'm sorry. They updated the facts of the case, so she just misunderstood." It's okay.
Oh, where they
What do
talk
you
about
mean,
him
QWERTY?
in
Why aren't we reading it?
John's kids, the missing iPhone. Yeah, that
Oh
that
my
was
God.
insane. That was
What do you
insane.
mean?
I
Why
am
aren't
reading
we
it.
reading it? Jenny was reading it while we were all chitter chattering, and she's even looking for keywords. She's been asking for the keyword. She's been asking for the response. She's been asking what she's looking for so that we can read it. Did we read the entire other document? No, we didn't. We only went down to the little portions. That's what she's looking for. What do you mean? Why aren't we reading it? It ain't even the right document.
Petra, I stated
Keep
so
up,
many
people.
freaking
Tracy.
times at the beginning of this stream that it was a general discussion, and there was only one specific person I spoke on, and that was Crime Curious. That is the only specific person I spoke on.
Who's BJ?
Who thinks this is about her? Who even
Brittany
is
J.
BJ?
I have the
Who?
allegedly with Brittany J thinks that this stream is about her, but I was
What?
Oh, my head
crystal
hurts now.
I know. I was crystal clear in stating it is a general topic discussion. And I did speak on the one person that I had in mind for that one thing, which is when she sent a super chat, which is what led to that question. And that is exactly why I stated her name, because I knew people would be like, oh, this is about me or this is about that. No, the only time that the question was specific was because of what was sent to me about Crime Curious. That is the only time.
Sadly, 90% of the stream has been about me and QWERTY.
I know.
How could it be about Brittany? The fucking fuck.
It has. It
So
Oh my
crazy.
gosh, I
It's so weird.
can't.
Why does anybody care that we've sat here and talked about this tonight?
I don't know.
For
I don't
hours
know
on
why.
end.
I don't understand.
Like Cordy says something, I say something. Jenny come up so that my little baby ass feelings wouldn't be hurt. And now we're like, oh, another creator thinks this is about them. If y'all don't shut the fuck up and stop trying to be relevant and sit the fuck down.
Uh-oh, she's starting to sound like Boston Bridget now. Y'all look out.
Because I'm laying down in my bed too, so my voice is even more manlier now.
What are those? What are those?
What are those?
Yeah, everybody's confused because it wasn't about her. Oh my god.
Hold on. I have to. I don't know that person.
Right.
So if
Oh.
it's about that person, I'm completely lost. I've been talking about something
Perfect
else all night.
example. I talk with
Yeah.
Chasing and Gavel Geeks every single day. Have I ever said anything to you at all about that create? They're both like, "Wait, who's that?"
No. Jenny's like, who is that?
The only reason that I know her name is I think she used to be in Natasha Cooper's, if I'm not mistaken, and I watched her during
I don't think I've ever watched Natasha Cooper.
the Brian Laundrie stuff because she
Me
had
neither.
somebody out there. So again, another example of someone who had good information because somebody was out there giving it, right? Somebody was out at the park. So we could get a better idea of where things were and how it was laid out and actual photos and all that kind of stuff. So I watched for that. So I mean, that's another example of that. But that's where I've seen her, and I've seen that she has a channel, but I haven't ever gotten over there. I don't think so. Not on purpose, just so everybody knows. Not on
Yeah,
From
purpose.
now
I have
on,
no
I'm
idea.
just gonna be like, from now on, yep, I was talking about you. Yep, I did that. Yep, I did all the things. Everything that y'all are accusing me of, yep, it was me. Like, I'm just so like, there's no
I
point to
am
even
whoever
trying
you
to
say I
defend
am.
yourself,
If
defend
I
yourself
wasn't, then
anymore.
why?
Then why would I say I am?
I just don't give a shit
Radio
anymore.
won't even play my jam because I am.
Don't
No,
start
don't
singing
start singing.
Eminem.
Yeah,
That's
that's
literally
my
Jenny's
jam.
husband.
I love Eminem.
Orion,
Oh,
exactly, because it's been about QWERTY and has led into Care Read, but it's been about that for see, we're at 9 hours and 15 minutes. It's been about that for about 9 hours. Like, I don't know what else
pretty
to tell
much.
you.
So everything so far, we're 31 pages in, is about Turtle Boy.
My headphones are holding up, man. My
Yeah, they are.
my beats, man, are holding up, dude. So sorry, go ahead.
Well, I want some now. I'm literally ordering some tomorrow because if you've been on the same fucking ones for all these hours, I've changed
Yeah.
mine 3 times. 3.
Mine just stopped. They're like, we don't recognize Bluetooth anymore. So
These were a little they
We
were a
hate
little
this
pricey,
conversation.
they were a little pricey, but worth it. Like great sound. Great sound.
hey, law nerd, thank you. You didn't have to I was
Wait,
watching, went
what?
to work, and just got home from work. So what did I miss? Apparently, you missed the same thing we all missed, which was a stream about Brittany J. I'm not sure where that happened, but other than that, it's just been more. We've just been talking deeply about Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, that whole case. Turtle Boy was a big topic of discussion, and QWERTY and chasing. That was mainly.
Well, how do we know that Brittany actually thinks it's about her? Who's the one who said it? Who said that? Did you come over here starting trouble, you mother seek? No, Petra doesn't start trouble.
No, she
So.
doesn't. Mhm.
I just ate some dots a little while ago, law nerd. I love the dots.
But and like she said, she's like, I just thought you might want to address it now, which I appreciate it, addressing it now in the stream. But I said it at the beginning, and people are gonna believe what they want to believe anyway. So
But why would it be about her? I don't understand.
I have no clue.
Dude,
Okay.
no way. I still have
Thanks,
77% battery power.
Get out of town.
Yeah, I gave you.
I'm ordering
I gave.
some right now. Let me grab my other phone.
I shot some power over your way, man.
Beat solo.
Beat solo. Okay.
Yeah, I still have 77% power left.
You need beats.
Please let them be on sale.
Beats on the motherfucking streets.
Beats.
Beats at a swear word.
Are you serious? I don't even care. She has a whole panel riled up over something that wasn't about her. I feel sorry for her if she has a panel riled up over something that was not about her, then that's stupid. Like,
Well, let me just say,
What?
I don't care. We're doing what we want to do right now,
I
and it has
know.
nothing to do with these people. And if they want to act like it does, I don't even know what to say about that because
I don't
I,
either.
it's just
Yeah, come on. This is
I
crazy.
control what I control. Period. That's it.
Yes, I do. XX country. I have an iPhone. Yes.
That's
I mean,
insane.
this
Like,
did start out
she
kind of
didn't need
tragic.
another reason to be mad at me, so I don't know why she would think it's about her. Like, we get it.
Country. My battery that I'm talking about is for my Beats headphones. Like I've been using them and the mic too, which usually eats up battery life. And I've been
And your
on
mic
this
sounds
panel for about,
good.
I've been on this panel for about 6 or 7 hours, maybe.
Yeah.
And 77%. I still have 77% power left. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
She doesn't even cover the Karen Reed case, does she? Like, this is wild.
Who are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I was just
That
thinking of what
lady.
you talked about in chat, Brittany. Like, that's crazy. I don't know if her whole life is about it, but the beginning definitely. Oh, no. I don't care. I don't know why she, again, never said anything bad about her. Still haven't. Don't have any negative feelings towards her, so I don't know why she wants to be worked up over something like that.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I don't either. That's why I'm kind of confused because I'm like, really? Because I don't know what incident would
Tanro
make
says,
it about her.
I know. I've been tuned in all day, and Brittany's name was never brought up. Not once. Thank you, Tanro. And thank you for being here for 9 hours and 20 minutes. That's
Aside
crazy.
from
This
Turtle
is
Boy
absurd.
aside from Turtle Boy and Masshole Mafia, like this was pretty internal,
Yeah.
It was.
within the panel and the people in the chat. That's all that was discussed.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. We're talking to the people who are talking to us.
Right.
And trying to work out stuff amongst ourselves. We're just doing it on a panel.
Since I've been up here, you haven't been talking about other channels.
Exactly,
No.
Petra. It does. It puts subs in an awkward position because if people like both and they feel like they're torn, it doesn't affect me at all. People can support whoever they want to support. I have a couple mods that go into channels I don't care for and don't go into. I've never
Right.
once said a word to them. I don't plan to now. It is, but I do hate that people feel like that, like they can't go to one place or another, and that is sad. But if she has an issue, the link's there. She can come over and ask me about it, or she could just play and know that none of it was about her. So it is what it is, unfortunately.
Well, that's okay. We're gonna carry
Right.
on,
It's a
carry
her
on.
problem, not a me problem, and I can't fix it.
Exactly.
So
Right.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
That I recently I came to my attention that there was a creator that that I know or I like, and I was under the impression they liked me, and then they word got to me about certain things that was being said, but I was like, I mean, it was slightly disappointing, but for the most part it was just like, well, okay. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, what can you do about it? Nothing.
everybody here has the right to their opinions and how they feel about things. It is what it is.
I mean, sometimes, yeah, the opinions will surprise you, and that's what this turned into today, kind of. Like, wait, what? What's happening? So that's why, I don't know. And I get emotional over certain shit, so, this is poor Deets, man. This ended up
Hey, I'm
lasting
here because,
forever.
look, I haven't been live in well over a week. I probably won't go live again for another week and a half or so, unfortunately. Although I do want to get better at it, but dang, which is so funny. Like, you accuse me of all this shit. Like, I don't even have time to shower, let alone do half the crap y'all are accusing me of. But yeah, it's been 9 days since my last one. It'll probably be another 9 days. So here we are. This, like, if you divide 10 hours by 9 days, it's not so bad. It's like an hour a day.
There you go.
It's 10 to 1.
Makes you feel much better.
Yes. But I
Yeah,
do
and
hate
I
this
did
part.
miss like over an hour because Jace come home from his buddies and was like, "I have a stomach ache." Well,
Yeah.
I gotta go.
It was just
So when I
asking
came
general
back,
questions, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Just, how when I, like, oh, something interests me and I want to see how others feel about it. That's where that all stemmed from. Again, like I said, there was only one specific question that was directed at a specific creator, and I stated plainly who that was. But I do hate this part of it, that it does put subscribers into an awkward situation. So I want to say plainly,
Mhm.
pick her over me. I don't want anybody to feel awkward whatsoever. I don't have an issue.
Well, we remember how fun the Murdoch, early Murdoch lives were with like 50 or less people in them, and I think we'll
I
be
like
okay.
it better when it gets down to that, Jenny. Like, it becomes more deep and interesting and
I,
meaningful.
it's so crazy. Like, I mean, yeah, I just don't understand like why people just need to have these crazy feuds. Like, and especially when it's over a case. Like, I mean, it's crazy to me.
Is it?
I couldn't have a simple discussion about this case with B Tim, a grown man, and yet I could have one with Laura on her channel. We were talking, and the same shit was happening. Morbid was backstage being a pain in the ass, and even Laura was just like, no, shut up. We're talking, and Laura and I actually had a very, very interesting discussion on this case, and there was no, you know, guilty, innocent, blah blah blah. There was no need to be combative with me, even though Laura and I don't really like each other. You know what I mean? But there was no need to be combative at all in discussing this case, and I couldn't even do that with B Tim or half the people that try to engage with me on Twitter. It's so ridiculous. It's so weird. And then people even in this chat, and you're just like, what? Why do we have to fight about it?
I don't know either, but I'm laughing at Haley's comments and Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be, blame Deeds 2024. I truly don't care anymore. But again, I don't want it to derail from the stuff we've been talking about, which has been interesting. Like, I even enjoy the back and forth between Crime Sleuth and Claire. I thought that's been hella interesting. Sorry.
Just so you're not too intimidated by this document, a lot of it is news articles that they put in
Really?
here. There's a whole half of it's about Aiden, not half of it, but
Yeah.
a
It's
big
pretty.
chunk of it. And then they've got the defense motions in here as well, right? So it's not them responding in 300 pages by any stretch.
Right.
Hang on, let me double check.
Yeah, I think it even contains Aiden's
Is
charging
that you,
document.
Sleuthing?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I was just here to.
Okay, just making sure it
The
was you
back.
because it had your name. Are you okay with that? Not your YouTube name?
Oh no. Well, I
Yeah, you
mean,
might let it.
it's not really. Everybody knows that's my name, but no.
Okay.
I was just here to. You said you had some links to the case in the back chat. I was just looking for that.
Oh yeah, we can give you all these. Hang on one second. So Sleuthy has a lot of them, but she does not have the newer ones up. But I can get you all of the newer ones as soon as I get back to Morgan's house because they're on her computer, and I'll be there like Sunday, maybe Monday. But
Alrighty.
trust me, you won't get to the newer ones by then if you're going to go in order.
Okay. Alrighty. I'll just
Well,
wait for you
thank you
to
for
just email me
popping
a
up.
link and I'll check them out.
Hang on, let me grab this one for you real quick. What do you think of this?
You should
Of
give
what
her
you're-
this.
of
You
what you're
should share
showing?
with her the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's what I'm grabbing her.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the spreadsheet's really good.
that's your cliff notes right there.
Is that
Totally.
Well,
Sleepy's
and
spreadsheet, or who made that?
yeah,
Sleepy
she has this spreadsheet. Again,
You can
I
just go to
don't.
her Twitter, Sleuthy Goosey,
Yeah,
it's pinned to the top.
I
But,
got it for her.
she, don't pay attention to anything other than that's where the documents are.
Yeah, I
Um
just grabbed the docs from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good, okay. And I don't mean that, I just mean it's her, it's all some of it
Yeah,
is her
I
opinion.
got you.
Right,
The,
it's her, thoughts and stuff on it. That's why it's hers. But the
the
documents,
spreadsheet is
when you go
document.
to just the documents,
Yeah.
that is just the court documents. So it's
It's
not.
it's cool too because it has like a who's who and it has more or less a timeline, but it's all documents. Like the spreadsheet doesn't have her opinions in it, but they're saying just not worry about her feed because you're going to see a lot of her opinions in her feed. But
No,
the
no, I
spreadsheet,
mean in the spreadsheet, there are
Yeah,
things
she's
in
got
there
her
that are
opinions in it. Yeah.
she does,
really,
and it's okay. It's not bad. I mean,
Mhm.
it's certainly not at all. I'm just saying if you want a fresh
yeah.
look, go through the documents yourself. Don't pay
Yeah,
attention to like the timeline and stuff
Right,
like that.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that way I
exactly.
can kind of form my own
yeah,
picture, right?
Mhm.
So is this trial coming up soon?
yeah.
It's
March supposedly.
slated for 2 weeks from now. I think the 12th of March, is that what it is?
Yeah,
But
Oh,
they have a hearing tomorrow.
yeah, they do
There's
have it. No, Monday.
no
I
Monday.
mean Monday. Oh my God,
Yep,
I wanted
yep.
to skip the whole weekend. What the freak?
Uh-oh, y'all look out. Jenny thinks we're gonna be here through Sunday,
Yeah.
so
all right, Deets. I got the link that you
Monday
dropped
yes,
back here. I appreciate
yeah.
it.
Monday
Start
is
there.
Monday
Okay.
is the hearing to address these motions that we've been going over.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
think they've answered this yet. I mean, maybe, but this is like
So, crime sleuthing, have you ever heard of a TUI motion?
I've heard of it, but I was the front desk receptionist and legal assistant, and then I was like the gopher, go file things.
So, what makes this case well, there's a lot of things that have attracted people to this case. And it was interesting long before this when I first started reading on it back in, when was that? May, June. But now what's gotten so crazy and so intense is take the block, the Turtle Boy portion out of it, is that it has came out that the feds are investigating the investigators of this case. And they came in and said, "We have information." How did they word it, guys? "We have information that we can't allow this trial to continue without giving this information to both sides." So
So
Right.
it's
something
the
that they have
IG.
that. Huh?
The IG has entered the case, or so to
Yes.
speak.
Well, they have said,
Hmm.
United
"We
States
have
Attorney's Office.
stuff that we have to turn like, in good conscience, we can't let it continue without turning this information over to everybody, essentially." And so they are going through with a TUI motion to get this information to both the prosecution and the defense, whatever it is. We have no clue yet, but we know that they've been investigating the investigators. So
Right.
it's going to be very interesting.
Specifically, the Norfolk County DA's office is the target
Hmm.
of the investigation, and the investigation um, is, like you said, they it's becoming not public. Hopefully, it'll become public soon. But uh, the contents of the investigation, the results of the investigation, what they've turned up, is being turned over to both the defense and the prosecution, but not for the public just yet.
Hmm.
But I'm really interested to find out what that says.
Yeah, I think we all
Yeah.
are. And that's why, like I said, you're going to find a lot of things about this crazy. And that's why I like watching the creators that talk about it, even the ones that, have different opinions of me. I'm not going to watch, creators that are just against Karen Reed because they hate Turtle Boy, but like those who don't care about that portion and have an opposing opinion, I find that completely interesting too. So if you do have an opposing opinion, I'd like to hear about it because Like a lot of people don't like who's the I always call him Yellow Brick Road, but that's not his name.
Yellow Cottage Tales.
Yellow Cottage Tales. He has a completely opposing opinion, but I found some of the stuff that he's covered and the way he's covered it very interesting, even though I don't agree with it a lot of the times, because it's always good to look at both sides and all opinions.
I'm most familiar with Kylie, Rodney, and Idaho 4. Those two I pretty much know up and down. But, there's nothing to prosecute or, with the Kylie case.
No,
But
it's over.
That was settled, but people still don't want to let that go.
I know. Isn't
There's
that
live
crazy?
streams every day still on that.
I know. I can't believe it.
But on Idaho 4, I've noticed especially that most channels are either one side or the other. That's it. There's nobody right in the middle. Not very many anyway. There's only a couple.
I am.
And that's hard to, you know what I mean,
Man.
to watch a live stream that's just one way or just the other.
Right.
I'm curious if there's enough evidence against Brian Kohberger to convict him. But I mean, I feel like there is.
Yeah, there's a metric, ton of evidence that we have no clue about. And actually that's the case that totally changed my opinion of Gray Hughes, is how he has handled this case.
I think he did it. I'm just not 100% convinced just yet until the trial starts that
well, nobody should be. Nobody should be, right? But yeah, he actually does. He's one of the few that looks at both sides, but he's very common sense about it. It's like, okay, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. He has no alibi. None. He has no actual alibi.
Either. I don't.
It's kind of like your kid. What were you doing in your room with the door shut and locked? Well, I don't know. What do you think I was doing? I need that information if I'm going to come up with a decent lie.
You don't have to have an alibi as your defense.
Right.
Right. But in Idaho, you have to present it to the state by the deadline if you're going to use it as a defense. So now they can't. Right. So now they can't. But they can't even raise it. Because
Tracy
she
went to bed.
That's one thing that
it's past my bedtime. So good night, me mom.
Yeah,
that's where Ann Taylor messed up with that one filing that she did.
What was
She's
that?
an excellent attorney, where she didn't actually file the alibi as an alibi. She just inserted it into another document under a different title, so it didn't count. The judge didn't accept it as an alibi, so he's out of luck.
I haven't followed the court proceedings of that at all. Just I don't know why. It's such a traumatic case.
Well, yeah, now it's not even probably going.
The phase where it's
not even going to hit trial till 2025 now.
Yeah,
I definitely don't have enough information on that stuff to have a debate on it. That's for sure. I'm saying, but I'm hearing things here and there, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I wonder if his defense is going to be able to poke holes in this. We'll see.
Okay, I went through the whole thing. I don't see
so
it.
what Jenny was specifically looking for was a response to what we had just read, and she's went through that and did not see it.
Wow.
But
I mean, how long ago was that filed?
That was what I was about to ask.
I mean, the one that they haven't responded to yet.
I think that's I think they did respond to both of them. I'm pretty sure. Motion for sanctions and disqualification. Okay, so that's the opposition for the sanctions and disqualification. That's the opposition to what we just read. And that's the 49-page one, or
No, this was the long 300-page one that she just skimmed through.
Right, and there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there to dispute anything that's being said here. There's nothing in there to defend themselves against this motion to sanction them.
So the sanctions motion looks like it was signed on January 4th. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
the
what I just thought.
prosecution, the one that you just skimmed through, was filed, I just pulled it up here, 2 days ago. Let me see if I can get the
And how
exact.
long in this state, is it Massachusetts, you said? How long do they have to respond back and forth to filings?
I really don't
This
know.
is
I know each one would be different. You know, some of them are 14 days, some of them are 10, some of them are 30. And
I don't know.
neither side ever files until they absolutely have to on a deadline.
Well, this was filed on the 21st of this month, just a few days ago.
Yes.
it was received February 15th. So that's what somebody was telling us, that it was in here. And the whole first part of this is about Turtle Boy. See, all the way down through is all about Turtle Boy's case. Right?
Right.
So maybe they still have another one to file.
This
Maybe I
is
missed
literally them. This is literally them, the prosecution in the Karen Reed case, bringing in Turtle Boy into it. This is literally them doing that. It's official now that Turtle Boy is part of the Karen Reed case.
Yeah, because they got her phones to as evidence in his case.
Right.
Her current phones.
Right.
These are the search warrants for those. And this is like well, a good bit of this
But what
has
is
been.
the point?
Maybe that's why somebody was thinking it was Verizon. They had responded to Verizon because her phone is Verizon.
I mean, I'm not a judge, but if I'm going to receive an opposition to a motion filed where I'm just being, I mean, I'm getting just accused by the opposition. I'm getting accused by the defense. And they're asking a judge to sanction. I'm going to write an opposition to this in defense of the things that I'm being accused of. So why did they write this whole thing about, why do they think that talking about Turtle Boy is going to be helpful in their case with a judge that is deciding whether or not to disqualify them from a case?
Yeah, this says Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion for sanctions and for disqualification of the Norfolk County District Attorney. So I don't think this is the right one. I don't think they filed it yet, which is fine. But what people were telling us that, it's in here, it's in here. We just went through all of this stuff, and it's not. This is for something completely different.
But that's.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, babe. I was just gonna say that's exactly like here. You know, this article. I was trying to look and see when it was published. And ahead of Karen Reed's murder trial next month, Massachusetts prosecutors are pushing back against her defense's motion to dismiss her case. Reed is charged with second-degree murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, who was found dead 2 years ago outside of his Canton home. The case has drawn national attention. The state alleges Reed hit O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him for dead in the snow, while Reed alleges she is being framed in a large-scale cover-up. In documents filed Friday, which was February 16th, in the Superior Court and shared Wednesday with Boston 10, the Office of Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey argues that the case should not be thrown out. And then this is their reasoning, which we could go over each and every one from the document, but this is, a nice little summary. Prosecutors accuse Reed's team of malfeasance and intentionally manipulating public opinion. Over the past 2 years, evidence sought by and presented to the Commonwealth has not shown any credible evidence that another individual is responsible for John O'Keefe's death. And the DA's office wrote, what began as attorney David Yannetti representing the Stoughton District Court in February of 2022 that the defendant lacked any criminal intent in a motor vehicle accident has spiraled into a national conspiracy theory premised upon the defendant's variety of flawed, unfounded, and sensationalized claims. So that's exactly what Jenny's saying. Like, look, I've just scrolled through it, and it's all about Turtle Boy. It's not a response to what the defense filed. Yeah, and then it just goes into explain more
I
of
mean,
what
it's
we
not
already
all
know.
Turtle Boy, but I mean, they've got like a lot of this is they've got the defense stuff in here, and then whatever response to that. I don't know how this answers those questions.
Right.
I mean, they've got the motion to prohibit prejudicial, extrajudicial statements of counsel in compliance with Massachusetts rules of professional conduct. And I guess this is the gag order that they talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So this
So
is in here.
the gag order was, the prosecution wanted a gag order. The judge denied it, and then it was just a few days later, then Morrissey put out that video. Morrissey's office claims Yannetti and fellow defense attorney Alan Jackson knowingly made false statements to deceive this court and undermine the integrity of the judicial proceedings, and that they have secretly conspired to perpetuate fraud upon the court through reckless mistruths, deceit, and hiding behind a social media blogger who has been criminally charged with intimidation of witnesses to direct and encourage the harassment of those witnesses. I'd be curious to find that portion of that document, Jenny, and read through what they said there, like before and after.
Before and after what? I'm sorry. Let me.
This part that I just read, let me see if I can find you. To deceive this court and undermine the integrity of the judicial proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, but what they're talking about is the secret conversations between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed and her defense team.
Hey, Deeds, I'm going to go ahead and jump on back down. Thank you for that link.
Hopping up.
And
Anytime.
I will start to reading. I'm a weirdo. I love reading legal documents. So.
Well, there's a lot for you to read through, so good luck with it. It's, like I said, it's
Yeah.
very interesting.
Should I start at the beginning or at
That's
the most
what we
recent and
did.
go back?
The very first, I started at the beginning, and the very first thing that pops out to you is that it's the witness statements that were taken on January 29th, but not filed until April.
Okay, will do. I will go back.
Good luck.
It'll take me a lot of time. I can tell that. 350 pages. Good grief. Nothing that long.
One. There's so many more.
There's usually a limit. They'll usually limit them. But that's pretty big. All right. Have a good evening, y'all.
Have a good one. Bacon and eggs. Who's cooking? Oh, Pearl's cooking breakfast.
Oh, Pearl. That sounds delicious.
I'm trying to burn fat, and like I ended up buying like country fried steak and gravy and mac and cheese, and I'm considering giving it away. But like, I was high, and I was. It sounded really good, and then I didn't even bother to make it, But
yeah, I don't know that any of this is in here.
I'm sorry. Chronicles. That sucks losing it.
What happened?
She lost a English bulldog in December.
Oh man.
I'm so sorry.
They become like family.
I already I can't imagine life without Clever. I can't imagine it.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's next to me at all times, and it's great.
I mean, this has got stuff about for whatever reason they have the defense's motion for Beverly to recuse herself. Why is that in here?
is if there is proof of them, of collusion between them, then yeah, her team went too far, but if it's just her talking with a reporter, we also know that she's talked with the is it Boston 25 reporter as well? Like, there's nothing wrong with her talking to a reporter.
Right. Well, but what I'm saying is this is supposed to be a response to the DA being
No.
disqualified. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
what it
yeah.
says.
Sorry. Yeah. Being disqualified. Yes. Not.
It's supposed to be a response to that, but they've got like all this stuff about Aiden. They've got this stuff about Bev. They've got like a bunch of news articles and stuff. This is not about the stuff they're missing.
Right.
They're not answering that. They're answering, should he be disqualified? So I don't know where they would even answer that because that's not the way that it was put forth, right? The document was put forth as the DA should be disqualified because, we don't have any of this stuff yet.
Right.
Crime Sleuthin', I do not know a creator that has covered it.
Covered what?
Going over, she asked if there's like there are a lot of creators who have done a great job. Melanie Little, I love her coverage, and
Yeah.
Glaire's fully covered it. There's been Lawyer Knows done bits and pieces, but I don't know of a creator that's been 100% unslanted, shall we say, and how they feel about it. Like they have every creator that I have seen covers it has a strong
Just
feeling
us.
one way or another. Yeah.
Just us.
How do you not have strong feelings about this case one way or the other? You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
for me,
it's
I don't
this.
have all the information yet.
This is a
Yeah, we
very
don't.
difficult. True. What I'm saying though is this is a very difficult case to not feel very strongly about. You know what I mean? I'm saying it doesn't matter what you believe. I'm saying the facts of the case dictate, and why it's so complicated is going to provoke feelings. I mean, I just don't see how it's not.
Oh, sure. I mean, I've had feelings, but that doesn't mean that I am pro or con either way. I think they could explain a lot of this stuff still, right? They haven't.
Well, right. And my whole thing is like, I'm still questioning whether or not it's corruption or negligence, right? But
Incompetence.
incompetence, right? But now my thing is that there's definitely corruption involved in avoiding having to answer for the incompetence, is what it looks like to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just they're doing dirty shit to cover up their dirty shit, and whether or not that shit was dirty to begin with is the question. But
And even if they are doing that, that still doesn't mean that Karen is innocent, right?
it doesn't, but it does in the eyes of the law. And that's, again, I guess it's hard for me to look at it. I can't look at it from that perspective because of
Because you
where
feel, yeah,
where it's taken me. Because the way that I'm
Mhm.
looking at it is I'm so connected to those people now. Like they're
yeah,
so, and their issue is, well, you know, if Karen Reed, it was up to them to prove that Karen Reed is guilty. This is a Boston cop. So if we can't count on them to get a Boston cop justice in our town, there's something seriously wrong, and I'm scared to live here.
right.
So that's where I'm at. I'm more like, it is what it is. Now I'm like, they blew the chance to get John O'Keefe justice unless Sean McDonough is correct, the former ATF agent. If he's correct, then he believes that indictments are absolutely coming. Turtle Boy is saying there's absolutely indictments coming. They believe that. I mean, they believe that what the federal investigation has uncovered is definitely going to hand out some indictments in the Norfolk County DA's office. So, I mean, the problem for me, that's what I'm focused on, is the fact that John O'Keefe has not gotten justice and probably won't. Because if Karen Reed is guilty of this crime, those charged with the responsibility of getting John O'Keefe justice just pissed in the wind and didn't do anything right. And you look at other cases that they've investigated, and they handled everything the right way. They collected the evidence the right way. Everything was presented in court the right way. You know, you look at they're handling right now the what do you call what's his freaking name? Oh god, guy that allegedly killed his wife and Googled all these different ways to like get rid of her body, and it's right there in the same county.
Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh. Thank you. So they handled that investigation like almost perfectly, it seems. Then you have, I mean, so it's just weird and odd that this all takes place. This happens in front of another police officer's home, allegedly, or at his home, let's just say on his property. And every aspect of this investigation seems like there's something seriously wrong with it.
Actually, let me play this real quick if y'all are up for it. And I know Microdots is very slanted.
Yeah.
Very, very biased. But they have a really great video comparing this trial, this case to
And Microdots is awesome though, man. Like, and yeah.
I like their work. I appreciate their style for sure.
There's a lot more to Microdots that y'all don't know, but that'll come out at some point. But Microdots is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
But this is really, really interesting. I think it's this one that I want to show you. Because it's just showing the comparison of cases in that community.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I know the video you're talking about.
Is it the Tale of Two Searches or the Good Cop Back? Oh, let's go with the Tale of Two Searches. That one's really, really good. Since we're here, why not?
Well, Law Nerd, the issue is whether or not it should even go to trial. And I get you. That's the most logical thing you could say going into this case, and you're not really familiar with it that much. The wheel of justice turns slow, which is absolutely true. With all the drama and accusations surrounding this case, I am going to wait for trial. And that is the smartest thing you can do. The issue is whether or not this is even going to go to trial. Should it even go to trial at this point?
I think it should. I mean, I don't think, well, if you would have asked me that, 6-8 months ago, I would have think that it shouldn't have. But I think they've gone so far into it and so far deep. I don't think there's any way of it just like stopping now.
Well, there is. If these motions, if the judge approves these motions, which I don't think will happen, but there's a lot of people that believe this is all going to end on Monday. A lot of people believe that, but I'm not totally convinced of that yet.
Shush up.
Oh,
Crazy.
no.
We weren't good. I just had her help me looking up stuff for it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Law Nerd. I made an assumption. I'm sorry, Law Nerd. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, we were just digging for links and documents and everything we could find for the early days.
Mm-hmm. We sure were. Okay, let's play this for a little bit. We don't have to play the whole thing. I'll drop the link so you guys can go watch it, but it's just really interesting to see these two cases compared.
Oh, yeah. I remember this one. Sorry.
You're fine.
The city of Boston is declaring a snow emergency beginning tonight at 9 p.m.
The storm's expected to move into our region late tonight and continue to impact Massachusetts throughout Saturday and Saturday night. The rate of snowfall is expected to pick up significantly around 9 or 10 tomorrow morning.
Now we get into the real meat of the storm, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., where the snow can come down at the rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour.
2 to 4 inches an hour is basically whiteout conditions.
Here in Boston, there is a snow emergency that is in place, and that means there are parking restrictions that are also in place.
Look at the temperature at noontime tomorrow. It is dropping as that wind shifts to the north and strength, and it pulls down the colder air. So these are going to be bands of really heavy snow, but it goes on here. Bands of snow, damaging winds through the afternoon, and this here, 9 o'clock in the evening, we're still getting it.
Because of the wind, it will be extremely hard to see anything at various points in time along the way.
And heavy wind gusts of more than 40 miles per hour, making challenging travel conditions throughout the day where it will not be possible to see the road ahead.
This is going to be a very big storm.
Many peculiar irregularities have come to light in the Massachusetts State Police investigation into Karen Reed. Upon closer examination, certain details presented to us confront our common sense and elude all logical explanation.
You got it.
We will present the facts to you as we understand them, and let you decide for yourselves.
And you want to sub up to Microdots, man. Like, even if it doesn't matter what your opinion is, just good videos. Really well done.
After finding missing Boston police officer John O'Keefe's body laying nearly lifeless on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, a 911 call was placed by Jennifer McCabe at 6:04 a.m. Moments later, Canton police, fire and ambulance services arrived on scene to render aid to John O'Keefe. He was then transported to Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he would later be pronounced dead. Once John O'Keefe left in the ambulance, responding veteran Canton police officers Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Detective Sergeant Michael Lack, and Sergeant Sean Good began their investigation by searching for evidence. It was nearly sunrise, and the sky was getting brighter by the minute. The low wind, minimal snowfall, and early morning sunlight provided the best conditions for a police search that would be possible for the next 24 hours. Since it had only been snowing lightly up until this point, and would not start snowing heavily for another 3.5 hours, Lieutenant Gallagher was able to clear about 2 inches of accumulated snow from the crime scene with a leaf blower. Before we go any further, let's discuss all of the evidence that was present at the crime scene that day during the morning Canton PD search and the evening Mass State Police search in total, according to the Commonwealth. 1 broken cocktail-style glass. 1 men's sports shoe belonging to John O'Keefe.
Where's the other
John's
shoe?
Cab. 6 blood samples collected from the snow using improvised red plastic cups borrowed from a neighbor. And 37 pieces of shattered tail light plastic scattered across the crime scene. Now, envision all of that evidence on the grass surrounding John's lifeless body, precisely at the spot designated by the state of Massachusetts as the point where he came into contact with Karen Reed's taillight. This contact had such force that...
I also do want to note that this video is 5 months old, so obviously new information that's came out since then isn't going to be in here, but just keep that in mind.
It resulted in the taillight explosively shattering into 37 pieces.
Country
and the
Sunset, the
cocktail glass
channel was
breaking.
called
A
Microdots.
violent impact of such magnitude that it not only knocked one of John's shoes off, but also sent his cap flying from his head. What was found by the Canton PD during the first search is quite curious. They were able to locate all of the broken cocktail glass pieces and all of the blood samples. However, of the 37 bright red tail light pieces laying in the pure white snow, they were able to find exactly 0. The Canton PD's morning search had concluded as the case was being transferred to Detective Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. As the clock neared 10 a.m., the blizzard intensified dramatically, subjecting Canton to a relentless onslaught of 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. Throughout the day, the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT, remained on standby, poised with the command to initiate their own investigation of the crime scene. They were acutely aware that each passing minute only added to the accumulation of snow on the ground and diminished the available daylight for their search. However, CERT team leader Kevin O'Hare received a call from State Police Lieutenant Brian Tully, stating he did not have authorization to start the search yet. The reason for this many hours long delay remains unknown. At 4:55 p.m., the sun would set with nearly 21 inches of snow on the ground and more still falling from the sky. With no daylight, high winds, and at times blinding whiteout conditions, visibility could not have been worse. Authorization would finally come, and at 5:44 p.m. the search team, along with State Police Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, would conduct a second search of the crime scene outside 34 Fairview Road. There is no record of the area being cordoned off since the morning search, which left it wide open for anyone to access, unmonitored until the state police arrived. Under these conditions, one wonders.
Sorry, I had to come back and unmute. So, like, a lot of the pictures that we see are not the crime scene photos. Like, things like this where you see this snow and I was like, "Oh my gosh, yes, they blew layers and layers and layers off of him." They're from much later. Much later.
Right.
And it does make a difference.
And they use the leaf blower, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
How they could have found anything at all. However, what the Massachusetts State Police claim to have found is truly mystifying and challenges rationality. And 20 inches more of snow, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and complete darkness, the State Police claim to have found 2 bright red and 1 clear plastic pieces of shattered taillight, along with John's missing shoe. Logic would dictate that a mix of evidence should have been found by both teams. However, the fact that the morning search found all of the cocktail glass pieces indicates they did a meticulous job searching the area. Then how in the world during their 2-hour search did they miss 37 pieces of bright red shattered taillight glass, including 1 corner piece the size of a small teacup? And furthermore, what explains the Massachusetts State Police's ability to find them during the second largest January storm ever recorded in the Boston area? Leslie, how was the shoe missed in a few inches of snow during the morning search?
This
Earlier that afternoon, troopers Buchanan and Proctor took a 30.5-mile drive to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, Massachusetts. The stated purpose of their visit was interviewing Karen about what had occurred the evening prior. Excerpt from the Commonwealth Statement of Case, dated June 2022, and signed by Assistant District Attorney Adam C. Lally.
At approximately 4:30 p.m. on January 29th, troopers Buchanan and Proctor arrived at a residence in Dighton, Massachusetts, the home of the defendant's parents. Upon their arrival, they observed a large black Lexus SUV, bearing registration 3G684, registered to the defendant, parked outside the garage door in the driveway to the home. The troopers observed the rear right passenger side taillight to be shattered and a large red piece of plastic to be missing from the taillight. The black Lexus SUV was seized from the driveway of the defendant's parents' home in Dighton on January 29th as well. The vehicle was then transported via tow to the Canton Police Department.
If the troopers arrived at 4:30 p.m., interview Karen inside the home, tow her vehicle at 5:30 p.m. as claimed, and then drive 1 hour back to the Canton Police Department, it would be impossible for them to make it back before the 5:44 p.m. search begins. Which means they would have no opportunity to plant the taillight fragments. On May 2nd, 2023, award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney from Turtle Boy Daily News would break a story that would profoundly shake the foundation of the case and cast doubt on the integrity of both the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Kearney reported the existence of time-stamped video footage from the Reeds' home, showing Karen's vehicle being towed at 4:12 p.m. And he would go on to report more evidence in the form of public records requests to the
Sorry, I should unmute before I hit pause. But that is one thing right there that you're like, when people are like, "Oh, what has he done? He's done these, harassing things," and I would agree with that. In my opinion, they absolutely are harassing. But then there's this, where he put out this information that they were completely lying about. How long before the public would have known about this?
Right.
That because the argument at the time was that how was it worded? That it couldn't have been planted because the vehicle was towed at this time and that time, and they were so adamant about it until no, then the proof came out that, wait, it was towed earlier. Absolutely was towed earlier than that. How did he have time to show up that, like, he wouldn't have gathered a ton of information before showing up to take that. And I think in one of the reports it even says, like, we want to impound the vehicle that's involved in a murder case. So he knew very, very early after just speaking with the witnesses that he believed her vehicle was the murder weapon.
Right. And they towed the vehicle to the wrong station, I think, or something like that. That detail I'm shaky on. I'm not.
Well, they didn't tow it to the wrong station. It's just that because they could tow it anywhere. They could take it to it's the Massachusetts State's Police. They could take it to anywhere they wanted to take it to.
Okay.
But in the middle of this blizzard, and at this point it absolutely was a blizzard, one of the craziest, what do they call them, nor'easters, in a long, long time, they decided instead of towing it to, I think there was like 2 closer places that they could have
That's
taken it
right.
to,
Yeah.
and they take it all the way back to Canton, 40 miles. But I guess we'll go ahead and finish this out since I've got you guys this far into it, but this was not the one I had intended to play. So I'm sorry about that, but it's still pretty interesting. Even if it is slanted, it's interesting.
And he would go on to report more evidence in the form of public records requests to the Dighton Police Department, ultimately proving that the troopers arrived at 3:27 p.m. and were gone by 4:17 p.m. This means Trooper Proctor and the vehicle were unaccounted for a period of 1 hour and 18 minutes, and that they had plenty of time to reach the crime scene before the 5:44 search began.
That's what it was. So previously they were alleging that, wait, he didn't have time to go back to the crime scene or whatnot. But when the true time of when he arrived and picked up the vehicle and when he got to the Canton PD, once that came out, well, it gives you a much bigger gap.
Yeah,
Again,
that
those
was
are
weird
just,
too. Like,
yeah,
why
those
would
are
you
just
lie
facts.
about that? Yeah.
Yeah, they're just timestamps and facts. You can do what you want with it.
And that they lied about the timeline on official court documents in a murder trial. Quoting Aidan Kearney, "What these people are doing is evil and tyrannical, and we will never stop exposing their lies until each and every person who helped cover up the murder of John O'Keefe is criminally charged." There are lingering questions. Why did the Massachusetts State Police decide to tow Karen's vehicle to the Canton Police Department, especially given that it was no longer an active Canton police investigation?
Yeah,
After
there
all,
you go.
there were many state police facilities in the area that would have been easier to travel to during a historic winter storm. Could the reason have been that the Canton Police Station is located a mere 1.4 miles from the crime scene, and troopers Proctor and Buknick had a small closing window of time to get there before the evening search commenced? And as first reported by Turtleboy Daily News, why, in a recent court document, has the Commonwealth discreetly revised their timeline of these events, over a year after they were affirmed as factual by Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally and District Attorney Michael W. Morrissey? Why didn't Lucky see a body on the lawn? Why was the Ford Edge parked in front of the crime scene for over an hour at 2:30 a.m.? Why did Jennifer McCabe Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m.? Where is all the missing evidence? Why weren't all of the people present in the house that night interviewed, and why was it never searched? With Aidan Kearney's investigative work exposing the inconsistencies and misdeeds surrounding the case, the truth has become increasingly undeniable. The legacy of Officer John O'Keefe has become a symbol of the enduring pursuit of truth and justice, and his memory serves as a reminder of the power of interested citizens, coupled with relentless investigative journalism.
So take out the, slanted viewed questions and all of that, and look at the facts though. It brings a lot of interesting questions. A lot
Sure.
of interesting interesting questions. But that's not the one I had intended to show. It was
Yeah.
the good cop, bad cop is where they're comparing the two.
When you said the title, I totally rung a bell. Like, yeah, that's it. That's the one.
That's what I thought too. Yeah, I thought it was that one. It's so
No,
good.
my bad. But again, I won't play it because I just made you sit through that one. But I'll drop the link again. It's really interesting seeing the comparison of how those cases were investigated.
Yeah,
At least the public view of how they were investigated. But it's been a long night, y'all. I can't believe 150 of you have hung in. I like we started to droop down around like 11, and I'm like, this is crazy that y'all have hung in this long.
Yeah, man. Clover's just been laying here. Like, he hasn't let me know that he needs to go to the bathroom, but he's usually asleep at this time anyway, and I usually have the light off. So I'm probably just keeping him from his usually because he sleeps all through the night. But and then he wakes me up to let me know when he has to go to the bathroom by licking my face.
I do hope that more people look at it, even if their opinions are completely different. And I do hope that more people have the time and the effort to come out and share the facts because they're all in there. There is so much, but we are not going to know. We just keep in mind, we won't know what is what, and we won't know what evidence is pertinent and what experts validate until we get to trial. We just won't. We can argue about it all day long, but we won't know until then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still of the opinion that the case should just be thrown out at this point. Like, it's just there's nothing that's actually indicating to me that she did this. There really isn't. I mean, it's surely possible, sure, but there's just too much wrong with this case. I mean, way too much.
I think
And
my issue that I take with that is what else can they do with it? Like if they throw it out, where is justice for John O'Keefe in that? Like they can't. There's so much misplaced evidence, or it's just not there anymore, or they didn't take the time to go and ask other people for camera footage or things like that. Like is justice, if Karen is innocent, will John O'Keefe ever truly get justice? That is my question.
I agree with you. And that's how I feel about it. But I'm not about to justify taking the chance that an innocent woman is going to go to jail for it just for the sake of having some closure.
Well, that's not true justice either. If an innocent, if she is innocent and she goes to jail, that's not true justice.
That's not justice at all. It's two people being victimized now. So my issue now is that's where I'm at. I am thinking of this as I would as a juror, and all of the evidence that I've seen right now points to Karen Read being innocent. It's not just doubt. I mean, you've got Ryan Nagel's statement, which is kind of weird. Jen McCabe, you're okay. So Jen McCabe in one of the recent, I think in the 49-page document, the Commonwealth, somebody in there says that they spoke to they spoke to Jen McCabe, interviewed Jen McCabe, and she stated that she saw Karen, stated all the texting that took place and everything, and saw Karen's SUV pull up into the driveway. Then told John to tell her to park behind her car. Then she saw Karen's car park on the side of the lawn. And then she saw Karen Read's SUV drive away, completely away from the property.
Mm-hmm.
But she saw all this, but never witnessed or heard yelling between the two of them, or didn't witness the actual murder, the actual hitting of him with the SUV. She saw everything surrounding the issue in question. Everything except the issue in question.
Well, that's one thing that we noticed when we were going through. You go through all the witness statements, and then and so you have that as your foundation, right? You start there because those are the very first things filed is the witness statements. And then you go through the Commonwealth's I can't remember what it's titled, but it's a statement of case, I think is what it is. And you go through that. And that's the second thing filed. And you start picking out how things have slightly changed. And I said this previously. We don't know if that change comes from the witness or if the change comes from who is writing those documents. But you start seeing these slight changes, and it does very quickly become like, wait, there in the very first one from Jim McCabe, she states that um someone got out of the passenger side, but then from there on out, it's never in any documents moving forward.
Right.
Like little things
Yeah.
like become
And
very quickly.
and it's like that's just a grain in the entire sandbox that is this investigation of things that are wrong. You know, it's insane. That to me, that's why I say that the case should just be thrown out. I mean, I don't like the idea of John O'Keefe not getting justice, but that's again, as we discussed earlier, that's not justice to have to uh, omit evidence or plant evidence or you know uh, handle the chain of custody of evidence poorly and irresponsibly. This is up to them to get justice for John O'Keefe, and Karen Reed has a right to justice as well. She has rights. So it's definitely not justice. It's not justice if they had to get if they had to do things dirty to prove that she's guilty in court. That's not justice for John O'Keefe either. So
No, you're right. And that's one thing I've noticed just paying attention to what I call the outside noise.
right,
Um because honestly, prior to this, I've always been like, well, the outside noise isn't actually the case, but we finally get to the last month in this case, and it's like the outside noise has become a part of the case. But you quickly realize that it's not just the defense. It's not just one side creating this havoc and behind the scenes drama or leaked information or any of that. It's happening on both sides. We've seen Coffindoffer leak stuff that nobody knows. She's made statements that no one knows where they've
right,
came from because they're not
right,
in any court documents whatsoever. And then she puts out
right.
a picture once, and one of the people in the side of that picture, because she's not good at cropping, you see she's talking with an individual named Chris. Is that Chris Albert? Like, it's coming from everywhere. Like,
How does
they're
she
all
know?
doing some shady stuff.
How does she know the whole Chloe story?
Yeah,
She's the only one,
she knows everything there is to know about Chloe.
but
How?
nobody else does. Nobody else does. How is
Mhm.
she the one that knows all this? Super weird.
It is very, very weird, very peculiar. And it, like I said, I feel like it does come from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's noise. The defense is making a bunch of noise, and Turtle Boy is making a bunch of noise, and that works in favor of the defense for sure. But the problem is when you're fighting a system, the only way to fight that system is to be very public and make noise. You know, uh, so that's where I'm at on that. Anyway, that's my
Mhm.
personal opinion. I just don't see anything else. Like, well, what do you do? Well, okay, do you report it to somebody? Well, how do you know that person's not part of this corruption too? What do you do here? How do you handle that? Well, I mean, you write about it. You use the power of information to the power of the press to provide the people with information. And this is how things get done. This is how change happens.
But that brings up what this live was initially about, not a person, but the topic
Mm-hmm.
of where's the line? When does it become too much? When do you know, what do you do when you see others crossing that line and going too far? And I feel like that has happened here. Like, yeah, you
I
can expose
I
this stuff,
think you're
but he
right.
crossed the line, you know?
I think you're right. Like I said, if it turns out that it's proven that Karen Reed actually employed Turtle Boy to try, and the motive, they have to prove this, and that the motive was to affect jury selection, then no, that's definitely ethically not okay. That's not okay at all. And I would not get behind that. But the thing is if they were just talking, well, he has a right to talk to his source for information. If Karen Reed is a source
If
for
they're just
information,
talking, I would agree with that if they're just
right?
talking. But if it went beyond talking, if it went to, "Hey, put this out for me," or, I need some more examples, but I do know that there would be a point where if it went beyond that, I'd be like, "Oh, that's shady and sus AF for sure."
Sure. I mean, of course, but I'm not there yet.
Mhm.
I'm still in the phase of I just don't see anybody being that stupid. But there's a lot of things that go on with this case where I'm just like, I can't believe somebody was that stupid. So I who knows? Who knows? But um I don't know, man. I just hope this case I hope John O'Keefe gets justice. I hope
Mhm.
that if Karen Reed is innocent and somebody in side 34 Fairview is responsible for it, that they are held accountable. Um, but I don't know who it was. I don't have a theory on it. I have no idea. But I'm having a hard time accepting the story of Karen Reed hitting him with the car.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having a real
And
hard time with that.
Gemini Slacker, you bring up a great point that the Turtle Boy cases will be important in furthering the discussion about what is too far. However, it turns out the cases turn out. That's probably
Yeah.
very true. It'll definitely be great talking points no matter what side of the aisle you stand on pertaining to that, because it's kinda like, if you think about it, and this is just, again, my outside observation of the Turtle Boy case without digging into it, is it's basically what we have all been kinda preaching here on this platform, like, when we say, like, Betty in jail, the heels on the ground shouldn't be going out and doing this because 'cause they've gone too far. Well, now we get to potentially watch a case in real time and see what happens there.
But the cases have to be comparable for that to be fair. You can't compare this case to the Summer Wells case.
No,
Like,
no, no. I'm saying, like, the
you know what I mean?
intimidation part of,
The
like,
Simon case.
contacting and,
Well, I'm saying
rallies and such, and, etcetera, comparing
that's what
that portion.
that's what I'm saying is the reason why we have to also ask, why did Turtle Boy get so much support? Why were so many people willing to follow him in these rallies and such? It's probably because he was able to provide proof that something is seriously wrong here, and he got people passionate enough to do it. When Heels on the Ground thought that they were gonna, when they did this, they thought they were gonna get all their viewers behind them, and they were all gonna meet up. That was always the thing. Hey, we're gonna be here. Hope to
Mhm.
see you there. And then nobody showed. Why? Because nobody believed in what they were doing, regardless of them supporting them and wanting their approval because they're fans of them in the chat. But deep down, nobody approved of what they were doing, or else they would have went out there and supported them. Not one person did. Not one person went out and met them in Rogersville.
So I get what you're saying. You're saying that, Turtle Boy's intimidation or harassment allegations are based off of factual, like had factual information with it, whereas Heels on the Ground were just like making up stuff.
Right.
My question to you is, since I've only read his first 3 blogs, and what he had put in those 3 is factual. I could verify that, but I didn't go beyond that. My question is, that anybody put out there that he has take the phone calls and the harassment, take all that stuff and set it aside. The facts of the case that he put out there, has he put anything out there that is not a fact, that he's just totally made up?
Has he done that?
Yeah, like, has anybody came out and proven that he just made things up? Not the
No,
harassment, not the intimidation, but, like, the facts of the case he made up.
no. And now he's made some pretty, I mean, some pretty straightforward accusations as to what happened to John O'Keefe.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's done that, but that's the thing, is it still has yet to be determined if those things are true or not. But um, at the
But
end of the
couldn't
day,
that whoa, couldn't that argument be said for Betty when, her and Molly are outside screaming that the Wells killed their baby?
sure,
Yeah.
sure. But the thing I mean, they did this when Turtle Boy does that, he does it on his channel, and now that could be irresponsible. But the thing is it
Yeah.
depends on the viewer, because I don't feel sorry for the people that he's making these accusations towards, because they're obviously being not forthright. Why aren't these people, why doesn't justice for John O'Keefe seem to be the focus for them?
But so
If
many people
if
could
this
make
is
that
his friend,
exact same
if this
claim
is
about the Wells. There are so many people that feel like, they're not forthright and that they truly believe and support, or are truly believe and are against them and believe that they have done something to their child. So, like, that's what I'm saying, like, there's a big argument that can be made there.
yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Mhm.
Like I said, I mean, I don't sign off on all of Turtle Boy's tactics. I just believe overall what he's been doing is necessary in order to create the awareness that he has on Karen Reed's case. So, I mean, again, I don't sign off on his tactics. I've been very public about that, but um, I can't deny the results that he's produced.
That's what I've been wondering, like Gemini said, it's not the tactics that are in question. So it's or it's the tactics that are in question. It's not the facts that people are questioning on him,
Right.
it's the tactics people are questioning on him. And
Well,
I
I'm open to hearing an alternative tactic to reach the results that he's reached, because I've racked my brain trying to think of it.
well, then do you not think take your dislike for Heels on the Ground. I'm trying to think of another creator or something, but if someone came out today, if Jenny came out today and made made these accusations based on facts and said they did it, they're guilty, they did this to their child, and she could
Well,
show you
based
proven
on
facts,
what?
how would that be any different?
But based on what? You know what I
I
mean?
don't know.
Based on what?
I'm
Like, that's what I would
Dude,
ask.
it's 1 AM, I'm struggling to come up with an
I,
example. I know that there is one out there.
no,
I just feel like, is
I'm
it your
saying I
dislike
no,
for
no. I'm asking
certain
no.
creators that make you feel that their tactics were wrong and his tactics are acceptable is what I'm trying to say. I was trying
I'm
to give a good
saying
example and I didn't.
if if people are so convinced that Don and or Candace are responsible for Summer's disappearance, I need data that leads me to this conclusion where you're at. Now, I may be like, well, that doesn't prove anything, but I'd be willing to accept that. I can see why you would think that. But there's not even anything that leads to Summer's disappearance that would make me go, yeah, I could see how you would see why Don or Candace would do this. I still haven't seen anything like that. Their lifestyle is not enough for me. That's not enough. So take that out of the equation. The fact that Don Wells was at work, the fact that Candace's story has never
Is that
really
a
changed.
fact?
That Don was at work?
Is it?
As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that was verified. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, the police may have verified it, but publicly we don't have any verification. I don't disbelieve that, by the way. I'm saying we don't know that.
That's her point. Like, it's her point is that, no law enforcement have not confirmed that. We have no reason to believe otherwise because they, based on the fact that we're 2.5 years out and it never
We
went
have no
somewhere with law
documents.
yeah, but there's nothing from law enforcement confirming that. There's not a court document to read about it, nothing.
Right. Overall, if we're going to get into that, which we're not really going to get into it, I hope.
Right.
But overall, my argument stays the same. I just don't see these people who have several times gone on YouTube channels, intoxicated, spewing out things that they wish they would not have said later on, and yet they've never even had one slip up. Not one. These are not criminal masterminds. You know what I mean? They're just not. So I don't. It's not going to be enough for me that Don had inappropriate relations with one of his sisters or something, or which I don't even really know that story either because I didn't pay attention to it, because it was irrelevant to me as far as Summer's whereabouts were. So these things are not going to influence my opinion on whether or not they're responsible for Summer's disappearance. Those kind of things are not going to do that. I need evidence as far as the timeline, as far as the locations, as far as alibis, as far as motives. That's the kind of stuff that I need. When you take Turtle Boy and the people that he's accusing, there's reason to believe. Now, it's not enough for me to go, I'm pointing the finger at that person, but I can see why people would point the finger at them, is my point. You see that? You see what I'm saying? I
get what you're saying.
I don't have anything.
How I feel about it. Like, we're 2 years post on this case. Have any of those witnesses came out and broke, so to speak, or I don't know.
Right.
Something's happened with the grand jury, that's for sure. So, but I agree. I just don't think it justifies, like,
Colin Albert was in that house. I'm not saying it justifies it necessarily. Yeah. I'm saying that my feelings about it are the results that they produced. And I'm saying that the law that was applied as a patriot, I believe, is unconstitutional. The law that was applied to charge Turtle Boy is unconstitutional. That's where my opinions lay. I don't have any opinions necessarily of Turtle Boy, his investigative tactics necessarily, because I'm not going to feel sorry for people if they actually covered up a murder. You know what I mean? But every time
is a very big word there. Big word.
If is a very big word there, but I mean, why do none of these people even seem interested in getting John justice? If Jennifer McCabe actually believes that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, why is she reluctant to even testify? Why is she having her attorney file motions to where she wouldn't have to testify or turn over her
there's
phone?
A lot of good questions we could ask. Absolutely.
So right. So there's enough for me to where if you're putting pressure on these people and they're pushing back by trying to have you arrested instead of just cooperating, what seems to be cooperating to get to the truth of what happened to their so-called friend, who's a police officer, well, then I can see why it's going to lead someone to be like, well, then you're trying to cover something up. You're protecting someone. You're lying and you're protecting someone. And then he's going to speculate as to who that's going to be. And the person that makes the most sense as far as what Turtle Boy is investigated would be Colin Albert. He had motive and he had means and he was there, and it was lied about that he was there when he was saying that he wasn't there when he actually was there. So there's all these reasons to believe it. So to compare that to showing up at the parents of a missing child's home, workplace and their home, screaming and yelling through a bullhorn, calling them a murderer, when we don't even actually know what happened to Summer. She could still be alive out there somewhere.
Okay, okay. I was getting ready to like come up with a reason why I needed to go because I'm like falling asleep. But perfect example right there. So because they did it in person, how is that any different? This is 2024. The world is changing. The things that we say on this platform or any other printed platform have power. So how is saying something on YouTube or in a blog any different than pulling straight up and saying it to their faces? It's going to impact people. It's going to
Well, see,
impact victims and their families. That's my
I think,
question.
well,
I think
nobody's denying that he was intentionally trying to make an impact. Nobody's denying that at all.
I think too, like with those like comparing these people again, there's a couple of things. I don't know of anything that Betty and them did that was illegal
No, I
or
don't think there
they
was.
could be arrested for or charged for.
No, I don't
And,
think so.
and I don't the way that they talk to people is disgusting, but it falls under First Amendment, and that's just something that we have to deal with.
And I've always said that I would defend Betty's First Amendment rights. If she would have
Right.
been arrested for doing what she did, I would have been like, well, we need to check that law because she absolutely has the right to express her First Amendment rights. And I would say, well, people would be like, well, what do you want, Claire? What are you're on the fence? Well, no, I'm not on the fence. I'm simply exercising my First Amendment right by using
Right.
my platform to talk about how much I think she sucks.
Yeah.
But I would defend her if she ended up in handcuffs. I would probably laugh because karma. But at the end of the day, I would still be like, well, wait a minute, what's she being charged with? And let's review that and find out if this is actually just.
Right.
You know,
No, I totally agree because that's super important. I mean that it we may not like things that people have to say, but I mean I think that they pay for that in other ways, right?
right? Yeah,
But I, I just don't. I don't think they're comparable. Like people keep trying to compare them. Like I don't really think that it's
I
comparable
agree.
beyond the fact that they both speak out about cases.
Right.
So I have a hard time with that. And like I say, if they have factual documents or information that they've gotten that we're not getting anywhere else, I'll go get it.
And in my case, like specifically when people address me, it's because they're like, well, how can you condemn Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Lee Riches and defend Turtle Boy? And well, I just explained it. Really, I just explained it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. That's the answer I got.
I'm not saying that it's fair to compare them. I think that the reason it gets brought up is because it's excuse me,
Yeah.
the Wells case is one that, everyone here in this community, this sector of YouTube is just extremely well versed in because it's been such a social media
Yeah.
storm. So I think that's
And
what makes it an easy comparison more so than it actually being like the other case you're talking about.
and there's not an actual case. So you don't have
True.
witnesses at this point. So you can't intimidate witnesses for one thing. It's a one party state, so recording people isn't a problem.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that go into all of that, but
Like a litany of other things, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I don't.
That,
I think it's really
that was
hard to
my
compare
point.
those people.
That was my point initially. Is just the
Yeah.
cases have to be comparable for you to compare the circumstances. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't compare the Wells case to the John O'Keefe case. You just
So
can't.
what could you compare this case to?
You
I
could compare
wonder.
to
Nothing.
Murdoch, maybe. You could say, like, JLR, you take a picture as a Buster through the window and you screaming and yelling outside
Right.
the courthouse and those kind of things,
Mhm.
maybe.
That's a
know.
great comparison, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you also have that it's, very similar in the fact that it was a social, a
And
media
he didn't.
storm, a frenzy of information for sure.
JLR didn't even get charged with that. Like they just filed a report. That's
Right.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
Reported him, but they didn't charge it with anything.
No, they sure didn't. But y'all, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open, so
Me too.
we're
It's
gonna
like
have to close this one
2:15 to me or
down.
2:13 to me. Thank you
Close
so
it
much,
down.
Zeez. I didn't even mean to come up at all, but I'm
I'm
really
glad
glad
you
that we
did.
did.
I'm so
And it
glad
was
you
nice,
did.
like, hanging out with the glare for a little bit, talking about this case.
Yeah, I've actually been wanting to have this conversation with at least Dietz and Chasing, and I'm glad that we got to talk finally, Gavel Geeks. I enjoyed this really. I've been looking
Yeah.
forward to talking about this case with these two for a while, and with you and meeting you is just a bonus. So I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. And our chat was awesome.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Gavel Weeks is the best to talk cases with. Absolutely the best. That's why I love
I
talking.
really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed this. Thank you, Dietz and Gavel Geeks and Chasing. I'm sure she's asleep by
Thank
now.
you.
She
I
is.
love
She's
her. I
really
know
good.
she is.
And you too, Price. You.
Tracy gets so passionate about cases when we're talking about them.
I
I
love
love
it.
that too. I love that too. And then I'm just kind of like, but what about this? But what about that? But what
Yeah,
about this?
great.
I love it.
Gavel
Okay,
reels
well,
a second.
thank
Yeah,
you
I
guys
love
so
it.
much.
Thank you guys. Have a good morning.
Talk again soon.
All right.
Bye.
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 Bye. Bye.
Bye. I just want to real quickly, even though it's at the end of an 11-hour stream, I want to make sure I say thank you. Shay Benet became a member, and Jones and donated some memberships. Mal became a member. Thank you again, Lacey Ann, if you hear this. And Aussie Trisha. Thank you. I appreciate that love and Longbird. Awesome. And thank you for those who hung out this long and listened. It's been a wild ride. I'm so glad she did, Nicole B. And Haunting Haley. And we dropped a lot of links throughout, so I'm sure it'll take a while for the chat to repopulate, but go back and grab them. There's really great creators in and out of here throughout this day. And I probably won't see you guys again for a long time. That's life. But I'll see y'all on the next one. Love, love.